Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break if you buy them all. 2023 we not forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break if you buy them all. 2023 we not forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you right there. How you guys doing, my people? I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's good to be here. I guess everybody can hear me. Yes. Let me quickly go to the comment section. I have to quickly go there. Trust me. If I not quick come this comment section, go get packed. You know, I'm just gonna quickly acknowledge everybody right there. I can see Cynthia Obayomi. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. Paco Barris, thank you very much. Good evening, my people. I appreciate every one of you. I can see Opara Obina. Thanks for joining us. Investment Inquiry. Faith Andrew. Thank you very much. God bless every one of you. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Thanks for joining us. And I can see more people right there already. Let me quickly scroll down. Sandra Moses, thank you very much for joining us. Moses Cousin, thank you. Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, is there one go? Zillow, I can see you. Thank you, my good people. Help us to share and like. It's another super broadcast today. A lot of revelation is coming out. So let's talk, my people. Help us to like and share. Bella Naomi, madam, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. And I can see Amaka E. Rider Osaka Daddy. Good evening, my good people. God bless every one of you. Obiajulu, I can see you. Bright Strasser, Shooks Media TV, Isha Olua. Thank you very much, my good people. Good evening to you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, rather. You know, depend on your own region. Our Carlo Godson Saint Festus Igbonomaya. God bless you all. Ini TV. Good to see you again, sir. Good evening to you. Dumo Ojuka. Thank you, Samson Amori. Shadrach SN, good evening, my good people. And I can see most movies. Okay, Marvis Mary, thank you. Prince of Peace, thank you very much. Mother Tusabi, Ebuka John Oga, thank you. I sent Edoga. Hello, everyone. Good evening. God bless you all. Please like and share. Ogoshi Enyiwa, thank you. Osayin Girl Media, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. And I can see Chodrak Essen, thank you. Patricia Tagbajumi, thank you very much. Kate Happy Family TV, thank you. I do like to watch my brother. Thank you very much, my good people. I appreciate you all. Didi Anthony, thank you. David Ugba, appreciate you all. Regine, God bless you all. Bless in Okafo. Please help us to share as you just coming in. Press the like button, help us to share. And I have a Friday right there with us as well. Please, let's do this together, my good people. You can see Williams Winner. Thank you. Patty Solomon, June Obaseki, and Mr. Joseph O.G. Thank you very much, sir. Ikechukwu Louis Bruce. I can see you. Joshua Ogbori. I can see you right there. God bless you all. Oros Ayohai. Jennifer Oge1. Good evening to you. Black Voices TV. Thank you very much for joining us. God bless you all. Thank you. Good evening to every one of you. Arisi Anyoje, Patrick Olabode Omisade. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you very much. Moses Cousin, thank you. Mofire, my dear brother, I can see you right there. Ezeburu Shuku Diamara, Great Grace. Thank you. I pronounced that properly. Good evening to you, every one of you. I think say I quick on this comment section. No? Okay. Moses, you say call out UK. All right. Okay, let's talk, my people. I have GE right there. Wadia Unos, thanks for joining us. Ngoshuku DK, thank you. Samuel Okafor, thank you. I don't like watch super chat already. God bless you, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for all you do for us here. And I can see Nana Roland, thank you. Eric In, thank you very much. I salute you too, my brother. I appreciate every one of you. In case I don't mention your name, it's not intentional. Just believe, say, now mistake at a passam. We don't carry the skip name for here. I appreciate every one of you. Please help us to share and like, and let's do this together. Every day, new story. Every day, temptation. Every day, now they pursue this man, Mr. Peter Obi. Wow. I really want to know what it be your offense. What it be Peter Obi offense. Just because he wants to rule. He wants to be the number one man in Nigeria. Now they attack him left and right. To be honest, every one of you, if you know you genuinely love this man, always pray for him. Yeah, always pray for him. It's very important. Don't assume, say, na iron. Not be iron. Now, human being like you. He just get grace. Yes, he get grace, and the grace is working for him. But we need to continue to activate that grace by putting him in our prayers every day. Many of you watching me, you are prayer warriors. They pray for this man because the attack is getting too much. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. We don't have more visibility at this particular moment. Please, can you help us to share and like? Let me look at the likes and share to see. Our visibility is a bit low right now. Currently, we only have 365 watching us, and it's low. Nigeria Watch have about 3 something there, and we have likes. We have 92 likes. Can you press on the like button, my people? Please press on the like button. And for the shares, we have 32 shares. It's not good enough, to be honest. If we already have almost 400 watching and we have only 32, okay, we have 37 shares now. Okay, maybe people are still doing that. Okay, I'll come back to check that. Why the light is currently 110, 110. Please continue to do that. Let's do this together, my people. If we don't have enough visibility, it looks like we are talking to ourselves, But meanwhile, before I post out a link, I would like us to recap again on this particular video here. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Not unaware of the actions of conscienceless individuals held bent on imposing a regime of distrust and rancor on Nigeria, and to call on them to desist forthwith. We cannot continue to water the lawns of emotional cannibals who rise to power on the blood of ordinary Nigerians. The recent comments by Professor Wole Soyinka is most unfortunate and regrettable. While we do not frown at his remarks because of any political party or politicians or movement referenced, we do so because of his emotionless detour from the real issues of the elections to pursue what appears as selective witch hunt. It is on record that Professor Wole Soyinka never condemned the shameless episode of ethnic profiling, intimidation, and hate speech by elements such as Musilimu Akinsanya, aka MC Oluomo, Bayo Ononuga, FF Kayode, and a host of other atrocious persons. All their actions are not fascist, nor did he condemn Professor Mahmoud Yakubu's instance of flaunting INEC's guidelines, the Electoral Act, and his rush to declare a winner. It is sad that when it matters the most, the voice of our dear Prof, whose books and thoughts form the basis of academic pursuit by some, should breathe reason on the polity, he chose to stand with the oppressor in the burning house, enjoying a rat chase. The Prof should be a father to all Nigerians, irrespective of ethnicity, religion, party, or social affiliation. However, he has betrayed the trust of many Nigerians who before now hold him in high esteem. Yeah. We therefore call for the boycott of his books, yes! Articles and events, yes! And all public engagements, yes! That celebrate his literary achievement, which as of today do not recognize the well-being of the ordinary Nigerian. Yes. Yeah. We need role models, not sellouts. Yes! The international community, especially Europe and America, must understand that despite the prescribed neutrality based on diplomatic ethics, will be the most affected if anything happens to Nigeria's democracy. The weight of human energy that will mob your borders will be as never imagined. We frown at the rush of most of the diplomatic communities to congratulate INEC's president-elect. This action will further embolden the plunderers of the will of Nigerians to hold onto the stolen victory. We therefore call for discretion forthwith. Finally, may we reinstate our commitment to a united, democratic, prosperous Nigeria. We are moved by this commitment to call for answers to the evil of 1st of March, 2023, a very traumatic moment in our history. For that day, the sanctity of what should ordinarily be a free and fair process was buried in the sands of impunity. That declaration by Professor Yakud Mahmoud remains a dark moment in our history. Little wonder the nation responds with mourning. Our country has been on a perilous journey since then. We call on all Nigerians, including the judiciary, to rise up and save Nigeria. For saving Nigeria is a collective toil. Yes. Let Nigeria win. Yes. Yes. Freedom cometh by struggle. Freedom come by struggle, by struggle. Freedom come by struggle, by struggle. Freedom come by struggle, by struggle. Freedom come. When I remember my mood, water run away my ayo. Water run away my eye. When I remember my mood, water run away my ayo. Water run away my eye. When I remember the killings, water run away my ayo. Water run away my eye. Water run away my eye. Water run away my ayo. Water run away my eye. Great Nigerian people. Grace. Ever conscious Nigerian people. Grace.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Wole.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we for, no be you pose like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Wole.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we for, no be you pose like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be
Next
fraudster.
argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Please help us to share and like, and let's do this together. Okay. Let me post out a link. Yes, as you can see, according to that music, it say Bala Blue, the Buga is saying get money to buy them all. The way things are going right now, I'm only going to ask a lot of questions today. Do you think UK, they don't still sell them out? That's a big question. UK does still collect their own and decide to work accordingly? Or somebody is just impersonating? At the moment, a lot of us are left dumbfounded. What is happening? Only one man. Everybody is against him. Only one man. Only one man. Oh, wow. Let me post out a link. Before I post out a link, let me quickly acknowledge Felix, and thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you, sir. I really do appreciate this. Thanks for the boost, early boost. God bless you, sir. Thank you. I'll post out a link right now, my people. The link has been posted. Click on it, join me, and let's talk about the things that's affecting you and I. Let me pin it right there. Just remember we have 10 spots, only 9 left, and because I collect one. So we need 9 more people so we can move on. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I would like to quickly appreciate everybody that is coming in now. I wish I can mention more names. I can see Madam Rita on the comment section. Thank you very much for joining us. The Queen Valerie, thank you. Vero, but thank you. And I can see Chris Emenike. Thank you very much. Good evening to every one of you. Rita Godwin as well. Thank you very much, my good people. Frances Giwa Amu, thank you very much. I can see you right there. Thank you very much, my good people. I can see Eva Line and many, many more people. You know, Lucky Yamu is right there with us as well. Abiodo Isabella, Edward Eguavon, David Ugba, thank you very much. God bless you all. Who again? Henry Gabriel, my brother, I can see you right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you all, my people. Rosie Ayosh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, Aboazi, thank you very much. Yes, this is life. Yes, this is life. We are here. Mia Bella, I can see you as well. And God will bless every one of you. Please help us to share and like, and let others know that we are right here already. Okay, let me see if I have anybody that have joined me. Yes, let me start accepting my people in. Everybody, please stay mute. Everybody, because I'm muting everybody. Just stay mute. God bless every one of you for joining us. Let me quickly do this. Okay, most of the people who I mentioned their name for comment section, they even here with me safe. I guess the screen is filled up. I don't know, but let me see. Okay, the screen don't full. Okay, might just leave on like this. Yes, I appreciate every one of you, my panelists. Okay, let me acknowledge my panelists today, with 10 seconds. Let me quickly acknowledge everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chuks Obiboze. Thanks for joining us. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everyone on board. Happy good day, because I see they've responded, so it's a good day for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. Madam Giwa Amu, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you. How are you doing today?
Mr. Niger Watch, God bless you. You're doing an awesome job. May God replenish you. May God empower you. And good evening to all the panels. I want to appreciate everyone. I thank God for people like you all. May God continue to encourage all of us as we go along. This is our principle. We are all saddened, but we are trusting God, that God will not disappoint us. And as we push along, and I think we're agitating right, and I know things will work out well in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'll come back to you shortly. Madam Rita, good evening to you, madam. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon. I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Good
fine.
evening to everyone at home, on the diaspora, everyone in the comment section. Today's a great day, and we are going to be victorious.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you always, always. Is there one go? Good evening to you, sir. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm fine. Good evening, Niger Watch. Greetings to everybody. I think today is going to be an interesting day, and we're looking forward to that. May God bless you, Mr. Niger Watch.
God bless you too, sir. Thank you. Okay. Yes, I have Madam Patricia. Good evening to you, madam. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening, everyone. Starting on the previous protocol, we're going to have a great time. So thank you again, Mr. Elvis, for the opportunity.
Thank you, madam. God bless you too. Ipa doing good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Yeah, Nanjawa, good evening, fellow panelists. I greet all of you. I say thank you all. And Uncle Elvis, thank you very much. Today is going to be a day of hope and success. And may God Almighty give us the spirit to be able to understand ourselves with common understanding. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you. My brother, Mr. Henry Gabriel, good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody. I'm just looking forward to the topic for today. We thank God for we seeing these days. We're looking forward for our mandate. Be God, everything will be possible. I just want to thank you very much for the time, energy that you put in for this movement. May God bless you, protect you, give you your heart desire. Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, my dear brother, give us our mandates. I trust say this your name. You go change them after they don't really give us our mandate, right? Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, depending on your location. People in the comment section, greetings to everyone. The names remains until the mandate is given. Thank God for life. Thank God for a new day.
Yeah.
I think somebody was speaking yesterday, and they said what APC cannot do does not exist. But I said that what APC cannot fake does not exist. What APC cannot fake does not. So relax your mind. We'll be fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that hope. That's what I want. Thank you. God bless you, my brother. Mr. Kelvin Kell, thanks for joining us, sir. Good evening to you.
Yeah, Mr. Elvis, good evening. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone in the panelists. I will go spiritual today. The Bible says that the great and effectual doors are open unto me, but there are many adversaries. But there's a good news is that we have overcome already. All right. APC is fighting a lost battle. Our principle is like a wind. You can't tell the direction it's going, you can't tell the direction it's coming. That is what we're just seeing today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. That's another great hope there. I like that. This is what I talk about all the time. People shouldn't just rely on me that, Elvis, give us hope, pilot us. I'm a human being. I also need hope from you. Let all of us give each other's the hope. I take time to do my research before coming live and all that. So me coming here, the way you are looking up to our broadcast, the same way I'm looking up to meeting you guys to hear a different view from every individuals. So yeah, we are here to help each other. I can see more people coming on the comment section, and God bless every one of you. So please like and share. We're going to take another 1 minute break, then we kick on straight away. God bless you.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation they smell. No be waiting we vote, no be you pose like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if we know like come, make we go to court. 300 billion with no results. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Share na democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue they buga, say nothing they happen. Money they break if you buy them all. 2023 we know if you forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
All right. Thank you, my people. We are back now. That was 30 seconds break. I appreciate every one of you. You all can already see from the title what we are currently facing. Okay. Yes, why did UK immigration detain OB? We petition court, Televise live. So that's another debate, another request from Nigerians. The heat is piling up on the judiciary already that we want to see it live. Even though that APC man that came on the other day, the professor saying that no, he doesn't support it to be televised live. I believe every good Nigerians that mean well for Nigeria, we support a live broadcast. The way you are watching me talking right now, that's how we're supposed to watch the judiciary. Listen to what they are saying. We'll be here talking. That's how it's supposed to be. So we are going to be taking on that. Now we're also going to be taking on why was Peter Obi detained, singled out, right there on the queue in the UK. Why? Meanwhile, I would like us to take on an article, but before that, okay, let me just go on an article first before I come on to other articles. So just give us some time. Let me do this because please continue to share. Please, it will be unfair. You joining this broadcast, you are not pressing the like button or you are not sharing. It's not nice. Even though we know that the full numbers that is watching us right now, we have some people that is watching us that doesn't like us. But remember, I'm fighting for you. You might not believe it today. I'm fighting for you. I don't have anything to gain here rather than I just want a better country. That's what I'm fighting for. Nobody's paying me to do this. I'm doing it because I want a better country. I can choose not to enter Nigeria in the next 20 years. If I'm bored in the UK, I'll travel to different countries. If for the past 2 weeks, now I did different places. When I don't know where I did, that's the truth. I can't come here to tell you. The only thing you can see on my background is Nigeria Watch, right? You don't even know where I'm talking to you right now. So I can choose to be anywhere at any time, except Nigeria, if I don't want to. So if you live in Nigeria and you don't like what we are doing, and for a reason I don't know, look at our brother APC national youth chairman or the national youth leader yesterday that we talk about here, just a month ago here, everybody saw how he was insulting the Labour Party, insulting the obedient, insulting Peter Obi, insulting all the concerned Nigerians just because he was with APC. In fact, I don't want to go far, but look what is happening. I don't pray for anybody to be sick, but we should also remember that what we sow is what we reap. Yes, what I sow is what I want to reap. If I come here to deceive you guys and behind the camera, I'm a wicked human being, let me reap my wickedness. There's not two ways about it now. Yes, if I'm a wicked person, but if I come here, wear a mask, deceive you all. After I don't off my life, I start associating with these satanic APC and PDP people and all that, you know, or rather, you hurt people. Some people hurt people for a living. They hurt people and drink wine. They hurt people and drink beer or whatever. They hurt people for a living. They are very happy. It's not nice. What you sow, you reap. Despite that your condition is terrible right now, another information reaching me today now that, you know, you need about 28 million naira to do a kidney transplant. Allegedly, I don't know if it's true. Some other people were reaching out to us. So if you need almost 30 million naira for a kidney transplant or whatever, the same people you fought for, they could not bring out just 30 million naira. With these people, not just, though, now make me use the word just. With these people.
Now that one, sir, if all he did is not up to 30 billion, all that thing that he did a month ago,
Exactly.
It's not up to 30 million to solve this problem. I imagine how human beings reasoning. Let me reserve
This is what they are doing, sir.
myself.
They don't pay them up to that. All these people you see that is tormenting
but
everybody,
also
threatening everybody, the amount they are paying them, if you hear and you go surprised. 1,500,000, you know, that they pay them. Some of them even collect 50K, 100K. That is the lower class.
we should not be fool as well.
The Ogak Pata cannot collect more than 10 million. You go see better car still buy this time for Nigeria for 10 million naira. You know, it's the truth. You know, see better car, a prestigious car buy for 10 million naira. You know, so you collected 10 million naira, then you take from the same 10 million naira, now you go pay your boys. Because if you check it yourself, they have number one, where be the Oga of these people. Why the Oga of these people get boys? So any money allocated to the Oga by the satanic politicians, the Oga go hold them. For example, they say they give them 10 million, 20 million naira. He go hold like 19 million. We go come bring 1 million naira out. You go shuffle one for all the remaining boys. These are the boys where me they fight for, not people the Oga, because the Oga does swear oaths to die with these satanic people. Now the boys where they manipulate, where they confuse, where they go buy Igbo, say go do this thing, they'll go do them. Now the Oga, and then now those boys now it concern me more. But this man where they sick now, he was a national youth leader according to his title or whatever. I don't belong to APC. I don't know what their leadership stands for. So for you to be national youth leader, how much were they paying you? Now you can't raise about up to 30 million naira to look after yourself. We say support the rightful person so that we will have a good healthcare in Nigeria. You say no. You come to our inbox to insult us every day. Like say somebody pay us. I just want you to have a good healthcare. The country where me there have a good healthcare. I mentioned the other day, all my life for UK, I never pay to go hospital. Now let medicine I they pay put. Say I they travel, go Nigeria, I need medicine that malaria or whatever, there's some medicine, you will pay. But if you they sick, before ambulance will come carry for us, you know they pay. Although we pay through national insurance number. But if you are working, you pay national insurance number. If you are not working, you don't pay national insurance number. It means that working or no working, hospital is there for you. No matter how the sickness go reach, even though, say, the liver transplant now 100 million pounds, UK government will treat you, and I believe other European or America, other countries are like that as well. This is what we are fighting for. I don't know you directly. So, make I come live, man, call the attack you. I don't know any of you. I'm fighting for a better country that will be beneficial for you and I. I can be in Nigeria, God forbid. Sorry, guys, that I divert a little bit. Let me quickly divert for 2 minutes. For those of you that join us, because we have new subscribers every day. But for some of you that have been with us for a while, I told you guys my story the other day that I was sick in Nigeria. I was having a stomach pain. I went to hospital. This hospital is called Doring Hospital. In Ireland, I went there. I went to this hospital. They told me I have appendix. And because the pain was so serious to the extent that I can't stand straight, I have to hold my belly whenever I'm walking. So I asked them, what is the next solution? They said it's operation. I agreed. They gave me a room at that time. This is about 5 years ago or so, 4 years ago. They gave me a room. They told me, okay, sir, there's a special room just for you, or you be with other patients in the same room. For you to have a special room at that time, 150,000 naira. I said, of course, I want to have my own room. I've paid. They booked me for 9 a.m. in the morning the next day. When I was not going home, my brother called me from UK just to say hello. My brother, I don't know whether I sick. I don't ever talk this story here. I don't know whether some of you now remember. My brother called me like normal, hello. How you doing? I say, bros, I know they fine. You know, I know they come from hospital right now and see situation. So what did they happen? I said, I get appendix. You know, they say they don't book me for tomorrow morning. I can't do them. My brother shout, are you okay? You want to engage in operation in Nigeria? You see, in life, don't assume everybody know everything. Sometimes we know they remember the most common things in life. But my brother who caught that particular time, now he saved my life. I can't say, not true. He said, don't try it. A citizen, you want to do operation, then wait till they worry you. As my brother, they drop. I reach house. They drive me reach house. Now there I call British Airways. They should find me a flight immediately. They give me flight where a day within the next 12 hours. And now that flight I enter. Thank God so many of you are the talking for here. So I remember say, I don't talk this story here. I enter that flight the next day. I return to UK. As I reach UK from airport, now I tell them, wait till they do me. Then they refer me go hospital. My people, guess what? As I reach hospital for UK, doctors say, na bacteria, na I get, no be appendix. They gave me antibiotics. They said, man, I take these antibiotics for 5 days. Before 5 days, it go finish. My people, now only twice I take this medicine, finish. I not even take and reach that 5 days. Antibiotics, bacteria, they be one operate me for Nigeria. This is my personal story. I have the document, the certificate, everything where they give me. I register before they treat you for the hospital. It cannot be my hospital before. I have to register, pay this, pay card money, pay blah, blah, blah. This is what we are fighting for. We can't continue like this. Do you know how many people that have died in this guesswork? I call it guesswork. Mechanic for Nigeria and guesswork that they do. Everything, human being oppression, everything is guesswork. But we want a better country now they fight us. I don't understand. To be honest, I don't. Meanwhile, let's take on this. You all can see right there on the article on the screen. UK immigration detains questions Peter Obi for impostors crime. Okay, let's quickly take it here. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, was detained by the United Kingdom immigration authorities during the Easter break over offences believed to have been committed by an imposter. The party's presidential campaign council said on Wednesday the LPPCCC, in a statement by Diran Onifade, the head of the Obidati media team, said Obi was detained for questioning on Good Friday, April 7, 2023, when he arrived at Heathrow Airport in London from Nigeria. The statement added that he was later let go after Nigerians who witnessed the incident raised an uproar right there. Because information will reach me, a lot of people were now shouting inside Heathrow. They said they made me the burn everywhere. Say this man not do anything. Then UK immigration can say, No, made them look. For this, we are going somewhere. The statement read in part: the LP presidential candidate in the February 2023 presidential poll arrived at Heathrow Airport in London from Nigeria on Good Friday, 7th, 2023, April 2023, and joined the queue for the necessary airport protocols when he was accosted by immigration officials who handed him a detention note and told him to step aside. He was questioned for a long time, and it was very strange for a man who lived for over a decade in that country. Since Obi's face was already in an international frame, especially for the Nigerians, African home, and in the diaspora who are likely to be obedient, the people quickly raised their voices, wondering why he was being delayed. Like the same thing happened for airport, although they did not allow people to record. According to information why I reached, they say through airport, the way Nigerians are there, even some of the Nigerians that were on transit or whatever, but let's move on. The immigration officials who were also taken aback at the reaction of the people were forced to reveal that Obi was being questioned for a duplication offense, meaning that someone has been impersonating him in London. The high implication of the offenses is that the impersonator could be committing all kind of weighty crimes and other dubious acts, and it would be recorded in Obi's name. The Punch report that the Independent National Electoral Commission declared Obi okay. I'll leave that. That's the ending. They just wanted to reference to how it all started. Okay, let's move on, my people. I would like us to take other notes here quickly. Bear with me, my people. Let me remove this from the screen so that, because what I want to put in now might be covered. Okay, for example, this one here. A lot of people have reacted on Twitter. Just wanted to quickly, even Peter Obi, former aide, when he was a governor, have also reacted. But before I'll come to that, I would like to quickly read this one here. It's very tiny. Let me see if I can get the original posts so that I can read it from here. Let me see if this is the original post. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Someone is impersonating Peter Obi in the UK. The goal is to set him up so what happened to Ekweremadu can happen to him. Peter Obi is too big for them in Nigeria, so they are trying to use the international community. This person is committing intelligent crimes. In the UK, using Peter Obi's name, he's being sponsored to do this, so Peter Obi can be discredited in every country around the world, seeing the injustice levied on him and Nigerians. On getting to the UK on Friday, the immigration officers detained Peter Obi on crime his imposter committed. They are playing dirty, but thank God for Nigerians at the airport who stood their ground till our principal was released. The imposter has still not been arrested as at the time I got these details. My people, we have more to review for you. But before that, I want to first appreciate the consecrated Nigerians. I would prefer to say obedience, but let me say the consecrated, patriotic Nigerians that stand for what is right. They say for Heathrow. This will not be Monitala Mohammed or Azikiwe Airport. For Heathrow, the place, the heat, the immigration could not stand it. I want to applaud every one of you. Because if I was there, I will do more. You know why I will do more? Because I know, say, nobody go shoot me. If na Nigeria, nah, that the dog from back shoot you. If na UK, I will do even more. Yes. Thank you, Nigerians in UK. God bless every one of you. The good ones, so because the bad ones, they impersonate our principal. So, but I'd like us to move on. On here, this one are the let me see, because the full name is here according to how I got it. Just give me a minute. His full name is right here. Okay. All right. As you all can see, although you people already know the person by the name Pierce, but for me, I don't know him. But the full name, you know, that is the main person way under that Pierce, you know, is you know, he was the former aide, you know, of Mr. Peter Obi, you know, when Peter Obi was a governor in the Anambra State, you know, but I don't know the full name. The full name is not here. Maybe some of you on the comment section when I know this person. I just started following her today, you know. I don't know him before. Okay, let's take here together quickly. All right. What Peter Obi is going through, does any human being deserve this type of shocking intimidation and emotional torture? Today, 11th, 4th, 2023, I was shocked beyond words to hear from His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi what he went through when his British Airways plane landed at Heathrow Airport, London, in the early morning of Friday, 7th April 2023. Let's go through this together. I decided to carry everybody along. He was talking to me at the official opening of the Specialist Hospital of the Immaculate Heart of Mary Sisters Igbo. He had arrived at the, just 1 minute, event after flying in from London. His presence heralded by the usual air-splitting ovation that accompanies him everywhere nowadays. As the most outstanding pillar of the Foundation Hospital, the Reverend Sister were full of expectations that he would attend. So where we members of the governing board of the IHM, Sisters Healthcare System, although there was also anxiety about whether he would be able to make it being outside Nigeria. I actually had no idea he had traveled out of the country until the ovation over his presence in a country, until the ovation over his presence. 1 minute, guys. In London church went viral on the internet. I would never have imagined he would be able to go anywhere so soon after his energy sapping marathon visit on 6th April to Paul University Regina Hospital and other healthcare facilities, where he went about touching lives in his usual quiet philanthropic manner. Okay, I don't really think we need to go through this. It is a long story. I think it's almost the same thing with what I've read already. So, my people, on the article concerning Mr. Peter Obi of his arrest, he was arrested because at this moment, some people are saying that Mr. Peter Obi was arrested because, oh, somebody's on the backstage. I didn't know since. I'm so sorry. Mr. Eric, so sorry, sir. I left it there because I was focusing on my reading. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You know,
appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good to have you. So now the problem is, obviously, you know, Peter Obi cannot commit any crime. You will agree to me if you are a good Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian, and if you know Peter Obi very well. But what is happening now, my people? These people, this satanic APC, they don't know how they want to frame up for Nigeria because they've tried everything. Obviously, they've tried the audio thing, so many other things, blackmailing him, calling him IPOP, calling him whatever, the head of Biafra, whatever, different kind of names. But it's not working here. Their aim was to frame him, blackmail him in the UK. If they succeed, you know what that means. Peter Obi will be in detention for a very long time. And I know what happened to Ekweremadu. Yes, this is what they were trying to do. But That's on one side. The other side is that I'll put this as a question. Is this same satanic party, or rather satanic leaders, now working with UK government? I don't know. For me, I never see anything like this before. This is a question. I'll come to my panelists later. Everybody, you can talk. It's a freedom of speech. We can talk. Because there are two things involved here. Yes, either they frame somebody up to do this, UK government is not aware, but the say, yes, crime. Normally, they follow on in a normal way. If I see the way I say it, talk and be careful. But does it mean they just they work with the government directly? And the government now frame saying that somebody saying and this somebody they use your name, whereas nobody be that somebody. Now between the UK government and this satanic Nigerian government, now them they work together. Do you think so? Now question. Our you know easy. You know easy to take that number one seat. And the only reason why all this is happening, all my life in Nigeria, I've never experienced this before. I don't know if this happened before I was born, but I believe the only reason why this is tougher is because Peter Obi is an Igbo man. Nothing else. I'm telling you guys, nothing else. If na even a Edo man, na they Peter Obi position, so you not go tough rich like this. They for you say, okay, may go. It get waiting they happen between these people and Igbo people. And that yoke, now all of us, they fight. All the good Nigerians, they fight to break. So it's because, I don't know. It's somehow. Because, say na Igbo man, they make all these things, they happen so. I would like us more listen to this, our comedian, influencer, quickly. Thank you.
People go decide to go extra length just to destroy another person because of power, because of greed. What did Peter Obi really do now? I don't ask the question more than 10 times. What did Peter Obi really do now? The man wants a better Nigeria for its country. The man wants Nigeria to become the giant of Africa. The man wants Nigeria to be great again. Now that be offense. Wait, make una. So una must finish this man rich ground. Pharaoh, let my people go. What happened? To the extent una went as far as impersonating him, forming another Peter Obi, going abroad to swell the name of Peter Obi. What a shame on most Nigerian leaders. What a disgrace. Because you don't want Nigeria to be great. Pharaoh, let my people go. Peter Obi go London, Heathrow Airport. We are for land when I go London that time. Now he go. You want to go do one opening with Catholic Church. Opening of one hospital with Catholic Church. Peter Obi land for Heathrow Airport. And I know how they do normally. Because they follow normal line, the way people they follow. If they follow normal line, they go. The next thing, now airport, how do they call them? Stop them. It stop them. Then they shake. Shake. 1 hour, they put Peter Obi for corner. 30 minutes, and 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours in the corner. Nigerians, so they record the verse, the protest issue. We level, why go be like that? This is our president, he cannot stay like that. And then the man for open up. When he open laptop, then they impersonate Peter Obi. Another person, they impersonate Peter Obi. What a shame and disgrace. Because of power. Pharaoh, let my people go. Ooh. When they call the interview Peter Obi call the talker with him, I say, not violate that one. No. He said he's pained in his heart. It's very painful to him. Say to the extent whereby they even have been a clone in phone number, not violate your own, clone your wife own, clone your children own. they monitor, impersonate am, they spoil am for everywhere, all because of power, all because they don't want a better Nigeria, all because of greed. The God wey no dey sleep na go worry una. The God wey create heaven and earth na go worry una. As una say una no want make Nigeria better, as una say una no want the man wey God sent to change Nigeria, say una want impersonate am to.
All right. Yes, that is the end of that video. You know, this is very, very pathetic. To be honest, it's pathetic. Who is after Peter Obi? I understand that question might be easy for so many of us, the APC, the this and that. But what is happening? What is happening? Meanwhile,
Elvis, let me come in 1 minute.
okay,
Do you think the elite, the political elite, the political cabals want Nigeria to be better? They don't want Nigeria to move forward at all. They thought it would be plan how to block a loophole of that country so that Nigeria will be moving forward from gradually going to move on gradually. So they don't want him to come at all. They want to make sure they put everything to stop him not to come in.
All right, I guess.
God allow
say
him to go to UK. God allow him to go to UK so that this thing will leak their yash out again. Don't leak their yash again. That's it.
I guess say Peter Obi na short service now he go for UK. If I'm gonna watch the
I know, yeah.
Service where he go. You know, they say he still go that short service after all this temptation. This man still go that short service. Just watch.
He come back to Nigeria again.
Una see love. God. Una see love. This is the man they are trying to stop. Now, my question to the judges in the judiciary. I guess you all are following what is happening. All this obvious intimidation for only one man. Una de siamo. Abi. Thank you very much, my people. I would like us to quickly take on this video here to understand if what will happen, can judgment be passed before on the 29th of May, or can it be televised live for the world to watch? All that questions is here. Let's take it together. Please help us to share and like, and let's do this together. God bless every one of you. Let me see if I can quickly get it here. I think maybe I don't put it here already. It looks okay. Yes, it's right here. God bless you all.
The Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal, comprising of selected justices of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, will in the next few days begin to consider cases lodged before it in the aftermath of the exercise, which was held on the 25th of February of this year. Now, it took the whole of 6 days before the Independent National Electoral Commission announced a winner of that contest. It might take longer for the courts, but judiciary authorities are already warning against that, given the state of the nation. Senior lawyers Olisa Agbakoba and Femi Falamno, both of them senior advocates of Nigeria, well, they've called for petitions to be decided before inaugurations are held. There have also been calls for a live telecast of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunals and the sittings, and we have Michael Anduaka, the senior advocate of Nigeria, former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, joining us now on the program. Great to have you with us. Thank you for joining us on Newsday.
Thank you very much.
Well, we have spent a chunk of the program discussing judicial reforms before you joined. There's a current discourse on the severe need for these judicial reforms. How could that help in these processes that we are about to encounter?
Well, generally, judicial reforms have been a continuous process. And mind you, any alteration of the Constitution amounts to a kind of judicial reforms. The judges themselves generally interpret what the legislature has enacted. But generally, everybody's expectation is for quick dispensation of justice. And I think the reforms have to do more with procedural rules. For instance, in matters of election petition or pre-election petition, it would be desirable to do away with preliminary objections being taken separately and the judgments being taken separately. We would appreciate that reforms should go deep in solving that problem where people went to court, presented petitions, preliminary objections were filed to the petitions. They took time to hear the matters on merit. Just for judges, some rulings came that the matters were struck out just on the issue of the preliminary objection, and no judgment was given on merit. The overall effect of this was that most of the plaintiffs who went to the higher court could not get remedy because 180 days had expired. Most of the cases dragged at the lower court, pre-election petitions dragged at the lower court to the full 180 days. It was naturally expected that judgment would be given on merit, even if the trial court upholds the preliminary objection. But in most cases, after taking full 180 days, the judge will come with one page, I agree with the preliminary objection, and I've struck out the matter. When the person goes on appeal, the Court of Appeal, in their wisdom and correctly too, say if I repeat the case, the 180 days constitutional provision have expired. So there has been very great injustice, and these reforms, there's need for us to look at that aspect. And also, in my opinion, like other countries, I have been wondering why the governorship election tribunal goes to 3 stages. When I was Attorney General, such a proposal came, but I turned it down because I saw the presidential election tribunal starting from Court of Appeal and ending in the Supreme Court. All other elections started from a tribunal and end at the Court of Appeal. So I did not see any justification why the governorship election will go to 3 stages: Tribunal, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court. So that is another area we have to make some reforms. There should not be such a disparity. If at all there's going to be a disparity, it should have been the presidential election, and amendment may be effected so that the Supreme Court hears once and forever as a court of first instance.
All right, very good.
So that is some of the comments I've made.
Very good, Mr. Ndoka. Now, let's talk about 2 issues here. The televising of presidential tribunal deliberations and ensuring all litigations are closed before swearing in. Is it possible to achieve this, you think?
First, the issue of televising is desirable, but proceedings of the courts are open and everybody has access to it. The issue is now, do the Supreme Court or the tribunals, like the presidential tribunal, do they have the resources and the equipments to start televising now. But the constitutional provision is met. Trial should be an open court. Parties should have access to it. And that is exactly what the Presidential Tribunal is doing. Coming to the issue of whether the trial should finish before swearing is highly desirable. But it does not violate the Constitution if it does not finish. Because the Constitution says the trial should take 180 days. And I don't see any problem in that. The reason is that if the court of first instance, in case of presidential, which is the Court of Appeal, gives judgment, even if the election is nullified, and the president-elect appeals to the Supreme Court, he will remain as president. And the presidential, the Supreme Court gives a decision. So we must allow the judges to operate within the ambit of the Constitution. The constitutional provision has been that do everything at the court of first instance within 180 days. Of course, issues are commenced by written summons. Testimonies have to be given. The judges have to evaluate. The judges are doing handwriting. So we must appreciate the special circumstances the judges found themselves. It's not just one presidential petition. I think there's a couple up to 3-4 presidential petitions. And then to say that do them before the swearing in, I don't find it conceivable. And when I was Attorney General, there was a presidential election petition that dragged on until 1 year before judgment was given. And that is the wisdom National Assembly tried to abridge time and say, look, do presidential election tribunal, which is the Court of Appeal, 180 days. Do the appeal 60 days. It has already shortened the 1 year or the 2 years the election petitions used to drag on. So I think we must use wisdom. All the people that wish that the election should finish before the swearing is desirable. And that is why I say there's one area we must look at. Most countries, they take presidential election straight at one shot at the Supreme Court because the whole country is waiting. So maybe because of the desire by this of the public to have this hate tempestuously, we should look at, in the course of our judicial review, look at whether we can separate the presidential election, amend the Constitution, and make the filing of presidential election petition be at the Supreme Court as court of first instance and final. Just as you can see beside, it's done in Kenya, and most other countries, disputes relating to elections, presidential election, are filed directly at the Supreme Court. At least that is one window we can look at. And I have said this, it is obviously desirable to have the election tribunal finish before the swearing. But it may not be practically possible because the judges are human beings. The volumes of authorities have been cited. And of course, some authorities may even be overruled, or the Supreme Court may have reasons to depart from their previous decisions based on the authorities, years that passed, things that have changed, the nature of amendment that occurred in the Constitution. Some of the authorities may not be applicable. Also, you look at the Electoral Act, some of the authorities that were delivered may not be applicable now. But one key thing that strengthened, I think the judges should be allowed to look at whether they can strengthen the process of election. Because emphasis have always been on the result of the election. Not knowing that a corrupt process also can produce a system that cannot stand. And I think this is a window that everybody should be pushing to allow the judges Start from the process in looking at the grounds that deals with corrupt practices and non-compliance. Let the judges look at the process and see whether they can lay a solid foundation for this country. That if the process is strengthened, then the result that comes from a very sound foundation will be credible. I think that's what we should have consigned everybody. Because if we don't say, rush, do the election, look at the result, and decide, I don't think we are missing the point. And that is the point we have always been missing. Because the law should be looked from the foundation, which envisages that elections should be free and fair, as stipulated in the Constitution. The judges should look, because we have done it over and over in the country. And time has come to allow the Supreme Court or the judges in their wisdom look at the whole process and lay a solid foundation, looking at the process that strengthened and creates a solid foundation for a credible result for the parties who participated in the election. And I think that this should not be done in a hurry. It should be done within the 180 days as stipulated by the Constitution.
All right. And still speaking on these processes, our outgoing President Buhari, well, he promised to deliver these free and fair elections, but with 436 election cases strewn across 27 states, I guess I can ask whether or not he has achieved any semblance of that.
That is that is the main issue the courts have to determine. You promise free and fair election, and so many petitions are before the court, from presidential, for senatorial, governorship, and therefore the courts will determine whether the process that led to these results were credible from the constitutional provisions, from the provisions of the Electoral Act, and then the results. Because mind you, if you say you base election based on only the result, then there's a problem. The problem is that you do not care how the result is arrived at. Because people can sit anywhere, do the result, do anything they want, and feel that they violate the process. But we have judicial authorities that say that the process for the election is as important as the result. And that's what I wish everybody to calm down. Let us see what the president promised. From the decision coming out from the various tribunals, we know whether the process was actually complied with to give a credible election. For now, judgment will prejudice the cases in court. But of course, the volume of cases, it takes a lot. But of course, Nigerians also like going to court. Let me tell you an instant. When I was Attorney General, I felt there was no need to abridge time to file election petition. Because Nigerians, when they are caught, the tendency of violence is less. I've taken the man to court. And so the supporters do not engage in violent activities. And that's one area I will also use to talk about, even though you have not asked me. Everybody has gone to court. And I feel there's no reasons not to follow the constitutional provision, but to keep the process. One laughable argument has been presented is that interim government. I don't see the basis for that. People who elected to go to Tribunal have taken to follow the due process. And the provisions exist for trial and judgment. And provision exists that in the event of even a presidential election is nullified, there's a provision that of who will become the president and election will be, acting president election will be conducted. So I think those who drop these ideas of interim government or whatever are overheating the system, and they are actually violating the Constitution. because everything relating to election in the country is specified. How the winner or how the loser will conduct himself is specified in the Constitution and the Electoral Act. And how in the event election is nullified, what happens? We have had instances at the governorship level where elections have been nullified and fresh election ordered. And we have instances where the speaker becomes the governor. It's just that we have never had an instance where the presidential election is nullified. But the provisions are all identical. So it is expected that in event anything like happen, there's a mechanism for the country to move on and wait for another election within 3 months. But for now, there's a presumption that the person who won the election is regular. You know, there's a presumption of public officers. If a public officer does a thing, even in your eyes, you will look at it as irregular. But there's a presumption in his favor. Until though you who is challenging that he did not follow the due process proves that in court.
The first time this man came to talk in Arise, we also brought his video here. The way he spoke then is different from the way he's talking now. Not be small battle with Dino, but let's move on.
Then, until he's proved. So those who are overheating the system of interim government have no basis on it because the tribunal did not. It's a subtle intimidation to the judges. And I don't think it's necessary. It's a desirable thing. But they should also realize the volume of work the judges have. And how would you expect them to treat presidential elections that are up to 4 to 5 and then finish within 180 days and then go on appeal to Supreme Court and finish within 60 days and deliver and finish before the handing over when we have less than 50 days.
All right. Still talking about the.
This is an angle that I think.
Very good. We're still talking about the workload of the justices. There are just 14 justices in the apex court instead of the 21 stipulated by the Constitution. Will it change anything here? Briefly, sir.
Well, that is very unfortunate. We expected the judges of the Supreme Court to have been appointed, but the process appointed rests on the NJSA. I don't know really what happened. And I had expected that at least with what was coming, we would have a full complement of the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, that is not done, and certainly it has affected the judges, the 14 judges. Let me give you an instance what happened, the crazy and crazy thing that happened. In Nigeria, House of Assembly election goes pre-election, went out to Supreme Court. That is one aspect we can also make reforms in our electoral process. House of Assembly ought not to pass court of appeal. But it went to election, pre-election on House of Assembly went out to Supreme Court. And literally every pre-election matter went to Supreme Court. So can you imagine, these people had just gone out of this problem. The whole country channeling pre-election matters up to the Supreme Court. And now the presidential election has come. Literally everybody who lost have gone to court. Nobody is ready to accept defeat. Most of the people have gone to court. It's going to go all the hog again for House of Assembly, Senate, House of Rep. It will stop at the Court of Appeal. But for strange reasons, governors will go 3 hog, Tribunal, Court of Appeal to Supreme Court, which I think it is wrong. They ought to have stopped at the Supreme Court as originally designed in the Constitution. They ought to have stopped at the Court of Appeal as originally designed. So these are the areas I say the 14 judges, how will you expect them to cope? Even at the Court of Appeal, they were expected to have more judges. Interviews were supposed to have done, but it's not yet done. So the workforce on these people is so much enormous. Then we have, I think, the Nigerian Bar Association and senior lawyers like Akbakobo Falana, we have all been talking that let's create a report system and a very a conducive working conditions for the judges, at least electronic recording to reduce handwriting. But it's not done. Go to the Supreme Court, it's not done. These judges are taking manual notes. Go to Court of Appeal, they're taking manual notes. So these fundamental issues should be incorporated in our judicial reforms so that this long writing should be completely in the 21st century, should not be the order of the day.
Right.
All right, my people, to me, I watched this earlier on. I'm not pleased. I'm not pleased because when this senior advocate, this man came the first time, the way he was talking, in fact, we, the common Nigerians, we were full with lots of hope. But this time, he's telling us now that, one, there is no hope this can be done before the swearing-in date on the 29th of May. Then, two, he's telling us that the judges, they are human beings. They are human beings. You don't expect them to do it. It's also frame time. A lot is going on because, remember, hey, God, where this man they get money? This man, you're the cash everybody. Everybody they cash out. Everybody they cash. Let's take reactions here. Let me quickly take reactions. You can see here, the judiciary is the only hope for Nigeria now because everything else have failed woefully. If the judiciary fail, at this point, it will embody the wave of political rascality. Why another reaction here is saying, hold on, let me remove this from the screen 1 minute. Okay, another one is saying that sincerely, I don't see why this twisting of what is obvious. They should give Obi his deserved position. If the electoral law states 25% and FCT, otherwise, I can say categorically that our judicial system, Supreme Court, would have not shown anything supreme, hence failed. Therefore, confirming that is alleged statement that would have been a menace to democracy. Okay, let me take on this. The judicial know what to do. They are just beating around the bush because they are afraid of Tinubu talks. And secondly, Buhari is among the people that are behind all these, all giving Tinubu assurance that is coming to power Tinubu dream. Okay, the last one here. So you mean all Nigerians should head to the courts venue? How feasible is this? We should not paint the issue. The matter should be televised, simple. Now, according to the statement of this man, the senior advocate of Nigeria, there is no hope that this will be televised. That's one. Two, there's no hope that the appeal court will pass their judgment before the swearing day. Remember, now 29th is around the corner. Today is 12th of April. It's just around the corner. We have about 6 weeks to go. 6 or 7 weeks, right? There's no hope. Then three, there's no hope that all this process will be done on time. Because he stated that categorically that the judges, they are human beings. They cannot exhaust themselves because of you. Now, what do you mean? But that's my interpretation. But now, what do you mean by that? For him to say, oh, they are just human beings, so it means they not fit go die because of you. Ha! Oh, wow. Let's take on one more video. Quickly, all is affiliated. Please be patient with us. All is affiliated. Let's quickly hear this as well. Because now INEC is with Tinubu fighting against Peter Obi now in court. INEC stand gidigba as number one, even before APC. So, normally, INEC shouldn't be part of this. INEC should just say, okay, we have done our job, we are giving it out. Let the court now decide from there. But INEC is coming to say, our stand. It means we delivered free and fair election. The previous word they used, glitches, they are not using that anymore. In fact, if I said a mistake, the way that they put on it now look like a mistake.
It's led for the petitioner to bring out proof. That's not what we have. That's it.
Let's listen to this.
We start the review with this day Nigeria's newspaper of record. The lead story, INEC, no acts of infraction substantial enough to nullify the 2023 presidential poll. Argues same constitutional provisions apply to states FCT on 25% in 24 states. Insists Tinubu won. Article contends that election petitions put judiciary on trial. APC, Tribunal lacks necessary jurisdiction to entertain petition on Tinubu's qualification. Obi has no locus standard. Now, the case at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, INEC, of course, also a defendant in that the case brought by, the petition brought by Labour Party and the PDP, as well as two other parties, INEC defending the election it conducted on the 25th of February. And the arguments, clearly, of course, INEC, represented by Abubakar Mahmood, stating that beavers not designed for real-time results.
Mahmood now is not saying beavers were not designed for real-time results. It means, okay, the Senate result went through, the House of Rep result went through, the presidential result did not go through. Accordingly, beavers were not designed to accept all results or real-time results. So anyhow it be, you people accept it like that. That is the stand of Mahmoud now in the courts.
And the so-called sons, judges, they're blind.
God. Let's move on, my people.
Represented by Abubakar Mahmood, stating that beavers not designed for real-time results transmission for collation purposes. And, of course, went further to argue on the contentious, what has become contentious at the end of the day. By the time the courts rule, the Supreme Court weigh in on this, then there will be clarity. And on that section 134, subsection 2 of the Constitution that talked about to win the presidential election, of course, the winner must score at least 25% of votes in 24 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. Yes, but INEC, through its lawyer, stating that the same 25% of 24 states consider requirement that apply to the 30 states of the Federation apply to the Federal Capital Territory, thus insisting that Tinubu won the election. Well, I'm sure not everybody will agree with that, and that is why the court will adjudicate on this matter and bring closure to what that section really means at the end of this petition. Clearly, it will go all the way to the Supreme Court now. And the APC leadership also defending the victory of Bola Ahmed Tinubu very stoutly, insisting that contrary to Atiku's claim that the cancellation of 51,602 polling units altered the result.
Okay, I would like us to stop this here. If you want to watch the full video, please go to our right. It's right there. I want us to start talking. Let's start talking. I just wanted us to know where we are going, or rather where we are coming from, or what is currently happening, how these people have decided. Even the senior advocate of Nigeria that just finished talking, Previously, he gave us hope, but now, no hope anymore, according to him. But for me, I'm still very, very confident that these people cannot get away with this.
Naja, what?
There's hope. Hope, 100%
Mr.
hope.
Elvis.
They can't get away with it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Elvis, that Mike Ondaka is a disgraced attorney general. That guy doesn't practice anymore. He has been withdrawn. His license has been withdrawn after Yaradua's issue. So he doesn't. He does not have authority to this issue. He's a disgraced senior advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ondaka. Google it. This was the guy that messed up Yaradua era. So Google it. Mike Ondaka is not an authority in law as it stands today in Nigeria. He's a disgraced senior advocate of Nigeria. Nigerian Bar Association has withdrawn his license. Google it. So
then if it's a disgrace, why is if it's a disgrace and it was with whatever sacked or during the time of Yaradua, Malami is the current what is it called, Attorney General, right?
Malami.
So if it was a disgrace, why is Arise?
That's what I'm saying.
No, why is Arise?
Why is Arise calling him?
No, Malami is the Minister for Justice. Malami is the Minister for Justice, not the Attorney General. He's the Minister for Justice.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that this Mike Ondaka, he can't hold his word. He's a disgraced senior advocate of Nigeria. He has no authority to speak on this matter.
Malami is the Minister for Justice, not the Attorney General.
Okay. Yes, Malami is Attorney General, sir. He's Attorney General. What do you mean, Minister for Justice?
No. Attorney General.
It's a two name that is going together. And Malami is Attorney General of Federation and Minister of Justice. Mr. Edwin. Hello.
I'm hearing you, sir. I'm hearing you, sir.
Yes. Abu Bakar Malami is Attorney General of Federation and Minister of Justice. Now, only
you are correct. You are correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's start talking, my people. Thank you very much. I appreciate every one of you. Guess who we have here today? Victoria is with us today. Victoria, where you go? Victoria, talk to me if I call somebody else. Good evening to you, madam. How are you doing?
That made me come.
Now.
The love for Obi that brought me back.
So if you came because of the love of Obi, now you don't love me as your Nigerian.
No, I
brother.
wouldn't have.
But you don't treat people like that now. You left me like that. If you go, the other one.
Madam Victoria, you left because you were being bombarded.
No. I did not leave because I was being bombarded. I left because we cannot be tackling each other. We are not one another's enemy. We all have one common enemy.
Madam Victoria, it's a normal thing. You will be surprised that before you finish today, now you go bombard somebody or somebody go bombard somebody.
I know they will bombard me because I came with full force today.
I'm very happy to have you back. Thank you very much. But one thing I want you to understand is this. A couple of people have left my platform because people offended them, not me. I want you people to leave if you me offend you now. But if now people offend you now, una come out. That means me will not offend you. I will not come do me. So please, let's understand each other. This is a platform where we agree and disagree. Okay, and let's share love at all times. Good to have you back. Thank you very much, my people. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. It's very, very good to have every one of you right there on the comment section. I wish I can mention more names, but because of time, we don't have time anymore. But let me start with the first person with us today, which is Mr. Shooks Obibweze. Mr. Shooks Obibweze, please talk to us. Good evening to you, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, fellow panelists. Good evening, our viewers and those on the comment section. Yeah, the video you played, I might have a different understanding with what the the Sam was saying. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sorry, let me quickly address this. Somebody is asking a question, and Mr. Edwin also asked this question the other day. It's better I address it once and for all. I can see, oh, I lost this person. I need to get your name before I answer you and Mr. Edwin at the same time. Oh God, please be patient. Okay, JJ also. You say welcome, Madam Victoria, but where is Leftist? Leftist is no longer working with Niger Wash. Okay, let everybody get that. He's still one of us, but he's not working here anymore. So, and I don't want the question to be repeated again next time. It's better we address it once and for all. So he's no longer working with Niger Wash. You might see him anytime soon as a panelist, but not as a moderator anymore. I don't know if that makes sense. He can still come in as a panelist. Don't be surprised you see him tomorrow, but not as a moderator anymore. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Okay, let me move on. Mr. Chusobiboeze, please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I watched the first interview of the Sun, and of course this very one, and if I guess the way he's talking, because I must have noticed that Elvis, you're not fully optimistic because of the way he spoke. Look, the matter is before the court, and all lawyers, coming from where they are coming from, because they should know better, especially somebody who has been as high as him, holding a position of authority in the judiciary in the past. You do not expect him to come down here and, voice out the kind of things he said earlier, because then it hasn't been to the court. And of course, if we learn a lesson from our senior brother, Michael Zekome, professor, right? He said all these things he said today, but because we are directly linked with him, we were able to ask him those troubling questions. So we were confident. Like the issue of let us not think they're not gonna swear him in. That's he just said it as it is that on that very day. So that has dealt with what this man said today. Yeah, coming to this, I find him consistent because he's not only talking about going to court, but if you listen to him carefully, and I'm gonna give that credit to Mr. His Excellency Peter Obi, because he said, I am challenging the process. And if you listen to this man today, he talked about the process. He said, let us allow the court to have their time to scrutinize the process, not just the result. You can't come and tell us about the result. Just like INEC's defense, it's all about the result, not the process. So I can see where he's coming. He said, let the judges go down and interrogate the process, not just the result. Because we have been doing this in the past. Once we come, we go direct to the result. Because if you look into INEC's defense, they said Obi doesn't merit to be there. I am seeing from an angle, he came third, so he shouldn't question. But of course, even if you come third, if the process is not right, even if you don't win this election, you have every right to challenge the process. Because the process is what gives every authority to whoever that is ruling, not just the result. The result is I don't know if I'm going to repeat it again, as the result of the process. So I can see where he's coming. If the judiciary per se can interrogate the process. Did INEC do what he said he's going to do? Is the election free and fair? Is there violence in the elelement? These are the things.
Buhari reiterated yesterday that the election was free and fair, just yesterday here.
That is, as every Nigerian, Buhari has his own opinion. And I cannot stop him from, airing his own opinion. His own opinion is that the election is free and fair. So if the judges can go through what this man just said, they will even ask INEC to prove that this money they were given is enough for the election. Why the glitches? How did you use the money? That is part of the process. That is what this man is saying. Let us interrogate the process, because the process is what is going to produce the result. So I think, in my own opinion, he is. He cannot say many things because it is before the court. And in his case, I listened to another man, right? He just came out and said, "Look, I know you're not going to be happy with me, but there are so many things I'm not going to say here because it's before the court." So you can only go round and round it, So please, let us see from that angle, because we cannot just do because he says, it's going to delay. You don't expect them to come up on this. And you can see there's so many instances he gave, taking the electoral petition direct the presidential to the Supreme Court, that they do it once and for all. Give them 180 days. They do it once and for all. That's the kind of thing we're supposed to be hearing. In this current Nigeria now, it might be problematic for such to happen. But going forward, it could be good. Because right now, even if you do it once, that violence you are trying to avoid is still going to come on. But if we can use this opportunity to strengthen our electoral institutions, because all these things he's saying, it's not just for the election to be held or for this result, for we to have a positive result. No, it is not just that. But this will strengthen, because if INEC is going in for another election, they will bear in mind that they are not just talking about the result, but the process. If you deny people from getting their PVC, if you deny people from making use of their PVC, if violence denies people from, exercising their franchise, all these things is going to come in place. But before now, all these things are overlooked. And that is why we are where we are today. I yield here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your submission. Anyway, before I will say anything on this, because I have a different view, but let me hear from others. Let me hear from others as well. Madam Rita, it's your time now. Good evening to you. Thanks very much for your patience. Please talk to us.
Yeah, good evening once again. Peter Obi being detained in London. First of all, I would just like to say that God is definitely with Peter Obi. The UK did. Okay, I know there was a question, Ninja, what you asked. You said, do you think the UK is part of these gimmicks that's going on?
Yeah.
I would say yes and no. For me to say yes was because of the way Richie Sunak, swiftly supported and congratulated, Peter Obi. And then the second part.
Tinubu. Congratulated Tinubu, not Peter Obi.
Congratulated Tinubu. And then another part is for me saying the UK might be innocent is because if they can show Nigerians the follow-up of the story, and tell us, okay, where did this come from? Because I know the UK have all the powers and they have all the technology to trace whoever was impersonating Peter Obi. I mean, if they can come up forward to tell us, like, okay, was it under what law is this false identity coming from? Where is it coming from? Was it a credit card or a passport theft? or
They are
did
not
someone call?
disclosing all this, and they need to also tell us who is the person.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. And did someone call to, to say an anonymous call to say, okay, there's somebody called Peter Obi that's coming, and they need to be clear, they need to be open. So if the British government, wanted to show us that, okay, they are innocent in this, these are the things that they need to explain to the Nigerian people, at least explain to Peter the Rock Obi, because
Auntie Rita, once the suspect is not apprehended, they will never give you lead information that will make the suspect, update his system. So they will always keep it so that the suspect will not know that they actually know him or her exactly.
No, see, yes, yeah, but okay, my point is, I don't expect the British government to tell the entire Nigerians, because really it's a personal matter with Peter Obi. It is a personal, at least let them tell Peter Obi to say, okay, this is the follow-up, and I'm sure Peter Obi is going to follow up to that case, because impersonation for a personality like Peter Obi is not a joke. It's not a joke, and Nigeria is kind of involved because Peter Obi is our own, and we're dealing with our president right now. So the British government should be open enough to be honest with Nigerians, to tell Nigeria, okay, at least Peter Obi, and then Peter Obi can convey that same message to tell us this is what is happening. This is this person. This person belongs to this organization, or it was an anonymous call from somebody. The British government can trace that call, even if they use a payphone. I mean, they have a camera everywhere to find out where they were using that payphone, who the person was. They just have to be open with this, for Christ's sake. Else, I would say the British government is complicit. At least
They must have given Peter Obi those informations by
I
now.
do not.
All the person have been doing, he must have got it by now. But they will tell him never to release it until the person is apprehended. That's what they do.
Yes, I understand, sir. I mean, it's a process. That's why I said we might not be privy to that information, really and truly, and it will be left for Peter Obi or his team to say, okay, this is the result of what has happened. And I'm sure he has so many things he wants to tell Nigerian, but he's holding now because of this court case. So the British government, at least tell us, even if it's an anonymous call, at least we should get something there. So that's just for that part. I would say, I said it before. I said Peter Obi is not just fighting an internal fight within the elites, the political class of Nigeria. He's also fighting external forces, and those external forces, they have a slice of cake, a huge slice of cake from the Nigerian economy and our resources. And that's why they're fighting, because when he comes there, a lot of things are going to be stopped. A lot of luxuries will end for these people. So that's why and they are all over the industry in Nigeria. They are in all as part of the system of the government, from the police to the army, to the elite, to the big businessmen, to the bankers. All of them are in on this cartel. So it's a very, very huge fight this man Peter Obi is fighting. I still say he's the hero of Nigeria for now. For me, Peter Obi is a hero because he's an elite himself, but he chose to take himself out of that evil circle and say this is what is going on. And that's why he gave us a hint about the oil theft. And then we had this hula baloo about oil theft in Nigeria. Anyway, that aside, I just want the British government, not to play this game, because we are not joking. And for that Adonaka man, the son, I don't know. There are just three things that I saw from what he was telling us. I think he was just trying to tell us the how ambiguous our laws are, how ambiguous our constitution is, and how cumbersome it is. And of course, I think the three things I picked up was, the lack of effectiveness in having good judgment. Now, everything that he said, and I thank you, Najwa, for bringing Michael Zuckerman earlier on. And even if, some part of the questions he couldn't ask because of, everything is subject, some parts are subject, so he couldn't really tell us a lot of things. I think a lot of us actually know, to some extent, the processes and what is really going on. And, for this son, the way he was explaining, he was just giving us instances of how these judges are working, basically. That's all I saw in what he's saying. And he kept talking about reforms of the judiciary. For me, I would say, he was talking about reforms of the procedures. I would say it's not just the procedural aspect, but also the implementation and citing examples and giving us correct interpretations of the law. And that's why we're having this issue of the word and 25 and the FCT. That's the ambiguity we're talking about. You are not clear. should give us instances. Interpret it in simple language. Interpret it very clear. That's one of the problems with Nigerian constitution and our laws. It's never clear. Do you know? And I
Madam
think
Rita,
yes, sir.
sorry to cut you off. He said they should give us the simplest form of and. How simple can and be?
No, sir, no, listen. That's it. I said it's so one of the reforms that I think that this is what I'm saying now. I mean, that son was talking about the procedural reforms. I am saying it's not just the procedural reforms, but inciting examples in interpretation.
Yeah, I understand you because
yes,
you know this and right, this and we are talking about. Professor Mike Ezekome said it. You know the example he gave us, right?
Sir,
Nobody
excuse me.
can
No.
argue it.
Listen, when a son comes to give us example, and the law says something else, what I am saying, I'm repeating myself. If they have to put the laws that way, they should also incite examples in the law before we start hearing from any son to say, okay, and means if it's apples and oranges, it means apple separate, orange separate, or it means apple and oranges as one entity. That's why I say
Madam, the Supreme Court has formally before now in 2008, they've defined this word. And let me remind you again. They said when Buhari took PDP to court, he was not challenging the winning of Yaradua then. They now said he himself cannot claim winning because it says 24 states out of the 36 and one state, which is the federal capital. That was the Supreme Court, and I mean the explanation. Go to Google, you will get it. Supreme Court have told him, and that they have said it before now during judgment that and means you must get it extra, not along with the 24. Even this man mentioned it in his first interview. If you also play this man interview, you will also see that the Supreme Court has explained this thing before. But if today they are going to see it in a different way and change their explanation, that is left for Supreme Court. Go and play the video.
I heard that statement, sir. I am still going back.
Thank you, man.
I don't think you guys are understanding me. Whatever a son or any lawyer or even a regular individual that feels they understand the law or the constitution, whatever it is, everyone can interpret things differently. Why are we in this quagmire? Why are we having different sons saying different things? Because the bedrock of the constitution is ambiguous. That's what I keep saying. It is not being interpreted, citing examples from the onset. If they had cited examples from the onset, we will not have this divide and different people coming to confuse people that don't understand the law. That is my point. It is too out. Listen, our laws are never straight because the country is not united, and the people making the laws, they have reasons why they do things the way. Why are we still having the issue of 1999 constitution? Why are we still having the issue? Because things are not clear. They are not interpreted in simple language where it is clear and citing examples. So nobody needs to argue further. And I think that's what son, what's his name, Agbakoba was saying. He said things that, listen, that is why he said for the appeal, within 7 days, you will look at the law and look at what the appellant is saying. Does it follow? If it's yes or no, okay, it's clear. But somehow, it is still not clear. Why? Because the original document, the bedrock of that constitution was ambiguous. That is my point. So that is one of the reforms I think they need to work on. And you know, it is so funny that it takes the presidential election like this special presidential election like this for the likes of this son that came out, I can't pronounce his name, it's quite long, to come out and say, okay, we need reforms. The subsequent CJNs that we've had, the Nigeria Bar Association, I mean, we've been dealing with these issues for years. Okay, fine. People have tribunals for years, and now it's 180 days. Why that 180 days? I am not in the National Assembly. Perhaps they incited reasons why they say, 180 days is the maximum, because they probably talk about, the same ambiguous nature of the judiciary, people writing in books, technology not introduced. I mean, for Kenya, it took them 30 days to just find that technology has to be number one. It makes things simple. You can even do electronic signatures. The judges don't have to go through what they're going. Even the offices where they sit down, it's dirty, it stinks, it smells. How can you be? That is why he said they are human beings. When he used that word, they are human beings, it doesn't mean that he's trying to say, how cumbersome the entire system is. And it will affect the effectiveness of the judgment that we are looking for, the expedition and the speediness in which electoral issues can be addressed. Listen, it goes down to the core. How is our system, the establishment? There is rottenness. See, everything trickles down to the same thing. We're going back to the same sub-zero again, where the system is ambiguous. There's so much corruption. Nobody's comfortable. They will budget money for office. Half of the money will go to people who are sharing it. They will pad the budget. And now when you want to now use the same system, it is not effective. It's affecting people. This is just tribunal we're dealing with. Right. Imagine the health sector. Imagine the police force. Imagine the army. This is just tribunal because we're in this quagmire. All eyes are on the tribunal, on the judiciary system. It's affecting every other system. Every other system. Unfortunately, this is where we are. And I agree with him when he said that we should get to a certain point where, instances like this presidential judgment, we know detention already. Why are we going through tribunal appealing the Supreme? This is the cumbersomeness I'm talking about. At this point in time, before May 29, it will be fair. It will be fair, for them to just go straight to the appeal and start dealing with it. Because 180 days plus another 60 days is like almost the whole year already. And then finally, going back to the beavers, about this day, INEC saying the beavers was not designed for real-time results. True, the beavers itself, the machine itself I think it was designed for accreditation, right? But what about the IREV? What about the electoral law? These are laws that were placed there to say, and even Mahmoud went to advertise at Chatham House. It will be real time, as we are counting it, the documents are signed, it will be uploaded. What about that? We're not talking about they're just trying to confuse us to say the beavers was not designed for real time. Okay, what about the TPEX results, the EC18, the EC form, the altered numbers, number of voters not tallying with accredited voters, the stolen ballot boxes, voters, intimidation and all that. What about those things? So, INEC systematically sidelined the main issues and not telling us, beavers is not designed for real-time results. Hello? I don't know whether these people think that maybe many of us don't have sense, or maybe I think they're not even in reality that this generation is very unique and different. We are in the tech age. Nobody can deceive us or twist words or to say we're not talking about beavers right now. Everything was flawed. Everything was altered. We're not talking about beavers. We know beavers was used for accreditation. That was the main purpose of it, right? But this is what we are facing. INEC should stop fooling themselves. INEC and APC and the likes of Bayo Ononuga and FK. I'm surprised those ones are quiet now, because I am very, very sure these names have been collated, and the things that you're saying in the nearest future, I see Peter Obi himself suing all these people for all the things that they've been saying. And I pray that happens, and I will support him for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Richard. Of course, that's why they are fighting hard for Peter Obi not to have the presidency, because a lot of them will go to jail. Many of them will kill themselves. Many of them will jump in the lagoon. Obviously, of course, why not? Coming on air to lie and destroy, especially lie Mohammed. Anyway, let's see what will happen. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all for your time with us. I'd like us to move on to the next person. Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Felix, once again, thank you for the super chats and chats. And I do like watch. God bless every one of you. Guys, please help us to share and like. Please make use of the $sign right there. Buy us a coffee. Encourage us to do more for you. Appreciate every one of you, my good people. Thank you. So let us quickly move on with the next person here, which is Madam Patricia. Madam Patricia, good evening to you once again. Please talk to us. Okay, maybe you are not available right now. Let me move on to Mr. Edwin. Mr. Edwin, please talk to us, and good evening to you once again. Talk to us. Mr. Edwin, are you there?
Oh, yes. Good evening. Thank you very much, Naija Watch, with this heavy work you are doing for all of us. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I will start with the televising the process
Yeah.
is very, very important, because if we don't televise the process, a lot of the report we are going to be getting, it depends on who is reporting and who is that person is supporting. Who is supporting APC will report in favor of APC. Who is supporting PDP will report in favor of PDP. It's normal. So let us see for ourselves, and then we judge by ourselves. Then Obi coming to London and then be questioned or try to be detained for questioning. This is normal. I'm sorry. This Bali set of Yoruba boys, not all, who are loyal to their Oga, these Egmont boys, who are loyal to Tinubu, they can always use boys. We know what we are talking about. With one document for two, it has been a kind of a royal system in London there. I'm very, very conversant with some of these things they do with all these type of things. Then we shouldn't be surprised, because as far as they don't release Peter Obi, no detention, and they confirm to him that it's impersonation of documents and information, meaning they themselves have been able to establish that this is the real person. The other one, it was fake one. That was why they used the word, it's a question of impersonation, somebody using his documents or running after his identity. That's just on that ground. And for that simple reason, he must have got details, but he cannot release it for all of us now, because I know of that thing. And while these things are still like this, why this battle is coming out from different direction, is because when there is now here Peter Obi, they saw him as a small boy of yesterday, because these people, they have a way they belittle people, disregard people, because you are not one of their cabal. So when they are referring to you, they refer to you as who is there. So they did not know that it was a surprise hurricane that was going to blow across Nigeria political spectrum. That's why they are having this problem. Then when we now go to what is in the court, like the submission they made yesterday, I was able to understand it that the APC and was now going after qualification issue of Peter Obi. The pattern of election was trying to be disregarded, and they did not even mention the aspect that has to do with the ringing and the voting pattern. All these things are very, very important. The ringing and voting pattern that was on conclusion, they have to address it. Coming also to Form EC8, which is a copy that has to do. These are all voting patterns, and these are the regularities. Result on beavers to be transferred into IRF. Nobody says beavers was to be used for election result. But the beavers was to capture and send it to IRF. So when they were trying to dismiss it, it's like they themselves didn't know what they were doing. In most cases, at the early stage of submission, you don't discharge all you know about your opponent. You want to know more from your opponent, the direction your opponent is heading, before you start to knap in. So that maybe go into it. Because Nigeria Watch, why I'm trying to tell you all these things is that during the court proceedings, there will be a lot of TV evidence that will be played. Like this one, they are not saying it's not like this. What the Mahmoud said to Nigerians, even in the Charter House and everything, all of them will be addressed. I'm not telling you this thing now. It will be played in the court. It's a normal procedure.
They should televise it so that we can see.
Yeah, but those ones will be played. I'm not telling you that it's an evidence from Obi, and you cannot say let's leave it in a matter of in a no-share. You don't use a no-share when you are making an argument in case. Most especially a sensitive case like this, then you don't employ non-share submission. It must be played. So I'm only just telling you now that one will come up. The election irregularities, which is now page of 06, which is on the most cases in election. That is the way people that was accredited, people that was voted, how they were voted, PVC cards, all those things, they will all come up, no matter how it is. Then the submission, I will tell you now, my dear brother, I hope it's not lost. This a former Attorney General, he made this same statement before. The statement he made today was a little different from what he has made before. He almost repeated himself because I followed it up, and I believe he made a clear submission to what he has said before. So we should give him some benefit of doubt. But the process that brought this election is what is going to affect these people. Now we are not after the criminality issue of 460,000. It's not yet there. Then the issue of certificate that has proven is not yet there. Then because there is a lot of things that is going to go in there. And then what the difference in the result in IRF that is different from what they themselves announced manually is all this must be proven. So this is why when you look at it, you don't need to overstress yourself. The petitioners has to call for their proof to be seen and to be given, and for their opposition to not go against their proof and disprove it before the judges. This is just the normal thing. So to me, right now, my prayer is let their evil power not temper our brother, our principal, physically hurt otherwise. And I think that is just one thing I want you to understand, that these are things you are going to expect, like that what and Nigerians. And I will now go again now to APC sick man. This was a man who was trying to tell God that he can also behave God man to man on earth. He's now lying down. God Almighty, forgive me. I'm not happy that he's sick. But when you are telling children, Benin says, when child is stealing before shrine, they steal with English. If I think I want to go, do not be this wood where they carve here. When they now steal out of shrine, the shrine is bringing them down. They will be lying down for saying that that money that you were talking that means from the shrine, I was the one that take it. As he's saying it, confessing, he's crying. It's what this boy is doing now. I pity him because what has befallen him now, only God knows. Somebody see women undressing and passing course, and you probably thinking it's a child's play. If you know what is tradition, many of them would have known what was taking place in Nigeria. They would have known what was taking place in Nigeria. You just take this money, go and sleep with 2 different guests tonight, then go to restaurants, go to bar, drink, enjoy yourself. You think that is the world. Agbado is jumping from one corner to the other, from Babalawo to Babalawo. At the end of the day, I'm shocked that 30 million naira upon all this risk is not there. Even your baby mama is not responding to you. Most of them will see what you did during the election. They will not fail, they will not partake and share with you from what is befalling you. That's the gospel truth. It's a pity. Young men, people out there, this guy should be a kind of a game changer, a case note of studies for all of us to know what these people can do with you as politicians. May God decide his fate. If he deserves to be forgiven, that is the judgment of Almighty, not me as a man. So, Nigeria world, fellow Nigerians, with what I'm seeing, the submission is just nothing. And I'm very, very hopeful, very, very hopeful that the people are just only trying to play the game to see how tough and how prepared is the OB movement and the lawyers and Labour Party. I will use for now, but I'm satisfied. Nigeria will be very much encouraged. This is the beginning. These people, they don't know what they bite, and they can never swallow it. I promise you that. Thank you very much. I yield to everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the submission. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, my people. Let us quickly hear from the next person, which is Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. It's good to have you back. Please talk to us, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Elvis and fellow panels. Um, thank you all. I mean, this is a very good job, Mr. Elvis,
Thank you.
trying to enlighten people through other people. Um, what I am going to say today, first of all, I will appeal to the United States government. I mean, this is a country that gave me that opportunity in my adopted country. And so I will appeal to them to try to tell United Kingdom to investigate what happened to Labour Party presidential candidate or the people's president of Nigeria. What happened to him at the airport with immigration. So because for me, it's a kind of sabotage. It's sabotage in the sense that Obi lived in the United Kingdom for years, and he got businesses there. So now, know how you can tell me that they don't know him or know his signature or know him physically in all kinds of that. So for them to say it's impersonation, for me, it's a purported kind of excuse for me. And then if it's impersonation, they're supposed to find out who those are. And they're supposed to know that actually it's not Mr. Peterby. That's what I will say on that. On the other hand, I will go to the judiciary. The problem is not the evidence provided. The problem is not whatever INEC or APC is saying. The problem is actually from the judiciary. Just like how Tinubu is buying people with the money he got from public fund. I hope, I've said this before, he is buying everybody. Even when the evidence is there, they will definitely, whatever they want to do, they will do it. Because just like how Mahmoud pronounced the result, that's the same way they might do what they want to do because they feel that you can't do nothing about it. This is what I have seen in Nigeria. It's a shameful thing that we Black people, even in the most populous Black country, that's supposed to give example to others. This is what is happening there. And it's funny more when it is the elders that are supposed to advise the younger ones that are doing all this. Now, let me say this again. It will be better. I mean, the kind of fraud, the kind of scamming that is coming out from these elders is more than what Hush Puppy did that get him in jail in the United States. And still, the international community are not seeing it that way. They are still doing business with all these people. I mean, that's a real hypocrite. You know, about whatever else any other person is saying, even if the law is there, even if what this son that said whatever he's saying over there, or what they are going to change it, the problem is the people, the brain of those that are sons and lawyers and whatever you will call it. Every one of them want to be rich. So they believe in the highest bidder. The truth is being thrown away. So this is where my problem is. It's not actually every other thing that is going around it. But one thing I will advise the obedience is the best way to cure a disease is by exposure. That's the best way to cure a disease. If you know who is a thief, expose him. He might stop stealing. If you know who is a kidnapper, expose him. he might stop. But then if he doesn't stop, you all know what will happen. So some of these elites need a kind of jungle justice. We are not doing that. I still mentioned this again. Things happened in is that Arab Spring? Since then, those ones over there are now trying to mind their business, know what they are going, because they might get people into that situation again. The whole African countries are watching Nigeria. They're dependent on what Nigeria can do to change the narratives. And we are not, we are just like sleeping, talking. Nothing is going on. This is the problem. Until we get up to know what we're supposed to do, know our rights. I think all these people you talk about, they are nothing. They are nothing. They can plan because they have the power. They have the military on their side. They have the police and all those kind of stuff. They buy their the police balls. They buy military balls and all those kind of stuff. But then the genius in those agencies are not happy with whatever that is going on. And so that's what they think. But at a point in time, those people can't help nobody. So I will advise them to keep pushing. The judiciary is going to be the problem right now. If they have not compromised, they might compromise. So this is where I will leave my listen. They need to be pushing. And I wish whatever happened to Obi in London will be investigated, because it's a kind of sabotage for me. That's my own opinion. It's sabotage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eric. God bless you. Thanks for your submission. Give us a mandate. Moku, hear from you quickly. Good evening to you once again, my brother.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Hopefully, you guys can hear me clearly.
Yes, very clear.
Thank you very much for all that you've been doing. We do appreciate you. Everyone in the panel, greetings to the commenters on the comment section. Greetings. And to every Nigerian all over the world, we greet you all. On the television of the hearing, I think there should be an hashtag already going on now about the television of that hearing. If Nigerians can actually, Nigerians at home and then abroad, all over the world can do a hashtag and then let the OB movement also home and abroad to request that this tribunal case. There comes a time in a man's life where situation actually, when things makes us lay demand, and then we nature. And now is the time, is a defining moment for Nigeria, and I think now is the time that such thing can be did for. One, because you want the whole world to be able to see what is going on, where the case is going to end, and then the judges or the judiciaries that actually are going to give these judgments, not for people to actually do them harm, but I mean to be able to see what they are going to talk on. And it can also be a learning process for the law students and people that follows history. So I believe that from the Nigerians to demand for that hearing to be televised. Now, going to the INEC Beavers and then RF, you may say that Beavers is not to transmit results or to on a real time, is to accredit voters. But I think that same machine that they use in taking pictures of the form EC 810 or whatever they call that form, and then send that thing to the RF portal. So is a system that needs to transport data to a platform. And Mahmoud Yakub, I mean, went everywhere telling people that this is what's going to happen. I mean, he used the word
some noise is coming from somebody there. He used the word real time. And so why then do you have to change the game? You change the game, you change the goalpost in the middle of the game. I think for me, Yakub is already putting himself in a dire situation because you went everywhere. You even assure Nigerians, I assure you, I assure you, I assure you that this thing will be real time. And I'm still calling on Mike Igini. Mike Igini, anywhere you are, now is the time that your people needs you. Nigerians need you now, Mike Igini. You should be able to tell us what also happened during the election. Mike Igini, wherever you are, you spoke before the election, you went to virtually all the media houses. But now, after the election and everything is being done, we have not heard from you. So, Mike Igini, wherever you are, please come out and speak to Nigerian people. You need to come speak also. And so, Mahmoud Yakub, you're just biting, you're shooting yourself on the foot, Nigerians, and that is the honesty to go cast their votes. And so some results, I mean, you gave that word. So if 3 elections happen the same day, the senatorial election, the House of Rep, and then the presidency, 2 of those were sent using the beavers to the RF. Then what happens to the presidency? That means you, Lai Mohammed, Tinubu, and Buhari that said he will give credible election. You all knew what happened during that process. There was something that you guys did intentionally to sabotage the Nigerian people. And so you cannot just tell the courts that it is not mandatory for INEC to transmit election result real time. When you said nobody puts hands in your mouth, they didn't put a gun to your head. You said it live on TV. You were questioned, and so now that the whole thing has gone to court, because you guys did not see where Peter Obi will be coming from, you're now saying that election is not supposed to be, it's not mandatory or compulsory for election result to be transmitted live, but you said real time. So we'll see how that pans out in the court. Then the petition for Peter Obi. I mean, I was saying this jokingly yesterday. You know, when you don't study or prepare for exam, you will always be wishing that the exam is postponed. That is what is happening to APC. For asking the tribunal to strike Peter Obi's case out of the court. Now you said Peter Obi was not qualified to, I mean, all of this these are pre-election matters that have been deliberated on. Even APC, you paid Peter Obi 200,000 and you paid Labour Party 200,000 after that case was decided. So why are you still bringing out this case again? So that means you guys don't, I mean, there's nothing there. That means you guys already lost this landslide. So that means you guys don't prepare. You didn't prepare for the exam. So you are wishing that the exam can be postponed. But this exam will not be postponed. We'll stay on it. Somebody is doing something that I really don't understand. There's noise coming from somebody. Then the Sun. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. And Mr. Kell, that we have respect from this platform, has just through research told us that that man has been his son certification has been withdrawn by NBA. So, and we're not saying that to mock him. It's just that every Nigerian is a lawyer now. Mr. Elvis is a lawyer. Mr. Alex is a lawyer. CM is a lawyer. Everybody's a lawyer now. So you decide you give your own opinion about the case, even though you didn't go to law school. So for that man, that's his own opinion. He may be speaking from the side of the law, all well and good. But one thing he said that is so profound, and I think Peter Obi make that clear. The process is very, very important. The process at which we arrive at an end result is very, very crucial. And I think I appreciate him for saying the process. So Peter Obi is saying that I'm not questioning who INEC declared as the president select, because he is not elected as the president select. But I am saying that the process, and one of the process that Peter Obi was talking about, is now we can now go back to the Beavers thing. Beavers was supposed to be part of the process in this election, but the Beavers was used for part of the election, but for the major one, Beavers was not used. So that process was intentionally destroyed when it got to that presidential aspect of the election. So let's pay attention to that. The process should be like, if CM is asking, where is it in the law of INEC that INEC should stock up TPS? That's a valid question that CM is asking. So everybody should pay attention to that question. Is it in the electoral law that INEC should stockpile TPS? That after we have counted the result at the polling unit and we recorded, okay, maybe Mr. Elvis's polling unit, it was 100, and now when we are now moving from Mr. Elvis polling unit to the local government, we felt that, oh, we can alter the result, so let's get TPS. Was that in INEC electoral? Was in the electoral act that INEC should stockpile TPS? Because that's mutilation there. That's forgery. That's irregularities that CM is asking. And that question is very, very valid. Now, going to the UK, detention of Peter Obi. Now, if a man lives somewhere for more than 10 years, it's not only a resident, it can be likened to be a citizen. So what UK government just did against Peter Obi is that they fought against their own citizen because of some certain interest. And I think Madam Rita said that profoundly, that some people have interest in the natural resources and the Commonwealth of Nigeria. And so they can do anything possible to destroy Nigeria. Let's even leave the issue of Tinubu, Raji Fashola, Sanwo-Olu, Yomi Oshibajo, Wole Soyinka, it's a Sagi. Let's leave all of those. Those are Nigerian people. Let's talk about the UK government, the American government, and every other government of the world that have interest in the natural resources that we have in Nigeria. And so that is what UK government just did, because you cannot tell me that somebody's impersonating me. You are detaining me that they are impersonating. I'm not going after the person that is impersonating me. That's it. That they dropped the ball over there. What have you done against the person that is impersonating Peter Obi? Peter Obi, before the election, was in UK. He was moving from one place to the other. He came to UK several times. He even came to Chatham House. When he came to Chatham House, you guys did not stop him. Or maybe the whole thing happened after he came to Chatham House. We can't tell. But I know if somebody's going to impersonate you, they won't just all of a sudden just come out of the blues. They would have been trailing you. If I want to impersonate Nigeria Watch platform now, or impersonate Mr. Elvis, it will be a process. It doesn't just start all of a sudden. So UK government, I believe they have something that they are hiding, and that's where sometimes I give this to American, the FBI, because they will follow the trail. So you held Peter Obi, and then the whole thing has gone all over the world. But also that is a win for Peter Obi. Is a win situation for Peter Obi. So in every bad situation, there is a good thing coming out. And Mr. Elvis, in closing, I would like you not to lose hope. One thing is, before the glory, there is always a story. If there are no story, there is no glory. So these are the part of the story that Peter Obi will tell, that, oh, there is one Nigeria Watch platform that the people there, they just dedicated their platform for me for 1 year. That's part of the story. Oh, there's a lady called Rita. She always talk about Peter Obi. If you go against Peter Obi, not because she's just racist, but because she just like the ideology of Peter Obi. So without a story, there is no glory. So let's be hopeful. We see how this whole thing pans out. But I think what has happened in UK, the detention of Peter Obi, is a win situation for Peter. It has even made Peter Obi more popular to the world. So thank you very much.
Exactly. Because this one not be Nigeria for happen. You're right. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right. Madam Victoria, is your turn right now. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us.
I'm here.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, did you say something?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening to you,
So,
madam.
good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much. I appreciate. So, I have a few things I have to say, and which I have said before on this platform. I remembered when I mentioned to you that they're trying to arrest Peter Obi, and you were praying and asking him if he was going through anything, he should speak up. And I believe it
Yeah.
was CM was saying, he's a big boy now. Is this, is that? So I think I have, we have talked about this here before. And let me take that detention. When they detained him in London. We all know that Mr. Peter doesn't take private jets; it takes public transportations. And in all of these places, there are also Tinubu's spies. So maybe, because I'm speaking from experience, sometimes they probably have tipped them off at the airport that someone is coming, detain him, is doing this. It might not really be anybody per se doing personification, just like I think was Give Us Mandate said. It takes a process in order for you to use somebody's documents. It's not something you can just start doing. So my guess is someone from the airport probably called them, one of these APC people. There's nothing that's going to happen to Obi in this era we are that is not coming from APC, not PDP, purely APC.
Yeah.
Because APC stole from, you see, PDP came second. They are where they are. They swap APC and LP. That is why there's this loggerheads between APC and LP. Nobody is talking about PDP. It's forgotten party, So anything happening to Obi now is part of the propaganda coming from APC. So, and they called over there to detain him and search him. And being a modest, simple man he is, with his black t-shirt and black trouser and carry his bag, he doesn't go anywhere with any entourage. Give them the benefits of doubt that they might not even know who he is. They might not know, because you have lived in the country for 10 years, does not mean that when you come in and they have a tip-off, they cannot investigate you or they cannot detain you. But it was APC that did that job. Yeah, you can go ahead and say, okay, you want to take it up, you want to do, but they also have the right to do their job. So that is why I always say we have to look at things objectively. And yes, it is indeed coming from APC. Everywhere Obi goes, he has this standing ovation, but there are always one or two people that will not like him there. And he's under the microscope. I said it one time. I said Obi gave them a global disgrace. Look at this Uber fact. When they tweeted about Tinubu, over 12 million people saw it within how many hours or days? And I said it, they are looking for a counter attack to bring Obi down. We said this 2-3 weeks ago, even before all of this propaganda started erupting. We mentioned it. I mentioned it. Because when somebody gives you a slap, you might hit the person back in the eye. So every action, there's equal. Physics will tell you there's equal and opposite. But I tell you, sometimes it might not be equal. It will be opposite, but it might not be equal. And there is no way they can defend it. Those two accusations. Yes, Tinubu was not convicted. I said it, even if he doesn't go down with that, he will definitely go down with his certificate that he forged. That is why they are shying away from even discussing that. They want to altogether cancel the petition that Obi forwarded. Because if they can nullify Obi, then his petition will not really make any difference. But unfortunately, they cannot. So that is the point I want us to see these things from. And what else can he do? There is really nothing Tinubu can do now other than to find a way to disqualify Obi. INEC on the other hand, they will have, this is, I think it was Rita that was talking about ambiguity of the law. That is what the law is all about. You can see somebody buy somebody right now, everybody witness it, and a lawyer will still want to defend that person.
It. Yes, but why?
It is the law. I'm even impressed or surprised the other day today or yesterday when I saw it wasn't on Arise or Channel when they were talking about O.J. Simpson case. I was like, oh wow! I was the first person that mentioned O.J. Simpson case on your platform. When I was even reading your comments, sometimes they were like, are we doing O.J. Simpson case now? But there are sometimes you have to look at precedents. She was saying. Rita was saying that examples, there is no precedent in Nigeria that earned 25% of FCT, according to what they said. I have not personally researched it, but somebody said it that there is no precedent of Nigeria that did not have that 25. So that is a strong evidence right there, and that is an example right there to hold on to. You said what?
I said yes.
So that is an example right there. And this is a very high profile case. I strongly believe they will televise it. Because after 12 million, even more, 12 million and still counting, watch what is going on now. They should be under enormous pressure to televise it. And I strongly believe when it actually starts, they will televise it. I don't think there's any cause for alarm. Usually when there's a petition, there's a counter petition and they keep going back and forth with APC and LP. They will have to look for a way to go around it, so they will not even want to debate the certificate issue. I kept saying it, he was not convicted. Indictment is different from conviction. Forfeiture does not mean that he was convicted. He did not appear in the court of law. Before you can use the word convicted, you have to go to court. Official courts a judge have to say guilty. Then you are convicted. They have a way they can play around it. APC is looking for something that is of equal weight to put on Obi. That is why all this propaganda upon propaganda upon propaganda, tracing upon tracing. At least, thank God, this week, tracing has gone down. Abi, that one has mellowed down. There is no tracing anymore. That one has subsided now. So now is it detaining? They want people to know that, Obi2 was detained. Obi2 was detained. Obi was questioned. But thank God for the way the all outcome. They apologize. They might not know Obi. Sometimes we have to give people some benefit of that. Those people might not know Obi. I don't believe they are accomplished in this situation. Yes, they probably got a tip and they had to do their job. I'm talking from experience. So I know it's no big deal. And they might not know him. And thank God people know him then, they recognized him, and he was eventually honored and respected and apologized, and everything went fine. That is another slap on APC, because I know it's from them. Everywhere Obi go, he passed through. Obi needs to I said it here, he needs to take extra caution. Working a long card, he needs to have one or two bodyguards working with him. I know he's a very modest man, humble to the core. But he's a high-profile person now. He's not just an ordinary man anymore. That would be my own candid advice to him. So, what else did we talk about? The boy that is sick. I don't think you played the boy that is sick today.
No, yesterday we played it yesterday, but we only referenced back
I don't know.
We reference back to it
I
today.
don't know. Okay. So I think It's a lesson. I saw it, and I've seen the boy a long time ago, even throughout when he was abusing Yabo Joe and stuff like that, because that one she supported Yabo Joe is supporting LP, and you know they gave Yabo Joe some water. But this is if they said Tinubu on Lagos has done a lot for Lagos. Basic amenities is what I am fighting for. Let him go to the hospital that Tinubu provided. Or let him go to the welfare company or public aid office. Let him go and get public assistance. To me, he's a big boy. He took picture with Sanwo-Olu that I saw on his profile. If you can die and why with the power and the mighty people like that, you shouldn't come to the public domain and be begging for Toro Kobo. That
But he
is
said
my
he
own
contacted
point.
these people, they are not picking his calls.
Well, too bad. To me, too bad. You know, whoever, wherever, as you lay your bed, you lie on it. As you lay your bed, let him call MC Oluoma now. Let him call MC Oluoma. Let me call Coco's Daria and whatever their name.
His calls, including
too
his mother,
bad.
including his mom, his a baby mama,
No,
everybody left him.
I pray for speedy recovery for him, and I know that if Obi hears this, Obi will call him and say, come, he will embrace him out of his compassionate man. But you know, these people, this is why we are fighting for basic amenities. That's simple: hospital, good roads, good water, electricity. And I don't see anything Tinubu did. To be honest with you, I'm being fair. I don't see anything he did. So what are we going to do? Are we going to be contributing for him? Then he's going to get well and still go back to APC. He needs to come out and state to us, I believe, you must confess your sin. He needs to come out and say, I was involved in this, and be ready to testify in Gbadebo's camp if he actually is seeking for restitution. If he wants to make restitution, you have to confess your sin. So it's not just a matter of coming out to beg Obi family or Yabuju and stuff like that. No, you don't do things like that. It's unfair to us. You know, that's what I'm gonna say. What else do you talk about? I think that's pretty much.
Talked about all of them. You know,
Yeah, that's pretty much about it. I think we should give the UK people, the benefit of doubt that they were tipped off. And since they don't know who Obi is, because anybody can call anybody and say, hey, so person is coming, he's a suspect, check him out, search him very well. I'm suspecting this person, is this person. And they have a duty to protect everybody else. So it's not uncommon. And I am talking from experience.
But they need
and yeah, of course they did. Of course, because normally they wouldn't have even. Normally, if you are detained, they should not, or they do not owe the public or the other passengers an explanation for them to even come out and say, what's going on here? This high profile man, okay, this is what is going on. I think they were sorry. They apologized. Yeah, they probably did. They probably did. And Obi probably will have been saying, no, that's okay. You're doing your job. Yeah, you're doing a job. And I'm going to say something, Mr. Elvis. I was upset because, let me tell you why I just was upset on the platform. It's not because I cannot take heat. No. It is just because when you ask for someone's submission, when we're talking about free and fair election, it shouldn't be free and fair election alone. It should be free and fair of everything we do in life. If it is my submission, if you want me to read anybody's else submission, I can read someone else's submission. But if it is my submission, I have the right to express myself whichever way. I wasn't using vulgar language. And if you look at it, you will still see that this guy, if you look at the way Tinubu always look from that his glasses, you will see that man, when he sits down and puts his hand like this, or do his eyes like mongoloid eye, he's thinking. The guy, believe it or not, he's not dumb.
He's planning something else.
He's planning something, and he's planning something. And don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. There might still be one or two more things that will erupt in terms of propaganda on behalf of for Obi. We think Keyamo, I think Shimama is dealing with Keyamo and Festus now. And Festus Keyamo is one person, and the FFK.
I have not seen Keyamo recently on any mainstream. What's happening?
How will I know? Am I his
because I don't know. He's too silent for my liking.
How will I know? In those days, Keyamo is not clean himself.
He has been accused as somebody that don't help him matters.
In those days, when you want to write a jam, people will always go and they will look for where to buy results. So he has gone to look for where we can buy results for the petition.
They are thinking of the next propaganda, and this girl, what's her name? Chimamanda. She gave it to them real her. Someone said, I would rather have one daughter, Chimamanda, than have 3 sons, or Keyamo, FFK, and what is this? They tweeted that. You know, they are working for their money. Sometimes I have 4 lawyers in my family, and I know, they've been on either side. I was like, well, why do you take that case? They're like, that's the law. That's the law. You will see somebody commit crime. You will think nobody. I brought out the case of George Floyd. You will think no lawyer will defend him, but lawyers defended him. It's crazy. That is the law. But Obi will win.
Let me ask you a question before you go. This last question. Do you think UK, there's somebody that is impersonating Peter Obi, or UK is working with these people, this satanic APC?
No. Okay. Let me tell you, to impersonate someone, when you have, there are some, especially in UK, you will have social security number, you will have an ID number, identification number, fingerprinting. So to really impersonate, to really use someone's documents in advanced countries like that is very difficult. Way back then, like Tinubu is using, Tinubu is not his real name. Tinubu himself is using, that's named Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It's not his real name. He's using someone's certificate, someone's name. When we came to America years back, it's very easy. You go to the South Side, you give some guys some elect-born money, $20 here and there. They will give you all their certificates, all their documents, their birth certificate, everything. Then you can take it to the Secretary of State and start using that person because you do not have your papers. And you can build on that. You can build on that, and actually you start bearing that person's name moving forward. But I don't think within this span of 1 week or 1 month or since February, I've never lived in London, even though I have visited many times. I don't know their identification certifications, but I do not believe it is easy to just, Obi is a high-profile man. It's not easy to just be using his, you just don't go to the store and you have to tender a driver's license or state ID or some form of documentations. And I don't believe anybody, I strongly believe Obi was passing through the airport. They knew where he was going and they just called them and say, hey, detain this man, search him, blah, 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 blah. I think that's what happened.
Madam, in London, that thing is possible, but we are online. No need to go too far, okay?
Okay, like I said,
we are online. Yeah, that is possible. It's always the nightmare there. It's a rubbish, but let us just forget about it because we are online.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Victoria. Please let me take some calls before I will come to the next person. Mrs. Giwa is the next person. But I'll come to quickly. Yes.
Sorry, I wanted to say something. I want to. I was listening to Madam Victoria speak, and she said, every person must have a defense, a lawyer. Even if you are a murderer, you have somebody defending you. I think she was trying to explain the reason why the likes of the fake San Keyamo or fake Festus Akamu was part of the APC. Now, there's a difference in being a lawyer.
No. That's not what I was speaking about. I'm talking about the and the ambiguity you mentioned.
No. I'm not talking about that part, ma. I'm talking about the fact that you said, everybody must have, a lawyer, and that's true. When you made reference to you having lawyers in your family, and that's true. Even if you are the one on the wrong or the right, everybody must have some form of defense. But in this case, in Nigeria, I just want to say something about that part. Festus Akamu, FKK, and all the lawyers and Bayo Nonuga, they are not arguing on the basis of the issues. They are arguing on the basis of lies and propaganda. That is different.
That is what lawyers do.
Lawyer who is supposed
that is what lawyers do.
No, listen, ma. Lawyers, I said it in the beginning of this conversation. I said lawyers will defend even anybody who is right or wrong, because that is their right to have a defense. But in the case of Nigeria, Festus Akamu was not using the law. This is not he was defending with lies, not using the law, or not actually talking about the main issue and making good arguments. He was just making businesses that has nothing to do with the law. That is not a lawyer. I don't even know how he passed law school.
But
that's what I'm saying, ma.
But he is not under oath. He is not under oath yet. He is not speaking as a lawyer now, like defending Tinubu. Everybody is just like you and I are doing. We are putting in our 2 cents.
I disagree, because this same man, this fake Festus Akamu, went to court. He went to sue what's his name? Atiku. He said he's a lawyer. He went to court. In fact, he came to Arise TV or Channels TV to make different excuses and saying that Bola Ahmed Tinubu was not convicted in United States. Or he said in fact, he now wanted to twist the law and I said the forfeiture of that money was a deal. I don't know how
was for tax. He said it was for tax payment, but these are the same people in 2015.
Thank you for. Excuse me, you just said something. He said it was for tax payment. Was that part of an argument? Will he use that argument in law? Because it was not for tax payment. So
but he's a lawyer. But he's a lawyer. I'm not here defending Keyamo or defending Tinubu. But I am telling you, these are what lawyers do.
No.
Victoria, she's
profession. That is not what lawyers do, man. That is not what lawyers do. Let us not desecrate the law profession. Before Festus Keyamo, they are behaving like animals. They were not arguing on the basis of being a lawyer. If that is how they practice their law, then I don't know how they pass law school. I don't even know how they to enter university. I don't want to say
Akamu and Otobo Keyamo and what's his name?
Clarify that part. They are not lawyers. They were not practicing law. That is not law that I know. Thank you.
Let me give you a brief one. Otobo Keyamo collected money from Stephanie Otobo, to help her fight Suleiman. Suleiman. When Otobo Keyamo got to Johnson Suleiman, he collected bigger money from Suleiman, and that was the end of the.
No, Madarita Hakamu. First time I'm hearing this.
So I mean, a lawyer we have for the angle to come in and punch hole on your other case, on your case. Yoruba will say one fear, but they will leave the main topic. They will just take something that is irrelevant.
Mother Bella Laomi, did it surprise you? Otobo Akamu, see names.
Otobo Keyamo has been Otobo Keyamo for the longest, since 2017 when Otobo case broke out.
It's Akamu. That's that name your feet away. You know, by the way, the word Agbado, and also who say Margarita, and you just carry that name.
What Agbado? I don't know.
All right, let me take my course. Ginger Breadman, thanks for your patience, my brother. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Watch, I greet you. I greet everybody on the panelists and our listeners. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear, very clear. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I want to take on Mrs. Victoria.
Okay.
And I consider myself, by the grace of God, to be very educated. I'm not a lawyer, but I have dealt very, very well with the legal system here in the United States of America. And when you come and say that Tinubu is indicted but not convicted, you are very, very wrong, okay? When you have a speeding ticket and you decide not to fight that speeding ticket, if you pay that ticket in the eyes of the law, you have been convicted for that crime. When you are being indicted and you decide not to pursue the case, rather you settle and then forfeit whatever the court deems appropriate, you are considered convicted in the eyes of the law. That the fact that Tinubu did not appear in the law court does not mean that he's not convicted.
Okay,
Please
let me ask you a question. Sorry,
Yes.
let me quickly ask you a question because I need to get this view.
Let me ask you a question.
No, hold on, madam, please.
Name was mentioned during Hush Puppy. Is he a criminal? Is he convicted now?
Ooh.
Because he come to the United States to answer his call.
No, hold on, Madam Victoria. Say that again.
Abba Kyari, your worry. Okay. What was before? Abba Kyari.
Yeah.
Puppy mentioned Abba Kyari's name during his arrest. Now, is Abba Kyari convicted of a criminal case?
Madam, please be very. I want you to be very specific with your analogy. Abba Kyari's name was mentioned in the course of a criminal investigation. He was supposed to be extradited to America, but he was not extradited.
Yes.
He still has a case to answer here. A judgment has not been reached. He did not enter a plea again. That case is still an open case. So don't say that his case is still in the court of law. Listen.
Hold on, madam. Let him finish, please. Let the caller finish. Go ahead.
Tinubu's case. Tinubu was indicted. Tinubu took a plea deal. He gave them permission. He signed the document for them to take a certain amount of money. In the eyes of the law, he is convicted for that said crime. It could be conviction by a jury. It could be conviction by bench. It could be conviction by accepting a plea deal. So please, do not come here and paint any picture that Tinubu is indicted and not convicted. Please.
Okay. That is our own understanding. This is your own understanding. We all are here to learn.
That is your own understanding, and I will tell you, I'm very, very sorry to disappoint you. That is not the law, and that is why they are saying he is not convicted, because if that is the law, they will not be telling you he is not convicted. Trump was just indicted. He has not been convicted yet. Okay.
Listen, you can't be convicted without facing a prison time, and that has been the argument of Keyamo. If you listen to him, he said if Tinubu was convicted, how come he did not go to jail? It's not every conviction that sends you to jail. You can convict, you can enter a plea whereby a jail will wait for you, but there are going to be certain penalty. Which was the penalty for Tinubu? He forfeited his money.
Yeah. Anyway,
The UK, let me conclude by saying that I think the UK dropped the ball. You can't say someone is being impersonated. Instead of you going after the impersonator, you are coming to detain the real person who has lived in your country for several years with a very clean record. And as somebody mentioned here, this man has been coming to UK for the past few months. He was there for Chatham House. You did not restrict him. You did not notice anything. But
listen, Tinubu made a plea bargain. He made a plea bargain. That was what Tinubu did. Meaning he has accepted the offense and he wants to pay. He wants to go in by payment.
Okay, hold on, Ginger Breadman. Ginger Breadman, hold on. Mr. Edwin, is that a conviction or what? I don't understand.
It's a conviction. It's a conviction.
Okay, it's a conviction.
By plea bargain, it's a conviction. Yeah, you are negotiating How did the court should not treat you with what they are talking about you?
Okay, okay, that's fine. Gingerbread man,
Yeah.
go ahead. Round up,
You
sir.
are that what you are telling me is
No,
you can
Madam Victoria, hold on first. Hold on, I'll come to you. Gingerbread man, round up.
I was concluding by saying that the UK dropped the ball because you cannot be arresting or detaining someone who is being impersonated instead of going after the impersonator. How did they know that Obi was the person that was being impersonated? How did they know about him if they don't know the impersonator? So I want to maintain the position that the UK government is working in collaboration with the satanic, evil Nigerian government. Let me rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Please, on the panel, everybody just hold on. Let's give some time for callers right now. I can see more people trying to call in. Let me quickly. Okay. Hello. Yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from? Hello.
Hello.
Hello, madam. Yeah, good evening to you. Where are you calling from? What's your name?
I'm calling from UK. My name is Ella Igini.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Please talk to us. Okay. Is it the same Igini we know?
Yeah, it's the same Igini, actually. I'm his sister.
Oh.
I just heard his name being called. I've been on this platform for a while. I think I called it last time.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Okay. So let me correct the man that was talking. Yeah, Mike has been elect INEC. So what he was doing at that time was just trying to educate people and encourage people to go out and vote. He's as disappointed with the whole thing as you and I, as everybody. You know, and since then he's had interviews on channels and Arise explaining the whole thing, that it was supposed to be as he said it. Even the INEC chairman on several occasions has said the same thing. It was supposed to be exactly as they all said it. So he was as disappointed as every other person. And because the case is sub judice right now, he cannot talk much about it because that will be going against the, against the court because the case is in court. So I just felt I should, let you know. I actually asked him some time ago if he could come on Niger Watch.
That's what I wanted to say.
To have a discussion.
That would be nice, if you can talk to your brother, because he's one of the INEC. He's still officially working with INEC, right?
No. He stopped. He's no more working with INEC.
Yeah, but I would like if you can,
because it was part of the whole thing. Beavers right from beginning. That's why he knows a lot about it, and that was why he was going about, educating people and encouraging people to come out and vote. And just because of all the things he did, a lot of young people came out and actually, voted. They trusted it.
Okay.
And came out and voted. So I'll make an arrangement.
If you can do that
for him.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I've mentioned it to him before. I think last week or something, and he said fine, he will. So maybe I'll let you know.
Okay, good. That would be brilliant. Yeah, to have Mike Igini here, that would be great. Thank you very much, madam. God bless you. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
Niger Watch, thank you,
Mr. Elvis.
Mr. Elvis, thank you. Look,
from Texas to Niger Watch platform to UK.
This is wonderful. You see, if we are talking here,
desert.
And you are saying you don't know who is listening to you, you are 100% right. And
I always say that. Yeah.
And let us mind what we are doing in this platform, because this platform is bigger than what we think. Please, this has shown that the kind of people, even Boo Boo, might be watching us.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course,
Not might be. They are watching you. They are hearing what you are saying.
Of course, so they are always here.
If you say it in English, say it in Igbo, say it in Yoruba, say it in Hausa. This is for better Nigeria.
That is the sister of Mike Igini. Some of you might not know who is Mike Igini. I understand many people. Yes, the Queen Valerie, yeah, that was sister to Mike Igini. Let me put it on the screen so that you guys know who is Mike Igini. It's very important and big figure in Nigeria. That's him there, you know. So Mike Igini, that's the sister that just called in. You know, somebody as well talked about them here last week. So we're looking forward to having him here on the channel where we can take lots of questions.
You know, Mike Igini is the only resident electoral that have ever jailed a professor who cheated in an election. That's why the young people trusted him, you know, when he was giving the guidelines and giving us the hope, not knowing that these people have a different thing in mind.
Fairness, Mike Igini did a good job by sensitizing Nigeria, and also what he did also put Mahmoud out there. What Mike Igini did put Mahmoud out there. So it will now be a case between Mike Igini, Mahmoud Yakub, LP, APC, and Nigerians. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Posterity will not forget you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Mr. Aigbe, please talk to us. Good evening to you.
All right, my brother Nigeria, good evening.
Thank you, my brother.
Good evening to every one of you. Good evening to the panelists and the comment section people. Good evening to Nigerians who are listening. You see, I just want to comment on the topic that God bless you, give us our mandate. You see, that's why since when I belong to this family, we always use our tongue wisely. And I thank you, Mr. Elvis, for your coordination, that you're always on the right track. You see, let me start with Mike Igini. God bless you, my sister to Igini. Igini was the people, was one of number one person that made me to live in INEC. The way Igini, anywhere they invite him, any station they invite him, he always come, to enlighten us. It makes us have very strong belief on the INEC, because he was a returning officer in a Akwa Ibom state, if I don't make mistake. It makes us understand that the politicians, they will be disappointed by these beavers. He was the person who called the beavers the game changer. So after the election and everything, when Igini come back to Arise TV, he was so disappointed. When I saw Igini, I feel it in my spirit. I said, no. I said, the INEC have disappointed this man. So, he cannot say everything, as the sister said, and that is true. He cannot say everything, but Igini himself is disappointed for all this mess, because Igini makes us to understand that there is nothing political parties can do than to follow the procedure of the
that means we need him here.
We need him 100%. We need him because he's very good to educate us. He's very good educator, especially when it comes to this beavers issue. And in fact, we have a limit of, by now, at this time of the day, we have a limit of, indicator bet. He will still tell us, the games that the beavers play. The beavers is a game changer. It is not the game changer. That is why we did not know that the INEC are going to pass through that back door. And that was why Igini were disappointed. They have tested it in many states. And Igini made us to understand that when the area that they wanted to change the result, the beavers proved all of the out. That was a past governorship election. So, in the case of lawyers and all, Obi, we know that Obi is a moving train. Nobody can stop Obi. Nobody can. God has revealed it to me, to many people, that Obi is unstoppable. Nobody can stop Obi. In case of lawyers are made to defend. Even a broad-day armed robber that everybody saw, robbing broad-day, lawyer is made to defend them. It's just to defend them for their ignorance. Not really mean that lawyer will defend you not to be sentenced. If you are guilty, lawyer cannot defend you not to be sentenced. You must be sentenced. But it will only defend you or say what you do, we are ignorant of it. And nobody is ignorant of the law. Thank you and God bless you. If we can be able to have a Guinea to talk to us, and we appreciate more and more. God bless you, Nigeria Watch. God bless you.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, one more call, and coming back to the to my people on the panel. Hello, Justin. Thanks for calling in, Justin. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yeah, hello, Nigeria Watch. Good evening. Long time. I want to greet everybody in the house first and foremost. I've been listening to the program. I just want to add a little bit of contribution.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I want to talk about Peter Obi stuff, and I just want to I want to say, you know, what the UK immigration did to Peter Obi, that is a normal procedure if they have, you know, issues of concerning an individual when you're coming into the UK. However, you know, I think we all know that definitely Peter Obi is going to make, there will always be definitely a follow-up. Like, you know, he wants to know what happened. But I believe that the UK government will not give him enough information, you know, because obviously they don't look at your status. Everybody is the same, basically. And because Peter Obi lives a kind of plain life as well, you know, they know he lives here as well. So they know his record. But it's a good thing for them to call the whole stuff out that PDP and the APC in particular didn't get away with this. Because if it were to be a country that is not like the UK, a country who can obviously do some funny stuff, it's going to be a different issue by now. Because probably the plan is to kind of detain Peter Obi, you know, for the court to do whatever they want to do before, just the same thing that happened with Impersonation. Before he's going to come out, you know, they've done whatever they're going to do.
Yeah.
But I think this is where we need to kind of put our guard down and try to see how wicked and how far these people can go to destroy. You know,
okay.
If you can see, kind of reach out to Dr. Aruna, you know, people that are like Aisha, you know, people that are a little bit close to Peter Obi more, or any other person you know that are close to Peter Obi more, if it's possible to, you know, they can still be coming into the program, you know, and just be refreshing, you know, letting us know a little bit about, his dealings, you know, how he's feeling, you know. Basically, I'm going to say his emotional state, basically, because I know that it's going to be too much for Peter Obi right now. He's a human like every one of us.
We'll bring one of them on Friday then. Maybe Dr. Aruna or Aisha, one of them, yeah. On Friday.
Exactly. So at least that is going to help the obedience a lot to see, you know, his state, to see how he's coping, his mental health, you know, his strength, you know, this kind of stuff like that. And if it will be listening to this program, I'm just going to say, please, you know, just be extra careful. Even if it means to stop this public flight stuff that he's doing at the moment, at least for now, you know, just stop it, let him stop it, you know. Because his security is very, very important.
Thank you, my brother.
You know, so that people can really get access to him. Thank you very much, Nigeria Watch, and thank you everybody in the panel. I appreciate it.
God bless you, my brother. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I've already cut it off. Mr. Chris, please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm calling from Dublin. I just only want to contribute to the issue that has to do with Mike Guinea. I know the sister called in, but I think we must all understand that and we all trusted what Mike Guinea said, not even what the INEC chairman was saying, because we know Mike Guinea had an impeccable character. But the problem we had with Mike Guinea is that he shouldn't have put so much trust on a system that he didn't have control over. Because the way I watched all his interview, the way he was saying that the Beavers is the game changer, you know, that one really made everybody to relax, and we expected the best from INEC. But unfortunately, he knew he didn't have control over what INEC was going to do, because I only learned of that.
But what do you expected him to say? Because at the end of the day, Beaver is supposed to be a game changer, but Mahmoud become the game changer.
Yes, this is what I expected him to do. Two things. The first thing is that he is too intelligent to be naive about the fact that the likes of Mahmoud and the Fulani hegemony could not be trusted. He was too intelligent for that. That's one. And secondly, there's something you don't have control over. You don't have control over it. You can't sell that thing to the public. That's number two. Then the third part is this. Now, the case is already in court, because when they interviewed him after the election, it was like 2 weeks after the election, and he said the case, when they asked him about the 25%, because apart from just the Beavers, Mike Guinea said without the 25% in FCT, you can never be declared the president. I watched him say that. Now, when they interviewed him, he said he cannot say anything about that issue again. But it took 2 weeks before they interviewed him. Now the case is in court.
The reason why he said he cannot say anything, even the man today, because the case is already in court, so they are being careful on what to say.
Yeah, exactly, Nigeria was. So that's how it's going to end, because now the case is going to get to the Supreme Court, and after the Supreme Court might have given judgment, let's not assume that the judgment did not favor Peter Obi, God forbid. He is still not going to be able to say anything, because once the Supreme Court has given judgment, people cannot be countering what the Supreme Court has said. So that's still going to be the story.
Okay.
My point is that there was a 2 weeks window before the case went to court.
Yeah.
There was a 2 weeks window where he would have cried out and said this was not what he expected, that INEC has run foul of its rules and regulations.
Well, all these questions will be passed to him directly. Fingers crossed, we'll be having him here anytime soon.
Okay, but that's not to disparage the character. He's a man of impeccable character.
Okay.
So that should be made clear. Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir. Thank you for calling in. Thank you. All right. I would like us to move on to the next person here, Madam Giwa. I know you'll be waiting. Please, I would like you to talk to us. Good evening to you once again. Okay, I guess you are not there right now. If you are not there right now, I would like to quickly take one more call so that we can quickly move on. Mr. Victor, you call in. Who's talking?
No, Najao, I just wanted to quickly respond to that man that was talking about Mikey Guinea. That he does
Okay,
not
hold on. You will talk about that. Let Victor finish talking to us. Mr. Victor, good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Najao. Thank you, panelists. I could not enter, but I know I will enter when any of you made any mistake. I was trying to the gingerbread man made mention of the case. What Mr. Victoria was doing. I think that was what causes our argument. Anytime before I go into a case, I like to divert myself into the common sense behind the case. When I meditate on the common sense behind the case, then I now look into the case directly as like a lawyer does it. So I will weigh both sides and bring my own common sense of the case. Like what Gingerbread Man said, when I said it that day that he was guilty, but he decided to go because they gave him two portions. Will you go this way or you go this way? So the lawyer, he was not there present, but the lawyer took this way to forfeit. When you forfeit, it's like when you get a ticket for running fast, when you run above the speed limit, they give you a ticket. If you want to contest it, you go to court. And if you contest it, you lose, they'll withdraw your license, and you now go and face, you now go to school to go get your driving license again. But I decided to pay. That means I'm already guilty, and I'll be convicted.
Okay.
But I decided to pay my way out. And on the case of the Supreme, the case of Labour and Agbado, the case to me, our principal has already won that case. Because one, there are two ways. One, if you look at the process wasn't done rightly. And if you don't get 25% of Abuja, you cannot get it, because from the day they created that law, all the presidents have taken that part. And Agbado cannot take the other part and tell us he can be the president. The highest thing that will come up in this case is for them to redo the election again.
Okay.
Agbado cannot be president.
Thank you.
I stand my ground, and if they divert it, that means the judiciary have been compromised. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Okay, let me come back to the panel again. Madam Giwa, please talk to us. I called you earlier on, you were not there.
Sorry, I had to quickly, mute.
Okay.
Yes. I want to thank you, Mr. Elvis. As for what happened to our president in London, I would think is the work of this satanic APC. They tried all means to discredit him with something, just like we've held this against what's this Jagaban? What is his name? Tinubu, that he's a convicted drug lord. Even though he probably didn't go to jail, over here, if you pay, you could jump bail, meaning he paid all those money and then he took off to Nigeria and never came back here. I don't know if he came back. Some people might put up money and they just jump bail and go and leave the country because they know if they go back to court, probably they will sentence them for years. But as for what happened in London, it could be impersonated because I don't know. I never lived there, but I visited. But here in the US, my sister, during the COVID time, when they were giving out, oh, did I lost you guys? Okay, sorry.
No, we can hear you.
Yes, and during 2020, when they were giving out, during COVID, when people stayed home and they were giving out unemployment, my sister was still working in the hospital, but somebody impersonated her and was collecting unemployment until she got a letter while she was working that, oh, this is how much she has gotten so far. And she said, what? Somebody took her information over, her birth certificates. You see, they might not get the original, but they buy these things. Okay, where I am in New York, it's possible. They buy information. They might go get a fake ID. I don't want to say too much. She had to defend her name. She had to fight the IRS because come tax time, all the money that impersonator took as if it was her, she would have paid back. So she fought hard to prove that she was working. She wasn't collecting no benefit before they cleaned that amount from her name. So it is possible. People don't have to have the original ID. They just know the date of birth. So it might be an inside job. It might be working with the London people. I don't know. But all these things cannot wreck our president. He is, like the brother said, he's a moving train. You cannot stop a moving train. You might delay. All this thing is delays. Because if God is meant, if Obi has been meant to rule, nobody, I don't care who the person is, they will just be bringing all these hurdles, obstacles, but he will still rule. He has been destined. I know they will try again. They will keep failing. We all have to be praying for him. And I don't think, like everybody has been saying, if he will be working with bodyguard, but I don't see him as that person. He's just a free man. He don't want to attract things, but these people are trying so hard to discredit him, to give him a name that is not his. But we know, everybody know, as for this election, it was not fair. It wasn't credible. It was not, it was not free. The world saw it. Even people where I live in here, they say, what's going on in that your country? Why is that how they behave? I was so embarrassed. I said, well, those old fools don't want to leave. They say, what is this? It was seen worldwide. So anybody that comes on Arise or what is the other channel to say it was fair, they've been bought off. They cashed out. I mean, they took their own share. So they will come there to say anything. It doesn't matter. We shouldn't be perturbed about what they say. We had one lady, one woman, Amanda. She came out, Chimamanda. She said it the way it is. Should she be scared? No. She spoke the truth. She's a citizen here. She's a citizen there. Whether she's there during the election, it doesn't matter. That does not stop her from saying what she saw. So going back to the Televise, if it's going to be televised, well, it's a high-profile case. The world is watching. We will want them to televise it, but I don't think they will because just like during the OJC, it was televised, yes. But those lawyers, they're doing their job. They were paid to prove you are innocent till you're proven guilty. But this one, there's a lot of they're not innocent. There's so much proof. But like the man said, what's the Shaggy, the one from Ishakiri, I don't know his name, that say he will not want them, it will not change anything. Oh no, it will make a lot of difference because this time, even Biden will watch it. The Secretary of State will say, come and see what's going on. Even in the midst of this whole sand, they are doing the whole thing. They will say, look at, even these people have been compromised too. So this is the best time for them to prove themselves. If they will televise, it's fine, but I doubt it. Because these people, APC will make sure, because they will not want people to see the truth. But as for Olamide, the one that is still crying out, well, I'm sorry for him that he's sick. But the thing is, he was good while he lasted. He entered a deal, just like when people hire people to buy somebody. You never saw me, you don't know me. This is the way they're treating him now. While the election was going on, the contract was good while it lasted. We have settled you, so why are you calling them now? Like I said, he should have saved some money. It's a lot of money to do all these things. And in that country, it's not guaranteed. I hear what Mr. Evie said. If not your brother that called you, I don't know why you would have put yourself in that hospital for them to use you as escape, whatever. Because my sister was butchered there. They didn't know what they were doing. They killed her. My mother was also killed in the hospital. They didn't know what they were doing. They did surgery that did not require what she went in for, and she died. So I don't think, thank God for you, my brother, that you came back and they found that it was not even what they were telling you. Those people are not ready, because all these APC, these criminals, I always pray not to get sick back home, because these people, they're just there to use you to experiment, you know. But I will not give up. Like I say, Obi, he's a moving train. All of us, this is the man. I know what I saw on before the 18th. I told my friends this is what's going to happen. But as for Obi, I said for God to show me that of Agbado and all the chaos, that means our president is coming out, he's going to be vindicated, because he cannot show me one. I know God don't show you everything, but the one I saw, I told them, forget this governor's own. Look at what is going to happen. It's going to be bloody crazy. But Obi's own, our president is going to come out. Yes, delay is dangerous. Fine. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes, okay.
But when God's finger is on your life, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I said there are many devices in the heart of a man. Nonetheless, only that of God shall stand. It didn't say they will not gather. APC and their crookish, devilish, they are gathering every second. They are thinking of what to do. He said they shall surely gather, but their gathering shall be non-effective. This is what we are saying. See, our president is going through to get through to the top. A great man must go through. You have to see a lot of things, because if you just keep going, everything is working, everything, no, there's danger ahead. But what he's going through, it is the channel, it's been programmed. So we just have to pray along and don't come here and fight ourselves, you know, but we just pray and show love, because I know some people are still coming in here that are APC to listen to us. So we have to show more love to one another. We're all fighting towards our principle. We want him, because the moment they put Obi, our president, back then, Aso Rock, I'm coming home. And even I'm tired of here. It's boring. Yes, you have everything. What else to do? You're scared of the street, because every now and then, you don't know where to dodge or put your head. Subway, everywhere. So the only place I find to enjoy what I have is Nigeria. But how can you come home when there's no security? When my kids were asking me, Mom, we are going home. Hey, we are happy. I said, no, we will wait first till Obi is restored.
By God's grace.
But the shipping, don't worry, is locked up. We will still meet those things there. I want to come back with my children. I don't want nobody to hold them and say ransom. You understand? So
exactly.
In fact, I told my brother, I said, you know what? The other project, I'm done. He said, what? Because Obi didn't want. What good is it now? Is it under that APC government that you want me to come with all these things? No, don't talk like that. God forbid. Okay, if it's so, we'll continue praying. Please, I don't want to give up. I'm tired of the Western world. I'm tired of here. God has blessed me, yes, but I can't. Cooking yourself in the house, going to the backyard to roast small, it's not the same. Let us say the truth. It's not the same thing, no. For me, it's not the same. I'm tired to just come out on Saturday and look around, go to the park. I just want to live life free. So please, we should keep praying and encourage one another. If there's any obedience that really needs help, yes, we can help. But so go and be helping Olamide. I don't understand. Let him go to the office of the APCs now and look for help from them. All the Igbos, he's saying Igbo. Mr. Elvis, you asked one question today. What have the Igbo done? Ask me, I don't know. These people are not bad people. I have lived with them. They have helped me when I came here. In fact, I don't, even the Yoruba people, they are not, all of them are not bad. But what is it that everybody, even me, they say I'm Igbo. So what? Everybody is Omo Igbo. What did Igbo do? Igbo, they are like the Jewish. Everywhere they go, they transform. Okay? They're loving people. They have brains to do business. You are selling your property. They didn't force you to sell it. They have money. Their children come, they buy land, you sell. So why are you getting mad that Igbo are progressing? Because I don't see what they did wrong. You say, let them go back. Of course, anywhere they go to China, they're taking over. They go to Dubai, everywhere. You cannot say the Igbo man did this to me. No, because they just skillful people. So I don't know why people are haters. They're just wasting their time. It just happened that it is an Igbo man God has placed to rule Nigeria, and they can't stop it. And I pray that all these things, they get frustrated, they will not be able to buy our president because they are frustrated right now. May God bless you, Mr. Elvis, and all the panels. I just want to thank you all on behalf of our brother, and we will find time to appreciate him. This job, what he's doing, is not easy.
Thank you.
May God bless you all.
Thank you, madam. I really appreciate you always. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful submission. The fact is, I'm a strong supporter of those that is wishing to go live back home. And, you know, many Nigerians want to move back home. You cannot continue to live in another man's country and you are thinking that you are living the best life of your life. No, no, my brothers and sisters. You know, home is home. You know the way they feel whenever I did Nigeria. Home is home. That's why we all are fighting right now. We want to have a better home. What are we saying? Many of you that is watching me now from abroad, you are inside the house. Everybody lock themselves inside the house. Nowhere to go. You know, go work, come back, sleep. Go work, come back, sleep, eat pounded yam, egusi soup, finish. Nothingness. And it's just the facts. So please, let's stand for what is right. Thank you very much for your submission once again, madam. I would like to hear from Samuel. Samuel, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Samuel, can you hear me?
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you, Samuel. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Okay, good evening, Nigeria Watch. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, comment section, and good evening, diaspora. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the the judiciary and the case, P2P's case. I just want to be a little bit. I want to say the way I feel about the situation, about the Nigerian judiciary and the court case for the presidency. On a serious note, to toe the line a little bit of Ahmed Dati, when he was asked, does he have a lot of confidence on the judiciary in terms of giving a favorable judgment to the true situation of things? In fact, to me, I don't have much confidence in the judiciary to deliver a sincere judgment. I feel this way because, just like we said, what is the process and what is the end? You judge something also by the process that brought it to be. The Chief Justice of our Judicial Supreme Court, I don't think he was brought to that position by clean process. And I don't think something that came to being by an unclean process will be trusted to give a clean decision. That is my fear. Because he came over to London and pretended to be sick. That is an element of, what do I say? Was found in a wheelchair while he was not sick. When he got to the hotel, he stood up. That's something shady. And that's the person that wants to make a decision. You know? I wonder, can I trust that kind of a person? Are we trying to be, well, I say, willfully blind Nigerians? A lot of times, like in the election process, we had all the hope, all the faith. We believed P2P is going to win, which truly he did. But we turned a blind eye to the fact that Nigeria is the capital of rigging of elections. This particular case is so that Yakubu did is just so, I mean, it's sometimes I just look at it, I say, what is Nigeria really becoming? Because anyway, not what is Nigeria. Nigeria is already that, but what exactly are we doing that an election as serious as the presidential issue will be glaringly flawed, glaringly corrupted? I mean, even a blind goat will know that this thing is completely erroneous in all manner of form, and that is what we Yakubu is giving us a winner of a process that is so flawed like this, because they know that the system, they have hijacked the system. The powers that be, let's not deceive ourselves, they have hijacked the system. The people there are going to make decisions to favor them. We shouldn't deceive ourselves, and that is the reason why I just want to say that critically, that's the way I feel about this. But nevertheless, there is still hope. We cannot kill our hope completely, but I'm just saying that is what we are fighting. The monster we are fighting, in order to get this thing in our favor, is really huge, because the deception, the criminality has been deeply institutionalized. That is why some persons like Nnamdi Kanu, which seems like has been forgotten, but justice was not given to him because the Supreme Court judged that he should be released. He has no reason why he should be in detention, but the federal government disobeyed the Supreme Court, and he's still there. And he is the kind of person that is fed up with the kind of system that Nigeria is developing. This is just broad daylight nonsensiation, and this is why he's fed up with this kind of a thing. But nobody is concerned, or nobody is interested about his situation anymore. But that is an injustice that we have decided to let go. And the presidential situation is an injustice to Nigeria, which the judiciary, I don't think, will give us justice like they have refused to give Nnamdi Kanu justice. And so what is good for the goose is good for the ganders. That's what I'm looking at, because they didn't give somebody his justice. So why do you think they're going to give us our justice? And when we don't care about his injustice, that's Nnamdi Kanu's, what is the moral ground that I think we are going to get our own justice? Or, so I believe until we all start fighting for justice for every individual, every Nigerian, I think we are going to be deceiving ourselves. And the United States ensures that every citizen is not treated unjustly or against the Constitution. There are many people that the Nigerian system have not treated justly, and we have forgotten about them. And we want to fight a justice for ourselves and think that we can move forward as a nation when we don't consider generality of justice. Anyway, that is by the side. I'm done with it. Let me now go to something else that Nigeria is doing, which I feel that maybe I would kind of say, let me say, to the judicial system, the Supreme Court. Whatever decision you take on this electoral process, Ahmed Dati said something that I think the Supreme Court should take a critical look at this. Whatever you do to this judgment will determine if you are interested in democracy or you are killing democracy. Now, why do I say this? The very simple word, such as "and," is becoming something that, as simple as it is, we are taking it to the judiciary to decide a basic thing like "and" 25%. To me, I feel there are certain things that like that is it. It's already a decided matter. But in order to legitimize corruption, to ensure that the criminality stands, our constitution is bastardized by our politicians through the judicial systems. By bastardizing them, taking such a thing to the Supreme Court, to me looks like an insult to the intelligence even of the Supreme Court, or intelligence of Nigeria in generality, that we are taking a simple case as "and" 25%. It just gets me confused that probably sooner or later the constitution will be like the Nigerian constitution, will have basically no meaning. So whatever it says doesn't really mean what it is. It has to be the Supreme Court that will tell us what it is. If it says the governor of a state should be elected by 25%, and it doesn't get 25%, you take it to the court. The Supreme Court has to tell us whether 25% really means 25%. I don't just get the whole thing. So probably blue in other countries, what it means when it comes to Nigeria, the Supreme Court has to interpret for us what is blue. If you get the sense that that is coming from, that is what we are doing by this play joke. We think it is a joke. That's what we are doing. We are killing our constitution by this thing, that a simple thing as "and" we want to go to Supreme Court to decide. A simple thing as 25%, we want the Supreme Court to decide. So virtually the whole context of our Supreme Court is meaningless, or except decided by the Supreme Court. That is, I think the Chief Judge or the Supreme Court should understand what they are doing to Nigeria, because at the end of it, anybody can do anything he or she likes. A man can decide to drive 300 kilometers per hour on our Nigerian road and tells you, "I'm going to go to Supreme Court," and that is going to be decided that I drove within the limits, because it means everything is just going to get. So what kind of a country are we building? What kind of a country that the constitution, as simple as aspects of constitution, just have to be Supreme Court to decide? The presidential INEC did not follow the constitutional guidelines it promised us, because the constitution doesn't really mean what it says. He can go to the judiciary or the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will decide that you are right, wherever you wish to do. Electronic transmission does not really mean electronic transmission. It means cancellation of what people have run, stipexing the whole thing however you like. Probably that's the electronic transmission of mean. The electronic transmission is not the one we think. Probably it means change the results and bring it to me. That is not electronic. So I feel that, well, in conclusion, the judiciary and the whole process is just bastardizing our constitution. And in totality, I think we should just conclude and say Nigeria doesn't really have a constitution. It is the judiciary or the president that is really our constitution. Because if the president refused to obey the Supreme Court decision that Nnamdi Kanu should be released, then the president is above the constitution. Or if the constitution says 25% and then the constitution, the Supreme Court has to decide that for us. I don't know what technicality is in the simple word as and 25%. Nigeria, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, Mr. Samuel. But one thing is, your analysis was straightforward. I think I'm likely in the same position because I've never trusted the Constitution of Nigeria. I've never, maybe this is the only time, I'm putting all the effort for us to have a better government that we, the citizens, can trust. Especially someone like me, I cannot really speak for others, because for me, the only way I can start building my trust all over again is to have a new government that is not coming from APC and PDP. For that, yes, I can start having faith on the government. But the way it is, as for the Constitution, for me, I just want everything to happen by the special grace of God, but I still don't trust them. They need to prove me wrong. So that's it.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Elvis, I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, when Mahmoud Yakub went everywhere to tell Nigerians that the beavers will do what it's supposed to do, and others spoke on his behalf, was it appropriate for him to just change the game, to change the goalpost in the middle of the game, and not report back to Nigerians? That he had to ask.
Can I contribute something?
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I might be wrong, but because of the bastardization of Nigerian constitution, you get what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Nigerian constitution is not truly by the way they are going, meaning what it means, it has to be based on what the Supreme Court decides. Mahmoud will say he is right, however he wants to run it, and he has the backing of the federal government or the powers that be, so they can twist the judgment of the Supreme Court to legitimize what he has done. And since the Supreme Court decides that against the direct understanding of what the Constitution says, it stands. Because clearly, the Constitution, your sensible thinking or what it is, it's wrong. But the Supreme Court can say it is right, even if glaringly the Constitution says otherwise. But because he interprets it that way, they are going to make up any funny logical statement to say it is right by the judicial Supreme, the Supreme Court. Whatever the Supreme Court decides at the end of the day, even if it is completely against the basic interpretation, they're going to say it's right. So technically, to him, or based on the Nigerian system, he's right.
Well, I don't want us to see it from that. I don't want to see it that way. That
all right,
he's right. He's right. No, I don't. And we should not preempt the courts for them. We should not also rule things on technical ground. The reason why people are agitated this way and is because they took the word of Mahmoud Yakub and went to the bank with it, thinking they can get money from the ATM.
Thank you. If we have to look at the what is it called? The forfeiture, because there was some argument between Madam Victoria and Gingerbread Man, over forfeiture. If it's a conviction or not. Madam Victoria said it's not a conviction, and why Gingerbread Man says a conviction. So according to my research here, it's a conviction. I'd like us to quickly go through this before I call on the next person. Because what I have here, you know, you can see from on the screen, which I would like to read for everyone to see. You can see this is US, you know, US Legal Information Institute, you know, the US. So it's a Cornell Law School Legal Information Institute. So it's a broad platform in for those of you that lives in the US. Criminal forfeiture. Criminal forfeiture is an in personam proceeding brought by the criminal prosecution against an offender, resulting in the forfeiture of the offender's property, asset, and proceeding directly or indirectly obtained from the criminal activity. Unlike civil forfeiture, criminal forfeiture requires a conviction. You see, criminal forfeiture requires a conviction. It cannot be proceed. It cannot be done without you are not convicted. So that conviction will live with you in the rest of your life. Therefore, criminal forfeiture can only take place after the offender's criminal prosecution ends in conviction. You see that? Therefore, criminal forfeiture can only take place after the offender's criminal prosecution ends in conviction. Criminal forfeiture is limited to the property, assets, and proceeds related to the count under which the offender gets convicted. The prosecution must establish by a preponderance of the evidence the connection between the crime of conviction and the property, assets, or illegal earnings. Illegal earnings. Illegal earnings. Does that ring a bell? Illegal earnings that the government will seize. 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 Does that ring a bell? See how they talk? Illegal earnings, seize. Those two things is part of what we are saying, even though, yes.
Visa, let me draw your mind to one thing that's happening in Nigeria right now as we speak.
Yeah.
The the lawyers of Tinubu now, they refuse to answer whether what happened to that money and why that money was seized, because they believe it is more than 10 years according to provision. But they forgot that explaining it alone means they've given word to the justice as response. Now, but when you keep total silence, you did not mention anything in your responding to a petition, and at the end they come there to say what happened here. Yes, it happens, but it was you've lost that place. That was why. What is the guy? What is this barrister's name? Farotimi this evening now said Tinubu is already in trouble. That it's already 21 days. And the case of this petition over certificate and over the money was never mentioned in their response.
Okay. Where Farotimi, where did you get that from? Which channel?
I've sent it to you. I said it's in your WhatsApp, sir.
No, which channel, sir?
It's in the. Let me check again. So that I can just.
Is it a new broadcast?
It was about 7 minutes when I sent to you.
Ah, okay. Let me look at the channel. I'll search on that. But before that,
Okay,
I'll follow the next person. I just wanted to make this clear, especially to Madam.
Thank you. You are trying, my brother. You are trying. May God always give you that spirit.
Thank you, sir. You know, especially to Madam Victoria, because everybody has different knowledge of understanding when it comes to this law of a thing. You know, I studied law, property law years ago, but I don't really understand, you know, every body of law. So, yes. Okay, let me continue with this paragraph. If the defendant is not convicted of committing a crime, the prosecution may not pursue criminal forfeiture. You see, what are we saying? If he's not convicted, there will never be anything like criminal forfeiture. You must, is a must. You must certainly be convicted for criminal forfeiture to be stamped. For example, if a person uses vehicle to transport illegal drugs, such such a vehicle would be subject to criminal forfeiture. Likewise, any money obtained from selling the illegal drugs. These people not sorry, they talk, sorry. President Saleh that they talk to sorry, I want to describe her now. That they talk to for this article because we don't can understand. Now, question will be the local, the drug seize, crime and everything because they hear from here. Okay, let me finish it. Likewise, any money obtained from selling the illegal drugs would also be subject to criminal forfeiture. In both cases, the offender would have to be convicted of a drug-related crime. So there's a law. In case you guys want to read that, I can put that link on the comment section if you guys want it. Or just type criminal forfeiture or Legal Information Institute in America is right there. I believe this will answer our questions or doubts now. Okay, meanwhile, let me, before I search on that video, let me quickly call on Afri Nation. Afri Nation, thank you very much for joining us. I would like you to talk to us quickly. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning.
Oh, Madam Helen is here. Okay, I'll call her back then. Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us. Where are you joining us from, sir?
Should I go ahead?
Where are you joining us from?
Okay, I'm joining from India.
From India. Thank you, sir. This is your first time on the panel, right?
No, I'm always on the listening to you on YouTube and sometimes.
Yes, I know, but the first time you're joining the panel.
Yes, this is the first time.
It's good to have you here. Thank you, sir. Talk to us.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you because it has become an addict to me to always wait for time, 6 p.m. Nigerian time. I always keep waiting for you to come online.
Thank you, sir.
So, one thing about life is that there is power in joint communication. It's very important. First of all, what drew my attention to coming today is the moment I heard about P2B I will call it interrogation, not detention. They just want to interrogate him for meaningless something. The first thing that comes to my mind is I could remember some years ago before Mazen Nanikalu was kidnapped. He keeps shouting about the former British ambassador to Nigeria, Mrs. Katrina Liam. And he said it many times, a time will come when this woman will really show herself. Then he explained, he talked about the activities and the mission of that woman in Nigeria. And he said that that woman is working hand to hand with the cabals in Nigeria to make sure that nothing good happens in Nigeria. So the moment I saw the news, my mind reflected towards that direction that Nnamdi Kanu said it, that the moment somebody rise up for Nigeria to change the country, the UK will try to subdue that person through this woman, and that woman will be the agendas, or what will I call her? So for me, I believe I spoke with my cousin in UK, and he also mentioned the same woman. That since the moment they know that what they can't handle P2B in Nigeria, so that was why they took it to find a way to dent his name or to bring his name to to label him or to make him look like somebody that have something to do with any illegality. So I just want to say that woman, she's hand and she have a hand in whatever happened. It's not ordinary, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Then the second one, I want to talk about that election, everything that is happening now. Everything. I remember P2B keeps saying it during the campaign period. He always said that the journey to deliver Nigeria is not going to take 1 year. It's not going to be very easy because those cabals has been there for years. See, it's very difficult to take power, to remove power from those who have it. It's very difficult. We can't just wake up within, and I'm not saying that we saw everything that happened, we saw it. But It's fight. And that fight is going to be consistent according to Mr. Peter Obi and then Nanekalu. They always use the word consistent and focus. So we all know that this journey, we must get to the end. It might take time, it might not take time, but we don't know. But all we know is that the journey of 1,000 miles must start in one step. And that is the step we are in right now. So anything that is happening now, I'm not even moved in one age. It doesn't move me because I know the journey I've started. And we have a destination, and that destination is where we are heading to. So nobody should ever lose hope or think that maybe these are... Nobody should lose an inch of hope about this, because the journey have just started. The destination is where we are heading to. Yesterday you brought I saw the news about that boy in Lagos, Olamide, but watching that video and the way the guy is trying to talk, I saw it as a content. The guy is just creating a content for himself. The picture is snapped with the picture that showed in his face with Sanwo-Olu. That picture is fake. If you watch that picture very well, it was fake. So I saw the whole video, everything, all his activity is just trying to create something, to deceive somebody to get attention. I don't know, but that is what my mind told you, what I saw in him. Let me talk about how the election happened, and let me compare Nigeria and India, because P2P always mention India every time. And it surprises me that how does this man know about everything he says is true? P2P, he keeps mentioning India. I have witnessed 3 general elections in India. You can't even know. Election will be going on, movement is free, you can go to anywhere you want to go. Nobody, you can't even notice that election is going on, free and fair. India is about 1.4 billion in population. They conduct their election free, no fight, no, you won't even realize that the election is going on. So I keep wondering, what is going on? Why is Nigeria very difficult to handle? And who are those people? They are no more than 20. We call them the cabals. They are no more than 20 or thereabout. And why are they getting the power to, why are they still doing this and keep repeating what they are doing? Is because, let me adopt the word of Mr. Buhari, I think some years ago, when he mentioned something like that, Nigeria youths are lazy. Before, I used to condemn that, go against that word, but after this election, I started seeing a reason to believe that what this man has been saying is true. Because I keep talking to my friends in Nigeria. All they say is that everywhere is quiet. Nobody's talking. Everybody have gone in. Then I come to realize that Nigeria youths are lazy in the aspect of, by now, we're not talking
Please
about
round up,
violence
sir.
or destruction. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. For me to round up, I just want to say thank you for everything, and I hope, and I will still be waiting that one day you will find a way to invite, to let other people from Africa, because this movement needs people from other African countries to join and also be a part of the show, to also share idea of how to move, because we're not only talking about moving Nigeria forward, we are talking about moving Africa forward as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, because of time now, we are going to work with 5 minutes. Let me quickly go to Madam Ellen. Thanks for joining us, Madam. Please talk to us.
Okay, good evening, Niger World.
Thank you, Madam. Good evening,
everyone.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to start by saying all things work together for the good of them that love God and are called according to his purpose. Peter Obi, if we don't understand, is called according to purpose. Is it, like when Esther said, I will go, if I perish, I perish. I want to believe that when Peter Obi came out, it was a conviction. He knew what Nigeria is all about. He knows, he feels it, he sees it. So coming out was like, I will go, if I perish, I perish. So he has made up his mind. It doesn't matter where all the challenges are coming from. It doesn't matter who is attacking me, whether it's the UK, whether it's the entire world system, because I know they are all in collaboration. This thing wouldn't have come this far if it was somebody that would play to their tone. I mean, to the Western world. It wouldn't have come this far. They would have handled it just the same way they did with Jonathan. But because this man went to Chatham House and declared what he stands for and made them to understand, look, it won't be business as usual in Nigeria. I'll come after you and I'll block all the loopholes, all the places that you've been using to rape Nigeria, because, they've been raping Nigeria for many years now. They've been doing so. And he openly told them it won't be so anymore. I'm going to make sure that I block those loopholes. Whosoever you're using to rape Nigeria, I'm going to make sure that person doesn't have the power to give you the opportunity to do so. Nigeria has to come out of that shithole. So he made it an open war with these people. So they also got themselves ready. Inviting him to that Chatham House was just to, get him to open up so that they will understand where to come in and attack. So this one that they did, by detaining him and questioning him, I don't want to believe that there's any kind of impersonation. They know what they are doing. But trust me, all things work together for the good of them that love God. And it's working together for his good. It's working together for the good of Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians. There's a novel I read when I was in school, when I was, being trained as a theater personnel, The Fate of a Cockroach. You see these cockroaches inside a bathtub struggling over and over to come out of where, they've been, and they never will be able to come out. They struggled and struggled and struggled. I didn't quite understand what it meant until now. These guys have kept Nigerian youth inside that bathtub for a long time. And even though they didn't understand that they were being forced to be in a place, they were being conditioned somehow. Your mind is being programmed for you to, be in a state of immobility. Just by some few, you're being kept in a state of immobility. So even when you're struggling, you don't know you're struggling. You think you're moving forward. You don't know you are still going to come back to that spot where you started from. But suddenly, an idea cropped up, an idea that started with, just something with 4. They said 4 tweeting in a room. Suddenly, that 4 became 10. That 10 became 20. That 20 became 100. That 100 became a movement that is putting Nigeria, making Nigeria sleepless, making this few, the cabal, they are not sleeping. He said, when a child does not allow his mother sleep, how can that child sleep? So that's what's happening to them. They are not sleeping. So INEC coming to tell us that it's not the way we said it. Then why did you say it in the first place? Why did you go around the whole world telling us that this is what it will be? So come out in mass, come out and vote. And then Nigerians came out and vote because they wanted to change the narrative. And here you are saying, this is not what I meant. Oh, wow. It's just so sad. But trust me, all things are working together for Obi. The more they try to clamp him down, the more they are exposing what they stand for. The more APC tries to clamp this man down, the more they are being exposed. The more everyone is being exposed, just like everybody's inhibition. I don't trust the Nigerian judiciary. You know why? Because the way they are talking, you see that these guys are you know, this, I think Dati had already foreseen the type of people that are being lined up. That's why he came out. It was like a warning. You know, it was like, I mean, please don't do this. I know you've been doing it and getting, going scot-free, but don't do it for the sake of Nigeria, for the sake of the change that is coming, for the sake of the fact that Nigeria needs to move on. Nigeria needs to come out of this, bathtub and begin to live once again. Don't do it. And yet, I can see that they're about to make that same mistake again. But all things work together for the good of them that love God. It doesn't matter how they planned it, how they, conceived it, how they made it, perfected their plan. All things work together for us. And so as an obedient, I will always say we move. And as we are moving, see, we are not moving because we have the power. Like he just said, the last person that spoke, he said Nigerian youths are lazy. I want to please tell you, please, Nigerian youths are not lazy. How can you call somebody who went to school to be a medical doctor, and then you see him by the roadside as a bricklayer? You see him, pumping tire just to make ends meet because some group of people have placed him in that position. But he possibly may have looked for a job for many years and couldn't find. And then suddenly he finds himself in that spot, and he's working his ass out to make sure that it makes ends meet. And you call him lazy. You see the woman who carries carry one on her back and the other one possibly in her stomach, and one walking beside her, and she's hawking on the street. You call her lazy? No, now. How can you say that? Nigerian youths are not lazy. We are just placed in a place where we are fighting to come out, and they are making sure they clamp down. And this clamping down is not just the cabals in Nigeria. This clamping down is coming from everywhere. Those who feel that they have the power to oppress Nigeria. But you see, this oppression, it must end. God has raised a Peter to make sure this operation ends, and it must end. Okay. And the way it will come, they won't see it coming. For Mike Igini, I experienced that man in Akwa Ibom when he was the INEC returning officer in Akwa Ibom. APC did everything. They did everything up to the point of importing, thugs from, from somewhere, more than 160. And this man made sure that he delivered Akwa Ibom, even though it was for PDP then, but he delivered Akwa Ibom from APC because they made it. It was like a do or die affair for them that they must take Akwa Ibom from, from PDP. So let's not give up hope. We are moving forward. Whatever they want to do, let them do. All things work together for the good of them that love God. And Peter Obi loves God. So he's going to get his mandate back. We will get our mandate back. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Yes, certainly by God's grace, we are going to get our mandate back. Yes, thank you very much for your submission. Before I will call on Ezewango, because it's the last person now, I would like to quickly take on let's have some diversion quickly on this second segment. Yes, because Wike and Dino Melaye, they fight. So for you people to know these people better, so I'd like us to, if somebody's unmuted, please mute yourself. Noise is coming from the person. I'm not sure who that was. All right. Before that, I would like us to hear what what's it called? Dino Melaye have to say concerning Wike before we go to what Wike have to say. Or should we start with Wike first? I think if we start with Wike, that would be much better.
Yeah, start with Wike because it was Wike that threw a jab at first.
Yes. So we should start with Wike. Okay. All right, then let me quickly put Wike here. 1 minute. 1 minute, my people. Just hold on. I need to, because I didn't prepare that first. I prepared Dino Melaye first. All right. As we do this, I'm going to take a quick break. Let's take a quick break. God bless you all. Thanks for joining us. Help us to share, like, and God bless every one of you right there that is watching us. Even though you are against what we are doing, God will still bless you, because I know somehow, someday, you will change your mind to support the good things that we are doing. You cannot continue to campaign or support the satanic individuals that have caused the pains that you and I is facing today. God bless you.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go there, biza. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, eh. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókòó. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí. Sábà mẹ́la. Anybody. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. We are back now. Thank you for joining us. Please continue to press the like and share. God bless you all. Let's listen to what we have to say about Dino. Then we'll listen to the response from Dino Melaye. God bless you all.
Well, for now in Kogi State, and of course you have seen what is going on. How lists have been, changed to favor a particular candidate.
You mean delegate list?
Yeah, the delegate list to favor a particular candidate whom, as far as I'm concerned, is dead on arrival. There's no way, if what they are planning happens in Kogi State, where they are toying, they are giving opportunity to Dino Melaye. And this is what I tell people. You started to fail first. When you give Dino that ticket, you know he won't win in Kogi State. And then tomorrow, why would Kogi people say they will vote for a candidate like Dino?
But it's from Kogi
Are we
West.
joking?
He's an indigene of the state.
Oh, please.
And it's from Kogi West.
With due respect to all of us. I mean, they may find that you are from Kogi, they are for any Kogi person. No, that's not it. This is what we do. What they are going for, you are talking about governance of a state. And we are not talking about drama. This is not what we are talking about. We're talking about governance of a state. For Christ's sake, PDP presents such a candidate, and you mean that Kogi people want development? You see, let us stop this idea that it's from Kogi. It's okay. Take, for example, anybody from Lagos State, because election, then Lagos people will just go and vote for him because you're from Lagos. I mean, that can be serious.
Are you saying Dino doesn't have?
Dino does not have what it takes. For Christ's sake, for crying out loud, what is he going to do?
Is it right?
He knows me very well. He knows.
What disqualifies him?
He does not have what it takes to be a governor at all. It's not by coming to add drama on television. No, it's not that. It's not by coming.
But that is rude, Chad. That is rude. Dino does not have what it takes to be a governor at all. Now, Dino, now wicked they distress. So, Dino, let's continue.
Coming to arise to abuse the wicked. He does not have what it takes to be a governor at all. It's not by coming to add drama on television. No, it's not that. It's not by coming to arise to abuse the wicked. It's not that. It's not that. Look, ask Dino when he's saying we're running for governorship. Saraki brought him to me. Ask him. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows. How can you tell me such persons will be governor?
Tell us what happened.
I've just ended that. I've said he's watching. He knows. Let him come and let him know.
So he's watching.
He's watching.
The Senator Saraki brought him to you.
Yes.
And he said he wanted to be governor.
You know,
then what happened?
I let him come out and then I'll go to the next thing. You know, there are people.
What happened?
There are people you just see, and for me, it's I don't know the word to use now, and you saw that was too harsh.
He's been a long-standing politician, Your Excellency.
What do you call
the PDP? And groups are also
worked what? What did he work?
He was close to you.
He wasn't close to me. He was not close to me. No, he was not close to me. Listen, you know, when Saraki brought him, and so he was.
Go ahead, Your Excellency.
I look at characters I cannot. I mean, Dino should do what to be governor of Kogi, and people of Kogi will go and vote.
They are rooting for him.
Who are those rooting?
You didn't finish that story. You didn't finish that story. Would you allow him to finish that story? Senator Saraki brought him to you.
If Saraki is watching this, then he will be laughing.
Okay, I will stop it right there because we can't finish this because you know that the part one be that. Make we listen to. Voila. Let's listen to the response of Dino Melaye because that one doesn't respond back. See, oh me now we can talk to like that. So let's hear what Dino Melaye have to say here. Please help us to share and like.
Dino finished Wike though because Wike, I hate what Wike did to Obi. So I love the way Dino gave it hard.
No, but if we have to look what is happening here, everything Wike talk na truth, and everything one year Dino talk na truth.
And not them now, but I
exactly. None of them is lying. No,
gave it to Wike real good. Massa.
On this situation, both of them, none of them they lie. They are the truth teller. They are not lying.
Dino forgot to tell Wike that when he had his first year anniversary, Obi stole his show. You need to add that one to it.
Exactly. You know, let's hear what Dino Melaye, the response from Dino Melaye here quickly. Thank you very much, my people.
I want Nigerians to know that Wike was my biggest supporter when I ran for governorship in 2019. Wike was my biggest supporter financially and even otherwise. Apart from funding me to the tune of hundreds of dollars in the last governorship election in 2019, he provided his private jet to drop me in Kogi on the day of the primary. You know, his jet dropped me at Obajana airstrip, understand, from Port Harcourt on the day of the primary. That's to show the level, magnitude, and intensity of his support and belief in me in 2019. So the man who saw competence, who saw capacity, and even invested his money in that project, today, in 2023, is saying that I am not qualified. The only explanation to that is psychotic disorderliness. The only explanation to that is mental fatigue. The only explanation to that is that he's having some problem upstairs. Because you cannot fund a project. Few years ago, to the extent that your money, your material resources, everything, it was calling me on the day of the primary, what is happening? Have we made it? Have we not made it? So the same champion you saw some few years ago, today because I am not a bootlicker, because I have refused to work in alliance with your myopic agenda, because I have refused to corroborate your intellectual stagnancy, you now say that the same person you sponsored some years ago today is no longer qualified to be governor. I am more qualified to be governor than Nyesom Wike. To the glory of God, I have 9 university degrees. I have been a member of the House of Representatives. I have been elected twice to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I have been an aide of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I don't understand who is more qualified to be governor between me and Nyesom. But that is not even the case. And I need to educate Wike that Kogi is not Rivers State. We will never serve Oluwa Wike, because he believes he's a god. So River people can continue to serve Oluwa Wike, but Kogi people will never serve Oluwa Wike. We will never serve any god. And he has forgotten that God is the supreme controller of the universe. God is the one who gives power. God is the one who ordained kings. God is the one who will make governors, not Nyesom Wike. And moreover, today, ask yourself, what is the value of Wike's support? Wike refused to support our beloved Adeleke in Osun. He refused to support PDP in Osun. Yet Adeleke emerged as a governor of Osun State. He supported Sandy Ono in Cross River, spent money, bought vehicles, did everything. But Sandy lost in Cross River. He supported also my colleague and my brother and friend, Albert, in Akwa Ibom. Funded Albert. Albert lost to PDP in Akwa Ibom State. He funded his former G5, I think it's G1 now because it's only, he funded Otom, funded the governor of Enugu, funded the governor of Abia. The 3 of them lost just senatorial districts. So you now ask yourself, what is the value of Wike's support to an election when everybody has supported lost? When Odili was governor, when Amechi was governor, Rivers State was turning out 1 million votes. But shamefully, everything Wike brought in the last election for the party he supported in Rivers State was 200 and something thousand votes. That's to tell you the law of diminishing return. That is after rigging, after malicious practices, after introduction of violence, he could only bring 200 and something thousand votes for this preferred party. A man who has done anti-party, a man will be accusing somebody of changing list, a man who is known for breaking the law. He cannot,
my people, na confession time with this, so PDP and PDP, they are confessing. See the way my belly they sweet me. This confession, you know, they sweet me, eh? Dino, continue, my friend, continue. You are saying the truth, absolute truth. If for now, me can know say Dino, they talk true. Now today, me can know say Dino and Wike, they talk. These 2 people, not they lie at all. This is the truth of all ever.
He could only bring 200 and something thousand votes for this preferred party. A man who has done anti-party, a man will be accusing somebody of changing list, a man who is known for breaking the law. He cannot, my only advice for Nyesom Wike, and I'm doing this from a Christian perspective as a child of God, because we need to educate people who are not normal. We need to pray for them, we need to counsel them, we need to advise them. And as a counselor in the celestial realm, my advice for Wike is that when you drink, don't talk. When you talk, don't drink.
No, so more like wait to. So Wike now Gogoro master. You don't know, Dino.
Wine for 50 million, I mean 5 million. I don't know. It should be a rise news, you know.
No. This truth they sweet me. So Wike, in case you know your way to Dino they talk, he say you be a Gogoro man. So whenever you drink a Gogoro, he say make you not talk. Let your Gogoro fair come off for your body fair before you talk. But people book that office. Let's listen to that part again.
That's to tell you the law of diminishing return. That is after rigging, after malicious practices, after introduction of violence, he could only bring 200 and something thousand votes for this preferred party.
a man who has done anti-party, a man will be accusing somebody of changing list, a man who is known for breaking the law. He cannot. My only advice for Nyesom Wike, and I'm doing this from a Christian perspective as a child of God, because we need to educate people who are not normal. We need to pray for them, we need to counsel them, we need to advise them. And as a counselor in the celestial realm, my advice for Wike is that when you drink, don't talk. When you talk, don't drink. That will help him a lot to come out of all these malicious practices. And moreover, he said, if Kogi people vote, if I win the ticket of PDP, he will not support PDP. There was no time in history that Wike will support PDP in Kogi State. In 2019, when my sister Natasha was running for the Senate in Kogi Central, he supported Yaya Bello's candidates over Natasha, a member of his own political party, because there's a diabolical relationship between Nyesom Wike and Yaya Bello, to the extent that Yaya Bello, the worst governor in the history of this country, the worst governor in the history of Kogi State, whose performance is F9 parallel, Nyesom Wike gave him an award, celebrated Yaya Bello and gave him an award. So we know they have a diabolical relationship, to the extent that Wike is the mentor of Yaya Bello, and he has educated Yaya Bello that, come, I have given my governorship ticket to my accountant general, because that is the only way your crime can be protected. And that is exactly what I heard Yaya Bello too is trying to do now in Kogi State too, to appoint his accountant general as his gubernatorial mandate. But one thing is that God is above man. I believe, as a child of God, I believe in God. I believe in Trinity. I believe in the capacity and enablement of God. And Wike will be alive when I will be governor. I will be in Lugard House by the special grace of God. Wike have only few weeks to live as governor. Maybe he has forgotten that he's going to leave. And the way he's behaving, if he will not start practicing preparations for leaving government house, he will be sleeping in his bed and he will be hearing siren in his brain, because he is not preparing to leave office. And I also will advise him, instead of him to concentrate on how he's going to face life outside government, because already he's on his way to prison. In fact, Wike's prison uniform will have embroidery.
So I don't understand. Let's say this thing don't pass, be careful. Some kind in a very deep confession where you can't follow and they go. I mean, not understand. But which party Wike and this man did? Not be the same party. He's on his way to prison. He don't reach like that. Quarter away person meant they all quarter small. Wow, might play that party. Oh, Wike, sorry. Oh,
Sleeping in his bed and he will be hearing siren in his brain, because he is not preparing to leave office. And I also will advise him, instead of him to concentrate on how he's going to face life outside government, because already he's on his way to prison. In fact, Wike's prison uniform will have embroidery, because of the way he has stolen the resources and patrimony of the Rivers people. And I am sitting down here. Any other interview, if he will not wash his hands out of Kogi State and leave Dino Melaye alone, my primary business is other people's businesses. If I open my can of worms and maggots on Wike, but I'm waiting for him. His territory that he's trying to practice is my own primary constituency, and I'm waiting for him.
No, wait. Wike, because they tell me, say, River State government house, now they wash us. So I want to send this message to you, Oga Wike, because the truth you can't tell us, so me, I just love you today. Only today, I love you. But Wike, if now me be you, I not go take this rubbish. Make somebody they threaten my life for public space. Make I they look am. No, it's not good. Wike, you must respond. I'm telling you directly what Dino is saying to you. Oga Wike, you must respond, though. You must respond by fire, by thunder, because Dino cannot come on air be threatening you like this. It's not right now. A city governor say the cloth where you want to go prison, they just want to wait for you. Then he comes to talk, say he don't open, he calm and warms. What did that thing mean? It means say he don't open, he talks. Everything wicked, you are in trouble. If you not respond, I know say you be coward. I heard it say me, I tell you because me believe where everything where you talk wicked, I believe you 100%. And everything where Dino they talk so, I believe him 100%. No each percent out of what una to talk. More listen to them.
I would say that you cannot separate that from me, but I want to tell you that Wike is a pretentious character, is a liar, and he has no integrity, no iota of integrity. Wike was calling me when Atiku Abubakar was to announce his running mates. I have records and I've printed it out and I'm waiting for him. He called me 19 times in 2 hours, begging us to convince Atiku Abubakar to make him the vice presidential candidate.
See, more confession. My people, if I tell you, say these people, they are satanic. When I say, I just want to talk. These people, they don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about us. You see, confession don't start now. We can call on 19 times, make call up and keep us or do it. Wait till he call you for. Continue. This confession, Dino, continue. You are telling us absolute truth.
His running mates. I have records and I've printed it out and I'm waiting for him. He called me 19 times in 2 hours, begging us to convince Atiku Abubakar to make him the vice presidential candidate. So when I see him lying on TV, because of the south of this country, because of southern Nigeria, Nizim moves to south, you that were lobbying us and begging us, promising us heaven and earth to convince Atiku Abubakar to make you vice presidential candidate, to the extent that he was at the airport. I have a video. He spent hours in the airport waiting for me to call him to say, Atiku has picked you as a... He was at the airport here, waiting, calling me. He was calling me, my brother and friend, who is were in the Senate together, was also calling me that day. I have witnesses. I even gave the phone to Abdul Ningi to speak with him. I gave the phone to Senator Zameri to speak with him. He was begging all of us, promising heaven and earth. Atiku should announce him. It was around 1 or so that I told him, Aga, nobody will give you vice president. That was when he left and then flew back to... So the man who was so desperate to be vice president, because you didn't get it, you now started a southern agenda. I don't believe in such unprincipled, zero integrity character like Nyesom Wike. The man, Wike was the one who brought Ayu. Wike was the one who sponsored Ayu. And that was why Wike made all the governors to endorse Ayu. That's why there was no election in Ayu's, in the national chairman's office during the convention. Ayu was unopposed. Now you are saying Ayu must go, you want to go to the south. Maybe because of the alcohol he took. Maybe he thought Ayu is from Abia State when he was supporting him. Because Ayu is from the north. You are the one that brought Ayu. When did you now realize that Ayu is a northerner? But he was doing that time to satisfy his own selfish ambition of big.
I beg, Dino Melaye, you know, how they praise you since say they taught truth and true. Now truth. Everything we talk of this video now 100% truth. I can even me for court, I feel testify put for this thing. And every single thing where we can talk about you now still truth. I can testify to this. Una never lie about each other. As I did watch una since. But wait till I want me you tell us, be say, who we can vote for this presidential election. I beg, continue talk, confess more, I beg.
Coming the presidential candidate from the south. So he doesn't want the chairmanship at that time to go to the south so that it will not affect his ambition of becoming president from the south. So he pushed the chairmanship to the north and thinking he will be able to bribe Ayu to produce him as the presidential candidate. When Ayu refused to do the wrong thing, then Ayu became an enemy. Is it not the same Wike that removed his brother, his mentor, Prince Uche Secondus, as the national chairman of the party? If you love the South so much, why did you remove a Southerner to bring a Northerner? Today you are saying chairmanship must go to the South. Was the chairmanship not in the South? Was it not you, Wike, who went to court, who did everything, expelled him from his ward? So a character who is not stable like that, who is influenced by alcohol and other things I don't know, should not be taken seriously. If somebody like Yaya Bello and Wike can become governor, then you are saying the intellectually mobile fine boy Dino cannot be governor. How? Me and Plea, we are poles apart. Poles apart in everything, every ramification. I'm not his mate. He can only be older than me. I'm not proud of him as a governor. A governor who wears blue on yellow, yellow on green, at times with purple, who does not have a dress sense.
What did dress sense constantly do for this matter now? What do you think consider dress sense, purple and green and yellow? Are we in kindergarten here? What is happening here? I don't understand though. Dino, your confession, focus more. Who we can vote for presidential election? How many people is key? Talk more, confess, continue.
Who does not know what the time is globally today? I'm a town boy. I know what it is. I know what time it is. And I've got something upstairs. So I'm just warning him, make it stay for in lane. If you do gra, don't they talk to people, then they do. If you do gra, come my own side. Then I go grind them. I go do skit for them. I go sing for them. I go release album for them. On daily basis, I will finish him. So make it just stay where God put them. Kogi no be rivers. That's my advice.
Wiki, another message where Dino talk just now. Now truth they talk, but I want to let you know, say, Epa, you know, say they watch me now. He say he go grind you. If now me, I not go agree. Now my advice, or personal advice, if now me, person tell that thing, me not go agree. So what I'm expecting now, may you go grind Dino first before he grind you. If not, Dino say he go grind you, sir. May you not say will not tell you.
Let's narrow it down to the to Kogi's.
Anyway, it is possible that some hired people can come to your studio and begin to talk. But yesterday, go and see people in their thousands came out in Kogi State, the commoners in Kogi States, the real people who are.
Okay, Mo, stop that video right there. My people, I appreciate every one of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. This video sweet me. Kai, to be honest, I mean, I don't say Dino, they talk truth like this, so are wicked. These guys, they are very, very straightforward. As of today, Wednesday, 12 April, they are very, very straightforward. From tomorrow, 13th of April, my straightforward don't expire, where they talk about, as of today, these two people, Jesus, they don't lie about each other at all. Every single thing where we can talk about Dino is true. Every single thing where Dino talk about Wiki is true. If I say now go master, make I hear from Una. Wait, they here with us. I would like to start with Eze Wango. Eze Wango, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. You have 5 minutes. Please talk to us. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening here as well. You can hear me very well, can you?
Yes, very clear, sir. Very, very clear.
Okay. I was logged in and I logged out, but I got to work, so I couldn't talk. But now I can talk. I'm still at work, but I can talk. Starting with abuse detention. You know, when I heard that Obi was detained, one thing that rang into my mind is, why does not Britain, the whole world, know about Obi? Then one thing struck into my mind, that on the February 25th, that the presidential election did not go through, and the House of Representatives and Senate went through. What transpired? I didn't think about it. I thought about it. I said, I thought everything that passed through during the war, because those of us who witnessed the war knows what transpired. It was Britain, UK, that told them to turn off that beaver, presidential beaver, so they can rig Obi out, because the kind of hatred that Britain has on Igbo people is unimaginable. To tell you the truth, the Prime Minister of Britain during the war was Harold Wilson. This idiot, I hope he's born in hell now. After watching all the children of Igbo land being stabbed and killed, this idiot said that they cannot change their position on Biafra. He doesn't care if 3 million Igbo kids die. He will burn in hell. And the same hatred that they had on Igbo people is what is transpiring in this election. The same hatred. Britain is the one that is hell-bent that an Igbo man cannot be president of Nigeria. It's Britain. And their agents are the Fulanists. And because they handed Nigeria over to the Fulanists. All this, we know that. Ojukwu said it. Ojukwu said so many times about it. So, my people, if we have to talk to people that are holding Nigeria to ransom, it's Britain, UK. I'm sorry, Elvis, I know you are in their territory. I don't mean that to offend you, but they are evil. The British people are devilish. Look at Nnamdi Kanu. They went British citizens. They went all the way to Kenya and kidnapped him. And Britain didn't say anything. Look at when this guy was, Umaru Diko was kidnapped by December Buhari during the time of Shagari. What happened? They have to severe diplomatic relation with Nigeria for 2 years. And those people who perpetrated that act, they were Israelites, they were jailed. And after their jail term, they were repatriated, they were deported. And Umaru Diko wasn't even a British citizen. Now a British citizen is being held unlawfully. And even the law court released him and they still hold him. And he didn't say what? That tells you how devilish and evil the British people are. Okay? So all these things we're talking about, whatever, they will make sure that Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria. And they will make sure that Obi doesn't smell that thing. But God is going to fight them this time around. God will fight the British people. The British people are our problem. They are the people holding Nigeria to ransom. Unless they take their stupid hand out of Nigeria, Nigeria is not going anywhere. And they can. We can say no, Britain. So all this is we are talking internally, fighting each other. Yes, we are our own problem too. But Britain is the major problem we have in that country.
Okay.
Okay, no, I'm not done yet. My 5 minutes gone. Regarding drug trafficking of Agbado, we were talking about it. That, my people, drug forfeiture is criminal conviction. I am sitting here in the city of Chicago. I Googled it. It is a criminal conviction. And somebody was responding to me in the chat section telling me that it's a civil offense. Does that person know the difference between civil offense and criminal offense? He's telling me, oh, it's a civil forfeiture. It's not a drug-related charge. It's not civil offense. It is a criminal offense.
It is. You are right.
Somebody telling me it's a civil forfeiture is talking rubbish. Okay?
No, it's okay. No need of insult. Anybody?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me talk briefly about Wike and Dino. You know what? I love the war of words. Let them continue to fight each other. Wike and Dino, I don't like any one of them. They are both the same, first of the same feather. Okay? They can fight as long as they want. Like you said, Mr. Niger, let them continue to talk and expose each other. You know? I love that. Let them keep fighting. They're both evil. They're both devilish. Look at what Wike did to Obi. The same thing his brother, Salo Wiwa, he did that. Do you guys know that Wike is Igbo? But he denies it. His name is not even Wike. It's Wike. Wike, any Igbo man knows what that means. But he denies Igbo, his Igbo heritage. The same thing happened during the war when they sabotaged us, and that's why we lost the war. The people from Rivers State, especially, I know everybody, we sympathize with Salo Wiwa, but Salo Wiwa was the major saboteur that we had. Ojukwu came here before his death. He came here in the city of Chicago and told us he went to jail when Salo Wiwa was there. So I told you I told you, sir, I told you. Look at what is happening to you. So when these people, all these people that call themselves, oh, we are not Igbo, they're all Igbo. I met all these people, all the people that have governed River State since after this 1999, they are all Igbo. All of them, from A to Z, you name them. Odili, Amechi, Wike, they're all Igbos. They're denying. Ask Wike what is his mother's tongue or his father's tongue. That's why he sabotaged the same hatred they had towards us. That's why he sabotaged Obi so that Obi would not become president and rig him out of River State. I like their fight. Let them keep fighting. I don't give a damn. Wike need to be in prison anyway. He stole too much money from River State. The only reason why we don't notice it because River State has a lot of money. All that money he's spending like his own personal money that belongs to River State. And some people, there was a point, I don't even know if they get paid, the civil servants, they got paid. He was giving money to his girlfriend, Sokoto, the governor of Sokoto, Tambua. He was giving them money for the market that burned down when he hasn't paid his people. So all those things is going to come out. And that's why he's trying to get Tinubu so that he can protect him from going to jail. But he will go. If he doesn't go now, after Tinubu, he will go, even if Tinubu is going to be our president, God forbid. But he will go. He'll go in prison. He'll go to prison. Thank you, everybody. Let other people talk.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your submission. God bless you. I would like us to hear from, I'm only moving to the new people here, Madam Nena. Madam Nena, thank you very much for joining us. Mazi, I'll come back to you after Madam Nena. Madam Nena, thank you. Good evening to you, Madam.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, panelists. Good evening, Mr. Elvis. I joined a little bit late, even though I picked up one or two things that has been discussed, especially this Dino Melaye issue. Before I proceed, I want to give a special shout out to Madam Victoria. I'm glad to see you here. Madam Victoria, I'm happy to have you back here because you're one of the best people in this panel. I don't know for others, but I like to listen to you. So I'm glad to have you back, see you here. Anyway, so I just want to say something about what I just said about Dino Melaye and Nyesom Wike. You see, the more I see these people talk, the more it becomes very clear to us, for everybody that is sensible enough to see, to know what is going on in Nigeria, that Nigerians, for that everyone that has been occupying all this place that has been occupying have been in this political arena of Nigeria, that they are all a bunch of disgrace. They are all a bunch of disgrace. Wickedness. I don't know the name to use to describe these people. When I listen to Wike, listen to, like, that man talks as if he is a god. These are people who think that life and death is in their hands, that they have the authority, the power to keep alive and to make, to not make alive. It is so sad. And you hear someone like Dino Melaye, you look at two, I don't even know the adjective that I can use to qualify these two people, calling each other, telling that each other doesn't have integrity. Look, who is Wike to say that Dino Melaye is not qualified in any way to be governor? And who is Dino Melaye to talk about Wike not having integrity? Does he have an integrity? And when Nigeria, I don't know if Nigerians are, when you look at these people and the kind of people that we have in our political arena, the power, who are the ones in the helm of affairs in our country, I cannot be ashamed of this country that is called Nigeria. Look at the cattle calling the pot black. Both of them. Let them go ahead and keep disgracing themselves. I saw that week Dino Melaye. I saw Dino Malaye's talk before I saw Wike's on because I didn't have time to look. It was later I went back and listened to Wike. I'm like, what is wrong with these two people? What is wrong with these people? And the only thing like I say, it spells out is that we don't have people of integrity in the place of authority. I don't even know how Kogi people will even want to, with their eyes open, vote somebody like Dino Melaye as a governor. Look at the kind of words that is coming out of his mouth. I can sing, I can do this, I can do TikTok, I can do, like, somebody who does not have any. These are people who act like some 5-year-old in an old man's body. Look at Nyesom Wike, a man who is Jesus, a man who is destroyed with alcohol, and a man who cannot talk, who cannot make sense. All they do is just to sit. Look at the kind of people that are managing their affairs. Now you wonder why Nigeria is not moving forward when we have the likes of this kind of character, this kind of clowns in the helm of affair. Why would Nigeria move forward? Because everything these people are fighting is just for their individual, for their own personal gain. Everything that Melaye said about the wicked, I believe it, because that man is a desperate man. This is a man who is desperate to remain in the corridors of power. He's of course the video where he was talking with Tinubu before the election, or was it after the presidential election? He was telling Tinubu, "Oh, I'm ready to come, but I have to come with my senators, but you have to promise me, you have to." Everything is all about them. It's all about what they are going to get. Nobody, I don't know if Nigerians are even seeing this evil. This is a typical case of when two elephants are fighting, the poor grass is suffering. Nigerian masses are suffering. People are suffering. And look at the kind of nonsense that these fools are playing, the kind of stupidity that these old people are playing, making a mess of themselves, disgracing this country that is called Nigeria, a country that is so blessed with intellectuals, a country that is so blessed with natural resources, a country that is so blessed with beautiful weather. I heard one of my sisters that was saying here that she cannot afford, and then when things works fine, that she would like to go to Nigeria. My beloved, I live in the US. Anytime it snows, my heart skips. I get so scared of driving. For people like someone like me, if I have my way, I will go back to Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that is so blessed with a lot of beautiful things. And look at the kind of human beings that have managed to find themselves in the helm of affair, making a mess of themselves and disgracing the country that is called Nigeria. When I look at them, all I could say is, this is a shame, a big shame. It's a big disgrace. Both of them, and every other person, the likes of.
Thank you.
Anyway, let me just. I know why anytime you say thank you, it's about to tell somebody help.
No, you want more minutes?
No, it's okay. It's fine. I mean, let other people talk. But the bottom line is that I'm just trying to say here is that when I listen to this kind of people, it's very shameful to hear people who are supposed to be. And our kids, children, young ones are looking at these characters as the people who are in charge, who are the policy makers in a country like Nigeria. And you ask yourself, how can a society move forward with this kind of characters? How can a society move forward with this kind of individuals? It is just a disgrace. More will come, they will disgrace themselves the more, because gradually other people will join in the cry, and I don't know what to say. I'm just keeping hope alive. I'm praying to God every day that P2B will regain his mandate, and this foolishness, they begin to change this foolishness gradually. Because this kind of human beings, this kind of characters need to get out of our political scene, so that this country will begin to have shape. We begin to have a different outlook. Because what we have now is nothing but a bunch of old, shameless fools. I'm so sorry to use that word. It's so disgraceful. The kind of thing that is coming out of their mouth and the kind of things they do. And somebody will be somewhere and are thinking that they are fighting because of anybody. They're not interested in it. Why did Dino Melaye suddenly jump into going to be a governor? Because he was busy singing for Atiku. Atiku did not win. Now all they want to do is just to keep holding on to that power. Now he's jumping into to be a governor, because if Atiku did had, peradventure Atiku had won, he would have been looking for a position in Aso Rock. Now, it's just annoying, honestly. When I listen to these people, it bleeds my heart, and I cannot wait but to see things change. That P2B takes over the mandate of this, the mantle of leadership in this country, and begin to change the face of this country that is called Nigeria. Because this country is blessed, over blessed. But when we have this kind of shenanigans, this kind of characters, this kind of clowns in the helm of affair, there's no way we can move forward. So unfortunate. Anyway, I'll just rest my case for now. Thank you. And again, I would just want to ask something. That guy, I don't know how true that is. That guy that came yesterday, was it yesterday that was talking about him, Wole not picking his call and everything? I don't know how true it is. So somebody said that guy was seen at APC Easter party this past. I don't know how true that is. And because I heard somebody that was saying also that he's not sure. Because when I listen to that guy, something tells me that guy is not saying the whole truth. I don't know if he's sick, I don't know if he's not sick, but whichever way it is, he's not saying the whole truth. There is something lacking in whatever he's saying. And it's important he comes out. If he truly wants people to help him, he has to come out and, say the real thing that is going on. Let's know why his family abandoned him, his baby mama abandoned him, if that is the truth. But like I said, somebody is speculating, people are speculating that he was seen at the APC Easter party. I don't know how true that is. Anyway, that is just what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nena. Thank you for your submission. God bless you. I would like us to quickly hear from Mazi Ogbona. Mazi Ogbona, thanks for joining us. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, my brother. Good evening, all the panelists. Good afternoon. Good morning, wherever you might be. I want to thank you once again, like I always do, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
For us to speak our mind. Thank you for what you gave to me. I received it on Tuesday morning.
Okay, wonderful. You got it, right?
Yes, after that Monday, we talk on Monday. So I got it in the morning, Tuesday morning. Thank you very much. God will bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, so
go ahead, talk to us.
All right. So concerning this, our principal that detained in UK, I don't know. Are they still detaining him now? Hello?
You said what?
I say about our principal, Peter Obi, that they detained in UK. He's still in detention now?
No. He was only there for like 1 hour.
Okay.
He's already out of there, yeah.
All right. Thank God for that. Say UK, they go see thief, they no go catch him. A person will not thief, they go catch. The person will not do anything, and they detain. All these people where they carry cocaine, carry everything,
They say somebody else they impersonate him, they use his name, they commit crime for UK. So as Peter Obi arrived for London, and the country say na Peter Obi they do it by himself. So for the airport now, where they detain her, some Nigerians where they say airport, they consider the one set the place ablaze. Say they not go agree, say make the whole land like that, and then they can't let them make it go.
Okay, thank God. Thank God. Because UK, they don't like our brother Eze was talking. UK don't finish this country. The little I know about UK, they don't finish this country. If it don't be UK, the war we fight, Biafran fight against Nigeria. We for now they talk all this one when they talk. We go they separate. Nigeria go day, Biafra go day. But because of the Wuru way, they are suppressing Nigerians. Performance is down to gain their distance. But it will not work for them this time around. I believe our mandate is sure it will get to us. Yeah, it will get to us because we have suffered a lot. Look at ordinary light. You cannot get light for 24 hours in a day. Imagine as big as this country is. You cannot make boost of light for just 24 hours. You cannot. You don't even try it. You don't even try it. On Saturday when we were discussing, somebody was talking about US or that most of you are in there. So he said that they would like to come here. That some of them come home to gap for us here. That I say there's no way to compare Nigeria with US and other places that we are there. There's no way. You stay here in a week, you don't have light. So how will you feel? You that are coming from where they doesn't take light for a second, you come and stay here for even if in a bush, if there's light there, you feel comfortable now. So my people, this fight we no go stop until we get our mandate. No matter what they are doing, all the judges that are appointing, all the people that are going to see for this petition, I believe they are living in this country and they know how it is. They have to say the truth. They lie. They've been lying since since Nigeria is existing till now, and keep us in this dungeon. They're supposed to. They have to say the truth this time around. And somebody will tell me that youth of this country is lazy. But how are they lazy? Somebody will struggle to do business in this country. You know how much you have to have in hand so you do business. Correct business that will make good gain. There's people struggle a lot to make business to make ends meet. There are people that if they don't go out for a day, they cannot see something to eat, and they tell them they are lazy. That's not laziness. We are not giving equal hand to do business. But if you go abroad, at least whatever you're doing, even if it's small money you're making, you will be comfortable. There's a level ground for you to do your business. But this place is hell on earth. It's hell on earth. So my people, we must fight this fight to the end. This program that you bring out, that see, I did learn a lot. Even sometimes if I couldn't enter, like since you started today, I've been listening. I couldn't enter, but at least I'm gaining something. I'm learning. I'm learning from people who experience more than me. I'm learning from them. If not do me any good, I'm learning. And I know how from this place, I know how other countries is doing this thing. They have system there. If you do this, okay, maybe they don't catch the former president of the US. Now here now they will not do anything. They will not even talk of taking him away. But the person who does not do anything, they will catch the person. So concerning Dino and Wike, I don't know that Wike is a corny man. Even Tinubu telling him that you are a chameleon. I don't know if you watched that video, Mr. Davis. Tell him that you are a chameleon. You change in the morning, you change to another color. In the evening, you change to another color. See, they are exposing themselves now. They let them expose themselves. None of both of them may not be good for us to hear this. But they are exposing themselves. Let them expose themselves. I want more self. I want more. Dino is exposing Wike. Wike is exposing Dino. Let them expose themselves. What Wike did in this election I just passed, I never knew that man is so funny like that. Even to the extent, he did not dispose where he's going to until that minute. He now started doing all the mago. I saw a place where they were changing the results of presidential election. I think that thing is from Port Harcourt. It is the same table they used. We saw the video, the picture. It was the same table they were using to change that thing. It's a work of Funke. Destroy all the vote that people are supposed to get. See, see, they must reap all they sow. They will not sow corn and they reap yam. Like all the evil they will be exposed to the last. This one, I say, is a bone that is inside the also for God. It cannot go inside, it cannot come out. It's there, it hang there. It's hang on the neck. They cannot just remove it anyhow. So my people, let us continue pushing. I believe by the grace of God, we get our mandate. As somebody that have the feeling that have the feeling of people, that have the pains of people, that come and do something in this country. Because you have seen the blueprint that he did, what he did in Anambra. So at least if you come to Nigeria, at least if you not change, things will not change. It will change up to 50% or 70%. Things will be better. At least this light, let there be light. Let there be way of doing things in this country. Big man will come out and poor people will just go like that. It's not good now. They will have their way because you're a big man, you're a politician. So my people, I believe our God is not.
All right, thank you, Obuna. Okay, your network is even affected. Mazi Obuna, thank you for your submission. I'll come back to you. I have to mute you because your network is already frozen. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me put you on the backstage for now. Your network is disrupting us right now. Okay, thank you. All the new people on the panel have contributed. So let us quickly go to the beginning again, which is Madam Victoria. Madam Victoria, please just 5 minutes talk to us, Madam. Thank you. Madam Victoria, are you there? Are you available? Okay, before that, let me go to someone else here, to talk to us as well. Thank you very much, my people. Please help us to share and like. Okay, I guess your network is good again now. Okay, but I'll come back to you. Let me see. Give us our mandate, my brother. Please talk to us in 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Many of them don't sleep.
Did you just call me?
Yes, I call you. I think you don't sleep or you did.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I mean, thank you very much. Based on the video that you showed for Wiki and then Dino, honestly, I don't think I have anything to say to those guys, because I just feel they are trying to make Dino popular. That's my belief, because these guys have nothing to offer Nigerian people. They're just out there trying to gain some popularity. The only downside to it is that it would be shocking to see that Kogi people go ahead and elect Dino as their governor. If what is happening in Nigeria now has not taught people lesson to begin to look for a better government, and then people with integrity, people with character, competence, capacity, and compassion. Because he mentioned capacity and what was the other one he mentioned? Now, he said he was a senator, he was a member of can he say go and verify when Dino was a senator? This is what he did. But rather, he stole money and pretended as someone that wanted to die, that fainted. And that was what killed the case. This is a guy that will carry out about 200 wristwatches. That is what he used the people could give money to buy. And then flaunt the different cars that he has in his garage from the people's money. And now he wants to be a governor? Like, seriously? It will be a shocking thing if Kogi people have this guy as a governor, honestly. And now he knows that God is the one that rules in the affairs of men. I'm not judging him. I'm not judging him. Please understand it. I'm not judging him. I'm not a judge here. I'm not judging him. But it's just sad that these people can do all of their wickedness and evil and then come out and play on the people's intelligence. I mean, I don't know if these guys, they see have their head on their neck. I mean, we already know Wike is done 2 terms and is already going. And to cover up all of the nonsense that he did, he has to bring in his accountant general to be the governor. River State, you guys better open your eyes, because not too long from now, if things are not done properly, that state may be put into the state of quagmire, into a bad state. So the people of Delta and Kogi State, please open your eyes, because I don't see from nowhere Dino will come out and say he wants to be a governor. The only go and verify that Dino can say is he wanted to faint when he stole money. The only go verify that Dino can say is he has over 200 wristwatches. The only go verify that Dino can say is, oh, he has a Lamborghini in his garage. What hospital did he build for his people? What road did he tar? What water system did he provide for the people of Kogi State as a senator? And you're coming out to be a governor? You must be a joker. Dino, you must be a joker. And whoever is backing you, they must be a joker with you. I don't care whoever is coming out, but they need to look for somebody that has compassion character and competence, man of integrity in Kogi State. And don't tell me you don't have 10 of them in Kogi State that can put your state in order with what Yabelo has done. All of the wickedness that this guy, Yabelo, all of a sudden go dig the road, spoil the road because he won't want people to go vote for someone. These are wicked guys. And you want to be a governor of the people, Dino? Ah, man, these guys are, I don't know how to classify them, honestly. I don't know. Okay, what can he say? What can he say? What did he do for his people when he was a senator? Did he build any hospital? Did he tie any road? Did he provide anything good for the people? Let's even go and vote for this guy because of what he did before. Nothing. Morada taking money, flying over the places on a private jet, spending money on even foreign women, foreign ladies. And now you can talk about, man, I don't know. To me, I think it's a discussion. The main thing is how this guy how Peter Obi, how this whole tribunal thing will play out, and then we'll begin to have, because they need to torchlight the judiciary, torchlight everything. Like somebody said here, the Britain also they have a case to answer. What do you guys want from Nigeria? That you are perpetrating this evil, and some sort of cabals taking over the country. This is wickedness. So to me, Dino and the Wike, honestly, their movie should not even fly at all. It's just a distraction to Nigerian people and a way to put Dino Melaye on out there. For me, nothing. Zippo, zero, wickedness. That's what I see in what they are doing. Thank you. Mr. Elvis, are you there?
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. Yes, of course, I'm here. All right. Before I move on to the next person, let us go back to divert a little bit, go back to Olamide. Information reaching me now that maybe there's some psychological issues right now, joining the illness and everything. I don't know what is actually happening with him anymore, but I want us to watch this video.
Mr. Elvis, sorry. On that guy, I mean, whatever APC cannot fake does not exist.
Okay.
Whatever APC cannot fake.
Let's watch this video. Thank you. Let's watch this video quickly.
Because I don't know what to say again. Ìyàwó bá mi jà, ọmọ bá mi jà, mi ní anywhere láti lọ, family bá mi jà, everybody bá mi jà, APC bá mi jà, Labour Party bá mi jà, nítorí pé mi bully Ìyábọ̀ Òjó. Because I'm confused right now. I don't know what to start from. I don't know where to go. Tàmí fẹ́ lọ sá gbá pé ẹ gbà mí. Tàmí fẹ́ lọ sá gbá. I am kneeling down on the pulpit. I have never done it before. But I have to do this. Take back kule. Don't do this. This is a pulpit. Go bring me there, patapata. If you allow me there, kule. Don't do this. Don't do this. Me kule. This is an express. Me kule. Bye. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ní kí àtẹ post video mi ẹ bọ́lá post video yìí tẹ́ bá post video yìí that means dem pay partial. I am kneeling down to beg everybody mi ṣẹ̀yìn o èyí tí mi mọ̀ pé mi ṣẹ̀ o èyí tí mi mọ̀ pé mi ṣẹ̀ o ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kí Ọlọ́run I am begging you forgive me ẹ dáríjì mi ẹ dáríjì mi ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ dáríjì mi.
Hello, yeah, my people, you can see now that what he's saying, he's begging for forgive me. I don't understand what he's begging for. And even on this video, because you guys are going to hear more where he was saying, I didn't kill anybody, I didn't kill anybody. So let's listen for that.
Yo, me yo, anything me more baby show, anything me more baby show, and drop you all along. I am begging you, forgive me. Entirety me. Entirety me, entirety me. I'm kneeling down on my knee, begging everybody, both Labour Party and APC, forgive me, I don't know anything. While I eat for you, 20 eat for you, now hear me. Election is done. Election is done. I did not even murder anybody. I did not murder anybody. Forgive me. Forgive me. Because I tell anybody to pay listen to matter me. I called Auntie Yinka TNT. She's a good mother to me. I want to get in Facebook. If I see me pop on one Nigeria, I'll be sending her a message, calling her on WhatsApp, or P calling me. I know she's gotten angry at me. Auntie Yinka TNT dropped you all along. I am begging her, drop you all, and then pull her to Titi. Tell her, I am sorry with all my heart. Tell her, I am sorry with all my heart. What do you think me why? This is the Ikeja Beach. I am sorry, everybody. I am sorry. Kneeling down on the Ikeja Beach. Olamide, I'm kneeling down on the Ikeja Beach, begging everybody. I am sorry with all my heart.
To be honest, this guy needs help. I understand how people feel, over what happened during the time of the election. But my heart is, I don't know, I can't take this. He needs help, and nobody is helping him. This guy needs help. I don't think anything is fake here. I think mental issue, depression, and everything is involved right now. It doesn't look normal to me. And this one just happened like 1 hour ago. Let's finish it though.
I am sorry. Kneeling down on the Ikeja Beach. Olamide, I'm kneeling down on the Ikeja Beach, begging everybody. I am sorry with all my heart. Èyí tí mi mọ́ wọ́n bẹ̀ mí ṣe o, àtẹ̀yí tí mi mọ́ wọ́n bẹ̀ mí ṣe o. Olamide, I am kneeling down on the street of Lagos, begging you, both Labour Party and APC. I am sorry. Have mercy on me, pardon me, allow me to rest. And then see me. And then me.
Okay, now there's another word he's using, allow me to rest. What does that mean? Allow me to rest. I'm sorry, forgive me. Allow me to rest. So you guys will hear more. Let's move on.
Have mercy on me, pardon me, allow me to rest. And then see me. And then me. I'm kneeling down. This is me. I am kneeling down. I am sorry. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin YouTube creator, gbogbo ẹ̀yin Instagram creator, make sure you post the video. I'm colonizing. Oyi Street, meanwhile, Oyi Street of Lagos. Walking with my leg. I Olamide feel like mud. Kneeling down, walking with my leg. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin Instagram creator, this lover, today lost, they post video mi nípa anti-Semitic bullying Ìyábọ̀ Òjó. Nípa ti Muso, other parties. Nípa ti mi sọ video ẹ̀gbọ́, pressure pé ẹ post video yìí. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ní sinmi, ẹ jẹ́ kí ní kọ́kọ́ balẹ̀. Gbogbo ayé ló ń bá mi jà, Labour Party bá mi jà. APC bá mi jà, ìjọba mi sọ ọ́ láìka. I did not say anything bad against them. Ẹ jọ kí Ọlọ́run, I am begging everybody. I Olamide won't beg. Ìyàwó sàfún. Ó gbọ́mọ mi sá. Ẹ jọ. Ojú tó lè mú fún mi. Sọ mi láìda. Because baby is supposed to get to war. You gonna shoot.
All right. For me, I'm confused now. If you ask me, all I can see here, Olamide needs help. There's a mental issue here, depression, and he's also sick. He's sick, and all is combined. But the question is begging for forgiveness continuously. What's that thing that is actually begging for? You know, I think we need to hear more. But let me pick this call. Let me hear from this person that is calling in right now. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Please, hello, turn down your device, please. Hello, madam.
Yes,
Thank you.
I already turned it off. I turned it down.
Thank you, madam. Your name and where you calling from?
Yes, I greet everybody, and I want to say something quickly.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from the US. My name is Joy.
Okay, go ahead, madam Joy.
Please, I'm begging. Just let me calm down. Please. I'm begging everybody. What I want to say now is a little deep. Sometime November last year, in my workplace, before I get a PTO, you book almost 2 to 3 months. And the Holy Spirit told me, it was more than 2 weeks. And I'm like, what am I going to use this for? He never told me until I don't listen to, I'm just one conservative person. For me to get to this TV thing, this is the only, I sit down and I watch, I listen. And why I'm saying this is we need to be careful, please. And when it was the time for that, I had that PTO, I had no reason for it, and I knew I had it from God. And it was like it's going to be a retreat. I said, okay, let me go out. He said, no, stay in your house. It is a warfare. I didn't know it was about Nigeria. And when the election started, I heard a lot of prayer points I had in my own ears and praying that almost like, I'm like, wow. So what I'm begging everyone here, and I know that everybody here, there are a lot of, I know there are some infiltrations, I don't care, a lot of people that want to hear what obedient people are doing or saying. But I want to beg everyone that is obedient, before you go out to help anybody that has dipped their hand in this blood, please pray about it. Don't do anything out of sentiment, please. My heart is out for this young man, and I feel it hurts to see a fellow human being, denigrate. He is already degenerating. It's painful to watch, but I pray and I ask you, please be careful. Let us pray for anything that you want to do for anybody, especially anybody that dipped their hand in the blood that is doing this to Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for that advice and the message. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
They give money to me, but
please hold on.
Wait, Elvis.
Yes, Mama.
Nobody should give money to any person that spilled the blood of my children.
Okay.
I ask the blood of the innocent to fight. I ask their spirit to take vengeance.
Hello. Yeah, please hold on, Madam.
You remember, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Did you people remember that prayer?
Yeah.
So when the blood of the innocent and their spirit is asking for vengeance, why will you rescue those who killed them? Please be warned.
Okay, Mama Aisho, let me come back to you. Somebody's still on the phone. Okay, Madam, I just want to appreciate you. It's similar thing that Mama Aisho is saying now. I think the advice is deep. Thank you for passing.
Yeah,
it.
it's deep. It's deeper than I'm saying. Just let us. I may give. I love to help. That's my life. And also, like I said to you, I mean, I'm in America. I'm so busy. I don't even listen to American news. But I grew here because I knew I'm directed. I'm not. I don't talk too much. So I plead with everybody.
Thank you.
Let us watch as things go. Be prayerful. God is hearing us. God is doing His work. I stop it there.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Have a good night.
All right.
Yeah, bye.
Yes, bye.
All right. Let me take one more call. Hello. Thank you very much, caller. Mr. Adewale Jonathan, thanks for calling in. Please talk to us. 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. How are you doing today? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, with respect to this guy, I think the guy is not balanced, mentally balanced. That's just what it is right now. He needs help, but it's even more than what we're seeing, or what is come out to show. So, but the takeaway for us is that this guy is not mentally balanced at all at this point in time. That's all I can say about him. And then the other thing I just want to mention, just quickly, unrelated to this, is just about the APC response to the OBI petition. I think it is just necessary. I don't know, just my own take, that you project this on your platform. You need to see the APC petition. It is blatant impunity. You will see the petition. You need to project this. I mean, it is so blatant. You need to project this for the world.
We need to take a day to study it. Yes.
I mean, you need to do this. It is just blatant impunity. That's just what I want to say. Thanks very much for taking the call.
I will do that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks
Thank you.
very much.
Yeah.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Okay, let me pick one more call, my people. I'll come back to you guys right now. Let me see. Somebody else is calling in. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. I think what's happening here? Double calls are coming in at the same time. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling from? Hello, turn down your device, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening,
Turn
sir.
your device
Good
down,
evening,
sir.
Mr.
Turn it down.
Turn this thing down, madam. Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Good evening, Mr. Elvis and all your panel members. I really appreciate what's going on today. You are coming up with so many wonderful things that I'm sure Nigerians, wherever they are, will be glorifying God. Like the madam that spoke just the last minute, God is working. God is working. Prayer started even before the elections. A lot of people right inside their home. I was in Nigeria before the election started, before I came over back to the United States. Now, looking at that young man there, yes, he's a pity sight now. He needs help. But like Mommy, what's her name now,
Mommy
told you
Yusuf.
there.
Yeah.
Don't dip your hand in anything that he may say, I didn't kill anybody. The comment of his mouth killed so many people. I've been watching and listening to most of the clips you've been playing concerning him. The comments he made when he talked to the Igbos, it's a terrible murder. You don't need to carry cutlass to kill before you know you have killed. The blood of people are on his head, as you are seeing it there. Many of us love to help. That thing touches. Anybody that watches him, we feel like helping him, but he doesn't deserve that help. Now, just watch him and let's see where. Look at what happened between Dino and Wike. Is another revelation. Wike and his group there are the problems we have in the East. These are Igbo people. Even though their language is corrupted, but they are Igbos. But do they agree they are Igbos? They start changing names, adding Aru to virtually everything. It's a shame. That being as it may, we talk about the Nigeria constitution and the British, representation in that constitution. Our problem in Nigeria today, in case we don't know, is the British. The British believe they can manipulate the North against the South. And that was how it started. Then the military assisted them. Look at that very decent constitution. It is, made the way it's made for certain reasons. Check the geopolitical zones. They created those zones because of what? The same Igbo people. During the Civil War, before the Civil War started, they had to split the East, West, and the North and created states so that they do what? They can just cut off the East completely from their brothers and sisters by the River Rhine. And for that reason, they quickly utilize those people to execute the war. It's a shame what is happening. People have seen what had happened from time. They know it. And yet, they pretend they don't know what is going on. For instance, look at the Bola Tinubu you are talking of and his case in the United States. What Bola Tinubu did there was what we call plea bargain. He was convicted, but to keep away from going to jail, he decided to say, okay, take what you want to take. I walk away. Anybody who is saying Bola Tinubu was not convicted does not know what the law is saying. I am not a lawyer. But we have to help ourselves. This your outlet is giving a lot to Nigerians, and people should not come here to mess you up or mess this program up, and nobody should come and take it as if it's an Igbo thing. This young man, what do you call him? Carlos, somebody was saying earlier, we have to be helpful. We have to, what did they put? If you don't have any goodwill towards Carlos, must you go fighting Carlos' battle? Every Nigerian has seen Obina as one single soul that came out to help the country. And they supported him and everyone is back. We start from there. If Obi gets justice, then these other people will start getting justice.
Okay.
If Obi finds himself in that position, he will now assist through the same group of people who are soliciting for him to come in to get justice.
Thank you.
So please, these people that are talking, everybody should be very careful what we say. Let us make sure we are saying what will help us, not what will ruin us. Thank you very much. And God be with all of you.
God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Sir. Good night, sir. Hello. Yeah, turn down your device, please. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, good evening. This is Health Talk. Good evening, everyone. I think
thank you,
they usually comment sometimes. Good evening.
Yes,
yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Raja. What you're doing, great work. I'm really, really happy to see this kind of platform.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to support what the last caller said and the other woman and Mama H.O. When God is working and you intervene and start asking, doing something that counters what he's doing. He will just sit back and watch. We've been crying and praying. My children went to Nigeria. One of my daughters have never been to Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria. My children, the rest of my children, they went when they were like 4, 3, 11 months old. They have not set their foot in Nigeria since then, and it's because of the way the country is. So because of the rulers, each year it gets worse. So God is now, if that man is truly ill, we cannot intervene and start helping him. You know, if the vengeance of God will fall upon them one after the other. So it's not like I'm not a wicked person, but you should know when you don't, you know, you can forgive him, but let him drown in the blood of the people that him and his group killed. What does it mean that he didn't kill anyone? What? So who killed all the people that we watched on screen? Who injured that woman that had to go to the hospital? Because on the day of that election, I didn't sleep. I'm calling from London. I didn't sleep. I was up from 7 a.m. to nearly 4 a.m. And when I saw how things were going, I was so much pained. I just switched off my telly. I didn't want to see the announcement.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you.
So yeah. So we can say, oh, he's a human being. Yeah, but you should, let him drink the blood of the people he killed. He can't just finish what he did. That is still very wrong. People are still burying their people.
All right.
Comes out and say, forgive him. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Bye-bye.
Health. Thanks for calling in. God bless you. Okay, callers. Let me go to the panel. I would like to start with the new person here with us, please, guys. Okay. Let me go with Mama Esho. Mama Esho, please talk to us. Good evening to you, madam.
Good evening, my children. There are two ways we are going to fight this battle, physically and spiritually. So when Papa God, they fight for us, we must not intervene. See, Dino and Wiki. Abasi ayaya o, ayaya o, Abasi ayaya o, ayaya namando. The Lord is so good. He's so good. Our God is so good. He's so good to us. Not see confession. Una not see confession. You people can have peace. You cannot. The blood of the innocent and the spirit of the innocent that you people terminated with your atrocity in Nigeria can never give you people peace. Never. The calabash has been broken. The calabash has been broken. Nigeria wicked people. Olamide, tí sunkún. Ìgbẹ̀yìn ayé rẹ̀ rèé. Gbogbo òṣì tó ṣe fún APC. Òṣì ti dójú ẹ̀. Did I warn you people? Did I not? Oh, you people think I was just talking. After starring with God for 1 good year, I did not go out. I did not speak to no one before election period. Because I was tired of the inhumanity my children have become in Nigeria. Olamide, you and your people, did that day you do not allow them to use you as orange? That after sucking you to do the evil, they will abandon you? Where are they? Where are they? And you Olamide, you can't get out of this. I'm sorry. The blood of the innocent and their spirit must take vengeance. So, if it resolves for you to go 6 feet, so be it. Because some of you need to be used as a scapegoat to teach other lesson. I love all of you. But I will not love any child that opened his eye crow to go join the Egbek kingdom to destroy other of my children property in Lagos and destroy other people's life, other places. But Bonyi that participated in this, directly or indirectly, vengeance must take place. And none of you innocent one must contribute a dime. If you do, sorry, you don't partake of their evil. If you contribute money to these people, if you try it, you're a partaker. Don't tell me, don't say I didn't warn you. When they come with it, their crocodile tears, and you contribute your money, you are a partaker of their evil. Avenger who come upon your head. I am not putting words in my mouth. Shebinas, I tell you now the teeth when dog they following children, they play. Now they bite there. So that is all this go for nothing. All of them that partook of it, they will drink the blood. They will drink vengeance. And you jati. This is a fight to finish war. No retreat, no surrender. Dino Melaye, Wike, Ashiri, I never confess finish. All of you, one by one. One I don't finish with our confession. And we don't take our mandate. We go call Wikoboko of the prison against all of you. And all that you have stolen from me and my children, home and abroad, I promise you now. I tell myself, go collect everything back. This is not business as usual. Because my children see this street. A lot of them are in the village. They don't even smell primary school. Now, not sure myself na the case. So I go collect everything from una hand, home and abroad. They build community school for them. They build adult school for them. That is are the best. And you lorry buruku, una get the audacity to bring una child to the come up with you to come go school. Who is a Nigeria that is more than one a Nigeria? We go collect her. Now just start. Very soon, una go turn up here with each other. Now go carry cutlass against each other. Una introduce my children into fraternity. Fraternity that is making them to kill themselves. I got this on a go scot-free. Lie. We are fighting this to finish. I may not be there physically, but spiritually, I am there. This battle, we will fight it to the end. And I will deliver my children from all of that wicked people. Thank you.
All right. Mama Aisho, thank you very much for...
Mama, I greet, Mama.
Yes, yes, I never wanted to stop her at all. Anyway, I understand everything that everybody's saying. I feel really sorry for the guy. I understand, yes, that you have committed sins here and there. This is one of the things we're talking about every time here. But instead of them to listen to us that, to do the right thing, they'll be insulting us. But look, I know that I may not even understand this karma self. The karma you queer activate this time. I don't understand. Normally, karma not the queer activate like this, But it's okay. I would like to hear from another Mama.
Elvis, when the blood of Abel reached out to God, he cried for vengeance. What happened to Cain? Now today they don't kill for Nigeria. Is it today they don't buy people for Nigeria? Now today women that got those children in pain, in humiliation. Is it today they have been crying to God? Is it today? You know how many women when they don't humiliate for husband house, some of them they throw their load out, they still carry them back until they get that child they kill. Do you know? That when the woman don't suffer those ones, then they can suffer pain of 9 months pregnant. Sometimes miscarriage, sometimes this. Then the day of delivery is between life and death. Then he can't pump picking finish. He can't raise her. There's some wicked people. Say the PAPC talk. I be waiting, where anyone. They They go buy those children. You can't say, and when they were even good, the moment they wanted to buy them, they were crying, asking for mercy. They look at them and say, no, they are not showing mercy. You not expect their spirit and their blood to show mercy to these people. Never. But all of them, the one that they do ritual, they have that power. All of them, they cry for vengeance. And see, like this, all the money, all the power go yaga yaga. Now, beginning with this, we are fighting this to finish. I must deliver all of my children from their grip, and we go cleanse Nigeria with their blood.
Thank you, Mama.
How many children go get prison? How many they kiri innocently? How many they for Enugu prison? How many they for Kaduna prison? Tell me how many innocent people they there just because they carry a laptop, just because they just throw up, they lock them up. Just because they not get 5,000 to pay themselves, they lock them up. They wasted their life, and you can't see that what to happen. We just start. We just start. When the thing set, all my innocent children in the prison, we got discharged and rehabilitated. People like Dino Melaye, people like Wike, people like Erufai, people like Otto, when they pretend when Tom Benue State and my country to non-entity. None of them now they escort into those prisons. My children must come out. We go rehabilitate them. We go prepare them to forfeit their God give it a sin. That is not a joke. Now me and them. Now we don't wear what trouser Nigeria wicked people. They could not look me well. Look me very well. Go and consult against me. Travel to Seven River. I don't reach there, come back before you. That they catch wind, I've been wind. That they hear me, I am wind. No person I they catch wind. I am an occultic lady, confirm one. My kappa of my occult group is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. When court meet court, the Shekele court we bow in this journey. I am the Deborah of our time. I am born for this purpose. I shall rescue Nigeria. I shall rescue Africa. That is what I am living for. No retreat, no surrender. This battle war has been drawn. African continent must be great. Nigeria currency must be go back to what it used to be. I was told in history that our currency was greater than the pound, than the dollar, than the euro. How come it is the other way around? I am taking us back to when our currency will begin to make sense to the world. Who born Yipoma, na no kolo, na make mistake for allowing me to enter on our country to learn the secret of this place. I am going back to Africa. Africa must be great again. And we don't great finish. We did relocate back home. Our continent is sweeter than where I am now.
All right. Thank you, Mama Isho. Okay, my people. I noticed that none of you is pressing on the like at all. At this particular moment, I'm expecting for us to have more than what we have right now. Please, if you know you're just joining, can you press on the like? Let's see if we can take that to 600. You know, I appreciate every one of you. You've tried. We currently have 506 likes. I appreciate everybody that did that. Please continue to press on the like button. Help us to share, and let's do this together. Thank you. Okay. Before I go on to the next person, let me take a break. You know, let's take a coffee break. Please, the dollar sign is there. You can support us, encourage us on what we do here. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you all. Let's take a quick break here. And when we come back, I'll call on the next person on the panel. God bless you all. Thank you.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lily of the valley. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life, dear. You are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of the night, you are the pillar. Chickadee, you are the pillar. Daddy, you are the pillar that holds my life. Lion of Judea. You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life. Hey, yeah. Master Jesus, you are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar. You are the pillar that holds my life. I said, Jesus, unibu kalabati sinduwe. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo bienveni, nibu kalabao. Nibu kalabano. Nibu kalabati sinduwe. Ojo biobi ko nibu kalaba. Chikani nibu kalabamo. Nibu kalabati sinduwe.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Please continue to press on the like button and help us to share our videos. May God bless every one of you. I'd like us to call on the next person here. Let me go to Madam Giwa. Madam Giwa, please talk to us. Thank you very much.
Good evening again. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks good evening everyone. This Olamide, for real, he's losing it gradually. His mental health is beginning to be seen. We're seeing it play. Maybe later he will just enter the street because now he's feeling rejected, dejected, and is feeling like he's lost. Yes. And you said something, my brother, that this come out quick. Yes. You see, not everybody you can mess with and get delay response. Even the Bible says it. It says that while we were still praying, the Lord answered. So there are some cases that is urgent, that God answers. So the wicked will never go unpunished. I feel for him. I want to help, but I cannot help because the people, okay, who is tormenting him now that he's saying he didn't kill anybody? It is the evil he did. Okay, you are coming out. He's even going into the road. I don't know. So there's something chasing him. He's begging LP. He has offended God. He has offended man and God. He has offended. So he's crying now for help. Which help? The lives of the people that he destroyed, the pain, the loved ones of those people. Listen, we can't be. If you say help, if you open your mouth to tell me help, I will help. But it has to come from my spirit because the way he's crying, we are not seeing the family of those people that he has. But a lot of people, even the ones that took back themselves because they stole the election. How do we start from? You see, this God is not an author of confusion. You will pay. These are the consequences of your wrong, evil doings. That day they settled you. You have spent the money. That sickness that was delayed now has come up quickly. So there's no money to heal himself, and he's been tormented. He's running, even the wicked one when no man pursues. He's even going into the streets. Maybe it's the cat that will even kill him soon. I don't understand. This man did wrong, like the blood is crying out. A lot of people are crying sleepless night and day. Maybe the men that they kill or the mothers are the breadwinners of the family. Now they have to rely on other members to be eating. What about those people? You see, it is easier said than done. Oh, I feel for him. Yes, we all have emotions. I can come out tomorrow and be crying for help. No, it doesn't work like that. You did this evil to humans like you. You buy their life short. They have hopes, expectations. These people knew what happened to them. They would come after the person that fight them. That is how it is. Nature, blood speaks, cry for vengeance. You don't just buy anyhow people, anyhow. These are members of Labour Party. These people cry to God before them. A lot of hopes have been dashed until God will bring back this mandate. A lot of people don't even, some people are confused. Olamide, let him, if Mr. Elvis, if you want to invite him to the platform to come and tell us he said he didn't kill. Then what is chasing him? There is no peace for the wicked. Not just coming to videos telling people to put it on, what is that lady's name? CEO Blessing, put it here. It doesn't matter. You cannot hide justice. Confess. How many people did you buy? What did you do? You will not find people. Even if we give you help, that will not settle the day, because even in the hospital, you'll be seeing them. They'll be appearing to you. You will run out. Now it's going to the street. Rejected. He's going to be displaced soon. He's talking about his mother, his family in overseas, his love, his woman left him. It's not about him anymore. Blood is crying out for vengeance. As for Dino, Melaye, and his co-criminals, I'm sorry. I don't know, it's birds of the same feather. But you know what? We remember the time of Ahithophel, when they were planning evil. The Lord now interjected confusion in their crowd. Let them begin to disgrace and fight one another, so that we will be settling our case with Obi, so that they will confusion will fill their camp, their own territory, disgrace themselves. This one will tell us who sent him. The other ones will be saying who said this, who said that. It's good, because this is in alignment of the word of God. In their camp, there will be confusion. They will start to call names. Only them will. We are not forcing them, but God will disgrace. This is where I'm seeing God come into play now. Let us just sit back and be watching them disgrace themselves. Why God is putting Obi up there, touching the minds of all those judiciary, those sons, so that God will go walk in their heart. Even though APC, they are trying to walk behind closed door, but I'm seeing the sign, the finger of God moving around now. So let us just watch and see how it ends, because our mandate is coming back. That is the only way all of them will be sane. Otherwise, even the ones that contributed, they are losing it gradually. The spirit of the LPs is tormenting them. People have been crying day and night. Prayer works. So some people think it delays. It don't delay. Like this one, now. It started instantaneously now. It has gone. It's coming out now, begging, entering the street. Come on now, this man is losing it gradually. So let us keep praying, and while we keep forcing, putting our what we need to be done, our mandate. We don't care what is going on with them. Let them keep gathering their evil plans. God will disgrace and expose them. They will gather. As for gathering, they will gather. They will try to send out their stupid money everywhere, but God will disgrace them. God have the final say. Our mandate must stand in Jesus' name. That is my submission. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you. You really tried to deal. I surprised how you stayed throughout.
I decided to stay because the topic today, the videos, it really touched me. So I said, no, let me stay today and contribute, because I've been staying backstage for a long time, enjoying everybody's summit. But I said today, let me say something. God bless you for the opportunity.
This.
Thanks.
I want you to know that I appreciate you always. Thank you, madam.
You're most welcome. Me too.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next person here, which is my brother. Give us Amade. The fact, give us Amade. So Yoruba way they speak, just now beg, tell us. I they try make I find dictionary why I want to digest and I don't see. So thank God say you there. Talk to us, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I mean, if you see make I speak Yoruba, waiting what me Mama Giwa speak now. No, she's a mother.
No, I don't want me to speak Yoruba. Make you interpret Yoruba for us. He speaks or Yoruba by me. So
yeah, I mean, he was just pleading. He was pleading for help. He was saying, "Forgive me." He didn't know what he did to Labour Party and APC, and then I think his confession is leaning towards, like Mama Giwa said, by somebody. You know, one thing is, and I appreciate that woman that Miss Joy that called. God bless her, and that's why I keep saying that. We just have to be very careful, because, okay, take for example someone like Mr. CM. Honestly, Mr. CM coming here to come learn his voice, it takes a man of courage to be able to do that after what happened to him and his family.
Exactly.
And then, and I knew where Mr. CM was coming from yesterday, and so I
yes, when he was insisting that he should confess.
Yeah, I mean that's the right thing. And so yesterday, once I watched the video again, I was like, is this guy faking this thing or is real? Because so again, There was a lady that was buried today, I think somewhere in the east. She was buried today. What killed her? Stray bullets during election in Nigeria. She's 45 years old. She was buried today. So imagine that family and then seeing what this guy is doing now. And so one thing is the blood of Abel cried for vengeance, while the blood of Jesus cried for forgiveness. So you cannot spill blood and think that it will just go scot-free. No. And that's why when I was talking about Wike and Dino, honestly, those guys, they've done too many harms than good in that country. And so to Olamide and then all of the APC people that did all of the wickedness they did during the election, more revelations will come. More will come. Because the innocent, over 88 people died because of an election. Not even one person should die in that election that we just had in Nigeria. But 88 people died. Some are nursing their injury. The lady that was stabbed in the face, you cannot even tell if okay, she will carry that scar forever. That scar on her face will be there forever. And once her children ask her, Mama, what happened to you? She say, I only went to exercise my civic duty, and somebody stabbed me in the face just to go vote. And so one thing is, the wicked, they will all reap the reward of their labor that they've sown. And so we'll just continue to pray and to wait. We trust that God will do great things. I can't wait for the tribunal to start. And so the tribunals, those will be on that tribunal. Let me use this medium to call on them again. Please televise the hearing. We Nigerians, both home and abroad, we want to see it. And so, Mike Igini's sister that called earlier, we appreciate your call. Thank you so much for even taking the ball by the horn to pick up the call and then tell us how it is. We expect that Mike Igini will come speak to us. And Mr. Elvis also, if he can play Mahmoud's video, how he went everywhere assuring us, and then also play Mike Igini's video, then we can be able to tally these things together, because now INEC is saying that they can do whatever they want to do, but I don't see that holding any water in the court. So, but we'll just continue to keep faith. We'll continue to press forward. Mr. Peter Obi, we are praying for you. The hand of God will be upon you. God will preserve you and your family. No evil shall befall you. You're hid in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and there you will be. All of the good works that you continue to do will protect you and your family. Our hearts is with you always. We're praying for you. We're praying for Nigeria. We're praying for Mission Nigeria Watch, for all that you have been doing. Thanks to everyone that are always coming here. Mr. Victor, Mr. CM, Mr. Bonamin, Mama Giwa, everybody, Mama Echo, appreciate you all. Nigeria will be better in our time. And Olamide, ọmọdé tó bá ní pé yá wọn ní sùn òun nínú fojú kunrun o ọmọ tó bá dẹ̀ ní pé I will not want to say many proverbs, because I mean we have elders here, my H and then Magiwa. Let me not see any other further proverbs, so that the elders they don't slap my mouth. But Mr. Elvis, thank you so very much. Do have a lovely evening, and everyone in the comment section, the panelists, we do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, Madam Inina. Neobi, thank you so much for all that each one of us are doing. We know that Nigeria will be great again, and history will not forget us all. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis. I'll yield the time now.
Okay, my lovely brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, I want you to know the same way you appreciate me, I appreciate you equally. It's a collective effort, what we are doing here. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Let me hear from another person here, which is
I bet before that person talk.
Okay,
I
Mama.
want to pray for those when he go arrange to impersonate OB. You people have touched the lion's tail. The person when he changed the number, the people when he gathered to make their plan. Hey, I want to send on a message this evening. Ọlọ́run ọba tí kì í sùn, ọba tó ṣàánú. The God that said I should call upon him in the days of trouble. Papa, me and my children won't call upon you. No answer this prayer. If Peter Obi, he deserves what they do for him. Papa, no answer this prayer. If the tears of my children not reach your throne, no answer this prayer. Father, do not answer this prayer. If the Yahoo when they tell my children to, if they please you and if they give you glory. Father, do not answer this prayer. If the kidnapping that they told my children to do, if they give you glory, don't answer this prayer. Father, do not answer this prayer. If the whole people, when they burn their shop because they be Igbo for Lagos, if it please you, don't answer this prayer. Father, do not answer this prayer. If all the children, when they buy during this election, if he make people to serve you, well, do not answer this prayer. But if it does not give you glory, this thing when I mention so, Papa, all the people when plot this evil against Obi, and they didn't for this time, humiliated him and humiliated them. Father, I ask, oh God, arise in your anger, arise in your wrath, arise with every power that make you to be God. Visit them this day. Visit them in their sleep. Are you not the owner of this breath that we have? You said in your words in the book of Ecclesiastes, you said judgment, because judgment is not speedily executed upon an evil man. You said their heart has said to do evil. In agreement with my children that agree with me, I ask, oh God, release your judgment of woe and pie upon every one of them. In the name of Jesus, your word said there shall be no peace in the camp of the wicked. Withdraw your peace, withdraw your comfort from all of them, oh God. In the name of Jesus, Father, turn their head against each other. Turn their head against each other. Let them begin to fight themselves, oh Lord. Divide their tongue. In the name of Jesus, I withdraw unity from them. The Bible said in the book in Genesis, the Bible said the Son of Man gathered. And they said, let us build a tower unto God. We want to go and see him. The Bible said they started building. And you look down and you say, no, if I leave these people in unity, they will build this tower and meet me. And you divided their tongue. And they divided their tongue. Those speaking Yoruba speak Yoruba. Those speaking Igbo speak Igbo. Then they could not hear each other. And they could not continue the building of the Tower of Babel. Father, you that did that in the times of old, you say you are the God of today, yesterday, and forever. I am asking, oh God, all the people that are against my children, all the people that plotted this against Obi, Father, arise, oh God, divide their tongue, oh Lord, scatter them, cause confusion in their midst, cause enmity in their midst, in the name of Jesus. And I release the same prayer upon the camp of the APC. They have gone to God. They want to go to God to contest against my children. Go before me, allow my children to the court. So therefore, Lord, possess the churches, possess the lawyer. They must speak in favor of my children. In the name of Jesus. Father, continue the battle you have started. Complete it, oh God. In the name of Jesus. And use the blood of all these wicked people. Use it. I give it to you as a burnt offering. I give all of them their life to you as a burnt offering. Father, like you did, oh Lord, in the land of Egypt, when you wanted to deliver your children, you gave them 9 plagues and they did not move. And you pressed the 10th plague. Therefore, I am asking you, in this battle of freedom that me and my children are fighting, press the button of the 10th plague against all APC that gang up against me and my children. Bless it, oh Lord, in their household. Take the wife, take the children, take the husband, take all of them, oh God. We give it to you today as a pound sacrifice in all the 36 states of Nigeria, including the federal capital. Let there be well in their camp, oh God. In the name of Jesus. I invoke all the power you get to me for battle. I invoke the power of the sun. I invoke the power of the moon. I invoke the power of the day and the power of the night. I invoke the power of the sea. I invoke the power of the air we breathe, march upon. I invoke the power of the breath we breathe. Let it begin to work against all these people. Let it begin to work against Kiyam. Let it begin to work against FKK. Let it begin to work against Dino. Let it begin to work against Wike. Let it begin to work against Elufai. Let it begin to work against Emiloko, Chief Tinubu and his entire family. Let it work against all of them. In Nassau Rock, let it work against them. Father, you say, I should give you the reason why you should do what I've asked you to do. I am giving you the reason, oh Lord. Do that only you can do. And I promise you, me and my children, we will serve you the rest of our life. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Amen.
Pray.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen.
This prayer, we need this sometimes. In fact, most times to back up the effort that we're putting in. Thank you very much. All right. Let me quickly hear from Mr. Eric. Victor, I understand you are with us. I'll come back to you after Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric, sir, please talk to us, sir.
Yeah, Elvis, I'm sorry, I had to go and do some little things. That's why, I was here before. So I had to go and do some little things. And just came back. I thought you all are out, so I just checked and then you stay there. Anyway, I've not, I don't have much of what you people were saying before. Maybe some of the videos you put out there. But from what I understand, what you all are talking about, if there are somebody that one thing I believe in life is whatever you do, you take responsibility. I'm not sorry for anybody that maybe stain his hands and there is repercussion. I don't pity that person. It's just like what you invited, that comes to you. And so that's why it's always good. I am somebody that want to keep my hands clean. And when I always go for the right. I mean, I am not perfect, but I try to make sure that the right thing is done, in anything I get involved with. So with that said, I don't know, let me go back to talk about a little bit about going to court and whatever the response from INEC and APC and whatever they are called, or whatever they call themselves. INEC supposed to be neutral. They are being sued. They're supposed to defend themselves on what they did and not to back up APC, which shows that there is a kind of gang up with INEC and the APC government and whosoever that is in the government as it is now against every other party that might take over from them. They know why. Because you embezzling public money, public fund. And then when it's time for you to go, you'll be scared that probably those people coming in might be after you, which might put yourself into trouble. And we all remember, these people are civil servants. And so whatever Wike is flying a jet, Dino or Melaye or whatever, talking about how Wike gave his private jet for in 2019 or 2000 and whatever. I don't think that a civil servant can afford the money to buy a jet. Each time you park the jet at the airport, you will pay for that parking per hour. That jet takes off from the airport, you have to pay. It lands there, you have to pay. And so where are this money coming from? That is from the people's coffers. So what I'm trying to say is corruption get Nigeria to the point that there is nobody to trust. Judiciary, like I keep saying all the time, they are involved. Why INEC and APC is saying that Labour Party case should be dismissed because it seems they have their insiders in the judiciary who must have given them information on what to say. And then they believe that probably whatever said and done, they are going to win the case. So it is left for the public to insist that the deliberations and whatever they are going to do in court should be televised. It have to be televised. Though they are not going to agree to televise it because when they go back to what happened in Ghana during Jerry Rawlings' time, they will not want to do that. But people have to insist. This is not a joke. Nigeria is in trouble. If somebody who the whole world have known to be a drug peddler takes over that country, I'm telling you, because I know, I said this before, I know what I passed through when I was leaving Nigeria. I know what I have passed through all the time I've been traveling from outside to Nigeria. The only time I have freedom is I had to be a citizen. And so that's the only time I can be able to go. No problem. But before, if you come, they will detain you and do some investigations before they let you go because of the green passport. Then now that is going to be a drug battle. I don't know what people are thinking. Just because of pocket, people are going to destroy other people's life. Something different have to be done. And that's what I want to say again. Thank you.
Service, are you still there?
He's sleeping. I mean, it has been a long day. Hello, Mr. Evis.
Service, unmute yourself.
You don't sleep?
Probably.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's been a long day. So I don't blame him if he's sleeping, you know. So I don't blame him. He had been trying. I mean, it's not easy.
This
Good evening, everyone. While we wait for Mr. Ed, hello, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Well, okay, I was saying while we went for this service, I just wanted to say something, you know. First of all, I'd say a very big amen to the prayer that Mommy Angel prayed. I mean, that prayer is really powerful. That is the heart cry of everybody in Nigeria at this point in time. That God Almighty will bring vengeance and God Almighty will bring succor to the prince of Nigerians. So I just want to say something before I just prepare for the meeting. Concerning this Olamide guy again, you know, my thing with this guy, okay, from the video that I see, it's obvious that that guy is breaking down. He's breaking down mentally. He's breaking down emotionally, and like we all say here, I seriously, while I was watching his video, I seriously want to believe that that guy must have dipped his hand somewhere much, much deeper than a lot of people that supported or maybe fought for Olamide. Why do I say that? You know, because each time this guy talks, all I hear is him saying that his family abandoned him, his baby mama abandoned him, everybody abandoned him. You know, and I keep asking myself, what is that thing that this guy possibly have done that will make his family to abandon him in this way? And again, and it makes me to think that it's very possible that this guy, apart from physically hurting people, you know that during this election, a lot of people have went out of their way, even to embark on like voodoo.
All right. Are you done, madam?
His network has failed.
Yeah, his network. Okay, we have someone calling in 1 minute, my people. Hello, yeah, good evening to you. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Yeah, good evening, brother. It's Tom again from Belgium.
Okay, thank you, sir. Talk to us.
I don't blame you because I know it's a long day. God will continue to empower you and strengthen you because Nigeria matter, it did not tire everybody. But according to all I've been following, all the whole proceeding, what they said in the court, actually, INEC, the Mahmoud man, they are supposed to be in jail by now because what he promised Nigeria, he did not do it. And he's coming now to defend, helping Tinubu and a gang to tell the court to throw out Peter Obi and LP Petition. You can imagine that type of thing. All we need, like that our sister have been praying, we need that prayer. God will root out all those satanic and occultic people in our country. Darkness and light never goes together. Those people are people of the darkness, and they want to continue to dominate by the power in the blood of Jesus Christ. Domination, they will never get through it this time. We pray by the power in the blood of Jesus Christ. The blood is shed for us on the cross of Calvary, that he will use it to deliver Nigeria this time, especially in this time of trouble.
Thank you.
Pray, and as that sister is crying out to God, we pray that God will hear us tonight in the name of Jesus Christ. Me, I don't normally sleep in the night. I always follow this program. Here is already almost 2 a.m. here where I'm calling from, but I've been following it. I pray God will strengthen all of you,
thank you, sir,
brothers and sisters that have been contributing. We will never go tired until we get our mandate in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I just want to make everybody understand that if you call me and I am not responding, please, can the next person just go ahead and talk? You should know that I'm a human being. I might just leave the studio quickly to get a coffee, do 1 or 2 things. So just move on. We've been here now for almost 7 hours. You know what that means. So we're supposed to be doing the job together. You know, once I'm called and I'm not responding, the next person should just take over. God bless every one of you. But meanwhile, I would like us to hear from Victor. Malga Victor, please talk to us.
It's a good day, Mr. Hevis. God will strengthen you. God will continue to empower you and give you the strength to push on the cause which every one of us believe in. And I want to thank all the panelists. They are doing the job of a patriot. And I say, you are all patriots. You are all great patriots of your motherland. That is what we need to be doing. We will continue to press harder and harder until they give up. I want to say, Mama Echo has just prayed the prayer of an intercessor. And I want to thank her and tell her that we are in agreement with that prayer. We are in totality in agreement with it. And I want to thank her. And may God bless her, strengthen her, and give her the wisdom to continually intercede for many nations around the world. I want to start with Olamide. I was so shocked when Olamide was doing all this thing. This is a guy I've followed his NGO for a year plus. And this is a good boy. That is why our father always tells us that we should be very mindful of what to put our hand into. This is a good boy who has been doing things and be helping people, helping mothers, especially the women that are homeless. He tries as much as possible to garner resources and give to them so that they can, they can use it to get their accommodation. And this is a guy that I've.
So how did you not end up working for APC?
That is where I'm going to. I am shocked. I'm telling you, I'm shocked in my spirit. This is a guy that gathered students and helped them buy school materials for them to go back to school. This is a guy that is helping mothers, especially the mothers that don't have home, that they have issues with their husband. He has been coming on them and has been helping them. There was a day I was shocked when I saw what he did. A woman was hit. He was hit with his daughter on the highway by a car, moving car. So that woman was left there for almost a day plus. Under the rain, she was there. Her wound, her leg was broken. This guy was driving. He was videoing, was driving. I don't know why he was videoing himself that day. He was just videoing. He drove and I saw this lady by the roadside. He stopped. He asked the lady, why is she sitting down with this little girl here? Because that little girl deserves a better life. Since you have brought her to life, she deserves all the best in life. So with that compassionate act, he now took both of them and took them to the hospital where they started treating. And he paid the first bill and seek for help from other people. Everybody rallied around to assist, and the lady was treated. And he made sure that he took that lady back to his place. He was having issue with his husband anyway. He took the lady back. So to this, I was really shocked, and I can't get it. Where did he get it wrong? And if you look at the whole picture now, it's as if even the lesser evils, the one being punished now, for the greater ones, they are sitting down there. That is why we should be mindful of what we get ourselves into. You might not know what you're getting yourself into. The person that is aiding you, the person that introduced you to it, might be a cause that you don't know anything about, and you put your hand into. All the rot is being gathered upon you. Now his father, his family has rejected him.
Noise in your background. Can you mute your TV, please?
Oh, I'm outside. I'm outside.
Someone
That's
has
why.
noise coming from their background. I don't know.
Yes, I'm hearing it too. But let's manage it.
So, all right, I've muted it.
Okay, I'm so shocked, and the reason why I held on is because of the word that I heard from Mama Echo, which I believe is a word of wisdom to everyone. Sometimes you might you might put your hand, your heart might be there. You put your hand into something, try to help somebody, it will not backfire because you don't know the source, you don't know the beginning of that problem that person is having. You don't know if it is God Almighty that is trying to do, and you cannot come in the way of the wrath of God. If you come into the way of the wrath of God, you might get hurt yourself. So we should be wise. The lady called him, we should be wise because we have done a lot. Intercessors have been going on all over the world for the nation Nigeria. A lot of souls have died. A lot of people have been killed. And I want to make mention of this thing right here. You see, the Bible tells me, it said, where lies your heart, lies your treasure. That is a word from God. And God is ready to guide your treasure because that is where your heart lies. The Bible says all good things come from the Lord. God knows that that treasure you're guiding, that treasure you are guiding is meant for his glory. And that treasure, every one of us, hear me, hear my voice. Every one of us is praying for Peter Obi. Every one of us is praying for Nigeria. You know why? Because we are involved. We are passionately involved in this issue. We are passionate because if you are passionate, that is where your heart lies. Our treasure is in Peter Obi. Is Peter Obi. Our treasure is in Nigeria. Our heart lies there. Therefore, anyone that want to go contrary to snap our treasure from our hands, the wrath of the God that we serve, we take that person down. That is what is happening now. The wrath of God is coming upon every one of them. It's like a plague. It's coming upon all of them. The big one is still going to come. That will shock everybody. It's going to fall like a rock. And that rock, if it fall upon anyone, that person will not be able to survive it. Okay, let me go to Wike and Senator Dino. You see, we said it all year that these people are going to start tormenting themselves. And it has started. These people are friends before. They are good friends. But now, because of individual interest, now the battle of survivor within them has started. That means our prayer is going to be has been answered. Because as they battle, these people are not going to battle with their mouth only. They are going to battle with weapons. And I pray, I just see it that they are going to start tying themselves because of little things. It is going to happen. And we all are going to be witness of this. And we are going to thank God because God has heard our prayer. That's where our treasure lies. And I want to say to every one of us, we have been doing the good work. Let no man pull you down. And one thing I want to say to every one of us again, nothing will happen to Mr. Peter Obi. Nothing will happen to him. As far as that is our treasure, nothing will happen to him. I bet you because I know the God that we all serve. He is a good God. He has spoken to us that where lies our heart, where lies our heart lies our treasure. And because of that is our treasure, he's going to guide it. He's going to guide it for us because we have the God of justice. And I want to say again that we should all keep for the judiciary, for INEC, let INEC be doing what is, let them be doing it. We have not seen anything yet. We are going to see where people that even your own brother will come up against you. That is what we're going to do. Your own brother will come up against you. The INEC is coming against, we come against the state that constituted them to provide good election. They will come against it. We will see it. And we pray. Our prayer should be, the judge should turn the heart of the judiciary and hold the heart of the judiciary and make justice prevail for the people that have been killed, for the people that are seeking justice. And I want to thank every one of us. We are the bride, we are the beauty of God. And God did not do any mistake for bringing us out for placing us in Nigeria. There was no mistake. And God did not do any mistake for the amalgamation of Nigeria. It never did. God never did. If you look at America, America it's a port where all the tribe of the world is melted into. And Nigeria is a port where all the tribe on Africa and black race should melt into. And I bet you, the devil will want to tarnish that thing. Immediately that word was pronounced, the devil will come to fight against the word. And that is it. Immediately any good word, any prophetic word is pronounced upon you, the devil will come to take it, because he knows the mouth of the tongue is sharper than two-edged sword. So my brothers, fellow Nigerians, we are fighting a good fight of faith. And we are no longer fighting the good fight of faith. We are making a step forward to make sure that everything is done, and then our people will smile at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Mr. Niger. Thank you, every panelist. Don't give up. Keep on pressing. I love the women of this panel. You people are the beauty. You are the beauty of the struggle. You are the beauty of the struggle we are having. And I thank you all over Nigeria. I thank the women. They are standing their ground. They are standing there like a rock that can never be moved. And God will continue to bless you because you are the mother of the nation. God will not but bless you because the eyes of God is focused on you. That is why you come up with passion to pronounce words, that declare words that will break the shackles of the enemy upon Nigeria. And all of them will be disgraced. All of them will be disgraced because there is a plague upon their life. The plague that will consume them, the plague that will consume their generation, the plague that will consume their offspring is coming. If you cannot take your hands off, God will take that eye that you so treasure, will take the eye from you. As he took the eye of Pharaoh, he took his eyes from him, and Pharaoh fell down and told Moses, take your people and leave right now. But because his heart was hardened, he ran forth against Pharaoh. But what did God do? God gave him a permanent barrier while he sank his soldiers in the water. Every soul that followed him were sunk into the water. But God spared his life to go forth, and he will know that he is God, and he will bow to that God of Moses. They will bow to the God that we all serve. We serve the living God, the creator of the heaven and the earth. That is the God we serve. The God of Moses, the God of Elijah. And we have been pronounced as the one that will do greater things than Jesus did on earth. So therefore, I thank you all for a blessed work that you are doing. Our work will never go in vain. It will bring out good fruit. And that good fruit, we will see the good fruit and glorify our Father. Thank you, Mr. Niger. God bless you for everything you are doing, and God will strengthen you once again. Will strengthen you in your weakness. You will find strength in the Lord. In everything you will find joy. The joy of the Lord shall be your strength. It shall strengthen you all the days of your life because you are doing one thing. You are preaching the good news to the people. You are doing your part. Your part that you are doing has the destiny for you to do. Likewise, every one of us. If we have failed in this part, only God knows where we have been. But because we are going through that path and we are doing the job that God has sent us, it has been predestined that we'll do this, and we are doing it. God will bless every one of us as we come, as we make a tactical approach, as we give good idea, as we speak to the people. God will continue to bless every one of us in Jesus' mighty name. I yield to everyone.
Amen. A big amen to that, my brother. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for your submission. All right. I'll call on another Victor. We have two Victor on screen today. So I'll get Victor. I beg, talk to us. Good evening to you. Unmute yourself, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for letting me in. I was on earlier on, but I got distracted.
You left, yeah.
Yeah, I left, and I had to go and take care of some urgent issues, and then I had to come back. I want to thank you guys for the good work that you're doing, especially you, Mr. Niger Watch. You guys, you have been a pillar. You have brought in big, massive people over here to come and talk to us. You brought in politicians, you brought in lawyers, senior advocates of Nigeria, and they've all come here and they've given us hope. And one thing I noticed about this atmosphere, this political atmosphere right now, is that the whole world, all of a sudden, is now concerned about Nigeria. From Chimamanda all the way to America, all the way to UK, all over the globe. There are a few African countries who don't want to really get involved, although they are concerned. Ghana is concerned, South Africa is concerned, Zimbabwe, Kenya, they are all concerned, but there is a political code that you don't want to really get involved in another country's affairs. Otherwise, they will just, we know the normal thing. Nigerian politicians will say, oh, go and mind your business. What is your own? Don't put your mouth here. But what the Nigerian politicians cannot do is that they cannot silence Nigerians. And the greatest mistake that they've been rigging. Mind you, they've been rigging from 1960 all the way till now. Even that Wole Soyinka that was talking nonsense a few days ago, he took a gun to a radio station and put the gun on the presenter's head and gave him his own tape and said, look, play this tape. This is the message I want you to play for the nation. And he stole the tapes, the original tapes, and ran away. When he was just 31 years old back then. He was declared wanted, but all of a sudden, after a few years, he became a professor and everything. We all know that story. So, moving forward to today, yeah, Obi's arrest, let me start from that. Yeah, he was not arrested. You know, for anybody who wants to get that clarification, Obi was not arrested because the United Kingdom immigration, I live in the UK, by the way, you know, our immigration system here, I've been here for over 20 years. Yeah, and I have a business in Nigeria right now, multi-million naira business. I'm not going to go into details of that, but for me to step foot in Nigeria today now, not problem. It's a problem. I have trusted people who are running it for me, you know, but for me to even travel by road in Nigeria, that thought scares me. To even use plane, it scares me. So I wonder how people who are living in Nigeria are feeling like. I work very hard. I'm not a Yahoo boy. If I tell you all the things that I did in UK to arrive where I am, you will not believe. But if I go into details, it will take a lot of the program time. So let me not go into details. But if you want me to advise you how to make money, you can talk to Nigeria Watch. Nigeria Watch will talk to me. I will help you. Because I've got to a point where I'm not helping people. So let me put that aside. Yeah, Obi's arrest. If they flag your passport in the UK airport and they say, oh, it's duplicated, they will invite you for questioning. And within 30 minutes, you will be, if you are found innocent, they will check your luggage. Obviously, Obi will go into the, the security area. They'll check his luggage for whether he's carrying contraband, drugs, or whatever, blah, 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 and everything. And then when people came out and said, oh, this guy, don't you know this guy is our presidential aspirant? And, you know, a lot of people believe he won the election. And then immigration will now go, oh, I'm sorry, sir. That means that you know what is going to happen to APC right now? They are going to start looking for that other person who impersonated Obi and I trust this country, UK, give them 1 week, they will catch that person. The only reason they may not catch that person is, or could be, that person has already disappeared to maybe Germany or France or somewhere. it's run away. But if that person is still inside this country as we speak, if that person remains inside this country in the next 7 days or more, they will grab him. And we will hear part 2 or chapter 2 of that story. And regarding the guy on the streets of Lagos who was crying earlier on, he did not really say what he did. He did not really confess what his crime was. He was just saying, APC, forgive me, LP, forgive me. What did you do? They say, allow me rest. Who is troubling you? You know, so the guy he looks like somebody who is having nightmares. He sleeps at night and he cannot have any, he cannot have any rest. So he should come out more. If somebody knows him, I think some people here, they said, some commenters here earlier on said they follow him on Instagram and things and that he has done good to people. Please go and question him. You know, I know people are asking about his mental health. Obviously, there is mental health problem. Yeah, fine. But there is always a presupposition. There's always a precedence before a mental health. There's always some kind of trauma or some kind of antecedent. Something must have happened before that mental health issue came about. So let him open up more and explain more to people. Maybe he was so overwhelmed at that particular point in time that he could not really explain everything that he had done in the past. He's just asking people to forgive you. Forgive him for what? What have you done? The people that he's asking to forgive don't even know what he has done. So he should come out and talk to the general public and explain what he has done. You know, that is my own opinion. Until we get to that point, I don't have anything to say, whether to forgive or not to forgive, because I don't even know whether what he has done has caused damage to the country, destroyed lives, or not. Someone was saying that maybe he was in an occult or something. He must have committed. Well, you know, he might have done anything. Okay, let me leave that and go to Tinubu's conviction. You know, I was listening earlier on, and a lady was saying that Tinubu was not convicted, you know, and that was exactly around that time I tried to log in, and someone was already speaking my mind on the phone before I got distracted, you know, and I just want to confirm that what that guy was saying is true. An indictment is a charge. They take you to court. It's like an accusation. An indictment is an accusation. A conviction means that you've committed a crime. And Tinubu was convicted. Tinubu committed a crime there. But at that point in time, there was no extradition treaty. Someone go and fact check me. There was no extradition treaty between Nigeria and America. I think it was later done. And also, Tinubu himself was contesting to become a senator in 1993. So for political reasons and other reasons, and plus that the man was not in the country, and also the status of limitation that was enshrined in the American law system stated that you could not charge anybody more than $500,000. So Tinubu was punished in absentia. He was not in America when he was punished, but money was taken from his bank account, about $500,000. And this was somebody who had a job, in America, claiming that he was getting $2,400 a month. How can you get? They went to his accounts, they collected all his accounts, and he had a minimum of $5 million. How can you get $5 million? How can you have $5 million in your account when you're earning $2,400 a month? You know, and then they're now trying to trash the case from the Tribunal courts in Nigeria, saying, oh, it was in the past. There is no statute of limitation. There is no statute of limitation in Nigerian courts of law. If you commit a crime anywhere in the world and it is proven, you cannot go in for a presidential or even a state governorship or a local councilor political election process. No, you're automatically disqualified. No criminal should be allowed. But unfortunately, INEC has gone, like they always do. They told them releasing Nnamdi Kanu, they didn't release. Nigeria, the number one rule breakers are the people who set the rules. And they are so blatant that sometimes they even think they can do it anywhere in the world. And that is why we have a Koremadu in prison in the United Kingdom today. I want to say more, but let me leave it here for now for other people to comment, please.
All right, Mr. Vito, thank you. Thank you for your submission. God bless you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Naija Watch.
Yes, sir.
Please, I beg you, I want to beg you for something.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vito that just finished talking now. He said, is there any way you can connect me with him?
He said what?
Is there any way you can connect me with him?
Connect what?
Connect me with him. I want to.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I don't. Yes.
You said something about that.
I will put my phone number on the chat, and Mr. Naija Watch will pass it on to you. What's your name again, please?
Mr.
Bona. Yeah, Mr. Bona.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Bona.
All right. I'm putting my phone number on the chat right now. Just if you can get it, 1 second.
So, Mr. Bona, put your phone number on the private chat as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So both of you can share from there. Okay. While you do that, let me quickly call on Mr. Daniel. Are you still with us? Oh, we lost Mr. Daniel already. He left. He waited for so long. Okay. That's fine. We have two Nigeria in the house. Two Nigeria, thanks for coming in. Good evening to you, sir. Talk to us. Or rather, good morning.
Greetings, Naija Watch, and everyone. Thanks for having me, and including the chat and the viewers. I just heard about the detention of Peter Obi.
Yeah.
This is something I personally I think it's ridiculous that the British people detain him, because they must know who he was. Within 30 minutes, they should have known by that time, by just looking at the detail, and he must have told them whom he was. And if somebody was impersonating him in the country, then he shouldn't be questioning anymore. It should be more like investigation. And it's not something that they should have held him there for. They could have just said, you know what, this is what has happened, and when you get back to your house, then we'll look into why somebody is showing up with your details, because he's been there for how many years. This also highlights another thing that our people do, and this type of stuff, it leads to all this our embarrassment that we don't really need. All these people, they feel like they can treat us anyhow. How can you not even know a presidential candidate? Can you imagine, like, if McCain or any other person from the US came to this in America, that came to the UK, how they would treat them? They will not treat them like this, because they don't take us as anything. Why would they not treat us anyhow? And our leaders keep going there. They treat you anyhow, and you still keep going there anyway, because you don't care for your people enough to remain in your own country. It's the same thing. Tinubu now, that one has disappeared into Europe. We don't even know where he is in Europe. Buhari, that one has gone to Mecca. This whole thing, and you look at the picture behind our brother there, is a white Jesus. So we are worshiping other people. We are just worshiping other people. This is what we do. And we until we stop all this stuff, what is our treatment is not going to end. Buhari the other day, a counter-terrorism center that was built in Nigeria, he named it after King of Jordan. Why? What has King of Jordan got to do with Nigeria? We have heroes that have died defending that country, doing stuff for that country. Why did you name them the counterterrorism center that name? There's something wrong with our psyche. This is why we keep having problems. This issue that P2B had today now is a symptom of it. He should never have been arrested in the first place. He should never have been arrested. This is a man that is known worldwide. And if you stop him for a while, within how many minutes, 30 minutes at most, you should know that, okay, this was a mix-up, and whatever is going to be happening, you're going to address it separately. He's not going to disappear. Why are you holding him there? Was he convicted in the UK for anything before? That kind of, personally, this kind of stuff that annoys me. And these Western people, it's a revelation to us to an extent, what they regard us as. Because there's no way. The only reason why you should hold him there, if there was a confusion that you didn't know who he was. But the moment you knew who he was, that's it. He was supposed to go. What is he going to do? Disappear into the country and start hiding from immigration because he needs to apply for visa? What is he going to do? This is somebody that is known worldwide. That kind of treatment is the kind of stuff we don't need to be seen. It's really, really embarrassing. And our people, they will keep going there. Other officials will keep going there. For what purpose? Do we keep going to all these lands? If you're going there, okay, yeah, for Nigerian business, for the good of Nigeria, that's one thing. But if we are doing that and they are insulting us, we should be remembering that when we get back home. But what we do is that, oh, they didn't allow us into the gate of heaven. Next time we need to do better when we want to get to the gate of heaven. That is our attitude. Not remembering that they don't regard us as normal human beings like them. They will not treat an American that way. Our people all over the world behave as if they don't have any. It's almost as if somebody took their spirit out. They don't have any spirit. They just are there to worship other people. The US president is currently in the UK. One of the places he went to straight was this in Ireland. And he is in Ireland. Why? Because that is his root. He knows where he's come from. Even in Europe, even if they are one in Europe, they also know where their root is. He went there. How many African Americans do you see doing that? Kamala Harris came the other day, was starting to preach to us about LGBT. Even the US defense minister is a black man, but he will do everything to protect the pan-European interests as much as possible. That is why we are where we are. Our whole set of people, majority of our people, are busy worshiping other people instead of them to be taking care of themselves. This is why P2B is stopped, because for me, that is an insult. It should never have been stopped. That should have even led to some serious protests at that airport for that kind of behavior of the officials there. So for me, that one is a no for from the point of view of this. And the fact that some Nigerians are even trying to use it to a kind of taint P2B, like, oh, if he was arrested in the UK, he's dirty. So if the UK arrests P2B and he's perfect in Nigeria, what do you care? What do you care whether he was arrested in the UK? Their leaders soak their blood in other people's blood, and they come back to the UK and they praise them like heroes. Look at how many people died in the Iraq war. Do you see Tony Blair in jail? Nothing. He lied, did everything. He's not in jail.
No, he's not in jail.
George Bush, all of them, they do what they like and they get away. They go and make more money on top of it. But we use their own standard to judge our people. That's their own country, something that happened in their country, to judge our people. If I don't support Tinubu today, it's because what he has done to Nigerians, not about what he did in America. I don't care. If what he was doing in America was to harm Nigerians, yes, I will care. Because those people, they don't care one thing about us. If they did, we wouldn't be in this mess that we are in like this. And it's not their job to care about us. It's our job. We are grown people. We are having children, for crying out loud. Our population is growing faster than the other populations in the world today. We are having children and we don't know how to parent and lead as grown people with a grown civilization that has lasted thousands upon thousands of years. We have to start having our own self-pride here. This is when pride and ego is necessary. We have to have some level of shame the way the world treats us. Our president now has gone to Mecca for 8 days. This is a man that didn't make any statement where people were the Benue, people were just killed in Benue. Not one statement. Where are all those politicians crying about Naira notes towards an election? No, almost 80 people lost their lives in Benue, but you don't see them coming out to complain. Oh yeah, let's do something about it. No. But because it was soon an election, it's going to affect them. They were all on TV complaining, disobeying the commander-in-chief. They were willing to do that then. This is such a disgraceful set of politicians. It's on the magnitude. I can't even imagine how Nigerians put up with these people. It's so shameful. They don't even have shame. They don't even want to pretend. Okay, let's go out and just tell people, okay, we care about the people that were just murdered and attacked in Benue. Let's go and talk and find something to do about it. No, they don't even pretend anymore. They just stay home. But when it was going to affect their prospect of winning, you see them. They will create Oro festival. They will create tension between tribes. They will cause all kinds of trouble, burning markets and all this just because they want to win office. What kind of people are these? What kind of human beings are these that keep causing this problem for our people, that just refuse to do the right thing by their people? We have to exercise this mindset that says that we are dependents of other people. We have to be relying on other people for everything. We can't cater for ourselves. Every Nigerian knows the moment we end up in the West, we can compete with anybody. The reason why we can compete with anybody is because we are not any less than any of them. As a matter of fact, we excel. We've just not exercised that mindset of dependency. We don't need any of them. We really don't need anybody. We don't even need IMF. We don't need anybody. We don't need the Chinese. We don't need the Indians. We don't need. When they first created their first nuclear technology in the US, you know that Nigeria has more technology today than they had then. Nigerians have had more know-how today than they had then. So why do we need anybody? Why do we always run overseas to beg people as if we are going with begging bowl all the time? Because our leaders don't seem to want to take responsibility for leading the people. If you are not ready to lead, let them leave. Oh. If you are not ready to lead the people, leave. If you are there as a traitor, sooner or later you are going to answer for what you are doing to your people. Because I'm tired of our leaders and our people going overseas. Some of them, they will look to deport them from the country, and you see our people crying. Oh, I'm returning back to the hellhole called Nigeria because they kicked me out of this foreign country where nobody likes me. What kind of life is that we are living? What kind of life is that? Look at the continent we are sitting on. Anybody that is hearing this, we really need to start searching ourselves what we are doing here, including using that white man's Jesus there, where we are going. We are always worshiping other people. We are going to other people. Why would you be able to take care of yourself when you are relying on other people for your self-esteem, and relying on your other people for your validation? You won't be able to look at your own people as people that are worthy of other people following. You won't be able to. I'm just tired. When you see our leaders overseas, the way they behave is like they're just going there to take instructions. And they have specific countries that they go to: France, UK mostly, and US. Those are maybe Dubai and Saudi Arabia. Instead of us to turn all these things to our advantage, we turn it to our servitude. because Nigeria is split between two major religions and split into multiple ethnic groups. What they could have done is, since we have both major religions in the world, we use it to influence those parts of the world to our own favor. We use the Christian part to influence that part of the world to our own favor. But instead, we are split in half, serving both sides. Nigerians are in Nigeria today causing religious conflict in Nigeria. For who? They are causing tribal conflict. For who? For other people to come and enjoy all our sweat? The mindset, it needs to be shaken up. And I know how these things can be done. I'm just expressing my frustrations. Because when you see this type of things where our politician is arrested, personally, a leader or a major presidential candidate of a country the size of Nigeria, 200 and something million people, you pretend as if you don't know them. No, it's unacceptable. By my book, some Nigerians may think that that is okay for such a candidate to be held for such a long time. 30 minutes max. He should be out of there. He should have even probably had a diplomatic passport just because he's not in government. We can't keep cheapening our own lives like this. Why do we cheapen our lives? We don't value ourselves. That's why they do better. Because somewhere along the line we've lost value for everything we are. We have stood toe to toe with every single one of them, and we have been proven to have more to offer. And still, we refuse to recognize that. Sooner or later, we have to start valuing ourselves. And part of the process, I can tell you what my own epiphany that I had. My own epiphany was that when it came to Nigeria, because it's one thing to come to UK and you get involved in the UK and do your own things. When what did we know? I was one of them too, doing all those things, thinking that everybody here, they are best. They do everything best. They have all the best things. Let's enjoy the Western world. What's the point of Nigeria? Nigeria is useless. But when you begin to realize that, what, you have more than they do. God gave us far more than they did. They have. They envy us. When you start realizing that, and then you also see the injustices going on in the world, the kind of things they do to us, that they don't even like you. From envy, jealousy, and it turns to hate. They start asking yourself, is this where you want to have a child? How you want to grow up? Well, then when they grow up, what is going to happen to them? They either turn black or they either turn white, or that will be their end. And if they turn white, is that you anymore? That's not your children anymore. Between 3-4 generations, you are gone. It will wipe you out. Then the creation God created on earth that led to the spread of humanity on earth will just be withering away on the vine. I thought, no, that's not how it's going to play. Because when I left Nigeria, I knew I left Nigeria with people that are gifted far more than I was. I left them in Nigeria, and Nigeria destroyed many of them. That kind of stuff fills you with humility. It fills you with humility to realize that there are things beyond just your physical gifts. If you have opportunities in this life, don't worry, I will stop soon. I just want to conclude.
Yes, I have a video I need to play before I move on to other people. Please round up in 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, I will do that. So the idea was that my own epiphany was that when I invested in Nigeria, it got me more involved in Nigeria. So the trick would be Nigerians have to, especially the ones in the diaspora, if you want to get involved in Nigeria, you need to invest in Nigeria. It's not only word of mouth. The moment you start investing in Nigeria, you find yourself getting involved in the issues in Nigeria. And many of us have links to different people in Nigeria, from ministers to civil servants. Before you know it, if you start doing that, turning the tide, instead of always looking to invest in the other side, turn the tide and start looking back to Nigeria. And you find that before long, if all of us start doing all we can, this thing is going to change. Our people's respect is going to be restored, because this thing that we keep going overseas to worship other people is nothing short of slavery, and it needs to end. Thank you.
All right, Oga Naija, you really get time to talk today.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, I didn't bother interrupting you or anyway, stopping you, because we have enough time at this particular moment. Oga CM, it's good to have you, but before I come to you, sir, let us quickly listen to this video here to tally what we're talking about, Mr. Peter Obi, up. I'm just going to forward it to the exact place. Let me see if I can, because I don't, okay, I'm just going to take it there. 1 minute, my people. Please, guys, can you help us to share and like? Even though you're just coming in, press on the like button, my people. This is very, very important. Thank you. Okay, let's start from here. I can see more people on the comment section. Anthony Ola, thank you. Tony Africa, I can see you right there. Thank you. God bless every one of you. Moderators on the comment section as well. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Origins, I can see you. Thank you, my people. I see everything on the right. Just that this time I'm listening more rather than talking. So for anybody that want to come to the panel, we still have about, I think we still have we still have about 3 spots left. So if you want to come in, yeah, you can. Okay, let's quickly listen to this.
By the outcome. So, 2 sides of the story. It's now for the tribunal to go into the matter. And if it goes all the way to the Supreme Court. But what we will just appeal to all the parties involved is that all of them should be committed to the rule of law. And that the febrile rhetoric that has overtaken the airwaves and the public space, should be toned down. And the leadership of the various political parties should also call their people to order. Because we've seen a lot of, surprising things, shocking things, let me say. Maybe not surprising. Nigerians no longer surprise anybody. They're capable of anything. Because even this morning, Mr. Peter Obi, through Dino, has asked us to issue a statement that when he traveled to London during Easter on Good Friday, that he was more or less detained at the airport because somebody had been using his identity. Okay, and the statement by Dino pointed out that this is part of the harassment, intimidation that, Mr. Peter Obi has been subjected to, including impersonation in the United Kingdom, in a country where he had lived. So people should not go to extreme situations. And that brings me immediately to Chimamanda, who had intervened when she wrote Nigeria, a Hollow Democracy, a letter to President Joe Biden. She has been called all kinds of names. She has been abused. People have said, she's not. People who cannot even write a paragraph successfully to describe their own identity. I say, she's not a writer. She plagiarized, half of a Yellow Sun. Complete ignorant people who just because they have the opportunity to be in the public space and access to media platforms just talk absolute rubbish. So I think what she has done as a follow-up to that Nigeria, a Hollow Democracy letter that caused so much, reaction, if you like, violent reaction, is to just point out, that, look, she's not supporting Peter Obi because she's Igbo. She's supporting him because he thinks that he's a good candidate and because of his commitment to education. 2, by speaking up a second time, it means nobody can intimidate her. You can't silence her
People say, oh, she lives abroad. She didn't vote. Look, I don't understand that kind of reasoning. You don't have to live in Nigeria to be able to comment on Nigeria. The Nigerian constitution even recognizes dual nationality. You can be in any part of the world and show interest in your own country. In fact, people like Chimamanda, who are great ambassadors of the country on the literary stage. This is a lady who has been given 14 different honorary degrees, by major universities across the world, who has represented Nigeria. Nobody complained the other time when she was defending Nigeria interests. Now, because she says, people have lost the opportunity to be heroes, then people are, up in arms against her. Then we encourage a culture of tolerance, of debate, of openness, which seems to become very difficult, almost impossible for, an imagined babulous, voluble, hypertensive, verbal diarrhea community that will seem to have overtaken the space in terms of debating and discussing and analyzing the outcome of the 2023 electoral process. So,
all right, I'll stop that right there. That is Abati. Abati actually surprised most Nigerians today by speaking the way he did on that particular video. Even some people were already one way or the other getting to miss Rufai for the past couple of days because of the way the Arise TV have been going on. But I believe Abati, noticed that people, because if you look at it, their views dropped on their live views dropped drastically whenever they're live, normally, how it is. So Rufai and OG, it shows now that Rufai, OG, and in fact, mainly Rufai and OG Okbe may figure right there. But what Abati did today, I'm very, very happy with it. How he responded to the Peter Obi situation and Chimamanda's situation as well. So I thought I should bring that in. Maybe we can deliberate on this because these are part of the things that Tunaja also elaborated on earlier on his submission. So let me move on to the next person that we have here to talk to us first, which is Ogasiem. Ogasiem, thank you very much for joining us. Please unmute yourself and talk
Thank
to us.
you. Thank you, Niger Watch, and from the UK. It's good morning. Very early in the morning. Good morning to all of you there, those that are still listening, those commenting wherever they may be. I know, oh yeah.
Make you see your face. Make you see
This,
your face.
waiting,
Okay,
I know
okay.
this na night now. So anyway, in fact, I was really, I woke up to do one or two things. There's something I want, but I had New Night because I left this on. I fell asleep. I had what New Night just said. I said no. Let me re-echo it because he's talking about the summary of all that I had New Night just say was patriotism. That is just one word to describe it. Patriot, particularly for leaders, and then we the followers. Let me say this. Some of us must, you see, sometimes you need to live in the West. Not really that you have to live long, but you need to read and don't just live among them and work and get your salary. You say, oh, if I change dollar into naira, it becomes this or euro. Go, just study how they think, their thought process. If you can get it, even if it's 10%, then you're on the right path. Because one, what governs them is patriotism. Even from the cleaner to the president is patriotism. Now, there's a man called George W. Bush. That is the son of the senior Bush. When he was president, that was the time they invaded Iraq. And in the heat of all those things, the defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, remember the quotation, what he said then, in an attempt to explain away what the mess they are doing in Iraq. I'm coming to something. He said there are no knowns. These are the things we know that we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. These are the things we don't know we don't know. So people say it's a master of ambiguity, but when you go through it, there are certain things he's trying to say. Now, at the heat of all this, because some European countries led by France, Jacques Chirac then, did not support going to war. They were currying the favor of the Arab world. They decided to punish America by bringing up this, just to slight America by bringing up this issue of Kyoto. You know, if you spell Tokyo, if you spell Tokyo the other way, it becomes Kyoto. But there's a city anyway called Kyoto in Japan. He said the Kyoto agreement or accord that the ozone layer is peeling off. Instead of going directly to America, he said ozone layer is peeling off and climate change, all these things. What is causing it? I mean, there are no shortage of scientists. In science, you can also tell lies if you are clever enough. They said is because of polluting the atmosphere, and who pollutes it? They say America is the greatest polluter because of their industries and all those things. Japan say we are willing to reduce our emission. America should reduce, all those things hitting America by the other side. You know what George Bush said? That was when I knew what a leader. You are not tested when your country is. I mean, when people are applauding you, that's not a leader. It's only when you are hit, when you are being buffeted by from every angle. You know what George Bush said? George Bush said, yes, he agreed that America is one of the greatest polluter, if not the greatest. He said, but he can never sign any agreement that will put Americans out of job. I was taken aback. It's not that I read it anywhere. I saw on TV, BBC Newsnight, they showed Jeremy Paxman. He said George Bush, he told them, he said because of that, he left. America left Kyoto. He didn't sign. He said he can't be part of it. Do you know what it means? That he will now reduce maybe the capacity of American industries and all those things, even their nuclear, everything, because they will creep in. He said he can never sign any agreement that will put Americans out of job. It doesn't mean that it will put Americans out of job, but he want to link it to them. That was when I knew that I say yes. This is the hallmark of leadership. This is the hallmark of leadership. In other words, America comes first, whether you like it or not. It doesn't care. They don't give a damn. America comes first. That is their country. So until we start to have leaders like this, and I see that type of person in P2B, who will say, look, Nigeria, we must be that's why I told them, say, forget about dollar. There is no, he said, I'm not a World Bank trade economist or IMF. He said, why your dollar is going low, exchange rate, is because you don't produce anything. Everybody is looking for a dollar. And the simple economics of it is demand and supply. The person selling anything is looking for dollar to import, even to import rice, even to import anything importation. So the demand for dollar goes up. But if we now say that the middle belt and the southern Kaduna will be our agricultural gold mine, we are producing everything and moving to Africa. You find out that the average farmer in Plateau that cultivates tomato, look, he was telling you that, oh, my tomato is exported to UK. The yam they eat in UK comes from Ghana. You can imagine the yam they eat a carton. You can buy it for 30 pounds. Comes from Ghana, and you look. The plantain comes from Colombia. So until you have a leader who loves his people, like Lee Kuan Yew did. Lee Kuan Yew, in fact, if I'm one day I will say it here, Lee Kuan Yew was traveling all over the world, begging, virtually cap in hand. He said when he comes in there, some look at him as if he's somebody with leprosy. You know, the other leaders. He said it was only Nigeria in 1965 when they had a conference before the one they had that preceded the January 1966 coup. He said it was Nigeria. He said he was sitting by next to Kotiebo, the then finance minister. Kotiebo is a shoe manufacturer. He's a merchant. He felt because then the ministers are not out to steal the way it is now, on the scale it is now. So Kotiebo was telling him that he want to resign this post, that is making him, his business is suffering, want to go back. In other words, it's not fashionable to come into public office, because then you only entitled to maybe small 2-bedroom, all those type of things. So the guy wrote it. He said he was telling Kutiebo said, "Don't worry, we can be able. If I'm in my private, I can come and invest in, but I want to leave government first, not knowing that the man will be killed in the next couple of months." So the guy was writing. He said, then he came back to tell the people of Singapore. He said, "Look, it's like the world doesn't want us. Even what is due to us, Britain seized it." Then they have to tell them, what do we do? Malaysia told them, get out of the country, because they were together. The guy now sat down, collected brains. If you see his cabinet, Cambridge first class, Oxford, MIT, collected brains, but not just brains alone, but he instilled in them the idea of a patriot. All of them sat down. Singapore today became, Singapore is, probably life there is better than the UK. Let me just put it this way. So when I after that George Bush speech, I can never forget it till I die. You can never, even if they are telling you, do this, devalue your, you will tell them, look, if I do it now, maybe it will affect innocent who is giving people job. If I do it now, the farmer, the fertilizer will be expensive for the Benue man cultivating yam. No, I won't do it. You won't die. At most, they will say whatever, and then in the end, they keep quiet because you are playing their game to them. In that case, they know you are intelligent. So that is the reason why when I heard of this P2B being detained at the airport. I wish I was at the Heathrow airport. I don't care. I will do it the Jaguda way. In fact, I will even go and bite. If there's one type of fight, you will hold the immigration man and start to bite. Say this is the future of Africa or the future of Nigeria to start with. What are they really talking? Don't they have dozy on or don't the fact that P2B is credit worthy in the UK, lived and supported them, even while he's still being governor, he's still maintaining his link and some primary charity obligations. He's still maintaining it. They know something when such things come in. All you need to do is that, in fact, you don't even wait for P2B. You may even phone him, say Pete, because there are also a call recognition. That's what the British people they decided they want to humiliate him. After all, somebody like Omar Diko, before he died, they gave him the opportunity that he can never, he's free to enter UK from any part of the world without visa. Go and cross-check that. Because they just knew what they gained from him and all those things. So that P2B's case is just a slap. Britain shouldn't have attempted that. Like Kutu Niger said, 30 minutes is okay. More than. They just tell him, Peter, we need you to report to so things. That's all. You don't even need to say it. And he will oblige them. There are things you do in public arena. This is a humiliation of people. But some people may not see that they may think that it's another Agbado because the era that Tinubu's drug is trending, some people might concoct something and say, look, let us also tarnish this man's image. It's not, sometimes you don't cut your, if not sometimes, don't ever cut your nose to spite your face. Don't ever, no matter how do you think it might be, how appealing it might look. Otherwise, I don't see the need. We need a public apology. What did the man do? They know, even Britain with all their intelligence, somebody, what is it called? What is the word to use? Somebody impersonated Peter, and then you are disturbing him. Do you not know him? Is Peter B? If he's somebody like me, then you can deal with me the way you want. Maybe you have not. But such a person, you've already known. The word here, every day, he's on the news. You should have just said, please, sorry, we just had this type of, is there anything you have to say? You can go over there and then finish what you want, or we need you back. He won't run away. He won't run away. P2B he will even be happy to say, okay, look, let me cancel my trip. Don't worry, let's go and settle that issue. Then you just have to start and make a public show of P2B and then saying you detain him, you do this, you detain. Britain should be careful. But then it is a lesson for some African leaders. It is a lesson for those that are aspiring to lead, that at all times, your country comes first. At all because when you are doing such things, you are telling them that you are playing their own game to them. It was Winston Churchill who said, whenever he leaves Britain and goes to any country or any conference, if he dare hear people say anything about Britain, he's ready to fight till the last drop of his blood. He said, but when he comes home, he will call the British people and tell them the truth. In other words, that's what they call, you have to be a patriot. No matter what, you defend your own. Because when you are defending your black, all these things, people are here to understand the international politics. They think it's just bring you play with a petrodollar, all these things, or diplomacy. You don't do it that way. You don't. You don't do it that way. You always consider yourself first. Else, anything, let heavens fall. So now let me finish with what Chimamanda's comment on Nigerian election. At times, when people want to criticize somebody or maybe want to pass a judgment, a comment, you have to understand that there are criticisms that are constructive. That constructive criticisms, the way they say it, is the one that will help. The destructive criticisms is the one that will set the civilization back. When you openly tell INEC, why should you write us this? I mean, write us very low in the conduct of an election. Simple as that. We can battle with economic difficulties because maybe we couldn't plan very well or there was a climate change or anything. But the issue of put your hand in the ballot and then later we count. After counting, we say it's 16. By the way, let me just bring the matter home. When you go to a polling unit and you say party A is having 54 votes, party B maybe 10, party C maybe 3, the other 137, all those things, and you decide to use TPEX to reduce 154 to something like 27, and then bring up the one that had 11 and give that one 180 something. What you've done in effect is that 154 votes means 154 people you do not know. You did not see their face. You can't identify each one who voted. But these are their opinion. They've decided that I am better off raising my hand to support this person. 11 that said they prefer the other one is also to be respected. But for you now to change it with your ink and pen or whatever, what you are trying to say is that it is your opinion that is more important. You, the single person changing it, it is your opinion that is more important than that of 154 when they've decided. Do you know what it means? You are trying to tell those 154 that, look, you people are stupid. You don't even know what you are doing. Which then begs the question, why did you invite them to come out and vote? If you know that your opinion is what you are going with matter, why not allow them to enjoy their sleep or maybe quiet solitude in their house and then do, or maybe even be doing other things than to waste that time, come out. Some of them were whipped by military or whatever, Koboko. Some may not eat, some you never, okay. For instance, that lady that was stabbed, she went and treated herself, sort of bandaged and then come back. Supposing it's one of those people that you are changing the opinion. So people should know what it means by public opinion. Vox populi, vox dei. They say the voice of people is the voice of God. We all say religion, God will help, but God has spoken through you. The people say this is the person they want. Even if the person is a cockroach, allow the person to be. Then later you will say, you see what you did? Americans voted Trump. They voted. It wasn't rigged. Nobody will say that it was. I mean, they voted. Even with all the Hillary Clinton said this, they voted. But when they saw that, look, we made a mistake. Look at the way this man is taking us. They kept their peace until when the time came, they did the right thing and then decided to change it themselves, and the world moved on. So it is in other countries. Why must our own? When we feel that when this is one of the reasons why sometimes the white people look down on us.
Garcia.
Yes, please.
Abexa, sorry, I'll let you continue, but I just wanted to take this so that everybody can take it together, because this Sowore just sent this one out now. I believe he deliberately sent it. He sent it to me. He sent it to my WhatsApp. So for him to send it to me this time, maybe he's washing. I don't know, and I have to present it so that everybody can talk on it. This is what Sowore sent to me right now. So I would like us to you guys can read it, right?
Yes.
Everybody can literally read what is there.
There
Is something. Okay,
there is
read
something. There is something suspicious about P2B's UK immigration story, because I don't see how a modern biometric passport with his fingerprints and biometric identity could lead to his being seen as an impersonator or a clone. More curious is why he's sending third parties to tell half of the story. Something fishy is going on. Revolution now. Okay.
Now, although I've replied him privately, but what I have to put this thing here because too much of everything is bad. To be honest, too much of everything is bad. What's Sowore trying to achieve by all this that he's doing? I just want to
he's also he's just an agent of chaos too. He's just like one of them. This is the problem with all these people. They always want to make us look like we are these criminals in everything.
I've said it before. That guy is a fake guy. No, don't believe me. Anyway, away from my tongue.
See, the second part of this, I mean, the concluding part of that tweet, if you put it up again, we've read, we all know it. That is not necessary. Yes, when you say why everything is in the biometric passport and everything, they should have checked it, CD, and then cross-check. What I understand by this biometric something is that, like they showed it at the airport in Ghana. When you get to the airport, you don't really need all these passport to pass you through. The moment you place your passport at the data page down, you look at one camera. What it's trying to do is that where you place your passport is analyzing the biometric details, particularly your retina scan. As you are scanning the retina from the camera, they are sending it there. If it matches, the door will open. If it doesn't match, it send off an alarm, meaning that although the system can scan your retina and then analyze it, but it's not matching the retina that was used when the passport was issued, meaning that you're a different person from the person who owns the passport. The names doesn't any other thing, identity. I mean, the name could be the same in every way. So when they've done all this and they're still detaining P2B, so the thing is that I don't even know whether everything cannot be politics, but sometimes we don't know what the harm we do to ourselves. The type of criticisms, there's a way you criticize becomes constructive. If they read like Chimamanda Adichie criticizing Nigerian election, to the West, that is a patriot. She's a patriot because she wants it to be good. She knows, after all, it is not in our own interest not to select the best, because we are not respecting the opinion of the people. There is nothing that frightens the West that even if what is it called? Why the British public, they were against they hated Tony Blair then was. The public did not want the war, but you, the MP, you say you want it, and then you base it on a wrong evidence that you tell them that Iran has this, Iran has that. Then they said, okay, allow UN to go and do the final inspection. They said no, they will go. The British people said no, that you are not telling us the whole truth.
Mr. CM, can I just make little impact because I want to do something else now? Can I just make one impact on what Sowore is saying? You see, Sowore is somebody that lies a lot, but people don't know. But people are just using that activism to picture him that, oh, this guy is fighting for us. Sowore is fighting for himself. He's a trickish man. And I've told these people several times when people were talking about Sowore, I told the people I know Sowore very well. Anybody that have been in the struggle, that have been in unionism, participate in Nigerian activism and in politics in Nigeria, we all know ourselves. Sowore is a clone personality.
Okay.
He's just cloning himself to be a good person, because if I'm traveling now, I don't go through the regular immigration process the other people go. I use my passport, I put it on the scan pad, it scans it, there I go.
It's true. That's what I'm saying.
If somebody has a passport, if he has a Nigerian passport, UK don't have right over that passport. But if he has the UK passport, if he scans it, there's no damn mistake on that passport. They are just playing politics.
The mentality, if this was a nationalist, the first thing he would be asking, okay, this is our national person. Why are they holding him? What is this nonsense that is going on? That is his mentality. That's where it should come from. You are thinking of trying to lead this country, and your first instinct is, oh, they just held your person. Oh, he's suspicious. It's good. Let them hold him. That is ridiculous. You think that's how they will behave? There are people, they will be coming here with their lawyers and all kinds of nonsense, try to make people pay and shiver for holding their person. That kind of man, this is the problem. That's why I don't like that guy. The guy seems like we have so many people that are like agents of chaos. They're just there to serve other people.
And anyway, for me to let me round off. So this patriotism, sometimes you may think that you are playing because you have to live. If you live among the Western people, then you understand their thought process. Patriotism runs in everything. Even if it's to the point of humiliating you, they don't care. They will hide it. They will, if they want to explain this away, they will thinking of patriotism. Say because a lot of something happening in UK, the immigration has. That is the way because they will. Even when they know that people made a mistake, probably they will caution them behind. But they will open up to BBC and said, they used to in recent times the MI5 for intelligence has been saying of all this. They just lose a way so that it will sound good. In other words, they're always guided by being the idea of patriotism. So in our own case, why I had wanted when I keep talking about P2B is that let us see a man in Aso Rock who will give people the hope and they will realize that this country you have to build it. I mean, the first telling people that I'm not running for president, you people are running for president through me. In other words, I'm going there. When I go there, it is for you people. So you have to give in your best. Then you look in west and stop seeing what you can do to help your own country or help your own brother as you don't need to. In the west, until you are told the day if you are in the west living with them or working, the day if they've not told you, if you feel it, why not go and help your people? Or all these things, is it not here we taught you? That was when until you mentions that, until you are described, they say it to you. That is when you know that yes, really, after living 100 years in the West, home is home. Until you realize that you've not started, and they will say it so casually that if you feel you know it now, why not go and help your people? That's when you will realize that they really know where you are coming from, despite the fact that you live with them for the past 30, 40 years. They say, oh yeah, go and help your people. In other words, it is you that will go and help your people. So let us always be guided. I think that is the message this evening. Let us always, this P2B something has to teach us a lesson. And if eventually, which I hope, P2B gets in, this will define his presidency. That Nigerians all over the world will now see Nigeria first in investment in everything, so that whatever you are doing to the white people, you help them build the economy, they collect tax from you, maybe pay you so amount of money, you come back, you say, oh, I have $1,000, I was able to change it to 500 million naira, I bought a state. All those ones don't count. When you die, that goes off. But the impact you will make in trying to curtail the migration and then help people to say, look, this is where the resources are. We are better than them. Let us even build. After all, Singaporeans, how many of them do you see abroad because of what Lee Kuan Yew did? So it is possible. Only that who will guide us right, and P2B is the man. But when this type of thing is happening to him, I don't think somebody can play politics with it. Scoring point of what what P2B is going through, it's a humiliation because they know he's the front runner and they knew all what was happening. Remember what Aisha, ma'am, is it Aisha, this one that follows the Labour Party, is what she said when the comment she made to the former British, what is it called, the ambassador to Nigeria, Catriona Lang. It's just it's like a dress down when I saw the video. So these are the type of things when to us they may think it's insulting the ambassador. No, but the ambassador will go home and say, look, there are really some people here that really love their country. Look at the way they are talking to them. You have to stand up to the white people, not really to fight them, but you tell them that look, that game they are playing, you play their own game. And if they know you are playing their own game, they will respect you, even without telling you. They know that yes, these people will come up. But then if they want to divide you by coming through any other policy and you plan and you people are not cohesive, then you fall again. Nigeria has been a victim, and I believe we can never be the victim this second time. All these things are happening for a purpose, and by the grace of God, if P2B regains his mandate, the journey will start. I mean, it's like we are starting from the scratch. I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Niger Watch.
CM, thank you very much. You are too good to be bad. God bless you.
All right. Mazio Bona, okay, I think it's your turn. Yeah, go ahead. But Mazio Bona, before you're supposed to be moderator.
Give her the chance now. Give her the
Okay,
chance.
thank you for your understanding. Moderator, please talk to us. Good
Oh,
evening to
thank
you.
you,
Good morning to you.
Mazio Obona. Good evening. It's just 4 minutes past 9 p.m. my time.
It's morning.
And oh, I know it's morning there. It's good morning. I just want to say thank you very much, Nigeria Watch, and everyone who's past midnight to the next day, and you are here, Mommy Diaspora. I don't know where you get the strength from, Nigeria Watch. You are an inspiration to me. You are just, I don't know, you're a wonderful guy. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
Going back to Ruben Abati, I was just laughing when I was watching Ruben Abati kind of seemingly support, the Labour Party, in a way that is making it seem like why they're attacking obedience, why they're attacking Labour Party and those people supporting even Peter Obi himself, because for the past few days, he has been taking jives from the APC, like what's his name, Dele Alake said, like saying that Ruben Abati was a deputy governor, supposed deputy governor, running with the late Buruju Kashamu, that was indicted of a wanted drug person. I think he was a senator or House of Rep member, Federal House of Rep member. So, people are taking different jives. Wiki has said some things, about him and the AFCC, so I think he's getting those jives, from these people, because of course what Arise is doing and what people like Rufai, and so they are angry. See, we are hitting them badly. They are not sleeping. They are just sitting down, cooking different stories, different theories. They are going to meet psychologists. They are going to meet, geeks, internet savvy people, hackers, just name it, in every industry. They are not sleeping because there's money to spend by all means. This is a do or die affair for them, and for me, in all of this, I don't want Peter Obi to take it for granted. I'm a little bit kind of uncomfortable with the ease at which he carries himself around. I'm confident he's protected, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable because you know, it, s- supposedly, I mean, we don't even have any proof, according to what the British government said, because I don't trust them, saying that, his data was kind of compromised or cloned, possibly, his phone numbers and that of his family members as well. Um, you know, I don't know. I just don't trust the British government, and I'm not sorry to say that because, over time and history has told us, giving us reasons. I'm not going to list them out why we don't trust them. I mean, sadly enough, Sunak, you just praised Agbado immediately. I mean, who does that? Can they do election like that in Britain and the next day, everything is, nice and rosy? No, so that just gives you an incline that, the British, government is kind of aiding and abetting in all this menace going on because they are gaining, and somehow you don't really blame them. You know why? Because I like how Sasiem analyzed, the way former President George Bush, supported his country. You see, we don't have patriots. We don't have patriots. What you do in another country, huh? The people of that country would see it as bad. But the people on the receiving end, the one you are doing it for, will see that you are a patriot. Nigerians lack patriots in the corridors of power, especially when in the international scene. I mean, it's even stemming from the secondary school, the primary school. How do are students proud to say, I'm a Nigerian proudly anywhere they go? Check it out with an American kid. They can argue with you, even and argue with an adult to say I'm an American, and because they have so much confidence in their government, they know that even if they're outside, the American government will protect them. But what can you say now if you go to one primary school just randomly and ask a little child, are they proud to be Nigerians? I doubt if they will say yes. I doubt it. So we don't have patriots in Nigeria. And that's why you see most of these people, they can sell out. They can sell out for a loaf of bread. They don't care. It's me, myself, and I. And that's why, and it's kind of laughable. And I just feel so bad because I'm looking at it in the eyes of the foreigners now. How would they look at, I don't want to use the word black man, a Nigerian man selling out his country? How do you think what kind of perception do you think they will have of seeing any Nigerian? They will just feel that all of us are sellouts because over the years, we've had leaders who are sellouts from the oil industry, even to the security industry. Listen, if you guys know the things that are really going on here, you would cry for your nation. You would cry. You see all these trains that you're looking at? All these trains that you're looking at? Let me give you an instance. When you have, let's say, the Minister of Transportation now, they want to import a train. And if in that industry, the locomotive industry, there are different kinds of trains. There are used ones, there are fairly used ones, there are old ones, and there are brand new ones, top notch. A typical minister of transportation now, I'm just assuming who is in charge of that, the importing of trains, will go to a foreign land or meet engineers. And these engineers will look at the budget. The federal government would say the budget is, let's say, $1 billion because they rated that money based on the latest train that they have, right? But when we have the minister who is in charge, who is representing Nigeria and future generations, will go to these foreigners, they sit on a round table, and then this foreign man is like, okay, they already have a history of how Nigerians can twerk things, and they're not patriotic to their country. So what do? They give them substandard trains, a train that would not last 5 years. And then they make a deal with that foreign company and they bring in substandard. In fact, I will use the word cosmetic, just like what governor of Edo State is doing, cosmetic road. It turned to biscuits after maybe a season. So they bring cosmetic trains to Nigeria. And then the people of Nigeria who are ignorant and gullible, they don't know, oh, we have new trains. Oh, they are working. Oh my God, this is nice. No, these are substandard products. Up to every little detail that has to do with making that train, the rail, everything substandard. Now the person in charge has made his millions of dollars. At whose expense? Going down the line, 5 years time, 2 years time, even 6 months time, when that train is running, you will wonder and say, is this the new train that they spent $1 billion on? That stems from accumulative failure of leadership, because as a leader, if you have your Minister of Transportation go to, let's say, Germany now, and to say, okay, we're getting the best of the best train, the best technology, they get everything. You do not follow up. You do not follow up. That's why I say patriotism, love for country. You love your country so much that you cannot get anything substandard. You would not accept it. So we've had these kinds of people in the corridors of power for a long time, for decades. And I think most of us who came to diaspora, I think because we're getting to a certain age, we're getting to a point where we know that these people are lying. We know that these people have tricks. And then the introduction of the internet, and social media has kind of helped, I would say, Nigerians back home who are not opportuned to really see the other side of what governance really looks like, And I don't know, I just feel that the internet was created for Nigeria. God just, to just help Nigeria, all these media platforms that we're using, it's just to enlighten Nigeria. The thing is, what is your choice? But there's a gray area. And this gray area is the opportunity that we as Nigerians away from Nigeria have. The ones in Nigeria who are living in Nigeria, brothers and sisters, they don't have it. Freedom of expression. They don't have 24/7 electricity. Everything, in fact, every step of the way, with the one who's there's a lot of snags along the way. We don't have that. So that's why sometimes information are given half-baked or understood in a different way than the way we understand it, because they don't get the full picture. There's so many parts that there's no answer. It's blank, 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 halfway blank. So that's why sometimes I can understand when somebody can even, do what they can do for just 100 naira just because they want to eat. Sadly to say, I'm happy that Ruben Abati is highlighting these things, and I think he's echoing it, in a retaliation of how they are jiving him, about his past and all that. That's what he's doing. It's not as if Ruben Abati suddenly loves the obedient movement, or suddenly loves Peter Obi, or suddenly loves the fact that, we are fighting back. No, he's just doing it as a retaliation to say, okay, you're talking about me. Okay, I'm still gonna be supporting. I'm gonna be hurting you guys more, or embarrassing, the APC government or the ruling party, by saying things that, okay, you guys are trying, the jiving on the Peter Obi is too much, is embarrassing. We're taking it to extreme. Benabati is not a lover of the obedient movement. That's the truth. I don't know. That's my opinion. I mean, that's what I've seen. Because he's a PDP guy. But it is what it is. I mean, he should keep doing what we like to see and what we like to hear. As long as it's favoring, the obedient movement, I am very happy about that. And then going by Omoyele Sowore, Nigeria was that thing that you showed. I actually read it earlier today, hours ago, and he put it out there on his I kind of saw it on I think it was on Facebook or something. I was just reading through the internet, Google, and I just happened to just see it. And from what I could see, what he's trying to, Omoyele Sowore was trying to do, he has not said it, but a smart person would know that he's trying to say that the incident that happened on Good Friday with Peter Obi at Heathrow Airport was orchestrated by Peter Obi. That is just basically what he's trying to say. And it's kind of I'm trying to use for a very nice word, but I would say it's kind of, I'm embarrassed for Sowore. I'm embarrassed for him because he has stooped so low that, with desperation and stubbornness, that everybody is not seeing him for who he really is. All this while, everybody's now seeing it. He's just, as an investigative journalist that you claim, I expected, him to investigate and dig more before he even made that comment. But apparently, like a very juvenile attitude, you just jump in just to write something to discredit this man. Just to listen, Omoyele Sowore should be very careful, because Peter Obi is a special man. He's a special child of God. And if somebody is so innocent and and he's just ignoring all these attacks, left, right, and center, and propaganda, and you keep doing it, the God that he serves is gonna come and ask you. That's what Sowore is just trying to say. This thing is fishy. What do you mean it's fishy? Why are you sounding vague? Say the word if you have the guts. Say it. You call yourself an investigative journalist. Why not investigate it and then you bring it out in your paper? Why you quickly just rush out and just type something? Something is fishy. Why does Peter Obi have to enlighten the whole obedience that he was detained? Why wouldn't he do that? Why wouldn't he do that? Because he's our own. Omoyele Sowore, if you're listening, before, in case you forgot, Peter Obi is Nigerian owned him. Nigeria owned him. He's our president. So that's why if anything is happening anywhere, everybody will raise an alarm. Everybody. And it's not going to stop there, because no, we will not allow him to be intimidated by anybody, whether in Nigeria or a foreign land. We would shout and scream. So Peter Obi has the right to inform the entire world that he's been detained, and then the British immigration are saying that his details has been compromised. He's just not an ordinary citizen. Omoyele Sowore is an ordinary citizen. You're not even the same league as Peter Dirokubi. You're not. You're not. If I just try and just get, he should not just try and get at least an election within his family to be like maybe the family head, not even councillor now, within his own family, then they will start talking, because they're not in the same league. You don't even have power. You never tasted it, and look at how you are behaving. You are having a cat fight with the empty air. That's what is insinuating that Peter Obi arranged this hula baloo. That's what. This is a serious thing. If somebody is cloning your details, it's a serious issue. I don't even care right now. I don't care if this thing was orchestrated in one form or the other, but something that you hear, it is not a joke. Somebody is using your name for something bad. Do you know what that means? Do you know how that affects your business, even your personal life? They not talk about the fact that you're even a politician. It's not a joke. So he's trying to trivialize this issue and turn it around and say that, okay, Peter Obi arranged this noise because he wants attention. That's what Shore is saying in a nutshell. And Nigerians, we should not tolerate such things. Tomorrow, Deju Adeyanju will come out and say another thing. What is all this nonsense? At least the midget of Kaduna, El Rufai, he hasn't spoken so far. He's been quiet because the Northerners know the name of the game. They know it's embarrassing to even see Southerners. Bayan and Anonuga, what's his Dele Alake, his eyeballs are like someone suffering from some deficiency of thyroid. Because somebody whose eyeballs come out, those are signs of somebody who's suffering from a thyroid problem. I'm not joking, I'm not saying it as a form of mockery. He should check himself. Bulging eyeballs means a sign of you have thyroid problems, and you're coming out and you're jiving at somebody who wants the best for Nigeria.
Madam Rita, you are right. It's called thyrotoxicosis.
Exactly.
That is what thyrotoxicosis or hyper that brings about hyperthyroidism.
Hyperthyroidism, yeah.
Hyperactive all the time. Your eye is like
his eyes are bulging. It's just like signs of thyroid problems. I see it. So when these guys, when they just come and you just see these charlatans in corridors of power, it's like you're having a headache. Like, where do we start from? It's like you have a bunch of mad people that have taken over your house. You ask yourself, where do I start from? Because everybody, left, right, center, everybody's mad. So we have to keep speaking and we have to keep shutting down people like Omoyele Sowore. I think at this moment, I don't think Sowore has, gotten any whiplash from the obedience, but he's pushing us there. He's pushing us there. And we should not take it lightly. I will stop here for now.
Thank you, Madam Rita. To be honest, I've tried to avoid things like this, especially when it comes to Sowore, but too much of everything is bad because I don't know what is happening. I don't just know. So too much of everything is bad. I'll end it there. Mr. Bona, please talk to us, sir.
Yes, so thank you once again for this opportunity. It's a great opportunity, and we appreciate. God will bless you the more, and bless those who are talking.
Thank you.
Mr. CM, Madam Rita, and all other people. I thank you. Nigeria topic, we will not finish it. It's a very big topic. A lot of things is happening here. To tell you the fact is that NEPA, when they want to bring light, is when they want to collect money, when they want to go around and collect money. A lot of rotting in this Nigeria things, and I believe God has come through Peter Obi to open eyes of people for us to see what is happening. He said one time when he come out from when he finished staying in Anambra, that if our eyes should open to see the rot, the things they do in government house, whenever we see them, we stone them. It takes a man of courage. It takes a man with clean heart to say that kind of thing. And what people around people that don't want him, they don't want that change, that genuine change to come. They'll be doing all kind of things. They can kill, they can buy, they can do anything, they can use anything to just discourage people from following him. But this time around, as you said in your write-up here, it is now or never. And we are going there. We are moving there by the grace of God. All this they are doing is by the way. They're just doing it for, if they kill a fowl, they put a fowl tie for neck. You're gonna do after you kill and finish, where you don't cut this thing. You still they do leg, ping, 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 to share the last breath. That's what they are doing now. But I believe even the judiciary, all those who are in charge of it, they are living here. They know what is happening. They know what is happening. So they have to do something different this time around. It's not. This one is not ordinary thing. They should do something with the cry of people, the cry of women, the cry of children, the cry of people, the blood that have been spilling on this ground since is crying. The blood is too much. You want to do election, you bring army, bring everything, just to intimidate people. Just to intimidate people. We are happy when they brought army from in Lagos. That Lagos is one of the flashpoints that they're going to, at least people will go about and do their normal voting and go their house. Still, all these things is just camouflage. They just use that one as a to close their eyes, say they are doing something, but they don't know that God works in a miraculous way. The guy that is crying up and down in Lagos, because he's not saying anything that he did. He says he's not doing this, he's not doing that. You never talk the thing when you do that. Talk and make we hear. If you talk, people will help you. Me self, I don't talk. Madam HO, give me credit. Another man, give me data. That's why I'm still speaking here. This man, Oga Niger Watch, you send money to me. So, can you see? But this one never talk with him. Why would you help somebody that not say, this is what I do, help me to beg these people, But you don't say anything, just telling people, help me. Help you for what? There's something you did that you don't want to say. You don't want to say it out. You followed the state and go chop finish. You can't shout, innocent shout. All this one way, it just want to make people see him, make people know him more. That's what I feel. If you really know what he did, you should say it out so that people will know where to help you. You understand? So I just want to thank you. I want to leave now. I want to go rest more. And just watch. I bless
All right.
you.
You've tried. From Nigeria, may you go sleep before NEPA sees your light.
If the light need to see that, we don't master us now.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow,
but to
now,
suffer us, not the master.
All right then. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to hear from. I don't know if Victor is still with us.
I'm still here.
Okay, sir. Let's hear from you now concerning Sowore, what he's doing, and what's your take?
Yeah. Mr. Evans, are you able to just post the Twitter comment again on the screen so that I can analyze it properly? Because
it's right there.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. He said there's something suspicious about Peter Obi's UK immigration story, because I don't see how a modern biometric passport with fingerprints and biometric identity could lead to his being seen as an impersonator. What is Sowore trying to say here? Sowore is trying to say that he doesn't see how Mr. Sowore's passport, Mr. Obi's passport with authenticated fingerprints and everything could cause a controversy. Why? Because this is a very secure passport. It's biometric. It cannot be forged. So he said, I'll go back again. He said, because I don't see how a biometric passport with his fingerprint and biometric identity could lead to his being seen. That means, okay, being seen. His being seen means that, okay, immigration now, they're not suspecting him. That's what that statement means. As an impersonator or a clone. Okay. They put a comma there, and then I said, more curious, why is he sending third parties to tell half of the story? And that is where I really disagree with Sowore. He was making the right comments up till that moment
Yeah.
And when he now started suspecting Obi of using third parties, and then he now went on to say something fishy is going on, then I will have to ask Mr. Sowore, what do you know that we don't know? You know, I give Sowore a lot of credit. I've given him a lot of credit. I like the guy, you know, because this guy is one of the guys who started fighting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He was one of the guys who started Revolution Now, and he started doing his things even before the NSAS. But a lot of the young people that we have right now don't really know this, you know. But Sowore was like the embers. He was fanning the flames coming up from 2010 upwards, 2013, 2015, 2018. He made one serious mistake, though, by supporting Buhari. We can forgive mistakes.
No, but Victor, just a sec. You know, when somebody starts something, actually, like calling it a revolution, Nigeria is overdue. Yes, anybody who brings it up will be listened to. But subsequent developments, events, attitude shown by the person will not make you to go back and query. Said, what really is it? Really revolution with the true intention, or revolution to massage his ego, or he has his own hidden agenda? Because if you
God
really
bless
feel
you. God bless you.
if you really feel revolution, somebody said, if you know more than me, I follow you. You see, do you know one thing I keep saying? The greatest mistake you will make is to suppress the opinion of the people. That's what democracy is all about. It does not mean that the people can decide that a cockroach is better than anybody. The fact that they decided, they weren't forced to say it. You have to respect that. So P2B's movement, because it even shocked him. I remember P2B saying his prayer is that he should not disappoint Nigerians. You know what it means? Because to him, he never believed that massively, everybody all over the world, Nigerians. So when you now see this type of followership, and if really you are working for the people, all you need to do is that, so the people saw something in this man. You know, I can follow. Even if you say, look, I don't like this P2B as a person, he looks dirty or this. But the fact that majority are now following him, and this majority are not rich people. These are poor people that say that they've seen it, he will solve their problem.
Even
You have to join.
Hausas, Yorubas, Fulanis,
everybody. You have to
Delta,
join.
everybody was
You
following.
see, you have to join. But if you are now querying it, it then means that the opinion of those millions, you are feeling that the opinion of those millions do not equate to your own, that you know better than them. And that is where the arrogance and
my brother, if I tell you how I feel about that, I feel a little bit nostalgic about Sowore. I don't hate him, but I am, you know, when you like somebody and that person is like not doing what you expect them to do, and you're just praying and just wishing that they will change their mind and join your train. Honestly, that is how I feel about Sowore right now. He's using his energy to work for APC.
See?
Why? Why is he using... APC will be quiet. APC is not going to say anything about him. They will just think, okay, this is another obedient that is rascal because people did not go his direction. Sowore wanted to enjoy the support that Peter Obi is getting, but he didn't get it. So one thing I can advise Sowore, if he's listening to this program right now, because Mr. Niger Wash said he just received that intel from Sowore about 30 minutes ago. So Mr. Sowore, if you are listening, I beg, drop your pride, please. Join the obedience. You don't have to collapse your party to join the obedience. Just support, just align first. We have 10 years to more than, we have a lot of years ahead of us. Not even 10 years. Elections for 4 years. Yeah, 8 years. We have more than 10 years ahead of us. And you're a young man, Mr. Sowore. We know you. Those of us who are true obedience, we know you. But for now, you are not the priority. Obi is the priority. Be patient. When your time comes, we will support you. You will become the president, no doubt. You are president, you are a presidential potential candidate, but this is not your time. This is Peter Obi's time. Please join with Peter Obi and stop attacking him, because attacking him is dividing us. I take God beg you, Mr. Sowore. I know you have sacrificed a lot. You've been in Nigeria. The stupid government of Nigeria have arrested you, kept you in Abuja. They put like a fence around you. You cannot even leave the capital territory. You cannot even fly out to go and see your children in America. We all understand the pain. We all know that. But for the sake of the future of Nigeria, you have already begun this battle. Aluta continua. I saw your picture when you were with MKO Abiola in 1993. You've been there. You've been seeing the oppression. You were a student union government at, I think it was University of Lagos or something. You know, we've seen people. When I was at Uniben, we had Sheyi, who was now president. Where is he today? I'm not hearing about Sheyi anymore. A lot of people come into this position and go, but some come in like you, Sowore, and you stay. You want to fight for this country. We feel your pain. Just like, okay, let me not call his name yet. I was going to call the guy with the gray hair and everything. But we're all fighting for one thing. Let us face our common enemy first. When we defeat them, then we'll talk about the next step. Nobody wants power. Power is tedious. Power is painful. Do you know what it means to look after 200 million people? And then you get paid, forget how much you get paid a month. Boris Johnson here in the UK, while he was prime minister, was getting paid 150,000 pounds a year. You know, the highest wages that I've seen in the UK is roughly about probably 500,000 naira a month. And those are bankers. They're not politicians. They're investment bankers. The richest man in the world is not, what do you call him? Elon Musk. No. The richest man in the world is Evelyn the Rothschild. Evelyn is a man, but he's answering the woman's name, and he died a couple of years ago, age 91. And their family is worth $500 trillion. You will never see this in the news. Go and fact check me. Go to Snopes, snopes.com, and find out who's the richest family in the world. Because we're not here to lie. If anybody finds me wrong, I beg, let me know. So this is not about money right now. We have the richest people. The richest monarch in the family is the Queen Elizabeth family, King Charles family, with almost 50 million pounds worth of assets. Well, we're not even talking about cash. And none of that could give them extra life with all that money and everything. Okay, they could drive a limousine, Jaguar, whatever, Land Rover, whatever, live in mansions, whatever. But these people end up living longer than the poor people because they're secure, they have people who are looking after them, but they eventually die. You know, so what is the point when you know that, okay, you steal the whole country's wealth and you're going to die one day? Why not just give everything that belongs to the people and make people live longer, make people happier so that your country can be more prosperous, like the way Rwanda is doing right now. Rwanda is putting all their resources into development and everything. And if we're not careful as Nigerians, we'll only be regarded for one thing in the next 10 years. That, oh, we are the most populous nation. But the most developed nations will be people like Ghana, Rwanda, and other places, South Africa and other, and we will keep running. Look at our people dying, trying to cross over the ocean from Northern Africa into Europe on a daily basis. All the bloods of those people are on the heads of the presidency. All them Femi Fani Kayode, Festus Keyamu, Lai Mohammed, the blood of these Nigerians that are dying every day, running, jackbarring out of the country are on your head, because God has blessed the country with the resources, but you guys keep doing everything you can to frustrate the country. And when there is no more money, you go and ask China for over 20 billion. China refused to give you 20 billion. And then you go and lie to IMF and say you want to do oil subsidy and you're going to use $800 million to pay the people so that they would not feel the impact. And IMF made the mistake of believing you, or maybe IMF is working with you guys. They've given you that money, Abi. Now, at the end of this month, or at the end of May, when Buhari leaves office, Nigerians are going to see petrol prices go up like this. 1 liter will be a minimum of 500 naira. Everything will just, these people are trying to push Nigerians to the edge. Yeah, and on top of that, they want to give us a manufactured president, selected president from INEC. You know, I just feel so, you know, hey, my God. I don't want to talk certain things here because Nigeria wants to just begin to tell me, say, because you're using some language that is not acceptable. You know, no. So I'll just try to keep it civil. Let me keep quiet for you here and just give space to the next person.
The thing is, with each person there and the way Sowore behaves, you will now understand that the revolution he was talking about was just because of his own selfish interest. Otherwise, until you start to see the good in others, then you are not yet a patriot. Because as a person, what you are trying to do is revolution. Now you talk. If anybody is you're talking to the people to follow you. They agreed. Now they seem to be following them, and you are becoming jealous or whatever. What does it? Do you think you know more than the people following Peter Biola up and down? Even people stopping him anywhere he goes in Nigeria. People want to have a feel, because not that because he gives money or whatever, because they've seen that this is a man that resonates with the problem of the country. He understands how to solve it. Look at the issue of oil theft. It has been happening, but nobody had the courage until he said it. And he illustrated by saying, look at the amount of oil, the quota OPEC gave us to export every day. But it's being stolen. Those ones stolen, multiplied by the rate that a barrel goes for, and then convert it to Naira, find out that it has solved the case of ASU, what ASU was looking for. So for a man to be this practical, you will not say it's true. It's like you are owing your landlord, and the landlord wants to throw you out, only for you to discover that there is even something under your bed that is gold, which if you take it to the market tomorrow, you sell and get your money. You know, it will be like you won a jackpot because you never knew it was there and you needed money. You said, I didn't know this thing was here. And for years, only for you to discover it, and somebody is willing to pay over the top for it. So who are you then? You get rid of it and then get the money you want and solve your problem. So that is like taking a loan without taking a loan. It's like the money fell from heaven. So all this type of, somebody with this type of practical application of knowledge, that is what Sowore doesn't want. And then when you say these things like this, you are even making people, you may think you are scoring a point, but the small reputation some civilized people have for you, it will be ebbing away. They will just be saying, what is this guy talking about? Only you. Nobody's good except you. No, 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 no. Life doesn't go like that. I remember Peter be saying, I can learn. I want to learn. Tell me the one I'm not doing well. Please do it very well. That is how you know. The humility should be there. Then you'll be decisive, and then the character and the example. That is what people are looking for. You convince people when people see in you what you are preaching, and you don't preach hate. Rather, you are even telling people, look, come, you can help to do this. But sure, going about trying to think that by putting out this Twitter, it will make him good. This was the type of Twitter he put out when Peter Obi went to Egypt. Peter learned that Siemens was the people that helped Egypt to develop their power system. And Nigeria is also dealing with these Siemens. Remember the Abakari, the late one, traveled to Germany to sign the contract, all these things. So Peter Nan said, why is it not the same Siemens? Let me go and find out what is happening before I get into office, if I'm lucky. He went there and saw everything for himself. Show Twitter says, so Peter doesn't even know anything about power. He's trying to look at the arrogant. When that guy is even talking himself, you look at him and then sometimes he makes me puke. When you look at, you say, what are you saying? Until either one deputy British High Commissioner in Nigeria now wrote and said, is there anything wrong that you are doing something, you are not doing it well? Then you want to go to people who is doing it well to go and see what they are doing so that you can change your own. Is that not why?
I think
Is
you
that
have
not?
inspired me. Can you permit?
Please, one moment.
Can you just give me like 10 seconds? 10 seconds. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you just give me like 10 seconds to like bring up a suggestion? Should Mr. Niger Watch bring Showore into the panel so that we can question him? Nobody should insult him all. Let him just come and explain why he's behaving the way he's behaving. Do you think that is right? I yield. Continue, please.
Okay, yeah. So that is why you see a country we say, look, this football we want to win. It's like we don't do it well. Let's hire this coach. You go and tell them, please, you country, you do it country, you know it better than we do. Can we borrow one of your coach? Let's pay him to teach us. That is the way it is done. You can't be arrogant. You feel that this, you see, since when he mentioned that, then I know that this chap is really all his revolution was because until you on top. That is not how to do something. If even the person who knows the thing, that was why Peter B is saying, say anybody who knows everything is a fool. You don't know it. As a leader, people, that's why you have advisors. You have to even ask them, how do we do this? How do we do this? But this is what you want. In the end, you will get it. Going to Egypt to go and find out. It was then the Egyptians told him that it took them 1 month from beginning to conclude the arrangement, and they were even having excess that they will generate power that they need and generate and keep in case of emergency.
I saw the video. I saw that video.
In case of emergency. But Nigeria is still battling with this. So you now go and learn that, find out that it is our corrupt system that we will go to Germany, stay in the hotel, collect extra code, bring the Germans again. They come here. All these things, taking money. But the Egyptians concluded it within a month, like Peter Obi said. He said they showed him this is what they do. And they were quite happy. He said the most important thing there is that the everything about Egyptian power from beginning to end, all the engineers all studied in universities in Egypt. So what does it? So in other words, Peter Obi will like to find out to say that our power system will be our engineers from whether Federal University of Technology, Akure, or University of Lagos or Ibadan, all these engineers, bring them, should give them the job so that you will be proud to say that, oh, the chap who is now working with NEPA or whatever is my classmate. We finished, so he's working there, and if I finish, I join them. So that instead of looking,
and also to add to what you're saying, electrical engineering is one of the easiest engineering to study. It's easier than mechanical. Electrical is easier than mechanical. I studied petroleum engineering myself.
So you see, this is exactly somebody who we use. We have the talent, but when this guy start to say this type of thing, you find out. And then I think I've analyzed show already one day. I say, look, if you are looking for a job, there are experience they are looking for. You've not balanced a budget. You don't know what it means. If they make you president tomorrow, IBB in prison, Abdul Salam in prison, all of it, after that, what? You imprison all of them on Monday. Then what happens on Tuesday? All of them, yeah, okay, IBB, you say, okay, release your money. Okay, I release the 10 billion naira. This one, after that, what happens? If you're not clear, if you're not clear in your brain what you intend to do, how you are going to, these people know, yeah, okay, can IBB last up to the next 30 years?
No.
Given his age. No, one day they will naturally, even Obasanjo, they will naturally pass away. But
They
what you want to do is
they will yield to the call of nature.
Yeah, but what you want to do is you should have a clear plan. That is what it's not all the time you jail our leaders. Tomorrow I saw Peter Obi went to Mina. He said hobnobbing with all those. It doesn't work. The air you breathe is if the air is contaminated, whether you're a virgin, you're a Catholic nun, you're a bishop or you are pope, you breathe the same air. What matters is what the character you exude. That is what matters. He's telling me, nobody should go to Mina. Don't shake hand with IBB. It's other day went to Danjuma. That is too infantile in his trying to that time. When you see people reason that, but you cannot sit down and tell us how you have to structure the economy, how you are going to battle the problem we are facing, even defense. Say, for instance, we are insecure in Nigeria. What really do you think we are going to do so that within 6 months, people will feel secured, at least showing that the graph will start coming down? You don't do all those things. All you talk is you jail IBB. We know
they have no plans. They have no plans.
Okay. You gather. Let's say 100 of them. They're not. It may not be up to 100. Say 50 of them. You jail them in the prison. Okay, good. They are not there. They are not disturbing you. Then which plan do you have? Okay, you tell them to bring their money. Probably the Western world is holding it. They refuse. What do you do? In that case, you come and say, you see, the Oyibo is they are plotting my failure. But you have to think all these things through before you come in. You should be able to think.
Wait.
They are the knowns.
When you talk about Western money, Western banks holding the money back, what do you mean by that?
No, what I'm trying to say is that supposing, because all this money they've stolen, like the past leaders, they are stacked, they are not in Nigerian, not in our economy. Now, supposing, let me just play the devil's advocate, show where Renan comes in and said, okay, these people, we have to make them real, because that is the extreme you have to go. Not really shooting them, but we arrest IBB, say, look, the money you stole, you have all this. Then you are now apply for repatriation of the money, like Abacha is doing. What if they delay? What I'm trying to say is that if you depend on all those billions or millions to run your economy, if they bring it back,
it will not come tomorrow. It will take like 10 years.
So what if because they can use their diplomacy and be delaying it? Meanwhile, you are holding IBB, maybe one day it dies. Because that is what you campaign to show strong man revolution. We have to deal with leaders.
Can you imagine that Abacha's son even tried to go and collect some of the loot? Did you see that news?
No. Well. So when you see when you have this type of mentality, it does not really mark you out as if maybe if you go to Mina and shake hand with IBB, then you are contaminated, you are supporting them, you are one of them. What the nonsense? We've passed this type of thing. It's not. The West play politics based on interest. If I can go to IBB and I found out that with the man alive, I say, IBB, you are having a 500 trillion. You say, okay, we can build a good hospital for you. Make sure you are alive, but just release the money so that we can build industry in Niger State. You've won. You've gotten what you want, because naturally the man will die and you use the money. That's why the West are willing to put up with any dictator in Africa. As long as they are getting what they want.
Let me tell you a short story. Give me 30 seconds. Let me just tell you a short story. I called the bank.
Don't you think other people should be able to contribute?
Okay.
Well, this is a two-way convo, and we'll let you contribute in a minute.
You've been talking for almost 30 minutes.
I'm sure everybody is enjoying it, but you can contribute. But let me just tell my short story, and I'll keep quiet. I called the bank. Sorry about that noise. I called the bank, and this was about 6 years ago, and I said to them, look, I've got some money to transfer from Nigeria to the United Kingdom. And they said, how much? And I said it could amount. I was pranking them. This was not real. I said it could amount to millions. I said, are you going to question the source of my wealth? They said, no, just bring it in. I go, okay, so what's going to happen? They say, okay, we'll give you, we'll create an account for you here, a sort code and whatever, and then you transfer, you send that to the, tell your bank to transfer that money from Nigeria to the United Kingdom, and it's here. And I said, look, are you going to ask questions about it? They said, no. This was a big bank. I'm not going to mention their name. It was a big bank here in the city of London. This is just to tell you how easy it is to move money around the world. When they call, when they talk about money laundering, the thing people think about is that, okay, people sell drugs and try to go and pay into bank accounts, cash into bank accounts, and then it's not transferred. No, money laundering has gone to a tertiary level. You no longer see the physical cash in your hand anymore. The only people who deal with physical cash are drug dealers on the streets. You know, the main dealing is electronically, just like Bola Tinubu is doing. They just tell you, look, give me your bank account. Before you know what is happening, it will tell you, go and check your bank account. All of a sudden, you see 1 billion naira. Who are you? As INEC chairman, Yakubu. What's his name again? Yakubu Mahmoud. Who are you? They don't pay you your 1 billion or whatever they paid you. Who are you not to declare? Koswala. Yakubu will say, I don't do my job. Make it go to court. Now, all the judges now, they are sitting on fire. Their seat is burning them in their nyash. They cannot lie. They cannot. Because the whole world can see the truth. You know, the whole world can see the truth right now. I don't know what is going to happen, but I just pray that Nigeria does not erupt into like somewhere that I don't know. I cannot. The future, Mo will just pray. But okay, I yield to Nigeria and others in the panel.
So sorry, Victor, can you put your number across? Let me just have it. Yes, I need to.
My number is on the private chat.
You already put it on the private chat. It's on the private chat. CM.
Okay. Is it this Emmanuel you did?
No. Victor. Now his name is Victor. Look at the name.
I know. See, maybe at the time why I joined, I know. See, I'm a Victor. No worry. Nah,
okay.
Sorry. Now when I joined,
scroll up a little bit.
You know, I don't.
Don't worry. I'll let me put it again.
And now when I joined, thank you. Thank you.
No, while I yield for now. Let me listen to
Come here from to Nigeria now.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, my issue with Shore is that.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my issue with Shore is that he seems to be acting like a gatekeeper for the status quo, even if he, at least maybe when he started, in his pro-democratic movement, he was, fighting for the people, people always start these things fighting for the people, and they may be somewhat ignorant of the bigger picture at the start, but sooner or later they get to understand and see the bigger picture. And if they remain the same way, then you have to ask yourself whether they've not been compromised and if they are not acting as gatekeepers. And what I mean by gatekeepers is that they are there to pretend to be trying to make the system better, but they are not actually doing anything. They are just buying time for the status quo to remain in the same place. How you can tell this type of people is some of their instincts. You can tell, like the way what he did first now was to talk about how P2B this thing looks suspicious, and whether the passport, something that is this thing fingerprinted. Anything that is fingerprinted that is put in a document, as long as it's something that can be data, it can be duplicated. How is that rocket science? Somebody can get a hold of it, duplicate it, and replicate it again. And then to start saying that they send half person to come and start making statements. What does that matter? Your first instinct should be, this is my brother from the same country. He was held for a long time in another country. You should be first, your first instinct is get the person out of there first. Because this is the thing we do with our own people. That's what they would do. Their first instinct, if it was them, American woman hit somebody, drove over somebody in the UK. The first thing Americans did was get her to escape.
Out of the country.
They got out of the country very quickly.
It's true.
They got out of the country. She killed somebody. They got out of the country quickly. But our people.
Everything becomes negotiation to bring.
Exactly. You start negotiating whether you can. The negotiation will get negotiation to whether she should come over. That's what it. But this is, people defend their people first, because it's like a family member gets involved in a scrape somewhere. Your first instinct is not he looks dodgy, he's acting dodgy, what he said doesn't come across right. No, your first is to protect your family member first. Then you can worry about what he has done then. But what these people are doing, and this is the mentality they have our people adopt. This is where the mentality comes from, where we always think that the West is best, they mean well, and everything they do. Where his first instinct should be, why did they detain him in the first place? How can they pretend that they didn't know him? Who duplicated his document? That is what you want to find out first. Peter Obi is not the kind of person that is not known. He's a known quantity around the world. So instead of him to do that, instead he's trying to say, oh, those are the people, their story seems, that Peter Obi is saying, maybe Peter Obi is dodgy, sometimes. You can't do that. What if they use that as a leverage to even get more from him? This thing we do, when you sell your people out, your people will be like, oh, they don't care about me. And your enemies will ask them, you see what they say about you? Can you do this for us now? If you don't do this for us, your people have already sold you out, you will be doomed. Then it was your own person, because you rejected him or her, they will even sell you out even more. We know this is how people behave. But because you don't show any sense of brotherhood or love towards your own person, they are more likely to sell you out. Because if your person has done something wrong overseas, bring them back home. We really need to change this mindset where our people, it's okay for them to be tried overseas. It's not okay. Bring them back home. Yeah, our justice may be horrible, but it's ours. Bring it back home and you deal with it here. If your officials are held overseas, bring them back home. All these people that keep going overseas, pretending as if their system is like, our system is like a baby system to their system. We have to be tied to their whatever they decide. It's just ridiculous. I'm fed up of it. It's just sad to watch Nigeria, one of the major countries, in short, the major country in Africa.
Exactly.
That most people are looking up to, behaves like babies. As a matter of fact, South Africa is acting more mature. South Africa, when they go anywhere, they thump their nose at Western people all the time. They don't listen to America when America tells them about Ukraine. They don't listen to anything. They do whatever they want.
Mr. Tunaja, if you listen to Julius Malema of South Africa, if you listen to him, before the first 5 minutes of his speech, he will mention Nigeria. He always praises Nigeria, man.
All of them, they are looking up to Nigeria. If they had come close to Nigeria to see that Nigeria, there's not one Julius Malema in Nigeria. Not one. Why? We have more population. We have almost 4 times the population of South Africa. How is it that we don't produce one Julius Malema that can speak?
You can understand why Malema may be mentioning Nigeria. Let me just put it this way. When they must have, remember some of them during this 80s, came to Nigeria, every university has to make an allowance for South African students, every major university in Nigeria. So study, educate them free, they go back. And then the exploits of Joe Garba, the foreign secretary in 1975, and Obasanjo, then Mutala. So when they go through apartheid history, they know that Nigeria stood up really when it mattered most, stood up to tell the West that apartheid in South Africa must end. That is I think that is from the direction Malema may be coming, not because of present day Nigerian mess.
No, Malema is coming from present-day Nigeria.
Oh no, they come from present day. I've seen even African Americans.
It's coming from present-day Nigeria.
See, you don't even know how much the people look up to Nigeria. It's crazy. African Americans that you would say, so even some of them, they even don't like one individual Nigerian. But when it comes to the nation, they are like, this country is the country, because they know Nigerians. They have seen Nigerians in America. When they see Nigerians compared to other Africans, they say, these people, if anybody's going to change our direction, is these people.
It's true.
And we are yet in our mind, you have people like Showore, you have people like all these leaders that we always choose to respect, because you know, when you start losing respect for your leaders, it's when you realize that they have been trading, they have been raising you to be slaves. You know, when you have a parent, that the parent her job is to hand you over to be slaves, what they call a murder for other people.
Yeah.
What kind of respect you want to give that kind of parent that cannot parent our own child or his child? So this is what our leaders have been doing. And when I look at them, I find it hard to maintain decorum, not to just damn all of them for what they've done. Because these people, you look at the way, if you go to South Africa, one of the reasons why South Africans, Nigerian men, one of the reasons they give for liking South African women, they say when they talk about South Africa, when they talk to South African women about black issues, South African women can engage on that. The reason why is because they have a recent history and a recent memory of oppression from the Europeans.
Exactly.
So, but our people, they are completely gone. Many of them don't even know, don't engage on that topic at all. If anything, our heaven is their country. Our heaven. Any Nigerian right now, if you open the gate and say fly to any European country, Nigeria will be empty.
It's true. It's true. It's terrible. It's true.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you, Nigeria, about the reason why Nigerian men, have this have a penchant for South African women.
Some of them.
You should not use the word some, because
I think I did say that. I did say that it was some I use. It can't be all of them, and it's not a lot of them. How many Nigerian men are that conscious anyway? Nigerian men are not conscious about
how many South African women have you met that actually speak and talk about, the only thing they talk about is apartheid, and it ends there. They don't really know much about what's happening in the world compared to a Nigerian woman. She can tell you what's going on in Ghana, she can tell you what's happening in Mozambique. But South African woman is just South African woman. That doesn't mean that they're smart or they know what's going on in the world. That's the truth.
It's not about being smart. It's not about being smart. What I'm talking about here is about being conscious.
Yeah, you're talking about the consciousness of being African. I think that,
and
because
being black.
And you know what? Because this is a public forum, it is good that we give people the right information and, so that they can understand, but the way you presented it to Nigeria, you made it seem like South African women, I mean, those are my sisters. They are all that, but, just say what you know, because
I'm not saying something that I witnessed. I'm saying stuff I've heard.
Madam Rita,
conversation.
Can I ask Madam Rita?
Yes, I've watched it. I've watched multiple people repeat the same thing. I've not been to South Africa, so I can't know that.
Just pause, please, for a second. Can I ask Madam Rita a question?
Go ahead.
Why do South African women like Nigerian men?
Forget about this street talk.
They
say they give
now.
Don't you forget that. We know the answer. Victor, we know the answer you're expecting. Let's forget that. You can listen to comedians and you get the answer. Let's leave
the watching too much Instagram. Instagram.
Too much Instagram is the answer. Okay.
One little answer, please. You're a woman.
Instagram is the answer. See,
I'm not going to go there, Mr. Victor. I'm not going to go there because we're talking about Nigeria right now.
Funny. We know all those things. Some of those conjecture.
Please, let's stick to the topic. Let's stick to the topic.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Just talk about people.
Ask me a question about Nigeria. I don't know about South Africa. I'm not interested.
The point I was making was that the men, which are quite in the minority, there are very few Nigerian men that care about those sort of topics even. But the ones that have discussed these topics with them, one of the things they say is that when they discuss these topics with a South African woman, they are more likely to engage on it because they are more racialized. Like African Americans are also more racialized compared to Africans. Even among African black people, South African people are more racialized than any group. The reason why is because they have a recent memory of what these people have done to them compared to all the other people. The people that had recent memory of oppression in let's say Nigeria, it happened more than 100 years ago to Ovaro Wenu, King Jaja Vopopo, all those, that generation. But they all passed before the independence happened. And independence happened with all the fanfare, flag waving, and all the rest. So we don't know. And that our leaders have never chosen to wake us up. Instead of what they do is they become gatekeepers and protect that secret. It's almost like a secret. The reason why it acts as a secret, because it has to reach more of the population before it becomes part of their consciousness. That is how this works. People can know it intellectually, but it's not part of their consciousness on their decision making. We still see them as benevolent, as nice people. Most Nigerians, if you ask most Nigerians, they'll think Europeans are benevolent and helping them. They will not see the other way around. Why? Because of this protection that's why I say someone like Showore is behaving like a gatekeeper. You see, most of all these our leaders that we respect, they act like gatekeepers. They are not opening our eyes to the truth. And that is what annoys me. That's why sometimes when people keep saying, "Oh, Your Excellency, respect this," these people are like leaders that are just, like some parents that just give their children into slavery. That's how they are. They are not really running our country like they are a sovereign nation. Look at all our major leaders as we stand today. They are outside the country. As we stand, I don't even know where Atiku is. That one, since after the election, I don't know where he is at all.
It's been quiet.
Tinubu definitely is. I don't think he's in the country. Buhari left the country yesterday.
Tinubu is
P2B was harassed in London. What is this? You can't see that type of stuff in London, where all the leaders are all flown everywhere. But this is kind of stuff we have to put up with, because these people we have not been woken up yet, and sooner or later we need to start waking up, because
even
Buhari has been quiet. Can I interject to Niger?
Yeah, of course.
To Niger, you know what is happening there? We have leadership problem. One. And if you have leadership problem, you now do what? You now have to create another avenue where you have to start doing what we call reorientation and dishing out information through a process that among the people, they have to, find out a process of, establishing a reorientation, ways of dishing out this information to the people. You don't wait for your leaders. Rather, somebody amongst us will come out. Let me quote and unquote, like a messiah. It might not be that person that will become the president, but a kind of refined leadership that will turn the trajectory to the 21st century, to now see your blackness as a way of power to develop yourself. We don't have leadership. All we have, they are autocrats. All we have are people that want to serve their slave masters. That orientation was not gotten from the sky. It was gotten from that day where the slave master came. It was among ourselves that sold ourselves out. And that mentality has trickled down to the old generation, whereby they are selling Africans out again. But they don't believe it. We don't have self-confidence that Africa is Nigeria in Africa is a melting pot of the entire black race. It's because we have not been able to sell ourselves out, to see us, to stand out as someone who God has created and is the beauty of the world. We still see ourselves as servants. But how do we change this? We have to start creating among ourselves a new kind of leadership. We have to know that we have that mentality. We have to know that we have the intellectual capacity to do it. We have produced great men, Enaoro, the Awolowos, the Azikiwe. These are thinkers. These are people that thought about uniting the country to bring about things that the world should focus on. But we are not changing narrative. History, they are history now, but we can change history and bring about a refined narrative that we can sell to the people and make us great, so that we're able to be self-conscious and self-reliant, because Africa is at the capacity of what the world is looking for. Africa has the resources of what the world is looking for. That is why they are taking advantage of Africa, because we don't have the kind of leadership. This leadership we have is still in that kind of mentality of being a servant to the slave masters. That is what we still have. But we, as a new generation, we need to have a new reorientation and start preaching this gospel out as we are preaching through Nigeria World. We are seeing a new kind of leadership in Obi, somebody that have the ideology of love to bring the whole black race together and set up a new kind of development. That is why I said we should look inward and start being productive. I don't believe in World Bank, but if we start being productive and start showcasing what we have as Africans, then the world will arise and prefer and have a new kind of mentality against Africa and change their narrative and their kind of, okay, let us ask ourselves now, what is Europe benefiting in Arab nation, that everything they have the best policy for Arab nation, for Asia, but they have the worst policy against Africa? Why have we sat down to think? Let us put aside the slavery.
Mr. Victor.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
There's something that you said. We need to Africans need, or rather Nigerians need to stand out. I think, to be fair, I think Nigerians have stood out. For example, in the entertainment industry, we are very confident people. Even if you look at the man who created the drone, Dr. Osatoame Osemige, is in the US. I mean, he helps them with, the US Army and creating the drones for them. So I think in many industries, even in the medical industries, technology, engineering, I think Nigerians have stood out, but not in Nigeria. Even the ones who are trying to stand out in Nigeria, there's no support. I mean, look at that young man from the East, who created, this Kekemna Pep, using solar energy. You can even use that solar energy to even power your house or even charge your phones, but there's no support. So if you're talking about standing out, perhaps I would, I think you can correct me that you're talking about leadership, but Nigerians themselves, I think we have stood out to the best of our abilities, and we are still trying. Take a look at Nigeria, for example. This is just a typical example of a Nigerian outside Nigeria standing out, and he has an option not to care, but he's standing out. And I'm sure you, in whatever profession you are in, look at Dr. CM, even myself, I think a lot of Nigerians are actually standing out. And that's why we are so attractive to every nation in the world. Anybody wants to be associated with Nigeria, because when Nigeria shows up, everything changes. There's a lot of influences. But when we come back to the country itself, our origin, where we come from, we have for so long have bad leadership. I talk about patriotism. A lot of the leaders, the people in the corridors of power, they're not patriotic. They don't love the nation enough to sacrifice, to put the country first before themselves. That's what we are lacking. I don't think Nigerians don't have confidence. Every Nigerian, there's something natural God gave us. We all have confidence. But when it comes to supporting our country, there's a clause, it's like a curse. There's something wrong. There's something wrong there.
Madam Rita, I agree with you, and we're almost saying the same thing. But what I'm trying to say is that now there's one thing about us. We jealous ourselves too much.
Oh my God, man, that is a pain, man.
That is one pain, because
you're driving something and somebody is driving a Mercedes and you're driving a
if it will be positive in terms of jealous ourselves so that I can be better for the be in a patriotic manner.
That is it. That is it.
So there's no because that is invariably saying you want to compete. Say you love the country.
People are
I want
competing.
to.
People are competing with the kind of car you are driving and what kind of house you are living.
Just
All
one
those
moment.
things are not.
One
they're
moment,
not
please.
useful.
If the jealousy is just to pull you down, that is what is meant by negative this thing. But if the jealousy of competing is that, oh, you are thinking that because you're a governor, look at what you did for your state. I want to really show you that I will do better for my state. That is what we want. That is progress.
That is what we want.
When our people go overseas, let me just add, Rita,
Okay,
let me just
go ahead.
add this. When our people go overseas, when I use this example before, when you are in a tug of war where you have 10 people on one side and you have 10 people on the other side, but somebody on your side goes to the other side to go and start working and start doing very well there. And that is how we praise our people overseas. They go to the side that is competing against us to perform very well, and we see that, and they don't even realize how much damage they are doing to their own district because they are not invested. At the core of it, I think if Nigerians want to start fixing the problem, they need to put their money in it. You need to invest, because part of one of the reasons why I became even more closely involved in Nigerian politics recently, because I knew that, okay, sooner or later I have to go back to Nigeria to invest. But once you actually invest, you care more, because in everything you do in this life, you want to protect whatever you care for. So you care more about it. And Nigerians should not only be sending money to family members for this or looking to build a house. Do something with your money. Invest something in Nigeria. You find that you'll be more engaged, and that's how you change it. That's how you change the country.
Nigeria, you are in a hurry. You are in a hurry. You are in a hurry.
Am
I? Yeah, you are in a hurry.
I don't think it's in a hurry.
No, it's in a hurry because you don't have the platform to build on that what you're saying.
No, but that's how you start. That platform you have to start from a base.
You can't start from a platform that when you build on it, it will be crack. There'll be a crack. You have to give the people a new orientation. Then you
Let me explain.
To do that, you need to be invested. If you're not invested, you're not going to even have time to do that.
Nigeria is investing every day. Your investment is what they are using to develop and make their budget.
Tonight, and my brother Victor,
you should invest yourself.
Let's hear Rita. Let's hear Rita.
I put in back in 2020. I put in 15 million naira. Yeah, and back then the exchange rate was about 650 naira to the pound. Yeah, if you calculate it, you will know how much pound. 15 million naira to set up a business 3 years ago. After struggling, inside this UK under the racism, every ism that you can put, ISM, put it under it. Facing backlash left, right, center. God still bless me. I put that money into Nigeria. Yeah? Set up the business. Employed people, which is what Nigeria is talking right now. This is me. I can show myself on camera. But because of some situations, okay, let me see. I can show myself on camera.
It's okay.
I can explain to you.
You're okay. You're okay. Don't worry.
I'm not afraid right now. I lost my dad, my father, my mother. I lost 2 sisters, people from my family. I've lost. Those were the people who were most precious to me. So I'm not afraid to lose anything else. Not even my life. Money doesn't mean anything to me right now. What means a lot to me right now is Peter Obi getting into that presidential position. So we should stop talking about, this and that and that and that. About Peter Obi has already told us now. Have you forgotten? He wants to turn the country from consumption to what again? What did he say? Production. Let us focus on that now. Some of us have already started doing production, like myself. You know,
That's the part.
if everybody starts doing it.
But Victor, regarding your experience and the money you invested in Nigeria, probably is not giving the ROI, return on investment, as expected or whatever. I also have to tell you, taking your money home is not really you still have to be careful how you invest, where you invest, and who manages it. It is not enough that it is. I know. Yes, it is not enough saying you want to be patriotic, then you take your money.
No, I have my ROI. My ROI is trending upward.
Okay, good. But some people may have for the benefit of those that may put it and having a bitter experience. You also have to, because when the money you earned, you worked hard for it. Over here, people invest. If you invest here, management, you have to be careful. So when you go home, you don't just do it that you want to invest and then you put money through a black hole. No, they had to know that, look, put the chap who should be able to manage it and then do it as if it's his own. Because part of our problem is that, apart from saying leadership, Nigerians do not know how to manage. That is the thing. You see, why Peter Obi was saying all these things is that when you want to...
I will beg to disagree.
No. I'm telling you, I will tell you what you mean by manage. You see,
when you say Nigerians do not know how to manage.
I say more part of our reason. We don't know how to manage resources.
Some Nigerians.
Of course, now. Yes, some. Even if it is 98, it's still some, because you can't say everybody. Two, even if it is two that manages very well. Because why I'm saying this is that
I'm good.
Hold on.
Okay, go.
Because when I can tell you, because I came from a private sector, I know people I have that the way they handle money.
What private sector? Were you into banking or something?
No. Whether it does not be, it's a one-man, entrepreneurial business. As an Igbo, we have the many,
right,
so we evolved. So what I'm trying to point out is this: when you invest 100 naira and you are having a profit of maybe 10 naira, which is 110, everything put together. When you want to make expenses, the moment you go beyond 10 naira, you are now eating into your capital.
Of course.
So let us. Do you understand? So that is business. So the moment, but you now see people, you are giving 100 naira, you invested in the business, and the thing is still yielding like 10 naira profit, and you still want to be spending something in the neighborhood of 8 naira, 20 naira, all these things. So
I think when we talk about business investment, we are not talking about something that is not viable. You have to invest like a smart person, because if you do the same thing in the West, you're going to lose your money anyway. So you have to operate like a smart person. See,
you don't want to make losses.
Just to let people know, it's not as impossible as people think to run a business from the West. One of the first experience I had was when I set the business up and set a site up. I wasn't there for straight 2 years and the business was functional. And also, like the last time I was in Nigeria now, it's almost how many years now? So it's still functional. So it's not like you can't function, you can't do stuff remotely. You can also, because remember, most things are digitized now. Most people's details are digitized.
The chap managing it knows what he's doing. The chap handling it knows what he's doing. That is the difference.
You can manage it even from here. You can manage it from here. Are you not able to talk right now? Can I see you?
It's not like when you are not. It's not like when you are there. It's not like when you are there. Yes, please. Yes, please.
I think you're being unrealistic.
I understand there are challenges, but you have to negotiate the challenges.
Negotiate how? With who? In what environment?
Find solutions around it.
Listen to me 1 second. Let me just say one thing here. The thing is that 98% of people in Nigeria will steal your money. That is the honest truth.
Yeah, that is bad management.
Once you can,
the truth, they will steal your money.
That's if they can steal. There are certain businesses you can run. They can't steal.
No,
at least they will steal some things, but they can't steal everything. If I was talking like somebody that hasn't done it, it's a different thing. So I'm not even talking theory. I'm giving an example of it.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but I'm only telling you, Nigeria, you are very lucky with the person that you entrust and manage.
quite
That is how
Yes.
I wish all
It's
businesses
not
are like
by
that.
luck. It's not only by luck. It's
See
by
Naija,
reality.
wait
It's in
now.
their
See
own
Naija,
interest.
wait. We know
You have to
know
be
that
smart
policy.
about how you run a business. It's not
See Naija, wait.
not
See
every
Naija.
Nigerian can just up and carry
See
your stuff
Naija,
and
can you give me
disappear.
2
That
minutes?
is the
Just 2
thing. But
minutes.
I would like to speak
Can
because
I
I would
have
like to
2 minutes,
log off
please?
soon. Niger Watch. I don't know if it's
Can I have 2 minutes, please? 2 minutes,
Yeah,
just 2
yeah,
minutes.
You can go
Okay.
yeah.
ahead, Victor.
I'm here. Do you,
Can I have 2 minutes,
moderator? Do
please?
you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I was just saying I was just about to log off, because I have to leave. I just wanted to say that I think what a lot of Nigerians are suffering from, especially those in those abroad, is superiority complex. Because we have this confidence in ourselves that we can do it and we are go-getters and all that. Sometimes, because of that superiority complex, we forget ourselves. Sometimes, even outside our jurisdiction, we actually go against each other. So that's why there's just competing of who drives the bigger car or who lives in a bigger house. And that's one, and I think it's born out of where we are coming from. Because where we are coming from, Nigeria, everybody has needs. Everybody wants to be successful. Everybody, wants to be on this pedestal where people look up to you. So when we leave Nigeria, we do all kinds of things. We work extra hard, to achieve that. And then we have this superiority complex even amongst ourselves, and then we get lost in it. And that has affected us in so many ways that sometimes we don't even realize. And speaking about Nigeria saying go and invest in Nigeria, I'm sorry to Nigeria. Like you said, you in Nigeria a few years ago, but I would say that if you want to have a successful business in Nigeria, because I've experienced that before, you actually need to be there. You need to be present, because trust me, even your family member will tell you that a bottle of water is 500 naira. Even you would eventually find out that bottle of water is actually 100 naira. Everybody. So over time your business will crumble. So when you say those things, I understand when you say you can do things remotely now, but it is to some extent. That's the truth.
Yeah.
If you have somebody who is managing your business, I would say you are one of the lucky out of maybe
Even
1,000 people.
if I have to add to what moderator is saying, do you know that even though you are there, it's still difficult to manage your business? Talking about remotely.
Anyway, we forgot.
Yes, can I
We forgot
come
we
can I
forgot
come in and
Niger
tell
Watch.
you?
Niger
You are
Watch
the
had
odd one
experience.
in
We
the
forgot
bunch.
Niger Watch had
You're the odd one in the
experience.
bunch.
They go finish
Can I
you.
interject, please? Can I
They go
interject, please?
finish you.
See,
Kai.
Mr. Naija Watch.
Yes, sir.
I had an experience. I did experimental, I experiment on something. I graduated from the university. I worked in an oil servicing company for 2 years. Then, because I have a mindset, that mindset it came as a result of me focusing on how an average Igbo man will rise up from 1,000 naira to become and do a business to become 100,000 like that, graduate to 1 million. I thought about it and I see some of them didn't really pass through. They didn't really pass through the kind of education, the process I passed through. I now ask myself, how are they practicalizing it? You know what I did? I said, I'm going to experiment on this. I now took myself under the tutorial of an Igbo man that graduated in London but came back to Nigeria. And I brought myself under a tutorial. An Igbo man has this policy, and this policy was built into them that if I'm an Igbo man, I will pick my cousin, and bring it, develop him, so that I can bring another person to develop. That's the multiplying process. That mentality, I want to know how they do it. This is an ideology they built for years that Nigerians
Mr. Victor,
don't know the kind of blessing.
Mr. Victor, that started with love for self and love for brother. That is why it was so easy for the Igbo man. Is love. Love is the number one thing. Love for brother. So you can sacrifice for your brother and make him grow. Not you just growing and you're looking for people that will be kissing you and begging you for arms.
Yes, all this thing you are saying, Miss Rita, thank you very much. I didn't know it at all. I didn't think about that. I just wanted to know what is happening. How are they doing it? I later realized that one, they have this kind of love, and two, they have this kind of security among themselves that this one, if I bring him, he cannot kill, cannot backstab me. Then I have to teach him, make my image, bring my image into this one and give to him. And after teaching him, I will now make him go and now free him to multiply so that the burden on me will be resumed. It's like franchising. So I now learned it from the Igbo man. Do you know, to my surprise, I started, when people speak, when you're in the school, they talk about risk. If you go to business, to take risk, it's not an easy task. I built myself to be able to take risk. And one risk that I took is for this my Igbo man that mentored me. And to my surprise, an Igbo man also mentored my father too. I didn't know. So the thing was in our blood. So the man mentored me, and the man taught me, the first thing the man taught me how to manage is how to manage finances. Then
Mr.
about 10 years old, he taught me how to
camera,
manage.
Off your camera while you are eating. Thank you.
He taught me how to manage from the million. So he taught me how to manage money in the million. And he taught me how to find facilities. And he taught me how to make sure that when I am making my profit, I shouldn't take above it. If I take above it, it will start affecting my finances, which I use in managing my business. This is somebody that all this thing I'm saying is on every Igbo man. This thing I'm saying is on every one of them. They know how to manage their resources, and they build their resources, and they take risk. They are risk taker when it comes to businesses. They take risk. An Igbo man that takes 1 million today can afford to take the risk of 50 million the next year because he has built himself as a risk taker in business. If you are not a risk taker in business, you cannot grow. Even
Mr. Victor, sorry, Mr. Victor, I'm sorry to cut you short, but I have to leave now. And thank you for your lecture of how to do business. And Nigeria was, thank you very much, Dr. CM and everyone who's here. I think there's some new people. President Peter Obi, I think is that Omoye's corner, and give us our mandate. I don't know if that's Mr. T, but I have to leave now. Probably see you guys later today. I know it's morning where you are, but it's still night where I am. So I just want to say have a good night. And Nigeria Watch, God bless you. I don't know where you're tapping your energy from. So CM, Dr. CM, I don't know. Are you guys drinking from an elixir that we don't know? Elixir of energy. Because I don't know where you guys are going.
It's patriotism.
They are drinking from Peter Obi.
No, this is beyond. No,
this
Nigeria
family
Watch
never
is
sleep.
even worse. Nigeria Watch has been here since a day before. No, Nigeria Watch. You have
patriotism.
to tell me the secret, though.
That one they drink coffee
obedient.
every second.
Patriotism. Patriotism. I
Nigeria
don't tell you
was
now.
shocked,
You
I didn't think that you guys would still be on live. I mean, I'm really shocked.
What is
I
going
was
on?
just,
Mama,
I was just scrolling. I was scrolling down Peter Obi's internet, and I'm like, what? Is this for real? I thought it was the premiere. So I was like,
My
what
dear
is
sister,
going
good
on?
evening.
Good
There's something
evening,
I want to
no.
say. It was making me laugh. There's somebody called Destiny Biosa. There's something she said. She said, Rita, these ones creating chaos in our country are the ones who drank chloroquine. So every Nigerian youth must drink out of their misery. It's not just chloroquine, because I think I'm in the generation of those who drank chloroquine and Nivaquine. I don't know if you guys remember Nivaquine, but
that one
I
is
think
crashing for body well.
it's the older ones. not the chloroquine generation. I don't think so. I think it's the older ones that have drunk agbo or something, that the ones causing problem for us. So have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Sister Rita.
Have a good
that
morning.
chloroquine messes.
That
Why
chloroquine
did
messes.
just
Come now when
on.
I'm leaving now.
I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
Why did you just
messes.
come now that I'm leaving?
I'm sorry, my
why
darling. I've been busy, man. My schedule has been crazy.
I know,
honestly.
I understand.
I've been missing,
all
but
right.
all right,
It is
we'll see.
well.
I'll try to
The
join
struggle
in
is real.
tomorrow. I
All right.
know
God
it's
bless everyone.
real.
Niger what?
You
money,
too.
God bless
my
you.
money,
Yeah, watch.
pay for
In
ourselves.
fact,
Niger
I am saluting everybody, especially Nigeria. What I'm saluting. I'm saluting you. God
Thank you.
bless you. And everyone in
Thank
the
you.
comment section too. Have a good night and good morning. So see you
Good
later
night.
You
today.
as well.
All right. Bye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
In conclusion, to my conclusion now, you
No,
see,
I
we
beg,
should
Victor.
borrow.
I was the one talking.
You
The,
No,
don't
I want
the
to
whole thing
conclude.
was
I want to
hijacked.
conclude.
Victor, Oga Victor, you don't talk for the past 3 days. Now you want to conclude.
Now, which one be 3 days? You were to drink coffee. No one give me coffee now. I wake up, see you there again. Now, Mr. CM, they give me energy now. You know one thing? Look, I dey tell now every day, say, the love I have for the Eastern Bloc is even more than some places that I can never think about. Because I have learned a lot. We have to borrow the model, the business model of the Eastern Bloc. That will multiply Nigeria in just such a way that everybody will is self-employed and know how to take risks and manage resources. That is it, because it's mind-boggling. We have such a race, a tribe in our country that believe in manufacturing, and we just throw them aside. It's mind-boggling.
All right, Oga Victor.
Don't worry, gonna stop.
Let me come in quickly. You see, if you have a business mindset and the strategy to make a successful business, but when it comes to Nigeria, my brother, the rate, or rather the statistic that you will fail is up to 79 to 85% in Nigeria. No matter how good you are, no matter how you studied business, no matter how you are clever, smart, or whatever, 80% you will fail. Why? Because the system in Nigeria have already failed. One. Then two, the mindset of the people that lives over there. Many of them are very, very selfish. They have these mindsets, or they have this kind of look, or definition of we that lives in diaspora. They don't have no regards for any of us that lives in diaspora. I'm telling you this. I live in Nigeria. I know what I'm saying. They don't have no regard, feeling pity for us. Don't be deceived when you call them in Nigeria or you visit Nigeria. Everybody is hailing you, brother.com, sister.com. No, these people don't have feelings for you. They don't know if you exist. They don't care about you. So anything that concerns money, my brother, the way the hotel extort you,
Mr. Naja, watch. You know
think
why
it's
they?
the way
You
you
know why
said. Can I say
your case
something,
be like that?
please? Can
You
I
know
say
why your case be
something?
like that?
Hold on
Just
now,
1 second.
Jesus Christ! These people, don't you ever listen to anybody else? The reason why that happens is because it depends on how you set the business up. And one of the things I will advise is when you are setting a business up in Nigeria, you also have to look at marketing some of your products here in the West. So it gives it resilience.
Oh, it be like say,
Mr. Naja, what are you taking?
No,
Mr.
Victor, wait,
Naja, what are you saying now?
Wait.
What I'm saying is that what you are going to do in Nigeria, you have to anchor it here too. So you have to find a formula that anchors the business here. So in such a way that even if the Nigerian side may not be producing a lot, you are still succeeding here.
Yeah. Let me quickly tell you this. Yeah, it looks like, say, despite that me myself have been in UK for a while, it be like say you are more British than me now, the way you are talking.
In short, now I want to talk.
Nigeria, let me tell you, do you know that in Nigeria, the buyer that is coming to your company to buy something, your workers have already made plans with your buyer. Your buyer will arrive like a plain person, like a neutral person.
That is common.
He will price, I want to buy this thing 200,000 naira. Your worker in your presence, or even though you are not there, even though you put in a CCTV that you can monitor from UK, your worker will be insisting, no, it's not 200, it's 250. At the end, they'll not drag it to 230. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know this figure they dragged it to? They have already, both of them have already planned it before you. Okay, let me make a scenario where my own family Distance family member. I went to buy something which I don't want to mention in Benin. This one was about 5 years ago, something like that. In Benin, he said he know where they say this thing, good one and cheap price. He take me go somewhere. As we reach there, the person tell me say Simon you will want pay. My own blood will take me go there. They tell and say no, my brother not fit pay this money. I better reduce them. At the end, the original price of that thing. Okay, let me form a figure, but it's not the right figure because I don't want you guys to get what I went to buy, right? Okay, let's say the original price of that thing is 100,000 naira. We go to this place, this person say this price now 500,000 naira. Then your family member will take you go there, they beg, say they give you for 350. Now the original person where they sell and can say, I go give you for 350 because say now this man will follow you come. Oh, if not because this man will follow you come, I for not give you for 350. Now you will want to pay for the thing, you can't be happy. So thank God say to Nigeria follow me come here. If not, now that 500 for the buyer. Immediately you pay that 350. Monitor them. Do you know that we don't commode? We don't attack.
They will share some money together, yeah.
No, you listen, we don't attack car. And then this family member come tell me say, Kai, he forget he fall for that shop.
He said,
he forget
mute yourself, Victor. Mute yourself.
We're going to get their cut.
He fall for that shop. He went back to collect his own share.
Yeah.
So this thing is happening across Nigeria.
I've seen it happen. Clients
can strive. If you are not there, you must be there and very, very observant. If not, these people, they'll shook out for your eye, go pass back comment.
That is the idea. You have to cater to some of all these, you have to cater to some of their markup prices. Remember, especially depending on what you are doing. If what you are doing is already listed online, like you go to GG, you go to all the Nigerian website where they sell these things, you can estimate the kind of price that they sell these things for. And if they are marking it up, it's not going to be significant compared to the original price that you find this stuff everywhere. Like when you want to buy solar panels now, an example is solar panels. And you let's say you see 200 watts for 30,000 naira. How much you see it online for 30,000? You see some people say 25,000, people say 48,000. How much can your relative mark it up?
Okay.
To do serious damage?
Let me ask you a question. If you are selling a solar panel, maybe each of your panel is 300,000 naira, right? What you are trying to say now that you are going to count it for them, right? Even though you are in the UK, isn't it?
Oh yes, if you are selling, you have your price that you want to sell the stuff for, and you know the price you want to sell it in Nigeria.
As long as say your money correct, you are good. Business is moving, right?
Yes, by and large, yes.
Now there might be the biggest failure. Let me tell you another tactics they use here.
See, please, Nigeria, what do you know why I'm laughing? This is something I'm an expert in. Just let's leave this and do. Well, if I tell you people the secret, when I not go respect business again, so let's leave.
No, let me hear. I want to hear what he's got to say because I have endured for how many years now. So
with this example I'm going to give now, I want you to refer it to your business, the same business that you are talking about now. Do you also know when you carry car go Nigeria and you give dealer make it sell them as they come abroad, that your car go stay for 200 years, they not go sell them. You know why? Because you tell them say me they sell them for 10 million naira, and dealer can't tell them say na 17 million. Your car go this value for each shop. You go to use and they go wedding. You go to use your car, they go wedding, different party, and the girlfriend. Though they use and they go everywhere. The shop is here. And your car will car of 10 million naira will reduce to 2 million.
Yeah, but it's your job. It's your job to make sure your car is posted with the sign of the amount on it. There are ways you can confirm.
No. You don't
please, can I beg? Can I talk? Because
there is nothing. All this is you are saying. There is a way to circumvent them. That is what I'm saying, and I'm a living experience of it. So I'm not making a whole heap of money, but they have not flayed me.
of circumvent and everything. Now UK go work, not be like that.
See, that's when I tell you I talk to Nigerians every day. It is true because you have to be hands-on.
You
You can't
Naija,
just
all this
leave
you no
them to
go
just do
work.
whatever they
Oh.
like.
Look, you Naija no go work. All you talk, you no go work. Now I tell you the
See,
truth.
people
That's
do
why
these
PM they
things.
laugh. You no go work.
I beg.
It works.
Okay, more here for
Why
more
why
yes,
you keep telling me that it doesn't work when I'm a living example of it? I don't understand why you keep saying that.
To Naija, hold on.
Now money transfer business they do. Which
Hold on,
example?
Victor, hold on now. Make una wait.
They never do business. Don't worry.
Let's hear from Momo Yes Corner. Momo Yes
You
Corner,
never-
good morning to you.
you
Thanks
never
for
do
joining us. Talk
business.
to us.
Good morning, no. Now well done, no. Mr. Naija, what? Hey, now wow. It be like say you get some vitamin wey you dey take when you never tell us so. See as your voice still sharp, even at this time, dead of night for your side. I don't know how you do it. My goodness, all you London people here, me, I don't know how you people are doing it. Now wow, I say make I look. Now I see so now I see, is this real? I thought it was a premiere. Cause you know, so you dey premiere some of your shows, Mr. Naija.
Yeah.
So I just assumed in my head, oh no, I say, wait, oh, this is a life. Are you kidding me?
No, this
Anyway,
one is only once in a while. It depends on
uh,
the topic, you know.
right. Well, I will only talk about from the one from where I listened from, right? Just try to summarize really quickly. So I heard when you guys were talking about the way people behave in Nigeria and how sometimes there's a I think it was Sister Rita that talked about superiority complex and all of that, right? So I'm gonna blame those both sides. I'm gonna blame the people that live in the diaspora and then go back home. I remember as a child when I was growing up in Nigeria, you had uncles, relatives that would come from different parts of the world, right? That traveled. So they come back, they're not telling the people the truth of what their experiences are, wherever they are. They will come and be speaking either I wanna Ghana or in it. Or the ones that they go Germany, they speak in German language. And then when they want to when they want to talk to you or have a conversation with you, they're either condescending, right? Because you don't have an understanding that they have, given the opportunity that they've had to see the world from their own perspective. So they're condescending to you when they have conversations. And then they make you feel, right, that they're superior to you. Please, somebody's mic is on. I can hear scratching. I don't know where it's coming from. They make you feel like they're superior to you because of the fact that they speak the Enid or Ghana wanna Ghana. And then when they drive cars and they're telling you how much it costs and all of that. It all was part of the damage that was done to the people in Nigeria. So people in diaspora are guilty for some of the attitudes that the people back home had. There were relatives then that used to travel. They had businesses back home and they were thriving businesses. But what they did was they would take advantage of those ones that were at home when they were doing businesses. Either they pay them next to nothing, right? Because to them, in their own eye, I mean, if I give her 10K or 5K, it's okay. Meanwhile, you're making so much money for it. And that money, they're not able to live off of it. So what now started happening, I'm speaking from someone who saw this growing up, then people started, the ones back home started saying, okay, this person thinks that I'm stupid. How can you be paying me this much for all the work that I did? For helping you do all of this, and then you give me peanuts, right? They started getting angry, and guess what? They started adding money to it, whatever the case may be. There were people who still had thriving businesses that lived overseas, and had people who were very loyal and knew what they were doing, and the people in overseas were paying them well, taking care of everything that they need, and they were both honest. They were honest with each other. Let me put it that way. Now, on the flip side of it is that you have people back home, right, that that envy or jealousy creeps in, and they feel like, I beg this person, how can this person be better than me? Look at the car they're driving, it's better than mine. I want to be like them. I want to drive the type of cars they drive. I even want to drive something that's better. And then they start to act contrary to whatever it is that you're expecting from them. They start to look for ways to, outdo the next person. That all comes from some, most of the time, upbringing. If that child was taught contentment growing up, because some people didn't care, right? Whether you had big cars or you did whatever, some people did not care because they were content with what they had. So it's a sum total of those in Nigeria and those who were opportune to travel out, or were opportune to travel out and then come back, instead of coming back and telling your people the truth and say, listen, not be like this, it be for here. This is what happens here. So you have to understand that it doesn't work like this. So that the expectation is not too much on that particular person. But most people were not doing that. Maybe very few people. I don't know how many. I don't know many. But most people were not telling their people back home the truth. So there's enough fault to go round everywhere. So I think the solution is, we have such a great platform as yours. We'll get the opportunity to educate and re-educate ourselves and those back home. It's all part of the, doing better for ourselves and helping ourselves be better. And then on the other, I think I had a conversation about this South African guy. What's his name again? Somebody remind me. The activist, the recent one now.
Julius Malema.
Julius Malema. Thank you very much. Julius Malema, somebody was saying that we don't have a Julius Malema in Nigeria. We probably don't need a Julius Malema in Nigeria based on the Nigerian makeup and how we are as a people. But we do have activists. We do have good people who want good things for Nigeria. The problem is as Nigerians, there's a danger of when these people come out and are trying to fight for the people, you're not sure what side they will be in a few years from now, right? Only very few have been consistent enough. Maybe one or two or three, right? Someone like an Aisha Yusufu can be considered, maybe not Julius Malema, because they're two different people and two different genders. They have their approach. That's one person. I don't want to use his name, Julius Malema. Aisha Yusufu embodies somebody who stands by what she believes and is doing her own bid, her own little thing to move Nigeria forward in the way it should. I remember after during EndSARS, I remember her creating her platform and sensitizing the citizens about their rights. What do you know? You should teach people about their rights. She had this organization. I remember then she used to do Zoom meetings to sensitize Nigerians about knowing their rights and understanding that this fight is their own. And then going about looking for, having people to print documents in local dialect and distribute to villages so that they can understand why it is important to vote, what your right as a citizen is. I remember her doing all that. And there are a few people that I probably don't remember right now that maybe were behind the scenes working that I don't know, that were doing maybe even more. So to say that we don't have people that are actually doing the work, I think that's just say you don't know. There are people who are actually behind the scenes that are fighting hard. I've been to very hard places. This is a woman that was fighting with Obi Ezekwesili. I'm sorry if I'm not saying her right.
Obi Ezekwesili.
Exact. Thank you. She and thank you. She and Yusufu back then they were fighting for those girls to be returned back. Those 300 girls that were kidnapped. When it was unpopular, these people were fighting. There were no cameras on them. Nobody knew them, but they were fighting in the very hot zones. Mind you, even Omotola Jolade was one time an activist. People don't know this. This woman had fought before. She had fought. They were overwhelmed at some point. They stood in front of, policemen pointing guns at them. So I think we don't celebrate ourselves enough. We don't celebrate the small wins that we have. But as a people, we need to do better by each other. And each of us here can't actually represent something for the citizens back home. You can start by educating. Platforms are free. You can create your own platform and try to bring people up to speed, to educate them about nationalism, or appreciating who you are, appreciating where you come from. This job is not for one person. It's for everyone. When Peter Obi came on board, I was saying you're running through me. He meant it in every way. You are, because you have the power to impact the number of people around you. So the question is, what are you doing about it? It's not what somebody else is doing, but what are you doing? Okay, you see the errors of what's going on, but what are you doing? What are you putting in place so that people's lives are better, so that they understand better? When I talk to my people back home, I tell them how it is here. There's no sugarcoating, so that you know that when you decide, I want to cross borders, you are prepared. There's no surprise, But how many of us are doing that? I've had relatives who said, no, I don't want to come based on what you've told me. I don't want to come. Even if I'm going to come, I'm just going to come spend some time and go back. And they have. Some people came, spent a little bit of time, observed, figured this is not the life I want, and went back home. And they're doing well with their businesses, their little businesses that they're doing. They're comfortable. They're like, oh my, we know they get like every day, but I'm good. I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave outside of Nigeria. It's not fun. I don't know how you people handle that code. You see what I mean? So we all have a job to do. To now start talking about our issues as a people, I think it's a waste of our time. We need to focus on our mandate, which will be returned, whether they like it or not. And I know that you guys also mentioned about the incident that
Yeah,
happened with Peter Obi,
exactly. Yeah, we
right?
wanted to hear what you say about Peter B's harassment. Let me call it harassment that he threw in
Yeah,
London. I
I,
don't know
I
whether it's
right. I saw it. I think it was an embarrassment, to be honest. I felt embarrassed by it. I don't know how anybody else felt, but I felt embarrassed. I felt it was like an insult. Why do these people know what's going on in Nigeria? They can't say they don't know. And no one can pretend and say they don't know. So you see a man like that, it's not as if it's the first time he's been to London. It's not as if it's the first time he's been through that airport. All of a sudden, okay, even if they have planted somebody, he's not the one. You give him the information and you let him go. Why do you have to hold him in detention for that long? I think it was a slap on our faces, guys. This is how I feel about this. I don't know about anybody else. It felt like a slap to my own face. This is a man who has a clean record. They've been trying to find stuff on him and nothing. But you have so-called criminals who are able to cross without detention. Don't you find that suspicious? We have literally fighting one of the terrible people we have in Nigeria, who after they stole the election, stole the mandate in the early hours of the morning. From that day on, the man he ran away from the country he wants to serve. Please make that make sense. To go and sit in another man's country, to be reaping the benefits of that country and spending your money and my money. It's been almost 2 months now. This man has not been in Nigeria, and he wants to serve. He wants to rule in that country. He wants to rule over our people. And they've Macron not say no. Don't let him cross. At least he went to London. They're not telling us, say, no, don't let him pass here. Because they have the intelligence to see what's going on. So I just see clearly the double standards in all of this. And we need to get it right. We need to get our mandate, because obviously, whether we like it or not, these people personally have always had second thoughts about, external, all these foreign bodies coming in to help us. I've always had my own reservations about it. But based on where Nigeria is and how shamefully it's still, the apron strings are still attached to these people, I have no choice but to say, okay, maybe they have to break away slowly, because I personally don't get it. Where people with such intelligence, we need to be able to deal with these people on our own, you know? So that's how I feel about that. I felt insulted by that. And I would expect that the people who did that should apologize. They need to apologize to us, because it is our money that is practically carrying the UK. We have children who go to school there. Do you know how much their school fees is? People are selling their houses to send their children to school in the UK. You know how many of our students don't cross enter UK? How many of our physicians don't? How many of the brain drains? All the professionals. They say doctors for Nigeria now not reach 10,000. You know, and most of them are in London. They're in different parts of the world. You know, it's crazy that this kind of thing is happening, and they're having the audacity to do that to us. That should tell us something. I hope that our eyes are opening to realize that these people don't really mean well for you. They're satisfied. They're okay with you having the terrible leadership that you have, so that they can keep siphoning from you, so that they can keep you as perpetual slaves. That's what they want. So you work for peanuts, you work your bones out. So at the end of the day, you don't really get the enjoyment of it all, but they are enjoying it at top levels. We have to stop as a people and start to unlearn a lot of things and start to treat each other better. We're not going to always agree. There have been times I come here and I drag it out with people, but that doesn't mean that I have hatred for anyone. I don't care. I've forgotten what happened yesterday. Today is a fresh day for me. I don't, so we need to learn how to treat each other better. I get it that sometimes we may have strong opinions, about certain things, and we can push back on other people. That's normal. It's human nature. But as long as we don't take it to the point where we now just totally, have such hate for each other, So in all of this is what I see. Let's learn to do better. But the main thing right now, because we got to get the leadership right. Without the leadership, all these things when we talk, it will all be nonsense. You know why? Because without the right leadership, without the right structures, people will have no choice but to engage in criminality. There are good people because of hunger. Hunger will make people do things. Hunger, you look at your child, you can't feed your child. Some people, to make them do terrible things. So until we get that right, unfortunately, even though we have the best intentions for Nigeria and the best plans, and we'll have plans to take business or ideas back to Nigeria, it's not going to work. There's a guy they found in Nigeria. The guy literally drew like highways and freeways from his head. He's never traveled in his life before. I think he was in the north. The guy did a painting of overhead bridges, roads, like 5-lane roads. I was blown away. In the north. Do you understand? We have people that are coming up and telling you that they can use water to I think use water to power generator. We have such raw talent. Countries like this, they know they take those kind of people play. They go quickly, don't give them patents straight away. They go down, they do business. So these are the things. So because of that, we need a place, a structure that works. We need someone who cares for the people, because those people have been around Nigeria. What do they do? Look at that. They discovered that somebody went to plant Igbo in his has Igbo farm. What did the government do? Because they have no vision, zero idea. They burn everything down. For Edo State, they burn everything down. Do you know what they could have turned that Igbo farm to? There's hair, this thing that they use, that they make hair cream from that Igbo. It is medicinal for some people. Do you know how many, So when I think about all these things, we have such talent abroad, at home. At home, we have such talent. But when you don't have the structure, the people will just be, they will even, guess what? They will even be afraid to allow themselves to express themselves or even show that they have such talents. Because they'll be discouraged to really express themselves because there's nobody to support it. So they will just let it die a natural death. There are a lot of people with visions that are literally walking dead in Nigeria because there's no structure, there's no plan in place to encourage them to actually put it into practice. Look at, since the emergence of Peter Obi, look at talent on social media. It blows my mind the number of artists that we have painting, doing all kinds of things, people into technology, people who know how to write poems, all sorts of things coming up. Why? This is the power of real leadership. The man never enter. See people talent just they explode. Why will people not fight for him in London? Why will people not? Me even surprised say they not even put some of them for you. Because you see, I mean, don't they scream? I for don't scream down that airport. I for don't scream down, call on the crown and everybody. But that's me, you know. So leave it here. I just wanted, because those are some of the things that I heard, and I just wanted to, add my own 2 cents. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, I agree by and large with this submission. The difference between Molema and what we see in Nigeria is that our focus tends to be on the national level, and while Molema sees on the macro level or international level. And you have Professor Lumumba doing the same thing. You have speakers in Africa, even African leaders. The foreign minister of South Africa, very outspoken about the need for Africans to be able to do their own thing. And Obasanjo worked with her, and this thing, the former Kenyan president, to broker peace between the Ethiopians, the warring sides in Ethiopia. And that war was supported by the West. They wanted the war to carry on, but obviously the Ethiopians and the East Africans fought against it, even in Washington. This is one of the things we're talking about, that whenever you see other people protesting in Washington or in Western countries, they are protesting against the West. But in the case of Nigeria, when we go there to protest, it's to protest against our country. It's very, very odd, the dynamics that goes on there. And it's very important we start picking up on this, because it's an important dynamic. You can fix one side, but if you don't fix the other side, you will see why the most important country in Africa seems to be captured. And you don't. How is it that Nigerians, one of the most fiery Africans, don't have figures like Molema emerging or Lumumba? You don't, even historically, you rarely see them. From 1960 till now, you rarely see them emerge. Yeah, they do come out nationally to say they support South Africa for stuff, and they actually put their money where their mouth is. Nigerians even took a pay cut to support South Africans. But in terms of speakers and people in national orientation, because when you have speakers like that in a country, the orientation of the people will be different. They will start seeing foreigners as not necessarily their friends, but potential rivals, and maybe even enemies. And that is very, very important mindset, because that also affects the way you look at your leaders when they keep traveling to those countries. Because you'll be like, why are you going there? You know, these people, from what I gather, they are not exactly very friendly with us. Why are you going there? And it also affects the way you look at your country, because you start thinking, okay, if that place is not so cool for us, even if I'm going there to study, my mind is always to come back here. And you know, when you look at the Chinese, when I talk about this investment, see, everywhere you invest, if you don't do a good job, your business will fail. Even in the West here, and the West, they will use sick leave and all kinds of nonsense to kill your business too. They have their own ways of killing businesses. So it's not only Nigerians that have a way of killing business. If you want to survive, do a good business, you still have to be vigilant, even in the West. So it's not only Nigerian that can kill businesses. So both sides have done business on both sides, and I think that the best formula that is right for you is the formula that you can sustain. Find the formula that works for you, that is sustainable. Because if you run a business and you expect it to just start making money overnight, it's not necessarily going to do that. Remember, it's not always about whether you are making profit. Sometimes just breaking even is something, because you are training people, they are gaining experience, you're giving people a living, people are earning a living. This is what which I agree with. One of the Epis, was it Epis? Yeah, I think it was Epis, the owner of Epis. He said the major reasons why his business, he enjoys doing his business, because it's giving people a good living. That they are not making a lot of profit, but because he's giving Nigerians, professionals, a good living, and they have good experience, and they are experiencing in Nigeria, that is good enough for him. So and that is my approach too. The people that have gotten training in what I do, some of them are, unfortunately, have ended up in the West again, which is not always a good thing. You train people in Nigeria to build to help create an ecosystem, and then they all end up in the West again because our leaders are not doing anything to retain them there. So that is also an issue. But like I said, the formula that you need is the formula that is self-sustaining. Don't do a business that you just rush. You just want to make money overnight, and find a way to link it to the West so that you don't rely only on the Nigerian market alone. Find a way to link it to a market that can generate profit for you. Because the Nigerian market can be volatile, you know, inflation and all the crazy stuff. And then if those people are selling it in Nigeria, they could also they will find it easier to, you know, swindle your resources. So you find a way to market it outside Nigeria too. So you just have to build resilience into the business, and
So,
just
so,
believe saying,
so,
yeah, go ahead.
right. So, just to interject what you're saying to Nigeria, the fact is, it depends on the type of business. It's not every business that you can manage from wherever you are. It's not. There's some businesses that you need to be on. And I think, I really think that this conversation is not something we should really be we should be focusing too much attention on, because everybody has their own different ideas and different experiences that have happened while they try to do business in Nigeria, a dime and a dozen, until the structures are in place, right? A lot of this business is not going to survive. It will survive up to, I had a friend who had a business, it was a consultancy firm she had. She set up that business maybe about 10 years ago or so. Maybe it's about 10 years ago now, if I remember correctly. She had to shut it down. Why? Well, I mean, she was doing the consulting from here and everything. She had staff and all of that. But guess what? The structures in place got to her. The amount of money she had to spend on diesel, then the building, she had to pay, she had to lease a building, the amount of the owner of the building kept increasing the lease. It was not sustainable anymore. So she got to a point where she had to use all the money that she made to pay off all her workers, because she couldn't sustain it anymore. So a lot of these things, right? If we don't tackle the issue of structure on the ground, see, as bad as Nigeria is right now, if there was electricity, I'm telling you, people will still have been managing. The agitation we are experiencing, we will not have half of it. If there was electricity and there was, I'm telling you, people will be okay. But when you don't have that, and you have people, because you have to understand, Nigerians are entrepreneuring. We all know that. Everybody, they look for something to sell, right? If they had all those basic things, they will not be struggling too much. And then all those touts that come and collect money and disturb you, you're leaving your office, they are there wanting to collect. That was another thing my friend had to be experiencing over and over and over again. It doesn't make any sense, So we need to focus on, and I think that we need to channel our energy into ensuring that we get this mandate back, and we should be focusing on how or what do we do if these people choose not to do the right thing, because we need to get it back. Structures are necessary. We need to put those structures so that everyone who has something to give back to the society can go back. This one is not even about overseas doing something for. No, you have to get yourself back there, settle there, and start to run your thing yourself. I'm telling you, that's the only way you can impact people. You can talk to people. You can begin to change mindsets. We can't do it from here. We can only do so much. But when you're on the ground and people see you and you have a certain principle that people admire, that's where the real change starts to happen. This is just my own opinion. Sorry about that.
I think there's room for both, and some people, because of the nature of their business, they need to physically be there. But because of the nature of the kind of business I do, I can afford to remain overseas and supervise. Although you have to be hands-on, otherwise, believe me, I've seen things. I've seen things where, you know, people, they will never. I've seen people that when I want to, you know, sell something to them, they will always add prices on top of what their boss is giving them. You know, these are people that are being paid good wages, but they still mark it up. They make everything expensive for their bosses. And I know this is probably happening to me. And I try to also mitigate that as much as I can, because they will always try to mark up the price, try to do something behind your back. And if you find that case that you catch somebody trying to do something, so be it, you deal with the person. But the idea is that business is business, and if you do it in the West, you do it in Nigeria, the difference is not as massive as people would like to believe. You can fail in the West just as well as you can fail in Nigeria. So I say better fail in Nigeria than fail in the West. And in the end, the failure you're having is maybe some other person will gain from it too, other than just only the remittances that we send over. Because if you look at most countries, I even asked a question about how the Chinese diaspora contributed to the development of their country. And one of them is heavy investment. Because and that heavy investment makes it's not only just the investment, you become also emotionally invested in the country. You want to get involved because we need everybody to be involved. And if you have investment in the country, then because many Nigerians some of them go and build houses in Ghana, that is not going to help your country recover. This is what I say all the time. If you are in a tug of war, the other people are pulling on the other side, your people are pulling on this side, and people come leave your own side and go and start pulling on the other side, you are going to lose. Even if that person is on your side and they didn't intend for your side to lose, but because they've joined the other side, for whatever reason, you are losing more. And the only way to solve Nigerian problem is to get involved with Nigerian problem. Become, like you said, some people can go to Nigeria, which is fine. You can go to Nigeria. The ones that can't go, there are other ways you can do it too. If you are into technology, you can always supervise the site. You can always have people come in and take inventory regularly. There are measures you can put in place to at least reduce the chances of failure. You see what I mean? It's not like, Nigerians are not going to try to sabotage you.
Yeah, I understand that, but even with those measures of failure, right? Without the same structures we're talking about, those measures will not even hold water. Why? Because, okay, for instance, look at the banking issue. Look at what happened with the currency, right? In Nigeria, with the Naira. Look at that, for instance. Right? So if you're doing business in Nigeria and you needed funds, okay, you're talking about maybe, you're doing, your type of business over the internet or technology, whatever, right? So, okay, look at what happened. Okay, you need the funds so that you can do whatever you need to do, logistics, whatever, right? In order to make sure that your business is running. And then they tell you, say you cannot withdraw more than 1,000 naira. How do you do that? That's not, and then maybe you now go, you want to use the same, maybe you have a card and you say, okay, well, I'm just going to use my card. NEPA, no network. Those are things that will frustrate your business. Or somebody's trying to make payments. Okay, they're doing it technologically and they're trying to pay you and the funds don't go through. It's not their fault. It's the network from that end. So you're trying to do a transaction that's supposed to take how many within seconds? You're waiting 3, 4, almost a week to get your funds, And I wanted to quickly touch on you said, how come we don't have a Malema, someone like Malema in Nigeria? We cannot have a person like Malema in Nigeria. You know why? Malema, the type of fight that Malema is dealing with in South Africa is different from our own type of struggle. So I think we also need to be very careful when we try to compare. Now, in South Africa, they are dealing with, up until now, a very few minority white people that are running South Africa. A lot of the Black South Africans don't have access to the good jobs. They don't have access to the good loans, all the opportunities. In their own country, their own land, they don't. So you will definitely have a person like Malema in that type of scenario. In Nigeria, on the other hand, you have Black people running the show. That's what some of my African American friends with the visitor in Nigeria said, like, you know what we love about Nigeria? You go to Nigeria, you go to the bank, and it's a brother talking to you. It's a sister talking to you. You go, you say you want to talk to the manager or you want to meet the managing director or CEO. It's a brother. You can relate. There's a difference in psyche when that happens. I think we need to bear that in mind. We have
Yeah,
control to a certain extent. So that's why the type of activism that we will have will be different from what they have in South Africa, because they are fighting a different, similar, but a different fight. Take it or leave it. That's why we cannot have somebody. Do we have activists? Absolutely. I just mentioned a few that I just remember from the top of my head. Aisha, Obi, who else? This lady that ran off to that had to be taken away because they were looking for her to take her life during this NSAS thing. We have a lot of people like that. We are now seeing people like the Moes them that came to do interview with us. We're seeing someone like what's this other person's name that I can't remember right now. But apart from those few, so we cannot have the type of activism will be very different. I want us to bear that in mind as well. Yeah.
I think it's not about acting. There are other countries that, like Lumumba is not from South Africa, from what I gather. And Americans, the idea is not necessarily just. I understand the South African one, especially because there is quite recent too. With
Where is Lumumba from? Is Lumumba not from South Africa or from Kenya? Where is he from?
I think it's from one of the other countries. I don't think it's in South Africa.
No, Congo, Zaire.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would he not be an activist? He's from Congo. Do you know what has happened to Congo? Do you know what the few
sorry. Okay.
people?
No, sorry. Lumumba is I think he's Kenyan. The Professor Lumumba, I believe.
Yeah, he's from Kenya, right? Kenyans, they have Oyibo people in Kenya that are holding the resources of the Kenyans. I have a friend from Kenya. He has a farm. He had to go back. He was living in America. He had to go back to Kenya so that he can take over his. Sorry, let me quickly finish my thought.
You finished talking and I started talking. You jumped on me again.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm not jumping on you. I'm just trying to, because when we make comparisons, which is what we're trying to avoid as much as possible as Nigerians, we need to focus on our fights, right? So if we're trying to we cannot compare because the fight is different. The psyche involved is also different because of the type of fight that we are fighting. Okay, let me keep quiet now. Sorry.
The area where we are similar is that the people we are struggling against is the same. If you are struggling against some entity and one person is standing face to face with the entity and the other one is standing on the side, but while the other one is standing further away, it doesn't mean that one that is standing further away should not recognize that they are still fighting that entity and just focus on domestic stuff, like the way Nigerians are doing. Nigerians are cloaked from the bigger picture. This is why when we see people that we should treat as rivals, we see them as friends. If we see people that we should treat as enemies, we see them as friends. And even if to our face, they are showing us how much they despise us, they kick us out of their countries, we cry and leave those countries, and they still treat us like trash. And because, you know why? Because our leaders are not telling us that truth. And that is where the gap is. You don't see that happening. If you look at Kenya, they don't travel as heavily as other countries. If you look at South Africa, yes, maybe because their country is doing slightly better than Nigeria, but even the Ghanaians that travel overseas, Ghanaians, they don't have very hot ones, but even their president, if you see the way he talks, he tries to at least get these people to understand that we are on our own here. Our president, the only time he talks about this is now and again, when he said, oh, these people are trying to destroy our country, but they don't let the people that absorb this information and say, you know what, we should know ourselves. When you as a parent in Nigeria, they will tell their child, don't eat in the next door neighbor's house. Don't go and sleep in or go and eat. All kinds of stuff. You caution. You see how our Nigerian parents caution their children because they let their children know that, you know what, I don't know that person well enough, or that person I know for sure they are not for us. But are we as Nigerians? I don't even think our president I don't think Nigeria has any national consciousness of anybody we should not treat as friends. Nigerians don't have that. Most nations do. And the reason why we don't have that, because most of these agencies we talk about, the NGOs, many of them are being funded by the West. So why would they speak against the West? This is a problem. We are being undermined from within. Even the people that we think are fighting for us, they are unwittingly fighting for the enemy too, or for the rivals too. I said it the other day that most of our people, 90% of us, are compromised, but 70 to 80% among that 90% don't even know they are compromised, because they think they are doing the right thing. If you're an aid worker now in Nigeria and you want to campaign against certain things and the West wants to fund you, you will go and do it, but you don't know what the implications are. You know, like when they came to Africa, look at when Kamala Harris came to Africa. The first thing she was doing was preaching to Ghanaians about LGBTQ rights. But when Biden is in the UK right now, when he came to the UK, he barely even saw the UK president. He just went straight to Ireland because he's Irish. His priority is to go and sort the peace deal in Ireland out. They know where they are from, but we, no clue. That is what self-awareness means. That's why it's important to have self-awareness about where your bread is buttered, who the people that should be your priority. And our people in Nigeria, what they do is, it's like they will say they care for our people, and many of them they do, but they don't see from the bigger picture that the people that are funding them are not their friends.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
You see, I don't know how long when you traveled out of Nigeria. And
I was in Nigeria not recently too.
You got to be close to the people very well. I would say I was very, very close down to earth with the people. And I went through the system. When they call system, I went through Nigeria's system very well because I was one of those people channeling one of the human rights agency in the Niger Delta. So when we say some things about the West, it's not all about the West. The problem with the factors fighting Nigerians now, you can talk about the leadership and looking to the West because of their financial benefit, whatever, and the resources they get from there. But when it comes down, when you play the ball in Nigeria, there's nobody thinking about the West. The problem we're having, the factors against Nigeria as a country, is that corruption has been established as a law. That is why you cannot find a good person that you can single out to be a good activist. You see them being compromised easily, like when you go and buy a cigarette in the store. Very easy. Look at Wole Soyinka. When Ghani was existing, if you have met the person of Ghani, you will know when you talk about human being, that is somebody that is simple and Africanist to the core, a human being that want to serve the people, that love. But we cannot find it now because he was fighting against corruption and corrupt leaders who go to the West to seek for finances on behalf of the Nigerian state, which they don't give these finances to. So when you are speaking of, the people West, no, what you should base your analysis on is the leadership, which is different from the people. The leadership has to establish corruption as a way of life so that they can go to the West and take the resources for themselves. That is the ball game. We have a lot of factors fighting against the people without even the leadership because they've set the system of corruption. That system is functioning and oppressing the people. That is the system they've established, and that is the system they use in siphoning and collecting money from the Western world. And the Western people agree with the leadership because they get a lot of our natural resources which they need for their own survival. But the people they made them to believe in corruption. That is the only way they can feed their family. That is one bone of contention. So when you are talking about Nigerian state, look at your businesses now. You leave your business, you cannot leave your business for someone in Nigeria. Because why? Because of corruption mentality. That is the problem. But to me, if I come to Nigeria, that's why I say we have two kind of people in Nigeria, two kind of class. We have the Bota class and the Paco class, if you understand what I'm saying. The Paco class, they understand the languages of the people. Therefore, you can function well, because when you speak the language, you can get insight, and they will tell you, Yoruba will say, ele tiwani, because he can speak their language. So for them to take that person resources, it will be difficult because they know that you can catch up with them easily. But if you are a Bota person, they believe your father is one of those that siphon their resources abroad. So they will use that mentality of collecting back the resources your father have collected. This whole thing bound to what? Corruption. It has been established. That is one mindset we should have before focusing or tackling Nigerian problem. We should know that every average Nigerian man or the kids that are born, what they teach them, the establishment, is corruption. Because if you see a baby today born, he wants to drive a Mercedes Benz while he's in primary school. A man graduating from school, he wants to be a manager, he wants to work in a bank, but he doesn't want to be creative because he knows along the line, his friend that become a politician tomorrow will become millionaire tomorrow, while he's still struggling being a white-collar job seeker. So the whole thing, the whole issue, why Nigeria is on this platform, this stage, is because corruption has been nurtured, has been planted, and they put a lot of fertilizers. It has grown and become part and parcel of the system. You see, even if you look at the Constitution is an embodiment of corruption itself. You take this, you take it the other way. You give this, you take it the other way. That is why you see the lawyers will tell you that there is the spirit of the law. But in America, UK, there's nothing like that. The Constitution, I can show you the Constitution of America. It's just on a platform. It's simple English.
Oh, come on.
But
I think there is spirit of the law. Spirit, do you understand what the spirit of the law means?
The spirit of the law, you cannot use that in every time when you are explaining. You can use that in the law, in the court of law, to explain your facts. But when you want to speak to the people, you don't interject with those kind of languages. You make the law as simple as ABC for the people to understand, so that they can follow you, so that they can know the law itself. If the people know their right, it will be very easy to govern the people. Very easy to govern. But when they are entangled in corruption, and what brought about their constitution is corruption. What brought about leadership to govern you is corruption. What the voting system is corruption. The banking system, corruption. The police, corruption. The army, corruption. What can you take out from that kind of people if you don't kill the menage of corruption?
You see, Peter Obi said something that is quite interesting once. I paid attention closely when he was saying, he said when he came into office as a governor, and that there were people, there was part of this, I think it was medical something, maybe the nurses, there was a problem in this institution, and but he didn't need to change the people. He just needed to change the way they saw the job and the way they worked, and the results completely reversed. So I think it was the education system even. So the result completely reversed. So it tells you that the people you have on the ground, you can change them. You just need to have people that are doing the job to change it. Because the reason why you are getting all these corrupt practices is because those people have done the job to corrupt the system. You have, if you want to win, you have to compete with them, and we turn the system around. We that are in the West, like me now, I have an interest in doing that because I'm running a business in Nigeria. I want it to function very well. I don't want to be dealing with generator issues. This is why I know how much petrol costs. I know I deal with generator issues. I deal with all those things. I'm thinking of going solar now because I know fuel subsidy is going to come off because most Nigerians they will not see it coming when they get hit by a high price of petrol now and they go and buy it for their generator. They are not going to be able to sustain it. But instead of them,
Okay,
this is the
Mr.
time to start
Naja,
shifting
to
to
Naja,
solar
look at
panels.
this instance. Sorry, to Naja, sorry to interject. Look at this, for instance, now. I was traveling. The Nigerian police caught me on the gate. They told me I had my paper complete. I was traveling. So the man now start, because I know the mentality. I grew up with a police officer and an army officer. I know where he's going to. He's going for death for me to, you know, those people that look at your bag for antiquities. So they were looking, they now saw some food and some stuff. I told them that's my personal belongings. If you want me to pay for the food and for carrying it, I will pay for it. But if you want me to, I just nailed the thing on the head. But if you want me to give you bribe, the other policeman was there. I mentioned, if you want to give you bribe, you just catch the wood. I will not give you dime. And I'm going to get out of here. If you want to do it, I will dig it with you. And I want to see your senior officer. You know the kind of person I am. So when I spoke with him, I was standing my ground. The corruption, whatever, fly out of them. They have to do the normal, and I went through. That is just it. That is just it. You have to stand your ground. Forget about anything. Talk to them, and tell them you insist in seeing your boss.
Yeah.
These people are irrelevant in this place. You cannot do your job. All you bank on is corruption. You want me to bribe? If you mention that thing, you want me to bribe you in front of everybody, they will calm down.
Is Mr. CM still there?
Cowards.
Yes, I'm here. What I want to
Yeah, you were
contribute
going
on
to
this,
say.
I was trying to say, you see, we know that leadership, at least from the Nigerian perspective, a good leader is what we need. That is example that leadership you show. I remember Peter be saying when they are asking him about question about corruption, because our problem has always been somebody will get into office and start to steal money. You know, the money you should use to provide infrastructure and make life easy. Because if you give this infrastructure, road, education, and other infrastructure, the people will pick up. No, you can't spoon feed. You can't just go giving people money. Peter Obi said, look, if I'm not stealing, I, the president, my wife, my children, my family, my friends, I prevent them from stealing. Said I've cut corruption by 70%. He said, because I will approve what you will steal. Nigeria now, you hear of budget padding. I'm just talking of public sector, though there are corruption in the private sector, but they should deal with it because it's purely private. Whether it goes on in the bank or in the insurance company or wherever. But that public sector corruption, whereby you do budget, you are supposed to, we are not expecting bank to tar roads. We are not expecting bank to equip our hospitals. It's public because they are social services. Now, for you, as the people in government, all you are interested is to steal money. Peter Obi said, look, people should be able to, we have to change this system of wealth without enterprise. Wealth. Because when you hear this, these are one of the things that make people not to look up to the fact that that you can't make it in Nigeria unless and what is happening? Unless you are corrupt or you steal from public money. So you steal public fund. So when people, well, that's why sometimes when I cast my mind back, I said I've come to the conclusion that with P2B at the helm of affairs, the perception, the whole trajectory of politics and everything might change. Because when you look up at the man, as you call your leader, he's not interested in all those things. You, the person surrounding him, you will be ashamed to endure because he won't go, he's not going to pamper you, he's not going to condone it. And if we caught corruption in the public place, just when they say corruption, they say stealing money, stealing public fund, which you can't do in the West. You cannot. That's why, like in the West, in the UK here, they don't take issue of road or whatever because they know civil servants can decide that, oh, we need this road. They go and repair it and put it on. You the executive, you might not really, it's not your business to look after road or do this or do that. things will be moving, whether you are in or not. Because and those people doing it, they are not interested in stealing money. Because if you dare do it, you are going to prison. But in our own case, we ended up all our national resources is being stolen by a few people. And because they've stolen it, those that want to look up to them can say, okay, let me replicate what they are doing. Or those that can't help it because they don't have opportunity or whatever, they are stifled. Either you check out or you go to somewhere else. But with a good leader, with a change in leadership, if Obi comes in, all these things will change. We know our problem as Nigerians. We know what is making us, not that we can't perform. We are better than the white people in terms of energy, in terms of even intellect, we are better. But the thing about the West is that because of the example they've set, anybody can aspire to be at the top and you walk your way very cleanly. But in our own case, you are frustrated. Apart from nepotism, let me not even say that one. The fact that the system is corrupt will even prevent you from giving in your best. So that your best, if you go out, the white people will exploit you. And when they exploit you, you help to develop themselves. If they're not, if you spend all your life like we all are here doing, develop the West. In the end, you go back home. You may not be productive when you go back home again. And then, what is more than the experience you are having? All those skills you didn't transfer it before you died, or I mean, transfer it. What I mean by transfer is giving it to your people that matter to help develop them. Can you imagine if all the professionals Nigeria is having? 10% of them, I mean, I don't want to say 50, 10% that are in the West go back home. You know the impact it will make. Then later 20%, bring it up to 20 to 50. Let's just say 50 only in the end within 10 years. Only 50 manage to go back home. It will change a lot of it will change the system. But you need somebody, a leader who is honest, who is competent and honest, and that can easily be there because of his example, he will inspire people. So whether whichever way we look at it, our problem to me, though it's complex, but it's simple to solve because we know what caused it. For the fact that one, the system is rigged, is corrupt. So who will change it? Who will be the leader that we will look up to? That this man gave a good example. P2B, we are celebrating, people are shouting. P2B has not been in the public federal level before. Just Anambra State he used as an example. And he said, go and verify. People said, okay, look at what he did. So which means is some measure of honesty and candor follows him. So let us really see if we can trust him. Let him go and replicate it, even if he's using that example. Do you know that when P2B, I mean, let me just end with this. They were asking him, say, like pension, all these things. Peter said, why should I be using maintaining 12 guest houses in the state capital as a governor? 12 guest houses meant for the governor. He said, for what? Why should they be slaughtering one cow for me every day? I don't need it. It's only me and my wife. My kids are in the school studying. I don't believe in all those things. So he was saving all this money to use it to pay pension. So this type of thing is very simple. At the federal level, you're able not to steal money. What really is it that we can't have the type of good roads they have in Dubai or in South Africa? Why can't we have the best of medical facility? It's not rocket science, it's just money. And then if you don't steal it, you put it there. Yeah, the people, our legislators go to Abuja and say the eyes have it. Yeah, they say, yeah. Tomorrow they become billionaires without doing anything. Nothing, just to just keep taking money. So the problem when you look at it, the moment a good leader enters, takes charge, that's all. Everything ends. So when you and at the same time, when you now say people are against Tinubu, let's say that the system even was clean and Tinubu was voted in, people will still complain, say, because look at the man doing deal in Lagos. When he goes there, what is he gonna do? Because as a public officer, your life, you are just like a servant. And when they say a servant, you are serving. You think less of yourself. Nothing. So far, you have where you sleep and what you eat. It's okay. Your worry is the people, the poor people. How are you going to leave them out of poverty? If you want to compete, like Goodluck Jonathan said, come out and start doing business and maximize profit so that you can say tomorrow I'm competing with Dangote. And not when you're a minister. You are hearing all those so in a nutshell, our problem has always been leadership until we get somebody who we look up to that will inspire us and they live clean, give us a clean example. Well, I'm afraid there may not be end in sight to our what we're facing now. So let me just put it this way: for
Ghana seems to have approved a vaccine that is set for malaria, and this vaccine was developed in Oxford, the UK, and they are going to be injecting their people with this vaccine. This is, for me, I don't know. We should be doing this type of stuff by ourselves, and how our leader would just say, you know what, this stuff was developed overseas, and we are going to use to test our people. And for all you know, the reason why they are testing this thing, because these people, they don't do anything for nothing. I don't know why they are bothering with malaria. It's not for charity for us. And the reason why they do these things, tomorrow when they finish testing it and they find out that they can get immunity from malaria for a prolonged period of time, that is also immunity for them. And then you give them even more access to your this thing. They are going to use us as guinea pigs, like they wanted to do with COVID-19 too. Even when Africans were not dying from COVID-19, they wanted to use us. And many African countries surrounded their people to go and to be used as vaccine this in test patients. This type of stuff our leaders do sometimes is just
to Nigeria,
it's just staggering.
to Nigeria, it will be interesting to know, although it could be developed in Oxford as a place, the scientists that are involved in developing it. I ask this because you remember this the time of 2020 COVID-19. The one Professor Sarah Gilbert led the what is it called, the AstraZeneca vaccine in UK, then Pfizer of America. The Pfizer vaccine developed in the US was led by a Nigerian scientist, one Dr. Uchenna Obuago.
Yeah.
He finished from University of Calabar, then
Right.
went on just like somebody will say, let me go and do my masters in US. He left, went to one thing led to the other. He started working in Yale, did the masters and all those virology and all these things, and then started working. Not that but he led the team. He's the leader of the team that developed the Pfizer vaccine in 2020 for the US population. So such people, I know is this thing now. But one thing you must know, what we want to do is that vaccine, malaria vaccine, I can tell you, if you go to Nigeria, because all it will take this science. If you go to Nigeria, you said just to go to University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, say who is the leading immunologist, or just say Nigerian Society of Immunology or Nigerian Society of Virology. They'll say their members. They may say this man in ABU Zaria at Lagos University of Benin Teaching Hospital. By the time you assemble 10 of them, because all these things are theory, they will tell you we can develop this vaccine. But the thing is, having at their level, probably if we sort of research it now,
White man that is behind it.
If you sort of research it now, you must have find out that in Nigeria, Nigerian scientists must have been talking of developing a vaccine for malaria because they see it every day and they are capable. But the thing is, that political will, that is where the intersection of science and politics. By that time, the politician should have said, the leader will say, what do? We need this. Then the scientists will say, hey, if you need it, the lab here, we needed this and this to put it in place and then we can develop it. It's for the leader to now say, okay, you come, let us put it there. So with that, now you achieve a result. Let me tell you something like the intersection of science and politics. When J.F. Kennedy became president of America in January 1961, he said he called the Americans, these nuclear physicists and people involved in space program in Washington. He told them that Russia has been orbiting the space since 1957. Not the surface of the earth, but just getting into the space. He said, as a matter of political pride, he would like America to also participate. He asked them, is it possible? They say, yeah. He said, we can develop our own program. All it takes is that let us start this. He said, okay, bring the budget. Lucky, as God we have it, the man didn't live to see 1963, November 22nd, he was murdered in Dallas, Texas. Then by 1967, July 11, they call Apollo 11, America landed on the surface of the earth. You see what it means. You see how a leader encourages. And since then, America has been the leader in this. So this vaccine, I'm telling you, if you throw it as a challenge, You don't need to even contact those abroad. The scientists you have in Nigeria, those ones, because they are working at very odd, with little or nothing. You call them, say, look, we've been having this malaria. Can't we have vaccine for it? Some will tell you, yes, it's possible. Then what will it take? The president will now say, okay, it's a challenge. We want you people within 4 years to give us a vaccine. You send them to tax. Say University of Benin Teaching Hospital, that is where the center is. They will organize the 20 or 30 of them, start to research it, do everything. They will come up with something. So that's why Nigeria, and if you leave all those people, they go to the West, they develop it. Because Oyibo knows that the black people from Nigerians, they are very intelligent people. They are hard working. Just give them that opportunity or provide them with what they need. They will excel. But back home, we are not seeing it because those people are at the helm of affairs. All they are interested is how to buy house. So if you are telling them that maybe you say malaria, let's import drug. When we import it, after all, we make my own 20% and all this. So yeah, that is the thing.
It's all the thing. They just want to go and everything to be fed to them. It's like
you see, that is so until you have a leader that that we think this way. Peter Obi did it in Anambra State. He said it in one of his videos in America. He said he used to hear of somebody called Dr. Wole, a cardiologist in America. He said they called the chap came. He said people are going abroad for heart operation and all these things. He told the man, can't you establish it in Anambra? The man said, yes, it's possible, but it's gonna cost money. I think it's 2 billion, Peter B said. He called the man, he said, I don't know him from Adams. He said, go ahead. He said, but he put Peter Obi and the way he does it thing because of you should know your people because of corruption. Peter said, yes,
our
Peter.
people, my God, there is no group in this world that they are treated like guinea pigs. Like this. The people that work on this, one of the women is a specialist in Ebola too. And the trials, when they talk, sorry, I'm interrupting. See, when they say they are doing trials, you would think it's their people they are doing the trials on. They are doing the trials on a totally different people. It's like them going to do trials on Chinese people or Indian people. You will never hear that. It's only us.
Yeah, now because you are even begging for them. So when Peter saw this, Peter said, okay, giving this money to go and set it up in a hospital like that, because of Nigeria you're going to work with, because I've seen the experience, the money might be embezzled. He told the chap, said, look, there's a missionary hospital somewhere in which you will go through the Catholic diocese and then the bishop. He said, are you willing? The man said, okay. So he releases the money through the Catholic diocese so that those bishops will be releasing the money in tranches to the cardiologists. And the guy set it up. So in other ways, the man knows, Peter knows that we really need it. We don't need to go abroad. Let us say this for cardiac medicine, at least here, so that the guy can come from US and run it. This vaccine, all these things, because all these things are simple. It's not a rocket science. Why even malaria vaccine delayed is because malaria does not affect the white people, so it's not their disease. That's why they are particular about cancer. Cancer is what kills them more. It's not okay. Can you see, even if you can't, like in the UK now, how many people treat malaria? You can't see. Maybe you go to Liverpool or London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, if at all they will say it there. Now, then the issue of something like sickle cell affects the black people because of our genetic system. So to them, this one don't bother them. What bothers them is all these their diseases of cancer that some of us we do not have in our place, or something that has to do with maybe sunshine deficiency because they don't have enough sunshine. They will look for vitamin D tablets to be taken, but unlike us, we have abundant sunshine. So their own is that you should not expect them to come and solve your problem for you. That is the thing. So that is where the thing comes. And if they should do it, whatever you see, we say whatever you see, you take. So whatever condition they give you, the way they handle you, if you feel humiliated, can you do better? Why not do it yourself?
And the thing is, I think it goes past humiliation. Me, I'm even worried now for our future, really, because if we carry on like this, we are not going to be long for this world, because you can't have, in this age where they can create genetically modified bioweapon, and you just have your people keep you keep surrendering your people to be punched, used as pin cushions, where they will
I
be carrying
agree.
experiments with our population. It's
Yes,
just
I agree.
I
I
don't know
agree.
how
And
our
This is
people
why
allow this to get this bad.
this
I
is
agree.
why
That's
Jesus.
this is why the leadership is important. This
it
is
is
why we're
important.
talking about leadership. This is
It's
why
true.
it is important. We need somebody who cares,
Yes,
who
it's
is
true.
relatable, who you can approach and say, these are the issues. We
Yes,
can solve it. Can we get funding? This is where
exactly.
the leadership comes in. If you have the right leader, you will not have to look outside of yourself to solve your
It's true.
problems.
Of
You
course.
won't have to. It's a matter of, okay, you are scientist, okay, here's your funding. I want you to work on this area. You are doing this. In fact, your ingenuity will come out naturally because you are in an enabling environment that allows you to fully express yourself completely. But when you don't
Yes,
have that, people tend to, that's why you see, if you go to Nigeria now, genius is walking the road, literally
of course. Yeah,
walking the streets of Nigeria. But why are they hiding? When you see them do something, you be like, so you know how to do this thing? Why come? You will see them, they shaking head, you go, waka, come on. Why? Because the leadership has killed that. They can't, they don't even, they are even afraid to express themselves. It like it dies within. So this is
it's true.
why I think our focus should be, we need to get whatever it takes. We got to get that man in, because
It's true.
if we don't, oh my God, we are crying now. We have not even
It's
started
true.
crying. The cry is coming, so we need to. This one is a must. Is literally a do or
It's true.
die affair right now.
It's,
Peter Obi must be.
I'm not happy that the West is manufacturing malaria, although much as I know that we need a vaccine for malaria because it's long overdue. But I'm not happy that it's coming from the West because
No, Mr. CM, I
You would
think
think they will
Nigeria
have
has
black this thing, doctors there working with them, but
Nigeria has
no, it's
developed
just
its
them
own.
doing it for us.
Oh, sorry.
So
I
go
think
ahead.
Nigeria has developed its own pills on malaria. I think Nigeria has done it. I think it was in one of the university, whether Nsukka or Ahmadu Bello. One of they developed the vaccine. But the Nigerian government has a problem. The politicians, the leadership is still the problem. Because anything developed in Nigeria by this genius, the politician will say, what is my own benefit?
that is it. They prefer to import drug. Okay, if
They prefer to import chloroquine.
Yes,
chloroquine,
they prefer
and
to
then
import that chloroquine.
and then
We don't
take
get
their
that.
court. Maybe they
Panadol.
say your court is in one more mansion in Dubai or
That
those type.
is it.
That
That
is
is
the thing.
what they want.
So
that is just
that
it.
is the thing. So if not all these things, because do you know the thing is the most important thing is that's why the West, when they look at it, they said, these people, look at all they are making waves. If that's but in our own case is that when a leader is interested in his pocket, just forget it. Because you, the person bringing that idea, you get frustrated. You will say, okay,
That is just it.
if I'm here now, I die. Why can't I go to Saudi Arabia that recognizes me, do it for humanity, make my name, at least the world will hear me. Then why are you not going to your country? So until you have a leader who will say, look, you come home, don't do it. You do this, you do. Okay, do you know how India became what is it called? This IT something they did in Bangalore. They said in Silicon Valley it was an Indian that started it, Indian American. When Narendra, is it either Amartya Singh or Narendra Modi is the current prime minister now. The one before is Amartya Singh, the one that later won a Nobel Prize. He said he called him, he brought him, he said, look, you are an Indian, forget. Help us set up this thing. The guy came, set it up in Bangalore and India. From there, India picked up. Nigeria has so much talent all over the world. We hope that when Peter Obi gets in, he will tell them, come, that thing, let us, easy money, okay, I will devote maybe 1% of crude oil sale, whatever realizes, use it. We want you people to develop this. I think an example, a pointer to that is when Peter Obi said, you will see people carrying laptop, youths, doing something, creating something. You said they are Yahoo. Peter Obi said, I need those Yahoo. He said, I need them. When I get in, I will bring them in. Because when you now say But for them to the knowledge you use to plan to do Yahoo and this thing, P2B can then tell you, say, with this your laptop, we want you to create a program whereby any policeman in anything, all this, create it for us. The person can do it. So that is, you are
Yes.
putting it positively. So it only takes a leader who will realize this, and not when you come in, they're asking you to, where can you buy this thing? In fact, as a person, the first encounter I had about, that's why I can't stop speaking about P2B. When he became governor of my state in 2006, 2007, he came to Detroit in Michigan for World Igbo Congress. He said at the end of the day, all the five Southeast governors will address the crowd. After that, they say you go and talk to your people of your state. P2B told them, he said, do you know that I came here to ask you people, look at where you are living, very good. Give me an idea, tell me what to do at home so that we can create this type of environment at home. P2B said he was surprised that some people are telling him, say, Peter, this is your chance now. There are houses in Detroit. You can come and have a look. These houses are good. This is your P2B said it. It's on YouTube. So he now said, you are asking me to bring money from Anambra to come and be buying house when I don't live here. For what? I'm looking for money to bring and develop home. So it takes a leader, because you have to be selfless. There's no two way about it. The moment as a leader, you are interested. That's why I keep talking of Lee Kuan Yew. The moment you love your people and you want the best thing for them, you will succeed. There's no two way. There's no Jupiter that can stop you. There's nothing. The moment you say, look, here I am, I want them to succeed. For instance, look at what Wole did in the West. He said, I want free education for my people. With all the opposition, he implemented it. Are the people not happy about it?
That's all.
So if you want to do something for your people, that you feel that, look, Nigeria's education system, I want to change it to what it was before. What will it take? Teachers, all this. And they found out that you, the P2B president, you are not interested in 10% to go to you. You are not interested in having this so that I will build my own private unit. Since you are not interested in all this, all your effort is you will succeed. That is the difference between we and the Western world. In the West, they are interested in their people. They want their people, they want the best for their people. But in our own case, our leaders are interested in their pocket. So when you can't serve God and Mammon, the way they say, if you want to serve God, you serve God. If you want to serve Mammon, you go for Mammon. But when you are in a position of authority, you are pretending, they do any budget, please add my own. This is it, bring out my own. This construction company, what is my own? All those times, you will succeed. You are punishing your people. But when you feel that this malaria issue, we want a vaccine, how much will it take? And they challenge you. You give them what they need, they will give you the result. Because they will say, oh, the president recognized us, that is a challenge to us now. That if we fail, our name will be that we budgeted this, in all this, that. But our people, our country, until the leader is selfless, the country cannot develop. I have so many examples to cite, but this is not the place to this. That's not what we're saying.
Let me just share some information, so that people have some idea of some of the challenges we face as a nation. Did you hear about the leaks that the American government, the leaks of their document that shows that Egypt was looking to send some rockets to Russia? That is one, and there's another one again that just came out this today again, that says that US was spying on the UN Secretary General. And if they can do this to these people, what would they be doing to us? If they can do this to all these people, according to one guy, he said they don't even need to spy on us. Our people just go and report to them. That's what is going on. And the reason why I'm saying this is so that people start understanding the depth to which most of our elites have sold us out, wittingly or unwittingly, that literally we go and report to them at this rate. Because if they can tap the phone of the US Secretary General, and the leaks that came out from that document is so many, I can't even keep up. And that is just the one. They used to tap even the phone of Angela Merkel, and they tap everybody.
But you know, sorry, CM, sorry. What's it called? you know that they have people from amongst us that work for them that are within the country that provide and feed them information. I'm sure you're
Yeah.
aware. You got to be aware exactly. So they have people like that. And this is why I cannot overemphasize the importance of us to get it right this time. If we're able to get it right this time, most of those things that you're talking about, these concerns you're expressing, I'm telling you, will be nipped in the bud. We will now, because we are now aware, those of us who know and who understand how these things work, and I tell you, there are lots of us who know, can go back and start to educate people to help them understand. Because according to Peter Obi, there's no Nigerian. We don't understand what it means to be a national citizen. We don't understand what it means to stand for your own nation. We don't. So until we start to get that right, when we get the leadership right, then we can start to work on the minds of the people. Other than that, we're just going to be dancing around the same circles. This is why, because I don't see any reason why somebody like Agbado, for instance, knowing what they know, because they can't say they don't know, is in a country like France.
Exactly.
There's no reason. There's no reason, because they will not say they don't know. So those are the kind of people you should be holding in detention in your airports. You see what I mean?
Oh my God! And this is a man. You know, Nigeria, one of our biggest rivals in West Africa is France, and and he wants to be president of Nigeria.
Exactly, and they have what's it called, military people around us.
military base in
military bases, right?
In
And guess what? They eye our minerals, because other francophone countries don't they drive their commodities. So they are looking for where to pitch their tent. So you see, say, man, the trouble if we not,
it's true.
this
It's
Peter
true.
Obi now do or die. I'm telling you.
Again, when you hear like Tunaja, you are saying, when you see the Western world, they say they are spying on this, not on this. Yes, to you it may read ridiculous, but it is because of the love the president have for his country. That is where I'm looking at
exactly.
it. Why can't our leaders be spying on Japan? Because you love your country. So even if they decide tomorrow, you wake up from sometimes you are in Port Harcourt, you see American submarine, they hide. They are looking for something, not because the leader is interested, it's because of their country. That is the issue. So in playing international politics, the love of your country, patriotism comes first. That's why when I said, remember I said earlier that George Bush said, that was, in fact, that is my guiding principle for any leader. He said that we never sign any agreement that we put the Americans out of job. He backed out a whole America with all the what they're accusing. So why can't we have a leader that we say, look, what are they telling me? That I should say crude oil, I should do this. No, I won't do it, because if I say take my crude oil to you, you refine it, create job. If you want crude oil, come and build your refinery here. 40% Nigerian workforce. Then you export a crude. You take petrol to your country. They will say no. He said no, because you love your country. That's why you are negotiating that. So to them, whatever they are doing is patriotism. That's why I'm saying, why can't Nigeria play their game? And if you start doing it, forget you may think they don't like, because they know that, oh, this man is wise. You love your, because you can say, after all, you are defending your country. I'm defending my own country too. But we haven't got a leader that will stand up for us in terms of saying, look, forget about my personal gain. What I want is this agreement we are going to sign. And if we sign it and you are doing malaria vaccine, you bring it to Nigeria for us to use. How am I sure that maybe the first set you bring might be good? Subsequent ones, you can go and adulterate it and then do anything, do this. Say, when you reason that way, say, no, we can do this in our country. You can say, look, okay, if that is the case, you challenge your scientists. That is what, until the black people start reasoning this way, that is when we have the real freedom. We can be a little, it might not be easy, but when they see that this is the preposition we always put through, they will know that, yes, these people really, because that is what they are doing. When you say, look, but you are here because of your country, so I'm here because of my own. We are not patriotic. Instead, we defraud our own people. We defraud your people to please the West. It shouldn't be, but they can't do it. America can spy anywhere, not because they want to, but they feel that, no. If we don't do this thing, America in the next 30 years may go down. It's better we scatter these people before they build whatever they are building. They are doing it because they want to save their country, not because of whatever. So this is exactly what leadership is all about. You have to show love. You really have to. You sleep and wake up with the interest of your country at heart. You don't even care about your family comes last. All you want is your country. When they said no, we can't do this. I can't enter into this trade agreement.
Let me share one other information that I find very puzzling. I think somebody shared this information with me. I think it's from some security forces in Nigeria. Said Nigeria has this element they call californium, and that is supposed to be one of the most valuable materials in the world. And I find it, I know the Mustafa said that. I need to check because from what I gather, it's not supposed to be a naturally occurring element, but the stuff is super expensive because they said it's worth tens of millions of dollars per gram. And if that stuff is present in Nigeria in any way, it's something that we need to know. And it could be partly the reason why you were having problems in the Borno area, all those areas. Because if they need it, that stuff is worth a lot of money. Anybody, that's more expensive than diamond.
Yes,
it's more expensive than
Yeah,
diamond.
I
So
didn't Mustafa say that. He mentioned it now. That's why there's a lot of disarray in that area because of the minerals that they found, and that one that you mentioned, is it Californium or whatever? Yeah, that you mentioned. They found it in very large quantities in that area. So most of the time when they are fighting, is actually a distraction. It's nothing. It's just a distraction so that they can keep. Imagine how foreigners can fly into that part that they say is hot and collect what they even have tents there and collect what they want to collect. But you that is a Nigerian, you cannot drive there.
Wow.
Make that make sense. This is why we need to get. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. We need to unite together and ensure we get this man in. This will be the begin. I'm not saying he's the savior. That's not what I'm saying. You guys get my point. We need a leader who cares for the people. And this man has been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he cares for the people. Look at what he's been put through just because he wants to do work. The man just wants to work. That's all he cares about, right? Once he gets there, I tell you, every other person go act right. They'll be forced to. It doesn't matter what, they'll be forced to, because when your organ or the chop, where you want to see chop, where?
Exactly.
You know, so we got to stay focused on, and let's not be distracted by petty distractions. This man is getting in whether we like it or not. It's not even about me. It's not about you. It's about the future of that country. It's about the future, the children that are growing right now. What kind of mindset do we want them to have? We naturally have brilliant people in Nigeria, intelligence, geniuses walking the streets of Nigeria. What are we doing with the talent that we have been given? This is what we need to be focusing on, because we're always going to have enemies within and without. But we need to learn how to tackle the enemies within and tackle the ones without. If we tackle the ones within, some of our external enemies will be reduced because there'll be nobody to feed information again. When people start to think national citizenship, when I see you and I don't see you as whether you're from the north, south, or west, but you're a Nigerian first and foremost. And you cannot talk to me to get me to sell out my own brother. How you want to infiltrate? We discover that that's what you are doing. We pick you up and come tell what happened. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you, this is what we need to be focusing on. Because if we get it right, if Peter Obi comes in, half of our problems are gone.
That's why I told to Nigeria that we have to get this foundation right. If you don't get this foundation right by bringing in Peter Obi, it will be look, Nigeria. I repeat myself. Nigeria government has established corruption as a constitutional stuff. It is embedded in our constitution. So if that foundation is already there, that is why you see they talk with boldness. A corrupt man will be bargaining after taking 150 billion naira, stealing it. You will now be bargaining that will return 40%. That is how dare you have the guts to even speak instead of being in the gallows, rotting there, and they seize all your property and deprive even your own offspring from getting anything from the government. You are sitting down, bargaining with the government that you drop 40%. That is how corrupt, that is the level, that is the highest level in the entire world, where you will steal your country resources with confidently, bargaining with the security people, putting hand on pen and paper and write that will return 40%, while I keep 60%. You can see that level of impunity. That is what I'm saying. If you have a person like Peter Obi in government, my brother, let me give you, for instance, now. There was one of our aunties that came to the US. She came, we didn't know that she did the surgery in Nigeria. Do you know that because of the facilities that we don't have, it did surgery, and they later realized that when she came to America, she started vomiting, doing all sorts of things. When they now took her in, you know what they discovered? They discovered that after the surgery, her stomach, that is the intestine, now glued with the stomach, the body, they glued together. And someone started, doing some turbulence, and we thought something was wrong. We never knew that the surgery they did in Nigeria was not done well. They didn't do one thing. They omitted one process. That is what they discovered here. With just a machine, they looked at it through the X-ray and they saw it glowing there. And you know what they said? They said, okay, what they will do now, they are not going to do any surgery. They are going to use one other thing, one technology to separate the stomach, the intestine from the wall of our tongue. They will separate it like that with technology. So that is to show you the level of how our health sector is almost dead. If you are sick in Nigeria, just pray to your God that you don't go to that slaughterhouse called theater. Just pray to your God you don't enter there, because anything can happen. We don't value human being. And instead of the government to improve the health sector, they are busy trying to say, oh, we'll ban one person from not traveling there. Will that solve the problem? No. Capital no. Until you look inward, until you love your country, until you love the people, before your mindset can change and you start doing good things, regardless of the money you are going to get for yourself, because you are no longer looking at the money, because the money does not matter, because you don't own the money. The money belongs to the people. You are their servant. Until you look at yourself, and this person, we found this personality in Peter Obi, and people are angry. Why are they fighting him? You remember when they started doing some propaganda then, we some of us, one man, a guy said on this channel that we have not seen anything yet too. We will see more. If we think that this one is just a small joker, look at what the extent they went to. Even Arise TV, the man anchoring it, the doctor was angry. They went to the extent of trying to molest and harass him in another man's country. That is to show you the extent of hate over Nigerian progress by the Nigerians, not by the British now, by the Nigerians. So we have to, that is why I say we need a new type of leadership that will raise corruption, that will stand as a standard. When you see a standard, if you see your boss doesn't care about 10% or whatever percentage, and if you do anything wrong, you face the law. He doesn't care. Give everybody independent to deal with anybody that is corrupt. You see our police officers, everybody they will sit upright when they are well paid. They have insurance. they have good health care, they have light, they have good road, and they have water. What will make you to go and be, and you have education that if your son graduates, you don't need to even sponsor him. The government can give him a loan. When he start working, he start paying with little or no interest. That will ginger people to love the country and see what they will give to the country rather than what they will take from the country. We have to reorient this. That's why we say, if Peter Obi doesn't get this, God, this is a do or die. This is a do or die affair in Nigeria now. We need to get it right. If you don't get no amount of English, like when to Nigeria, we talk English, I'll say, this one no go work. We don't talk on before. 15 years ago, we talk this English. It no go work. If this corruption that has been inscribed in our constitution is not removed by a good leader, it will never work. So we need to pray to God. We need to fight. Like Gani used to say, Gani will tell, when I went to his office, he said, if you see the siren coming towards his house, he will tell his boys, prepare my baggage, my luggage, and my toothpaste. Because I know they are going to carry me, because I know I am fighting for the right thing. That man died for the right thing, for the right cause. That man, he will never be erased in the history of Nigeria. He died doing the right cause. That is why we all need to, people need to write a book about that man. That's an example of a true person that fights for a cause, a true activist. Not all this one that said that will speak English. They will come and tell you that thing is, that we know that thing is white. They'll tell you that, oh, they'll put one grammar, say that thing is blue, but it's white before, but now it's blue. That is why I see all the senior advocates, they are corrupt. The corruption is smelling from their language. When you see a man speak, by what he speaks, you know the kind of man he is. That is why you see Wole Soyinka has been bastardized in the media now. That man, everything he has earned for over a year now, it has crumbled like a piece of card. No more respect. Even in the diaspora, I bet you Nigeria will never invite him for anything. They will never invite him for anything because he has messed up himself. Because he's the man that they see that stand for the truth. He stands for the right thing. But not when you call us name. We Nigeria, you are calling us name because we stand for the constitution. The constitution, I would say, is not that told us that the constitution is military constitution. Now we decide to stand by it. Now you are saying we are fascists. That is ludicrous to me. So who now is a Nigerian? Is it him or we that is fight for the true just cause that said this result? We must find the real result. That is not the result. The process is wrong. Who is not the true Nigerian? That's the question we should ask him.
Let me put a bit of caveat before I go and start talking from the left side and both sides of my mouth. Regarding this Californium, from my investigation just now, it is said to be synthetically this is produced. In other words, it is manufactured in a laboratory, and it seems to be a very, very complicated process that involves different stages of a nuclear reaction to get to this Californium, and that is why it's so expensive, way more expensive than diamond. But how is it that Al Mustafa is saying that this material that is synthetically achieved is found in Nigeria? It's a strange term, and it's something that probably he needs to be questioned on the way he found that information. And then there is also the aspect that some people said that if the material was found in Nigeria anyway, the problem will be that because this stuff is a radioactive material, the information regarding it will be closely guarded, and they are not going to reveal the information, especially if it is something that has not been found in nature before. So question is, where did Al Mustafa get such information, or is it a misdirection? So this is why we have to be careful about information we consume. Because the person that shared this information with me was a security official, probably had it.
Why are they keeping the information? Why are they keeping it?
We don't know whether it's true. You see, if you don't truly know, because this element or this it is achieved through nuclear reaction that is very, very complicated. So why is somebody saying that they found it in Nigeria? If they found it in Nigeria, it'd be good that we have evidence that this is what they are calling Californium.
That means we are in trouble in Nigeria.
We
We are in
have
trouble.
to now. Mustafa go answer that one. Now he tell us information, so now he go answer.
Now,
So I
how
guess
would they
when
so?
I guess when we have a common sense leader in there, those are things that will unravel. We need to get to the source of it because we need, as Nigerians, we need to be aware of what's in our ground. Our
That's it.
citizens need to know what we possess so that we know where our powers are. You know, we need to know, okay, here we have this, here we have this, we gotta know transparency all the way. All those gone are the days where people will come and just tell you lies and not even tell you anything at all. You're just walking blindly. Everybody they travel out. You self carry back, travel out to go and be shocked when you travel out. It's not about that. So I mean, there's so much goodness to look forward to if we get this leadership right. And I
Right,
know we're
that's
going
true.
to get it right. There's so much good to look forward to. There's so much work to be done from the ground up, but there's a lot of good to look forward to. So this is why we cannot get tired.
It's going to be a very, very tough road to travel because what is really concerning me now is that because of the court process, the nature of the court process is going to take a long time, and we are probably going to see a Tinubu in office running. How do you remove a government? It becomes so hard. How do you do that? The guy has been in office, and then they will announce that,
But the
oh my
question
God,
is
he
that
cheated. They should kick him out of office. They
the
will start
question is that
firing ministers left and right. That is going to
will you
be a
install a
sight to
government
behold.
that is constitutionally not accepted? That's the big question. We are toying with this thing.
No,
You
no,
think
no.
it's a joke?
No, I'm agree with you now, but I'm trying to shed light on the magnitude of the event if it happens, because if he is sworn in before the court case ends, because they have rights for appeal and all that, and then while he's governing, then the court finds out
If they throw that man in,
I
Boko
should be in
Haram go come
office.
Lagos,
Can
come
you
attack
imagine?
Lagos well.
Can you imagine president stepping down, all the ministers stepping down, all of them waiting for a new government? That is going to be one of the first time it's happening
It's
in the
not.
world.
It's not really swearing a president in and later they step down. But the damage when they were in office, that is the damage you will be talking. To what extent
See,
has the thing gotten worse? That is
Mr.
what, because
CM,
if you
Mr.
swear
CM, I want to ask you a question.
if you swear the person in and he's doing it, maybe doing a little bit of what he could do, then it happens that 2-3 months down the line or 1 week down the line, they say you go out, then you quietly leave.
I
But
want to ask a
within that
question.
period that is there,
Quietly,
you
it's
just
going to be
knowing
an
what will happen.
earthquake. The whole world. That would be the first time a president has been removed from office based on result from
Mr.
election.
CM, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If a government a system decide to break the constitution and disregard the constitution and put in place a government, don't the military have the right to come in now?
Right. There's no right for military to come in. No, nobody gives military just come in because of their own selfish interest. They don't come in for
Remember, in America, if there's a constitutional breakdown, the military has the right to
Not
come
be
in.
America they talk about now.
And they talk for it's a universal thing. If you don't know, it's a universal thing. If there's a
No,
constitutional
not in this
breakdown,
case, my brother Victor. Not
it's
in this
not.
case.
If you allow this man come in without it, you know, we'll come out there again. No, what's wrong return?
The only
You know,
time
we'll
the
come out
military
there
can
again.
step in is if the court finds that he cheated to get into office and they ask him to leave office. And
That is what I'm
he
saying.
refused. And he refused.
That's when they will
Maybe
they may not have to take over, they will just remove him from office.
See,
you know,
because it does not fulfill the constitutional process well. It did not fulfill it. So how is it going to stay there?
See. When you say constitution and military, the role of the military plays in every country is relatively known. I don't need to reiterate it or repeat it. When a military decide to come and sack a government, because let us face it, I don't want this scenario to happen, but because you are just playing the devil. We are playing the devil's advocate. The guy
Yeah.
gets in, and then the thing drags until what a time they say now you can go. Already he has to go. That
Yes.
is the issue. Now, but what I'm saying is, assuming he stays and then goes, then no quietly people will say at least that is part of democratic process. But my fear is within that period, what 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 month or whatever, he
Uh-huh.
was there. Given the character that he is, do you know what will happen in Nigeria then? Do you know
Thank
what it will be? So that is another thing that bothers me. It's not
uh-huh.
like you got somebody whose track record you can say is clean, is there. Okay, let's say something like there are people like Obi that that was rigged in. Even then, it's still a illegitimate government. But you tell the person get out, and the person goes. Then you come in and you continue. But this is a case of we know this guy is a crook. The age you don't know, so many things surrounding him you do not know. And now look at where he's coming to come from. But somebody won an election, he's not in the country. Normally, this is the time for him to be visiting different state capital in Nigeria, acknowledging a thank you to. You know, please, somebody is disturbing. And the person goes. Then you come in and you continue. But this is a case of please can you mute yourself? I thought please can you mute yourself, Victor, please, so that
Victor,
we
mute
can.
your
I'm
mic.
hearing my echo. I mean, yes. So Peter, I mean, sorry, not Peter, Victor. Yeah, thank you. So you see, what we are saying is that because of that is the fear, because of the character of the chap. Everything about him is forged. Now, look at where he is in France. Ordinarily, he should be in Nigeria between now till May. You should be putting your things in order. People will see you. Oh, they are having a town hall session. Tinubu and the you see him every state
Exactly.
capital coming out,
Reassuring people.
Exactly.
I'm coming, thanking people. Oh, Tinubu is in Mina today. He went to see some of the party faithfuls. They are talking. He was in Enugu the other day. They are putting this. At least you know that this is the person. Okay, now you don't know since he announced since that 4 a.m. He took something from Mahmoud, disappears. Nobody, all you hear is say, as if you are still doing campaign. Keyamo will be talking. What is it called? The Bayo Nonoga will be. We've passed the campaign now. The man that you say won, let's see him around, going on thank you tour everywhere in Nigeria. At least you see him, you feel him. This, but it's not. He disappears somewhere. Later they will tell you, oh no, he's doing. So what really is happening? And then from there he gets into power. Do you know deal that he's doing with the devils now? Nobody can say. So you see that
Exactly.
it is in our interest that if really the judges of the whatever court or whatever, that's why sometimes I said when they say the law for country, leadership may be difficult or complex, but it is simple. I can tell you that. The moment you love, say you are working for a company, you are working for MTN in Lagos, you are the MD or whatever, you love MTN. If they want to do shady deal, you refuse. If they want to cheat the customer, you refuse. You said, no, these are our customers. We can't charge them like this. Or sorry, any customer that have been charged so and so, we should refund it. That is part of the love. People will now know, oh, these people love us, not to exploit us. But as a leader, you are number one citizen. You are transacting business with your country. You are ready to give a contract for rubbish because they are going to get your own court. You are not a leader then. You are not. And that country can never develop because what you are doing will trickle down to everywhere. So okay, now imagine a leader who is corrupt. How can you defend your country as a leader? If a leader is corrupt, the defense of your country is open because anybody can influence you. That's what it
There's
means.
no
When,
defense anymore. It's gone.
it's gone. When you hear America, like Tuna just said, America spying this, it is for that is because the leader loves the country. They are willing to go to any length to say, what if we keep quiet and Russia and China are meeting? Can't we get something out of it? They go and spy to know what, because whether they are discussing about them, it's only a leader who is patriotic that will be thinking in that direction and not Joe Biden will be talking of how to get to have the third best hotel in Dubai. Joe Biden is looking for how to come at no, 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 no. You are no longer a leader then. You are
Look
no
at what
longer
they
a
are
leader.
doing with. Look at
Eh?
this TikTok issue now. TikTok issue in America that they want to ban. The reason
Yeah,
why they
because
want to ban is because they feel that Russia is
yeah,
infiltrating and is
yeah,
giving them a content, showing content that is confusing the American people. So
yeah,
they went to the floor of Congress. The owner, the CEO or whoever of TikTok went to the Senate to go and defend, to go and answer questions,
you see,
fire questions
you see,
from the members of a Senate House.
you
So,
see,
when people care about their people, even though, of course, the Americans are pushing back because,
yeah,
they're gaining so much from TikTok. But my point is, reason why I use that example is that's what a leader who cares. They are
yes,
checking
you do.
everything to make sure their citizens are okay.
Simple. Simple. If you love your country, leadership becomes simple because when they found out, in fact, do you know the way my own thing is play the Western politics? Play it. If you tell them if it's your country, will you sign this type of contract? That's why you see Chinese will come to Nigeria and mess our people up. You
Exactly.
see Indians will come and mess us up because they know maybe they must have paid the bribe to this. Okay, let me put this. Let me tell you this. These Zimbabwean farmers, in Zimbabwe in those days, the white farmers, they are doing the farming, they're doing everything. When Mugabe discovered that the area they want to dominate is having diamond, Mugabe discovered. Mugabe said, go to so place and they said, no, it is here. They found out that they are mining diamond there. So Mugabe discovered it. It became a problem, a little bit of patriotism. Now, because they want to bring them, I think I remember Saraki was the governor of Kwara State then. They said, let them come to Nigeria and farm. They refused because because this is about if you wouldn't know. And when they were sending them, the West, I think the British government was even fighting Mugabe. I said, why? But they are farmers. They say, but they are sending, backing them from here. The moment we in Nigeria, any leader, I don't care whatever, the moment you say you love Nigerians and you are willing, if you hear that one of your football players is messed up, you summon FIFA. Say, what is this? Is it because? And they will sit up. So this is the type of love you show, and the people will know, yes, that you are fighting for people, and not all you interested is how to cut deal. I mean, as a leader, the whole country is your constituency. If you want to build the best house, if you want any street named after you, it is possible. So why are you cheating your people again by taking their money, going to put in one type of Dubai, competing with innocent people that are doing business or Mike Adenoga? These are people, their own is to make profit. Tony Elumelu, their own is profit. But you are the leader and you are still competing with them. Oh, Tony Elumelu had his own, but my own is in the next street. You are no longer a leader. It takes patriotism and love for country. I wish everybody should go and read about Lee Kuan Yew. The way what he did in Singapore, you will know that look, leadership is difficult or complex, but in the end, it is simple. All it takes is love for your country. If you love your people, there is nothing you can go to any length to make sure that life is better for them. Okay, electricity. You might say, why is my people not having electricity to set up industries? They say it's because of this. You call Siemens. If it's Siemens, what is the problem? They said, no, it's too expensive. You can get this is the technology we want. Or you even call your people, say you give in fact, I will even like Peter when he comes in. Maybe the time is not yet ripe. We'll be setting agenda here. We say, look, every university should provide electricity for their campus. They will be taking out national grid. Why? You have Department of Electrical Electronics Engineering. If you can't generate power that are going to use, you read about it, do it. If you do it to your community. It's a challenge because what do they do in the West? From the classroom to the lab, from the lab to the field, they develop anything they want. Every technology is linked in one way or the other. They use one to develop one. So why is it that in our own case we believe in they will come and spoon feed us, give us condition, do this, do that, do all these things? In the end, we say, okay, I need the out of it. What is my own inside? You don't do that. You don't encourage your future. If every Nigerian university, faculty of agriculture, look, you should not be expecting that every faculty of agriculture must have a bakery. so that you bake your own bread. You don't say you are in a university, oh, they supply you bread from, you bake it. You have food science and technology, do your own bakery, sell it in your own. Before you know it, so many universities become self-sufficient. Then those that are studying in the university, when they come out, they say, look, we've been taught this, you can do it. That can do attitude within 10 years, things, all this issue of job or no job will stop. Because you as a leader, you've told them that this is the direction to go. This the way some now universities have their own FM station, which is good to use it to teach mass communication students. But in engineering and science, we should do more. We should do more than what we are doing. We don't just have to graduate. You tell me we don't have refinery. But more than 20 universities in Nigeria are doing petroleum engineering, bachelor's, oh yeah, PhD, but we don't have refinery. How? What will it take? Can't you people come back and then do something? It takes a leader to throw that challenge. Until we get such a leader, we haven't started. All what we are having now is just corrupt people doing cutting deal here. If you give me deal, come and cover me. If I put money in your country, you cover me, all those things. By the time you are a leader, you are putting money somewhere. Your mind is no more in your country now. You're only there to make money. But if you are there and you feel that you want here to be good, you really mean it, and people see that you are not. This issue of you going with what is it called, bulletproof car. Peter Obi never used bulletproof when he was in Anambra. He keeps saying it because there's no point harming somebody who is working for you, and you can see the practical example. It's not stealing your money. It's not doing so. Why go and kill him? But before, when you feel that you've stolen so much, hidden with different name, different date of birth, this or that, you have this part of Lagos is for you, the other one you acquired it from God, and all those things. In the end, you die and leave it. What is the point? Then you are stunting, you are making your people, impoverishing the people from one generation to the other. So, like all we've been saying all the time, God help us, P2B gets in with his ideology and his practical example, not going to steal money. Things will change. The body language will change. Nigeria should be told there are certain things we can't import. Why is it that in India, for you can't bring in it? Not that they banned cars, but for you to bring foreign made car in India, you better not bring it because the duty you are going to pay to discourage you, you better sell it, and then because they have their own made in India car, you have to use it so that they can be self-sufficient. They create job for their people. But our leaders do not think like that. Imagine the Senate the other time when they were there, they are budgeting how to buy car from abroad. When nothing is producing car, Mali is buying, South Africa is asking nothing to come and establish. Why should they still be going abroad to go and pay, to go and buy cars? That is not patriotism. If it's patriotism, you should have bought made in Nigeria, use it there. When you are using it, you'll be proud. This is your own country. And then the capacity for that industry will expand. You employ more people, open more plants, even diversify. But we are not doing it yet. We need a leader that can point us in the right direction. What Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore is the best example I can always cite. Without it, if you don't love your country, forget it. There's not, you can't achieve anything. Rather, you even put them in a more difficult position. But if you have love for your country, that says it all. Even the West, they may not say it, but they will respect you because that is what they are doing. You can't tell Joe Biden to do something against the interests of America. He won't even listen to you. And he will not even propose it, not to talk of the UK or anywhere. But in our own case, we are willing to sell our country for a peanut, for everything, defense, even your military, your defense. You don't care. Everything, anybody can come in, anybody can be recruited, anybody can have contract in defense. Even in the Western world, you know that defense contract is vetted. Contract to defense, to do anything with defense is vetted. If because that is the heart of the country, it may even lead you knowing the secret, anything defense. So, but that's how you protect your people. But if you're a leader, we don't haven't got this type of patriotic zeal in you, you can just relax there. Everything becomes porous. You think you are doing well, billionaires siphoning money, then all those things. You are not. You are just a crook. You are just like a machinery sent by whoever to come and impoverish your people. But if you can't do it the other way, man, we haven't started, and that is why that has been our bane. If you check any African country, you feel they are picking up. Go and look at the leader. Maybe he's saying the right things to the people, and they are looking at this. Megafuli did it in Tanzania. Maybe Paul Kagame is still handling Rwanda the way he deems fit to bring the country up. Maybe I think he loves his people. Probably that's why he's being that high-handed and then making sure things are in order. But if you don't love your people, forget it. There's nothing you are going to do because the West will penetrate you, and when they penetrate you and buy you over, man, you are finished. Anything goes. You will continue dancing to their tune to cover that your secret deal until you die. And before then, you see how your country must have gone low.
Even the UK Mirror just had to say that the White House insists that Joe Biden is not anti-British. Can you believe that? Have you ever even heard them question whether our leaders don't love them? But they are even questioning whether American president doesn't love them because the president just came and went to Ireland straight. It tells you how they, even they among themselves, know where their bread is buttered. They don't say, oh, just because. Yeah, while our people will go there and act as if they mean well for us. It's crazy that the president of the United States has to insist that it's not anti-British. But can you say any Nigerian leader has been anti-British before?
They know they talk. I mean, they sweet them as they go. They will not even go there. They will not even go and be sharing your country secret there among
that is the
themselves.
thing.
In their hotels that is bugged already, they go sit down for there. They share the minerals where they the country. Oh, since I don't enter now, you can take here. You take there. That one now they follow France president. They negotiate. Thunder go fire them. They're not going to enter that post.
It's true. So in the leadership, when I read the Lee Kuan Yew's book, I knew I summarized is love for country. If you love your country, you go to any length to protect your country. There are things they will tell you to do. You even shout, say, why should I do it? Because this is your country. But if you don't love it, that's why everything goes. When come, they say leader, this, and then you say your people cheap, your people are insecure, nothing is working. You remain third world for the next 100 years. It's not the best.
No. God forbid, we are not going to tolerate that nonsense with these people. And these people that don't have shame, the people need. This is why, for me anyway, I will be sensitizing people on the ground. I'll be, doing all I can to have the people realize that these things are unacceptable. Even this going overseas for treatment, it's unacceptable. It's enough.
It's true. It's enough. It's not good. It's not
drawing
good.
a line under it. They shouldn't be doing all these things. They have been disgracing us for far too long. If you want to go and negotiate with people, you can negotiate with them without having to travel there, breach our national security as if it's nothing. If you want to work here in the UK, you have to be security cleared. That even like if you have a gap in your work history, they will question what is that gap. They want to know everything. Our leaders, we don't take security seriously at all, even amongst themselves.
If you are not a citizen, you cannot. There's certain positions you cannot hold in foreign countries. If you are not a citizen, even teaching job you can't get in some states. Maybe now they've made it a little bit flexible. You can't teach their children if you're not a citizen, because you have to have gone through a process for them to vet you.
It's tighter now. It's more tighter.
So there's so many positions you can't hold. But Nigeria, your president, your so-called all these leaders, they will go and sell you out in other countries. This is why you don't have any respect anywhere you go to in the world. This is why they treat you anyhow. They go flog you for border for Morocco where they try to cross. They're not even let you cross. They go flog you, treat you like slave for there.
It's true.
With Koboko. It's true now.
Was it not? I think it's in Dubai, either UAE. I don't know the country, but one of these Arab countries. They say for you to establish business there, you must have a fellow somebody there as a partner.
China.
So now Dubai.
China, they do want to. For China, before you do business, you not fit do business on your. You need to get indigene to come in.
To partner you.
Partner with you. Must get percentage.
So to us, we may feel, hey, that is their interest. Why not do it in your own? Why not? You see, my own is that, you see, let us do what they are doing. Is it not recently I read that China and Russia, either with Brazil or so, these BRICS, say they want to float their own currency. When they want to trade, they use their own currency to trade, no more dollar, to whittle American influence.
Now
Yes.
China. Now China.
So
Yeah.
yes. So as much as he may not, some people may not like it, but what he's trying to tell is that Chinese interest comes first. So when we Nigerian interest come first, that is the issue.
When
Go
we
and do
get
it.
Peter Obi there, that's when it will start coming from. Until then, forget this one we they do. Your so-called the one where they select. Since the thief, the mandate will not be their own. The man run come up for the country.
Exactly.
For a
Nobody
whole
see
2 months, he never come back. And you think
You
that's
want
normal? How do
you
you
want
want
go
them to respect you as a citizen? They cannot respect you. So if you go through their borders, they will set you like a criminal because you're selected. Is not even the country is discussing your secrets outside of the country where everybody they
CM.
know.
Yes,
It's
and
crazy.
now then go show you hotel where you go lodge.
CM.
I'm
You go
telling
there,
you.
you go there. Hold on, you go there, thank them, say, oh, this is their hotel. You
Thank
don't need to
you.
pay. This is your. We give you this to.
Exactly.
They've bugged it. All the discussion you are doing.
Even the taxi when you go carry, they don't bug am. So you're the guy when wrong go there now. The one where they select when wrong go there, they don't bug am. It is saying they hide from the people. You don't know say they in the midst of our enemies. That they God. We have to get it right too. There's no way around it at all.
Do you know that in the entire continent, Africa is not even in any policy at all. They are just disguising that we are in. Africa is nowhere to be found in anything. You know what is happening now in defense pact? The latest defense pact that is happening now within Australia, America, and Britain. Do you know that America and Britain, they are about to go into a huge security build-up with Australia now? Now, Australia has budgeted about $250 billion to build a submarine fighter that you can never detect, and it will carry a warhead of over 50 nuclear warheads. And America and Britain, they are now, this is the first time in the history of America they are giving out the technology on a submarine that you cannot detect while it's coming to your territory. And this submarine they are going to build, America and Britain are going to build it and train the people that are going to mount it, because last month, America has sold out one of their best submarine to Australia. So their people are now here undergoing training how to mount that submarine, because that's a very high-tech submarine. It can disappear under your radar because of the nuclear head they are going to give to, they permit Australia to now carry. But they are not going to allow Australia to carry it now until they finish vetting them. And this morning that they budget $250 billion is going to benefit Britain and America now. So they have this whole continent now, they've shared it. And Africa is just out of the scope of things. It's like Africa, like what Hitler said then. See, Africa is just a farmland. That is it. We are nowhere to be found. This thing has gone AY. Africa is now a place where they get mineral resources to build their nuclear, whatever thing they are doing now, because we are nowhere to be found. We are just nowhere to be found. That is why
All right,
we need Peter
Mr.
Obi. Yeah.
Let's round up in 10 minutes. Everybody, please.
Okay, yeah, we need to round up. Mr. CM, go ahead, Cha.
Okay, thank you. My own is to wish everybody well, hoping that our prayer that Peter Obi gets in, because we've really identified the problem we have as leadership, and with the right leader, that is the difference between we and the Western world. when a leader is patriotic and the right person, you can't go and negotiate deal with George Bush. I mean, with Joe Biden in America. Say, come, I give you oil. This, he will say no. You think that we shortchange America. The same thing with any other country. So until we have a leader that will say, look, I'm not interested in my personal welfare. What I want is for us to have the best. And you negotiate and negotiate very well. Then the country start moving, But until we have that, and that is P2B, the latest we could get. If he's not in there, then the suffering continues. But when he gets in, we know that we've started. Then the march has really started because he's transparent. He's not a criminal. He's very, very clean by Nigeria, at least by Nigerian standard. Nobody can pin any debt on him in terms of corruption, stealing public money or confiscating something or having the usual madness of buy houses all over the world in Anambra, in Enugu, in Abuja, in this, use one person to remove one person. No. He's not interested. He's more or less interested in helping the people, lifting people out of poverty from production, from consumption to production, to create job. Yahoo, turn them to be good people. Use your IT skills for something good and not to defraud people. This is the type of people we need. So you can't come and you can't bribe him until he gets in. Our journey hasn't started. Thank you all. Good night or good morning.
About the submarine. You see, this is why it's good to observe the power dynamics in the world. If you look at it from the point of power and race, you can easily tell the behavior of people. The Australians wanted to get this submarine from the French, and at the last minute, the Americans and the British shoveled themselves into it and kicked the French out. And guess what? The Australians went with the Americans. And now they are providing them with the nuclear submarines. And the French took their submarine technology and went and started begging India to accept it. Who is begging Nigeria to accept even a non-nuclear submarine? We are not, like this guy, the previous speaker said, we are not even on the map when it comes to power players in the world. Because our leaders have completely down tools and decided that they will capitulate all our heritage and all our sovereignty to foreigners. Sometimes you just see flashes of these leaders doing stuff that makes it look like they are trying to put us first, like with the Tesla case where they wanted to do some lithium mining in Nigeria. And Nigeria said they have to manufacture the goods there, the batteries there, but the Tesla didn't want to do that, and then they had to be kicked out. So you see this type of flashes, but I think this type of flashes we shouldn't see that as anything because it's a pattern. And I've seen this pattern before where Dr. Arikana said in the African Union when she took up that position, they told her that they didn't expect anything from her. So in other words, it's just for show. And you have these leaders that they put up, and some of the leaders pretend as if they're criticizing the West. In reality, they're not doing anything. They watch what they are doing on the ground. That is the trick. And I don't care who the person is in the context of Nigeria. As long as I see a leader that is trying to do things in the right way to really give us true sovereignty and give the continent true sovereignty, that's the leader I will support them. However way they show up, I don't care. We don't have a luxury. Because we've been through traditional leaders, we've been through military leaders, we've been through democratic leaders, we are still here. So what kind of leadership is going to sort our problem out for us? Anyone that can sort anything out for us, I say. And that power dial, people should be watching it closely. Because if the clock is from 12 to 12, is going around the clock, we are barely around 1 right now. And if anything our people do doesn't change that, no matter what they do, if they give you Hollywood, they give you Nollywood, they say those things don't move the dial. It doesn't move the dial. You can dominate those areas. Those are trinkets because they can just come and take it again. And even if a slave is allowed to dance, you can dance and entertain people, and they will take you as entertaining. That's it. You're not a threat. But you can't determine your destiny. That's the important thing. And if you cannot determine your destiny, you have forfeited your right to survive. Basically, they can decide whenever they like to do it with you. and they decide that they might even decide how you breed. If I list some of the horrible things they did to African Americans, some people, when you see Europeans, according to this in wiki, you're gonna throw people are gonna stone them, because we are the ones that let ourselves be like that. Our leaders are going overseas to go and stay for months, and nobody, you don't see Nigerians up in arms. Where is this man? Because they say we don't have the right to know. This type of behavior, we allow it to happen. We allow presidential candidates to go and run elections without telling us that they're going to build a world-class hospital in Nigeria. They're not going to be going overseas to be getting treatments. That's why it's there now for how many months? So until we start fixing on some of all these things, there's no criticizing the leaders is just part of the process. But you still have, we as followers also have to make demands of them. Because sometimes it's not, we all have experienced this thing in our lives. Sometimes we want to do things, but because other people around us are demanding better of us or demanding something different from us, we deviate from it. So our voice is also important in changing the way the leaders behave. So I just hope that people that are listening to this don't think that their voice don't matter. Just think, just because the leaders they corrupt, there is no hope. There is hope. Every single voice you raise, every single person you speak to about this, it makes a little bit of difference. And because this difference is so important, we have to do what we can do. Thank you.
Well, for me, I care about the leader that comes in. I really do care, because we need to, gone are the days when the military came in. I was too young to understand what was going on. By the time we kept having back-to-back military rule, I don't know, I had no idea what it means to be a leader or a servant. The only resemblance of it I had was Ambrose Ali. That's it. He's the only good example I have that I can say, yeah, at one time there was a man who cared so much for his people and wanted his people to be educated. Because there was no school in the area he was in, he built a school to give other people from distant cities and villages the opportunity to go to school. So that's one person I know. So yes, I do care about the type of leaders that come in. It's not enough. I mean, like, here we are. We did our best as Nigerians. People stepped out, came out, voted. What happened? The same criminal leaders turned around and just slapped us in our faces and say, "Yeah, I'm taking it away from you. There's nothing you can do about it." Are we really going to fold our hands and truly agree with them that there's nothing we can do? That's left for us to answer. But for me personally, I always choose my leaders. I want to know what you're capable of doing. Do you care for the people? Do you have my interest at heart? What are you coming to do? These are our needs. Are you able to meet them? How soon can you meet them? I definitely am on that table. So for me, I'll just say, well, we got to keep talking. We got to keep pushing. We are the only ones that can save ourselves. Nobody is coming to save us. And we need to really continue to talk and push forward till they return our mandate. That's it. Mr. Niger Watch, God bless you. I beg you. Try, no be small. 12-hour show. Hey, hey!
Thank you.
Egbe, you carry medal today. In fact, say I get a gold medal. I go pass am virtually to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Connor. I really appreciate every one of you to Nigeria. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. CM, thank you. And everybody that joined the broadcast today. The panel, I appreciate you all. And those of you on the comment section and our spectators, because I understand that some of you keep up till now, you not sleep. And do well. We appreciate every one of you. But it's time to say good night. Thank you, my people.
Are you sure you'll be able to have the broadcast tomorrow? this morning?
Yeah.
You need to sleep though, Mr. George.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
You know, this is not it's not an easy journey. We have been suffering for since we were born, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's the point.
This is just the time to put it all Trust
Nigeria
me.
Watch, never sleep.
You're right about that.
We are
Though.
still
You're
here.
absolutely right.
Ah,
Yes.
oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God. Nigeria problem don't allow us to sleep again. I sleep, wake up, you're still there. Wow.
Yes. Yes. We are very serious about it.
God will bless you. And someone here.
Thank you. God
Yes.
bless you all. All right. Now we'll draw the corner. We are rounding up now anyway. Mazio Bona, thank you very much for coming back. Thank you, everybody. Right there.
All your labor will never be in vain at all. It will never. I pray for you. I pray
God
for
bless
you.
you.
Strength.
All right.
Strength.
Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for all you do for us. You're right there with us. Obiajulu, I can see you. You're still with us. As Sky Stream is still with us as well. Many of you are there, Abo Azia and all that. God bless you all, my people. Thank you, Bensi. You see right there. Thank you. Yes, join us by 6 p.m. today. Is no retreat, no surrender. You know, It is now or never. It is now or never. I'm doing my part. Let everybody continue to do their part. That's what we're doing. And God bless all of us. My people.
Amen. And you.
Yes. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation this man. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like I'm make we go to court. 300 billion with no result. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Shana democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue de buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Next argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Are you calling him dignity?
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Mr. Yakubu, how much you collect? Professor, your reputation this man. No be waiting we vote, no be you boss like a town hall. Different from Bala Blue. So if you know like I'm make we go to court. 300 billion with no result. Election for Nigeria, I next select. No be the people decide, now Mahmoud select. Now that they force the people to congratulate. It's so funny, I can't really comprehend. Shana democracy be this. I been a democracy be this. Bala Blue de buga, say nothing they happen. Money they precate, if you buy them all. 2023 we no fi forget you. The most fraudulent election in my country.
Mr. Yakubu, Emma should be fraudster.
Next argument. I leave the rest for the next argument.